It affects your health, yeah?
I mean,
Well, yeah, it
but
does,
everything
but the
affects your
medical
health.
industry-
Like jumping
Well,
from a high distance affects your health without a parachute, right? Like
Yeah, but hold on. So here's the thing: the medical industry won't acknowledge that food affects your health.
Well, now you're just
That's not
talking
true.
medical.
And
Okay.
also, yeah, now you're dipping into medical misinformation.
I'm pretty sure
No,
left
that's
lane.
not.
So it
Actually,
seems
that's
like
not medical
Not-
misinformation.
It's instant
it
bias.
kinda is.
It's instant bias. There's no point in having this talk in this channel.
So yeah, we need to probably like not talk about that.
It's weird how people want to avoid the truth.
You can would you like to move to another channel and we can talk about that there, but just not here.
yeah, we're not even really meant to talk about.
There's general talk, there's other conversations. We can move to those channels and discuss that if you wish, but just not here.
Yeah, but we're clarifying what medical misinformation is.
Medical misinformation would be something like the medical science or academia says
that's
that
like
food
talking
has
about
nothing.
medicine.
Food has nothing to do with your health. That would be
Yeah, right. So the medical industry doesn't acknowledge that food has anything to do with your health, which
Yes.
is why they recommend
Please.
eating and drinking what they do.
Let's avoid this subject in this specific channel. We can move to another channel and people would follow us if they find this topic interesting. But let's not do it here. I'm begging
Guys,
you.
I think you're missing the
Do it
point.
as a personal favor to me.
You guys should. I'll join
Promise.
you. I'd like to hear more about this. If anyone's interested.
Yeah, but you're missing the point, though. That's the thing. And I don't give anyone favors.
I may be missing the point. I will owe you a favor, not you. Not you will owe me a favor. I may be missing the point, but I'm just trying to not have this conversation here. If you want to have this conversation, we can move to another conversation.
But it helps to clarify and be clear on what is medical misinformation, and food is not medical related.
Okay.
According to the medical industry.
I understand. We can move on to another subject or move to another channel so we can discuss this specific subject. What would you like me to do?
So let me just break in here because I see that Risky or whatever his name is isn't speaking up for you. This is being live streamed to YouTube, and we have been specifically asked not to even wander into the area of medical information because of the risks that brings to the channel and to the server. So the mod is politely, very nicely asking you to stop discussing it and go to a different VC that is not.
I will join you there too to listen because I find that an interesting conversation. I would like to know. I would like to know what do you mean by all of this? Maybe I learned something. I will join you too, but just not here.
All of you should really attempt to understand reality.
I would love to in another channel. We can move 2 channels down into the omnipresence general talk, and we can talk about it if you want.
Yeah.
That's pretty rich coming from BB.
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm just clarifying what is medical misinformation.
Okay, then sir, you have clarified.
Really, so I've already clarified it, and so you continuing on after I say something is unnecessary.
Okay, I understand. Then I'll stop. Then I'll stop engaging.
Stop.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he is allowed to say that
That
to you.
also applies to the woman as well.
Why, Risky, why is this not being muted when he has been asked multiple times not medical stuff?
Because I'm clarifying, not talking about medical stuff.
Guys, enough.
Yeah. Let's stop.
Let's be respectful towards each other. The person you addressed as the woman has a name. You can use that. I think it's kind of rude. I cannot enforce that. You could, if you want to be rude, you can be rude.
Would you like me to call you man?
I think that would be rude. But you can if you want to. It's not an offense on the server. I understand, but it just sounds a bit rude when you use somebody's gender to address them. Like it just doesn't.
Okay, man.
Okay. And just to respond to you, Coco, I deferred my responsibility as far as whether we should talk about this any further to Left Lane because I deferred to him as my senior. Okay, so that's why I'm out at this point. I've already made it clear that we should probably avoid it.
Okay, we clarified enough. It's fine. We can move to another subject. Left Lane. You sound like you're from the south, right?
Yes, sir. Tennessee.
Tennessee. You a Democrat?
Hail to the no. I used to be. I grew up identifying as such. A little bit uncomfortably because there were many things on the right that I agreed with. And then as I grew older, I kind of found myself somewhere in the middle. In 2016, when they launched the witch hunt against Trump, the Democratic Party completely alienated me.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the biggest flaw of the Democrats, specifically related to your status? Like, they don't care about the working class anymore, or like they have abandoned the poor?
Misinformation.
Nice one.
It like went into a state of chaos. I feel like the Democratic Party for the past 8 years, there's so much is brought forth by the media in such a biased way. We don't even know what Congress is doing. It's like we don't know what's going on in the White House, except, throwing darts at each other. That's all that's going on.
Well, yeah, but shit flinging is a timeless political a politician's like hobby, right? I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it is. But not to the level that it's been for the past 8 years. I mean, it's been like crazy. And I feel like when I see that, I'm like, you guys aren't up there. This is not what you're there to do. You're there to run the country with the best interest of our country and the people in mind. And then you talk about the corruption, and our government needs a spanking.
Interesting approach. Like in my country, I live in Italy, people do protest votes. Like, if one side of the political aisle fails us, people in protest vote the other side in, right? Just to, I guess, prove a point, I suppose. So I'm not too alienated from what the American people do. I think it's kind of similar.
Sounds like slavery.
What, protest voting, or?
Oh, all of it.
All of it as in voting in general. I'm misunderstanding you. What do you mean?
It's all slavery.
Please.
I mean, the government is just your slave owner. Democrat, Republican, they don't really care as long as you follow along and obey.
I mean, maybe I can be convinced to that point, but like, well, what's the alternative?
The alternative to what? Being ruled over by some people you've never met?
To structured society. I mean,
see, this thing seems to be the thing, right? It's like people can't seem to function without some kind of like big brother. Like, what am I going to do if they're not watching me? Oh my God, I'm going to die.
Hey, Zoidberg, what do you think of the new Pope?
I don't know much about him. I know he's American. He's from Chicago. What do I know? I know he was critical of Trump for a little bit. That's what's on the news here.
He's really young, isn't he? He's going to be Pope for a while.
He's like 70. He's not that young.
Is he?
He's going to be Pope for maybe 20 years, if he's lucky.
Is he 70? Pope Leo, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he's 70. I don't know much about him. Do you know something that you can
Do you even follow all this Pope Vatican shit? Do you even care?
I used to follow a lot of the stuff around Ratzinger, if you remember the Benedict, because he engaged in this whole pedophile ring thing, and even the Italian government was considering just arresting him. Like, we would march into the Vatican under military escort and arrest him for child rings and child pedophilia rings and human trafficking and whatever, sex crimes.
Wait, but they didn't.
They didn't, because that would cause a massive fallout in a country that's predominantly Catholic.
Yeah, it's better just let those guys keep diddling babies, right?
Well, no. The idea was once he is not a pope anymore, we could pursue legal actions against him.
That's so
So just
fucking
optically it looks bad, right? If a government pursues a religious leader of like 1.6 billion people, it just doesn't look good.
I mean, it looks pretty bad that he's even in that position to begin with.
I agree. Yeah, they didn't vet him. I mean,
And the fact that no one's going
Cardinals-
after him, right, means that what? They all must be in on it then.
I think people tried to like the government tried to have some sort of legal processes enabled against him, but he was too old and sick, and there was no point. He was gonna die anyway. So
Too old
There's
and
nothing.
sick. Yeah, what?
there was
What?
nothing. In the sense that it doesn't make much sense to pursue somebody who is probably going to pass away in the next like few years.
Yeah, I disagree with that 100%.
But the French government did the opposite. The French government actually not legislated, or pursued legal consequence for Catholic priest pedophiles, and they uncovered a massive pedophile ring in France with over 170,000 kids molested in the last 30 years. So
I
they
see. So,
did put a lot of Catholic priests on trial for this.
so,
which is
so
good.
all I got to
Nothing wrong
do,
with that.
all I got to do is wait until I'm like 80 something, then commit a bunch of atrocities, and then they'll just let me go because I'm going to die soon anyways.
No, they're not going to
Really?
let you go, but like it depends.
Apparently, I mean, I can just
I-
go do whatever I want, right? I can just kill a bunch of people. I can, just steal and rob and murder and rape and pillage and just do whatever I want. And since I'm like 80 something, they'll be like, oh well, he's just old, so he's gonna die. We'll just let him go. He'll be all right.
I don't think their idea was to put him in prison, right? I don't think that was on the table anyways. The point was to put him through a public trial to expose his maliciousness, I would say. And they decided there's no point because whatever, he's too old.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so I'll just wait until I'm
already
80
in the
something.
media.
Yeah, I'll
It's
just go
already
do
in
a
the
bunch of
media, so you got
atrocities
the.
when I'm older, and then they'll just let me go.
I don't know. Maybe they
There's
will.
precedence, right?
Depends, I suppose.
There's precedence. If they want to hold it against me, I can say, hey, remember that Pope? He did a bunch of things. You guys let him go.
Yeah, but well, you have to admit that in the United States, that's probably going to be a different thing.
Oh well, I'm not in the U.S., so lucky me.
Oh, wherever the context of your country is, it might be different than what Italy wanted to do. And not to mention, Vatican as its independent nation, it would be kind of like it's more of a touchy subject to intervene in a nation like that, even though the Italian government considered it. The French government was dedicated to it, and they actually did put priests on trial, and they reached a conclusion in terms of sentencing.
And what was his sentence? They let him go. Did he live in a villa on the seaside?
I assume. Well, I have to check what the results of those trials are, but most likely prison. I have to check. So I don't want to.
It's like a prison.
Tell you something that's not true. Hopefully not.
Yeah, they probably made him a principal of a school.
But I don't know. What would you do with the Catholic Church if you had any power to do something about it? If you were a nation, I don't think you can do much, right?
I mean, there's not much to do with them. They're already exposing themselves as being, a corrupt entity. It's, I mean, if people want to keep following them, that's not on me.
Yeah. Sadly, over 1 billion people follow them.
I mean, snakes are pretty convincing.
Well, I don't like what they did, but I have no idea how to dismantle them. Besides some really aggressive intervention, obviously.
Yeah, years after years in Italy, y'all keep fucking molesting kids and electing these new diddler popes. You guys are insane.
I don't elect them. What do you mean? I would dismantle that institution if I could, right? If I have the how can I say this? The physical capability to do so. If let's say you put me as a dictator of Italy, I'm entering the Vatican and disbanding it, right? They can have local Catholic Church. We're no longer going to have this centralized bullshit, right? Every country that's Catholic and has its own like patriarchy, essentially.
Now let's imagine that, right? So you become the head of Italy, and then the head of the Vatican comes to you and they reveal to you that the real head of the Vatican is actually something that's not even a human. And you get to meet this thing and you're scared shitless. Then what do you do?
Can I kill it?
I mean, you can
Is it
certainly try,
bad?
but just by looking at, let's just say that it doesn't look inviting.
What is it bad? Is it committing bad things? Like,
I mean, it's the head of
I
the
assume
Vatican.
so.
What do you think?
Sure,
What do you
sure,
think?
okay. I mean, they'll try
it-
to destroy it if it's evil, obviously.
Yeah, but remember, it's a creature, right? It's a thing. It's not human. It's like, I don't know. It looks kind of like the devil, maybe.
Can we not kill the devil? Like, I mean, I think the devil is capable of being killed, right? There should be a way, at least.
I don't know, maybe, but that's what I'm saying, right? So you become the head of Italy, right? You meet this thing in real life, right? Are you still going to try to invade the Vatican after meeting this thing?
Hell yeah! What do you mean? Absolutely now. It's mandatory.
Maybe that's why you're not the head of Italy.
I assume so. I find fighting the devil quite heroic. So why wouldn't I?
See, and if you think about it, they probably only allow people into those positions that wouldn't fight the devil.
I mean, yeah, you could make a convincing argument, probably. Yeah, I would agree with you. What I'm more interested in is the Vatican archive. I'm more interested in that. I would love to have access to that archive. All the things I'm gonna learn. So for me, it's justification enough for the Vatican archive to be reopened to everybody as public information to just take over the Vatican. Because I feel like I'll find very controversial things in that archive.
Yeah, you'd find things about reality that you're not supposed to be aware of, that they want
Probably.
hidden.
No, I agree with you. Probably, yeah. I find
Like
things
who the
that
characters in the Bible really were.
Always.
well, I don't know about that, but
Oh no, that is what it is, because they don't want people knowing who the characters in the Bible actually are or what they look like. That's why if you look in the Bible, there's no descriptions of what the people look like. You occasionally get something like they were very big.
I have this theory that pork or bacon is actually very good for you, and they demonize it so they could eat all these pigs to themselves.
Yeah, bacon is sinful.
But like, according to what exactly? It's just according to someone's written doctrine.
I just think bacon is so good it's considered sinful.
What if the reason it tastes good is so people are inclined to eat it like naturally? This subject is kind of deep. I don't know. You would have to consider a whole bunch of vampire lore. So what happened with that conspiracy cats dude? Did he like rage quit?
I think he left quietly. It just pretty much turned into a not really a free for all, but sorta, and he got kind of pushed out. Dr. Peck was here. Of course, at PhD Tony, there was others that you know, sort of intervened, I guess you'd say, and he kind of went silent, and then I looked down, he was gone.
Yeah, it's like it started getting emotional, huh? Like emotionally driven. And then everybody wanted to talk over Bob or Blob and then cats. And then it was just
That
Just an
jug
argument.
debate was just fucking.
Well, I
mental.
mean,
Yeah, we need to change it.
Blob, though, I mean, in his first, when he was first talking, he ended it with, you idiot, you know, or something like that. And that's what started that shit.
No, that wasn't. Conspiracy Cats was doing that right out like at the commencement of his presentation.
It was.
Was he a vegan?
well, he did the whole
Probably
thing
not.
of everything you said's wrong, and then waffled on about some irrelevant shit. That's I lost interest.
Yeah,
so quick.
yeah, I'll have to agree that he is, he's takes no prisoners kind of guy, and he does throw it out there like that, and that's not conducive to a good combo.
He sounds so much like Andy Hold My Beer. I was getting confused.
We should have let him talk to Demok.
Why is that?
Oh no, what is it? Considering the way Demok talks, yeah, it would have been real fun. A 1v1, Demok versus Cat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He was talking about that. He was going into the specificities of the testing regime. And he just got like, and then because you don't know any of the terminology, well, I kind of knew a lot of the terminologies, but you know, he went obviously rather deep into the testing mechanisms. And then when you don't know anything, like you don't quite know all the details about it, it's like, well, then you don't know anything at that point. Okay, that's fair. But you know, I mentioned to him the relative risk and the absolute risk and the difference between those, and they didn't respond to that. They also didn't respond to the Rosenauer experiment observation. So, yeah, I mean,
You probably need a Demok on your side.
he's pretty handy to have around. Got the energy.
Gin too. Unleash the gin. Oh, good luck,
I know.
boys.
Oh yeah, that would have been good. You know, I'm noticing like whenever there's like a Glober, like pro-liberal, pro-I suck dick for the government presentation going on, like there's like a few guys that just like make themselves part of the presentation, and it's like, dude, did he even ask you to like take the podium? But you're just like up here like pretending like it's all about you, because you're just like a die-hard libtard.
It is the
But
case that
I'm
people seem to
answering
like
questions. I will answer your question. Like, all right.
Well, I don't think Dr. Brian Peck. What's his what was his degree or what's his speciality?
He's probably
Do
a
we know?
plumber or something.
I don't. I think I'm not positive. I think it's just internal medicine. I'm not sure exactly, but
Got it.
but I mean, I've heard him over the years, over at gyms here and there, and he's legit. He's pretty sharp, pretty sharp doctor, medical doctor.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's why he was stepping in a little bit more because, I mean, conspiracy cats the topic in the presentation, but then, yeah, I mean, with Mr. Peck's sort of experience in the field, it doesn't seem unreasonable that he should step in.
What was the debate about? Well, I'm confused.
They shut off all the server and they talked about I think we should be able to say like just germ theory versus terrain theory. So they shut down the YouTube stuff and allowed for us to have the conversation. So it's good as a precedent, dude. I have asked already now that I've seen that happen. If Mr. Conspiracy Cats wants to come back, so long as we can sort of like pick a particular couple of topics and keep it narrow within those particular statements, we can have a pretty fun debate back and forth about those ideas. It's very difficult when you get sort of gish galloping going on and you're jumping many, many different topics. So if I just had a bit of time to sort of like if he declares these are the topics that we talk about and I go off and give me a bit of time just to go research it so I can get my foundations, be pretty good.
Yeah, we should all be boycotting YouTube because they're, impeding.
I was
Like whenever
thinking
I
it's
hear
a bit of
somebody say, "What'd you say?"
I'm just thinking, right? Like, if I mean, this is all pretty new over here. He's put up a YouTube, what is it, like live stream? I'm just kind of thinking, right? Like, it's causing like just because they wanted to do that, that's why this whole medical thing's come in, and this is the senior mods that have made this decision. Now, this is usually based on the idea that you want to be, you want to get a bit of attention, let's say, because YouTube's the platform for attention and getting content out there, right? Getting eyes on it. But I mean, if that channel doesn't pick up, like if the views on it don't pick up significantly within a month or two, like what's the point in keeping that in perpetuity if it's not going anywhere? It's then doing is just preventing people from being able to talk about certain subjects, which, I've got to bide my time before I can make that claim because it's all pretty new at the moment. But yeah, I'll be claiming in about a month or two that if that YouTube channel hasn't got significant statistics on it that show like a good steady increase, then we should probably look at folding it. But I have to make that case later on.
We're streaming on YouTube. We can't talk about that. Stop it. I'm gonna mute you. Like, this is how every conversation goes when you're streaming on YouTube. It's like, oh, you can't say that. Ha ha ha. Like, dude, fuck you. YouTube is fucked up for that. So you shouldn't be streaming to YouTube.
Well, who cares about YouTube?
Well, some
These
people
people.
do. I don't care about YouTube. I don't think we should be streaming to it. So we
Somebody's
can talk
on
about
the
stuff.
grift. That's all it is. Somebody wants to grift off it. If it was just about streaming it, they just slap it on Rumble.
No, it's not a bad idea. I mean, if he does gain traction on it, right, and we can draw attention to other subjects, and then we can just pop down into another VC and have it out there. So it's not without its own pathway, right? It
why
is
you gotta fuck it
really
up?
freaking annoying, though. Like,
Why
are
you
you trying
gotta
to have
fuck
like
up
a fluent?
something good though, Rixie? Right? You're
Yeah,
gonna fuck up something good so you can make money off it, right? Like, why?
Well, B-Ball is actually the one that's streaming it. Omni doesn't have the YouTube, so
B-ball.
B-Ball's kind of a third party on it, and he's streaming it. As other people like to go back and check and listen and things like that. And we don't want to get his channel, taken down as a result of it.
Yeah,
you
but
can do
that's
that
what
on
I'm saying.
Rumble.
Yeah, exactly.
B-ball Earth is Life is the one streaming to YouTube, bro. What?
Earth is
Yeah.
Life. That's the fella. I haven't
Compromise.
seen. What do you guys reckon about this Diddy shit? I can't believe it, dude. It's all over our national broadcaster.
They're putting
There's
Diddy
one
in the
called
limelight
Diddy.
because there's way more other pedophiles that would be getting exposed.
I just think it's funny.
Yeah, they're sensationalizing his case when there's probably there should be 1,000 more cases open to the public. But these
reckon
guys
this is a
have too
little
much
bit like-
money to let themselves go down.
Was it O.J. Simpson, that fella? So it's like I don't know. I wasn't around during the O.J. Sort of case, although I have a feeling that was much bigger at the time compared to what this Diddy stuff is. I suppose that comes down to like your relative culture that you generally hang out in and you listen to certain ideas coming through. So I'm sure for some people that are like young right now, the P. Diddy case would be formative in there. So they're paying a lot of attention to it.
I'd say OJ was like the biggest trial in American history, like as far as publicity.
Sounds like that. Or is it? The glove does not fit. You must acquit.
Yeah, I guess it was like soaked in water. It's like, oh, leather don't shrink. It's so. And then you ever see the book? He released the book, If I Did It.
Yep. Hey, I posted this article the other day. There's apparently a rocket ship in the middle of an Australian. I'll go find the article for it, but there's a rocket ship in the middle of an Australian town or something that just failed to launch, and it's just sitting. It's been sitting there for a really long time. They just haven't launched it. What's that?
What's your position, Rick, on the idea that there's like a massive underground human trafficking ring, and it's not just Diddy having parties?
I don't know, dude. Like, I mean, it's probably pretty likely, right? But it's also similarly likely that I think that they propagate these stories quite a bit. For what purpose, I don't quite get, but I mean, where do you get all these people from?
Tissue labs.
I don't know, like my life is so fucking boring, right? And that's why I come on here, but it's so boring to hear about out in the world there.
These people come from like finders cults. Kids get kidnapped. Sometimes kids are born into, their experiments. They've been doing stuff like that since the 40s, as far as I know. I think it goes back really far, but yeah, there's people that I think they get born and their whole identity is hidden until it's time for them to carry out the agenda.
That's
Are
kind
these
of what
like
the
sleeper agents, or sorry, Rigger, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you could call it that.
I was gonna say that's kind of what the islands, the islands exposed. There's a whole community.
Yeah.
What's the island? You mean the movie?
No,
The Epstein.
yeah. I don't know. I don't want to get the stream banned.
That's not medical. We can talk about that, can we not?
No, the idea is that kids get born into families, and the families are members of satanic cults, and the kids are part of their ritual.
All right, look at it this way, right? Look at Obama, look at Michael, and then tell me, and then look at Obama's like buddy, right? And then tell me who his kids look like.
You also have to think about this. So let's think about Abraham, okay? All these ruling families come from the line of Abraham, and Abraham was a man who was willing to kill his own child.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's like a form of veneration, maybe. I have a documentary that's it's very hard to watch, but it is very good. It pretty much talks about the history of the occult and what rituals they liked to do, and the newspaper articles that would cover these murders, and how things got swept under the rug after a certain amount of time. And it's all because they were protecting their identity.
There was something about Jack the Ripper I saw recently. And all that stuff was probably like sort of some sort of ritualistic thing. And
Jack
then they
the
got it
Ripper,
into
like
the
as
news.
if he was some occult member.
I think so, yeah. But then he apparently blamed something on the Freemasons. I don't know, it was I was watching this quiz show on the telly, and this girl's special her special topic was Jack the Ripper, and it just came up in one of the questions. So. But like when it gets down to this idea, I mean, if they're doing sort of ritualistic sort of weird shit, right? But they want to tell people about it. How do you do that? Well, you say that there's just an evil, like slaughtering maniac man on the loose, and you get to see all the stuff that you participated in showing up on the newspaper. And then you can also then sort of backpedal and drive up the fear a lot at that point as well, which is salaciousness of the media, always want to engage and stuff like that for the sake of clicks and attention.
It's just getting nastier and nastier. Like the older I get, the more media that is like just riddled with so much nasty themes. It's like we really are entering an age of disgusting Babylonian nasty shit. But hey, leave it to these freaking libtards. There's nothing wrong going on.
Well, this is kind of interesting. It's been one of my. I'm going to try to lace this in, and it's sort of that we live in the modern era, almost like a sociological philosophy is that of essentially science, and that's what the governments did for the last 4 years and stuff, like trust the science and all that, right? So I mean, that's the sort of religious institution at that point. And when you look at all the ailment problems in the world, and then you sort of recognize that science is the like primary philosophy by which we approach things, then it's science. Like the philosophy of science has seemingly got a problem with it. And like all things that are powerful in their nature, they sort of project benevolence, and people support it, but it has this sort of darker underbelly that's more associated with sort of, well, I think just sort of getting you to engage in, like, how do you convince people to, I can't talk about that. Can I talk about that?
Yeah, see, that's a problem right there. Like, you can't even say what you're thinking. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't mind actually, because it makes me have to think about something else. So I've been using it as like an idea that I don't just end up saying the same shit all the time. I have to force myself outside. But I think I can talk about testing on rats, right? Like testing on mice. I mean, these people, they just sit there and injecting these things into the mice and causing, the health problem they want to find. Like they bred a whole bunch of rats with reduced telomere lengths for the sake of like speeding up their life cycle so they can test things faster. You're bringing this thing into the world and then just putting it through absolute trauma. And that's like happening under the guise of science. Like that's the reason why you can convince people to do that, is because it's supposed to help humanity in a way. I think I managed to get around without contravening anything.
Yeah, the life of a rat is just so horrible.
All those beagles that Fauci did all those tests on.
That's what I really wanted to know. I was like, did anybody get into that yesterday with cats?
No. It was a bit of a sort of, it was pretty messy, bit of a shit show in that regard. Yeah.
It's just funny to me. Like, I don't give a fuck if this is medical misinformation, but a germaphobe injecting themselves with like absolute mystery goop is just the most ironic, backwards thing ever.
Well, that's, I think, done like a lot to do with the fact that there is a faith in the system in that regard. It's trusted in, and that trust is sort of how would you say, like accumulated through like the technology, the convenience, and the function and the use and stuff. So yeah, it just sort of tends to sort of then be extended to other such fields as well.
Yeah, all these practices I think they're so ancient that these people don't even know how long they've been carrying out their cabal. Like, this could be like 100,000 years old.
Could be.
Like, they say it all started with like, these biblical characters. I don't know if it really did though, because those seem to be like an amalgamation of stories, mostly allegorical. We don't know the real history or the origin of some of these characters, right? You find out the origin, turns out that their story comes from like 1,000 years ago as well. Like, who knows how long we've been pretending like we need all these medical practices.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely, I'm inclined to think that the Bible is sort of some. They seem to have taken it from the Greek, and the Greek. I mean, Plato's writing about the allegory of the cave, like as a sort of what do they call that? Like a warning or a what's the terminology? An ominous sort of just like sort of 1984 was, that it's an ominous prediction of possibility of society might move into. And then
I can see that.
And then what is it? Like right at the point of which the Scots, Francis Bacon and King James, like they take a position of Britain. Then you get the sort of Bible sort of recreated with the King James version. And then that's what's sort of pushed out. It's kind of like that. It's like they created the Plato's cave in the Bible and then sort of promulgated that to everything, everywhere at that point in time. Then your printing press came around. Like, it's kind of interesting, right? These technologies, the printing press, it's said to be this thing that sort of, it created freedom. I suspect that it actually did the opposite. It's a hard argument to make, though. I'm trying to think about it now. Like, they don't need as many people to be able to, like, if you got a message and you want to get that message to as many people as possible, as soon as you got a printing press, like one person can type a bunch of words and it can be hit out to thousands. Like, you don't need to sort of like pay off every single priest or communicator or town square kind of communicator guy to say you think, like, you've got this newspaper that just people will read and pick up. I mean, it's always owned by the super rich, the super wealthy as well, these newspapers. All the news media is, and then you're expected to trust them.
Yeah, you're giving me an idea about this.
Like, these news anchors, right, that sit in front of the television and just read what's on the screen. I mean, they don't actually know. I wonder if they even really know what they're reading. Like, it's probably like they get cues for certain inflections that they're sort of like, you know, this is a sad story. This is a passionate story. This is a friendly story. And, you know, they just sort of put on different sort of tones to each one of them. And that's literally their job, just to read off that teleprompter, put an emotional sort of spin on it and that of authority. But it's not like that. They're reporting like, you know, Israel did this and this many people died, as if they actually know that they were there and all the reasons why. You know, these people claimed that this has happened over here. They haven't been there. But like, for some reason, like, we have this absolute trust. It's like a spell that's been cast, a hypnotic spell. And the production is so good. It's got all the bells and whistles, the important music. What is it? Breaking news.
Yeah, you know how they insist that the news reporter like make it look like they're fussing with pieces of paper in front of them, even though there's nothing written on the paper. It just makes it look like that what they're about to say is important.
Yeah, what do they call that? It's like an actor's cue or something. Like, it just makes them look more official. It's kind of like the doctor's robe. Like, my uncle's a doctor. He shows up so quite. Funnily enough, like, he basically goes into, like, it's not this bad, but, you know, like, he's got his old shoes on. Like, he's nothing like the other doctors. Like, he comes in like sort of almost rags, and then he just puts a robe over the top of his rags. Gets around the hospital doing his thing.
Well, you got some critics in the comments, Rick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Apparently, you are not dancing like a monkey enough for them.
Yeah.
People want other people to make things interesting in here. Like, dude, make that your own responsibility. Like, if you aren't entertained, like, blame yourself.
Yeah, dude, I'm totally just like meandering in the conversation until someone like wants to throw a firecracker in you. I'm basically fishing.
It's that penguin guy. What's his name? I think he goes by Mole Man.
Well, I've already been shut down by being muted, so I won't be joining the conversation. Don't cry too fast.
Are you being a victim?
Whoa, wait, who got muted? What?
that was actually. Oh, it's beautiful, Ricky.
Wait, why'd you get muted?
Do you really want
saying something about listening to the dumb that was coming, and apparently that was me calling someone dumb, which is a mutable offense.
No way. I call people stupid all the time.
Yeah, I know. It was personal. We all know that.
Did you tell the person why they were dumb or what they said was dumb, or did you just disturb the conversation?
I just literally said, here comes the dumb, or let's listen to the dumb, or something, and that was it.
So you
that
just
was
disturbed the conversation in
I
a
had-
negative way and added nothing to it, and then you play the victim? That's
Number
odd.
one,
That's real odd.
number
I love
one,
that
I had been in the middle of the conversation. Number two, people talk about nothing here and interrupt all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, you're just making excuses, and I just explained to you the logic behind why somebody would mute you. I don't need the excuses because I genuinely don't care. I'm not a mod here. But if you want to get it, get it out in the open, get it off your chest or whatever, then that's on you.
That you're explaining something that you weren't even here for.
No, I'm giving you a logical conclusion based off the answers that you gave me. That's it. It's simple.
No,
there's nothing to it, nothing hidden behind it.
Really, what you said,
I asked you 2 questions.
What you said really had nothing to do with anything. So, I mean, that's fine. You're entitled to, because again, you talking means Risky is not talking. So you continue. Go ahead. Tell me how I was wrong. It's fine.
No, I'm not telling you how you were wrong. I'm telling you I can explain the logic behind your mute. That's it. That's it.
He wasn't even here, and he's actually pretty much on the ball as to why it happened, which is kind of funny. And then you say that, well, he's not here, so his position or opinion is not relative, but he's already picked it, so he doesn't even need to be here.
Except in chat, you can already see that it was kind of decided that the muting was not proper, so that's fine too. That's fine.
Where's the chat?
Where's the chat?
Yeah, but that's just confirming your bias. That's just kind of confirming your bias, right? Do you agree if somebody injects and just throws out negative shit, right? Throws it out into the ether. Do you agree that that's not productive in any way to the conversation? Like, can you draw that conclusion yourself? Or are you like stuck on that?
Well, I mean, there's more than that was going on. If you're having a conversation and there is someone who is constantly either over talking people or hot micing or something, and you keep mentioning that and get irritated and tell them that they're doing that, technically people could say that you're not bringing any value to the conversation, but are you wrong for doing that?
See, in that context, I disagree, because you're adding, right? Your meta is contributing to the flow of conversation, right? That's it. You're addressing the meta to say, hey, look, let's push this in a better direction. I wouldn't mute for that. That would be absurd to do something like that.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying anybody was muted for that. I'm just saying you can kind of, most people that were here looked at it in that way. Somebody kept saying something that really wasn't making sense, but they kept repeating it and stuff. And yeah, so I made the comment that I made, and I was muted for it.
What wasn't making sense?
Yeah, it's tough without exact context, you know what I mean, to judge it. But I'm just saying, like, logically, you know, if it's something, typically if it's something negative, because I've done it a few times and I've got slapped with the mute, you know, just saying dumb shit, you know, just like trying to like spark the fly, you know, spark the flame, keep it going a little bit, you know, because it's fun at times.
I've been muted before, and I've just dealt with the mute. This one was just really, this one was strange. So, but anyway, it was sent in already, and it was already decided on that it was probably not the best use of a mute, so that's fine.
But what were you interjecting on? Like, what was the topic?
Honestly, I've been doing so much other stuff since then, I don't even remember. But it's, I mean, if you care, and I can't see that anybody should care, I'm not telling you you should care. We did put the clip of when it happened in the thing. We got the clip of when Risky said, jumped into my conversation when we were talking about the different type of flat earthers, and some of them who maybe didn't believe so much as they wanted to believe in stuff. And I had said something like, okay, so I believe that flat earth belief is on a spectrum. Some people believe more than others. And as I said, on a spectrum, Risky jumped in and said, oh, you're on the spectrum? Clearly making a negative comment about me. And that was fine. I let it go. No big
So what
deal.
are you complaining about if it's fine?
This is how we talk to each other, correct? So I let it go. But then later on in the conversation, when somebody else started jumping in again about the same stuff they talk about all the time, and then said something that made no sense, I just threw in a general comment about, here comes the dumb, and boom, I was muted.
How many times did you say it?
Once.
Do you think there's a spectrum, like a sliding scale, for how much you're a glober?
Probably. I know a lot of globers that don't even ever think about being globers unless you ask them, right? But then you look at some of the people here, and obviously it's like what they spend 20 hours a day thinking about. So yeah, I would say there's a scale, right?
Would you say that?
Yeah, it's based on the confidence in the globe.
I don't know. I don't know that I would say it's the confidence. Personally, I'm not arguing with you. I just mean personally.
Someone told me that there's a new type of glober.
They got new ones now.
No, they just study bridges, and they're called hobgoblins.
Hobgoblins are not bridge goblins. What are you talking about? That's just wrong.
She knows all about the
I'm going to go back to the guy who told me that. Are you sure that's not true?
No, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not 100% sure. That might be one of the things I forgot, but
They reckon they just study bridges, and they get the nickname hobgoblin, globlin.
Yeah, Coco, you know how you say there's like a sliding scale for flat earthers? Well, I've had this theory that, you know, there's like this thing, I don't know what to call it. I guess I'll call it like the trifecta glober, where you have to hate God, think that men can be women, and think that the globe is 100% fact.
Yeah, I'm gonna not accept the hate God and the men and women thing. Let's not go with the trans hate, or I will be asking for somebody to be modded. I believe this being.
What are you saying?
This is
Did he say anything about trans?
this is being streamed, yes. So we things that can be reported for hate speech is what I believe.
Hey, I got a theory. Do you think like the eunuchs from back in the day? Do you think it has something to do with like the that carry on? You know, like they get like stuck in the DNA,
So a hobgoblin
carrying on through the generations.
I was correct. A hobgoblin is not a bridge goblin, it's a house goblin. Just so you know, I was right about that one.
Like the Harry Potter.
Occasionally am right about things. It doesn't happen often, but I was right about this one.
Have you ever met a house troll?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I have dogs. I have a pack of feral dogs. I will never meet a house troll in my life.
A feral dog.
Are you on a laptop?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Everybody can hear themselves talking. When they talk, we can hear through your speakers.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, just get a headset, man. Come on. Oh, ma'am.
I hear just fine.
So what's up with this transgender stuff? We're not supposed to talk about?
Oh, we're not?
I don't know.
Oh, sure we are.
Well, why not?
I'm against the teaching transgenderism in school, for example, and I'm going to say it every time.
Yeah.
3 points for Essie.
I'm down with that.
I think it's been defined that there's only two genders. There's a man and a woman.
Agreed.
No.
I don't believe in that science. That's the science. That's the one science that they reject. Okay?
There's only so many sexes. You're mixing up sexes with genders.
No,
here we go.
there's a man
No, we're
and a
not.
woman. There's nothing more. There's nothing less. You're either a man or you're a woman, regardless of what you think you are. That's a thought. You are born man or woman. On your birth certificate, it's you are a boy, you are a girl. On your death certificate, regardless of what you think you are a man, you are a woman.
Can I ask?
Because I'm pretty sure it says male, female.
Well, you can be whatever you want when you're an adult,
Whoa,
right?
that's
You can be
now
a
we're getting
zebra,
into
you can be a
semantics.
kangaroo. The fact is, the children, not to teach this nonsense to children, like when you're an adult, do whatever you want. Hop around like a bunny if you want.
Right, but the claim was that on like
themes, these ideas are most prominent in
I
children's
don't think that's
shows and their version of whatever they watch. All that transgenderism stuff lives in their content, which makes it more disturbing.
All right.
And no, we're not being sexist in VC Coco. We're talking facts, right? Transgenderism should not be taught to children. No sex should be taught to children. You got it?
Zero.
What does that mean? Transgenderism is taught to children.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what that means. I'll tell you. You do not teach a 5 or a 6-year-old girl or a boy that, oh, you're playing with toys of male. You can be a boy if you want. You know that? That's what I mean.
Nobody says that. That's not being
Yes, they're
taught
doing
anyway.
that, and they're keeping it away from the parents. There's some schools that the teachers are not telling the parents.
And they're telling
That's
the
not
kids
what
that you don't have to tell your parents. It can be our little secret.
That's right. That's right.
That's grooming. That's called
wrong.
grooming in any sense.
It's not grooming. No, that's not grooming. So let me ask you
That's not
something.
grooming, that's just stupid. Stop acting stupid. Stop lying.
If a kid's parents didn't want them to get, oh fuck, we can't talk about that.
Well,
Let me think of another example.
I know, because I know what you were going to say. You had to reword that one, didn't you?
Yeah, that pretty much.
All right. While you think,
nice,
let me get something in. Let me get something in. All right. So, how do we establish the sex, right? If it's not for like referring to the gender,
Chromosomal.
right? Because they're like splitting them up. They're saying sex is one thing, gender is the other. Well, how do you establish the sex without the gender?
It's chromosomal, is how you would quote establish the sex.
So, what establishes the gender?
That's much more complicated.
You don't want to answer.
Well,
I'll tell you what.
It's like
my
a
gender.
sound
Hey,
clip
you
answer.
know what my
If you're
gender
looking for
is?
like a
Guess what?
5-second sound clip, I can't give that to you.
Yo, guys, I just transitioned. I am telling you my gender now. All right, that's what establishes my gender.
Are you a fire truck?
So, I mean, do you think there's something genetic about people wanting to transition manufacturing?
Yes.
All right, what are the factors?
It's about what you identify as. And when I say that, I don't mean what you claim to be, just like with your voice. What I mean is what your brain maps your body to be.
Look at Coco's freaking out. This is bigotry. No, like I told you yesterday, Coco, you and your kind, right? The feminists, you are the problem of our society. You understand? They're using you, the feminists,
Whoa,
to
don't
break
sound so
our
triggered.
society
Jesus
apart.
Christ.
Yes.
I 100% reject that I am any kind of problem for society, and that's going to be a you problem.
No, not you specifically, right? I said people like you
Yeah, you said me.
that don't protect children, that think we can do whatever we want, be whatever we want.
You never claimed any such thing, dude. You're making shit up. I mean, it's a cool story, bro, but you're making shit up. She never said anything about those
A boy
things.
could be a girl?
She never said anything about those things.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about teaching transgenderism to young people in school.
No one said that about anything about that. No one said that it's okay to do that. I mean, I agree with you. It shouldn't be taught to children, but I don't think it is.
When you don't do anything about it, silence is compliance, dude. Pretending like everything's okay and actually contesting with somebody that's telling you outright this is wrong makes you part of the problem.
You need to identify the problem.
That was the
Clearly,
topic.
if we can't agree on protecting our children, we have a problem. We have a big problem.
No, what we can't agree on is what the dangers are.
Yeah, thank you. I'll shut up now, man. You factotum because you're doing an excellent
How
job.
about suicide? 40% of these people commit suicide.
If they don't get help, duh. After they get help, it's completely different.
Oh, Dr. Pepper ran away. Yeah, he doesn't like statistics.
It actually
It doesn't actually increase. No, people don't understand statistics.
Yeah, what don't you
Boy.
understand about 40% of transgenders committing suicide?
Yeah, but how is
There too?
teaching people about transgender a danger to them? I don't understand the connection.
The
Can you make that
40%
a little more
They're teaching them to be transgender is what.
Yeah, because they're
apprehension
look at reality and you're lying to them. That's why.
So we must suspect that
teaching
it's compared
someone
to
about
heterosexuality.
homosexuality makes them homosexual. Is that what you're saying?
That is what they're saying.
Do you have any scientific proof that teaching someone about homosexuality makes someone homosexual? I would love to see that research.
Yeah, you're telling kids that there is a chance because of their
No one is telling
body
kids
that they
anything.
might come to the conclusion
No one is telling kids
that they
anything.
have to
We don't
believe a lie
even
about
have
their life.
sex education for
We
children.
gotta go one at a time, guys.
See, here comes this trifecta Glover. You see what I mean?
Are you making a case that kids are not influenced by the school system? Is that the case you're making? Like they're not influenced by their
Nobody's
peers?
making that case.
Nobody is making that case. No.
All right, so
Yeah,
then
he
you're not
is.
denying the influence that teaching kids transsexual behavior in school can influence them. You agree
They're
to
not
that,
teaching
right?
them transsexual behavior. That's not happening.
You're teaching them the relationship, right? The
Not
dynamics of it.
Not happening at all. And you know what else?
But you're teaching them the dynamics of it, right? You're introducing them to it.
So I
In
learned
what class are they being taught this?
I learned about
I don't know if fucking
homosexuality.
has a
Never once did I ever think I was a homosexual. That's just crazy
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah, so your experience is the absolute. Okay, thanks. That was
So
interesting.
in which class is this taught? Could you explain to me in which classes, which part of the American curricular system teach children
I was
about
just asking a question. Do you
transgender
think
behavior?
kids would be influenced in the school system by their peers?
Yeah.
No, he can't tell you what.
By what they're
do not,
introduced Do you think that has an influence
For
on them?
children
Yes or no?
to be influenced by this needs to be part of the curriculum. Show me where in the curriculum, in which class this is taught, please.
He can't.
No, I agree. I agree.
He is making this up just to start some fight about it.
If I go to the curriculum, right? If Coco, can you just mute? Sorry for 1 sec. You get a lot of feedback. Thank you. So what do we need to do? We need to go to the curriculum and find where, like, basically they're talking about this stuff. I'll go find it. I'm pretty sure I know what to look for. It's going to be something to sort of say that they want to show an accepting sort of cultivate an accepting society and stuff, and be sort of accepting of other people's sort of, you know, the ways that they want to think about themselves. I'll go look for that. I'll go.
Wouldn't you?
Thank you. I appreciate the honesty, Risky.
That in the first place, but that's not the claim that was on the table in the first place. That's not what people are claiming is being taught.
This is news to you guys?
What are you talking about?
The kids being taught this in school? You never heard of this before?
I see. Follow.
In which class are they being taught in it? Show me in which class they're being taught in it. Show me which part of the curriculum covers where they're supposed to learn this stuff. Please show me.
No, hold on. This goes back to a couple of TikTok teachers saying how they were killing it and talking about all this stuff to the kids. Just a couple of individuals. It's not structural.
Which part of the curriculum?
It's not structurally in the school. I don't think it's happening in the vast majority of classrooms. But I mean, there are certain individual teachers that are motivated to influence the children in a way that wouldn't be considered appropriate to general public education, and that's a fact. That's a fact. My granddaughter thought she was bisexual from like 14 to 16 because she had and the teacher got fired, and there was somebody wanted to bring charges, and yeah, that goes on for sure. But a teacher has to hold themselves in a position not to influence children in a way of these things deviating from reading, writing, math, arithmetic, things like that. When they go into influencing the children as a role model, as a mentor, they are stepping over the line.
So you're agreeing that this doesn't happen on a systematic level?
No, I have to clear this up because something was said. Hold on, left lane. You said your granddaughter, was it? Your niece? Who was it?
Yeah, my granddaughter.
Your granddaughter. She thought she was bisexual because she was taught what exactly in school?
She had a gay teacher, a lesbian teacher, and she was actually talking about things in a conversational manner, interacting with the children and influencing them. And like a bunch of her students come out going to their parents thinking I might be bisexual, and that just throws stuff in their heads that they shouldn't be as a public teacher.
Sure. So it sounds to me what happened there
is an enigmatic
related,
figure, right? If your teacher is telling you, "Hey, I'm attracted to men and I'm a man," there's something wrong with that.
Am I lagging?
They shouldn't be bringing things like that into the classroom.
Are you just real bad?
Why are you talking through me, dude?
No, let Dr. Pepper finish.
Go ahead. I was in the middle of speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say it again. Like when you have a teacher's an enigmatic figure. So when you have somebody telling 30 kids all at once, like, "Hey, I'm gay and it's okay for me to be gay. It's okay for you to be gay," that has nothing to do with the curriculum. And that's what's happening in the classroom. It doesn't matter if it's actually part of the curriculum or not.
Exactly.
So we're willing to agree that it doesn't happen on a systematic level.
What I was saying,
not systematically, no.
One at a time, please.
Is it my microphone? I don't know what's happening. I started talking.
All right, get your gay bars off already.
My microphone?
Do what you want. Tell us gay is okay.
So it sounds to me what was happening. Some random teacher was relating some personal experience that maybe some students resonated with. It's not part of the curriculum. You can argue that there's bad teachers out there, but the fact that people are being taught to be bisexual or to be gay is just laughable.
You gotta keep up, man. You guys have no clue what's happening. I'm gonna post some stuff. Just learn, man. Teach yourself.
I asked you to post in which subject is being taught.
I did not
asked you
finish
like
talking.
5 times to show
Control
me in which
yourself.
subject this stuff is being
Control
taught.
yourself. Take a deep
guys.
breath.
Yeah, I want to finish. I want to finish my point. That is
You mean in the
an
middle of my
outlier.
sentence?
No,
In the middle
well,
of my sentence?
we were talking about this, and I didn't get to finish my part of the conversation. But this is not this is not a systematic way that they're going about things. It's sort of an anomaly, and I think teachers have been straightened out, like our local grade school and middle school. They're not under any misconceptions. If they cross the line, they'll be fired.
Yeah.
Okay,
Also,
my
can I
turn.
say
Hello?
something?
I'm going next. Hello. Calm yourselves. So this is what I want to say. No, you're wrong, left lane. It's widespread. I'm going to post some stuff. As a matter of fact, parents are going to PTA meetings and they're complaining about this and they're escorting them out. So I suggest if you have, please look at, you just can't do it, can you, right? Who were you raised by, chimpanzees? So I'm almost done. So I encourage you guys, look into it. This is a big problem if you have children. Thank you.
Oh my God.
So I just posted some stuff. Left lane, take a look at it. It looks like there are some, states and districts that mandate inclusive sex education. So the point is, like, through this notion of inclusivity, they need to explain what is being included, what should be accepted, right? They need to understand, like, these kids need to understand what they're actually talking about. So as a consequence, they need to train them or teach them about what this, like, what's transgenderism. At that point that you're teaching them about that, this is like, kids are very impressionable. They're looking out into the world and they're accepting all of these, like, new ideas constantly coming into them. And when this stuff is being sort of pushed against them under the guise of, like, inclusivity and acceptance, this is where it's coming from. They're not saying that you're adding learn the way of the gay. It's just that, like, they're trying to teach them through acceptance of the principle.
They just are teaching them not to hate other people, but you were born the way you're born, and learning about gay people and trans people is not, in fact, going to make you not be straight. It's just not.
You are born.
You not become straight.
Don't interrupt her. Don't interrupt her. Go ahead, love. Finish.
I did. I just asked if anybody here had ever become not straight because they learned about gay or trans people. That just doesn't.
I'd love to speak on that. I have 3 nieces that went to school and was hearing about this stuff and A, gender, B, gender, everything, LGBT, and they went from talking normal kids to all of a sudden questioning their sexuality, honey, and now they're using the words in different pronouns and everything. Now, I understand that the world is changing, but when they're pushing this upon the kids, and it happened in the last 4 or 5, actually 7 years, you saw when it happened. It was implemented. Now, I have a problem with that, too, because my nieces, I saw it happen within them. I understand you may not feel it is, but it is happening in the United States, and it may not be in your state, right? But it's happening in different ones.
So kids can, in fact, be gay or trans, and when they learn about it, they can be like, oh, so that's what my feelings are. But no kid ever be gay or trans.
Coco, you made this statement that people are born the way, like, kids are born the way that they're born, right? And this is just, it's a bit of a throwaway statement in the sense, you got to recognize that people grow up in environments and they're enculturated. Yeah. So people aren't, like, the way that they're born and what they become are just, this idea that they're born the way they're born is just, it's denying all of habitation and all the other aspects of, like, what it is to raise a child.
I am as straight as they come. I love men. Men are it for me. I spent a lot of time in an industry with a lot of gay people. I knew a lot of gay people in school. Never made me gay, ever.
I understand that, but that's not like talking to a kid about certain things like this and then them questioning their own sexuality, which is happening. And I also grew up in that type of environment too, honey. My father was gay, and that's why they had a divorce when I was 5 years old. Okay, I only consider bisexual at that moment, but yeah, pretty much gay. So I understand my father was against all the stuff that's being pushed for this LGBT blah 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 plus plus stuff, because that's not really how relationships go down or how those people feel. It's been twisted into something totally different, even from back in the 70s and 60s and 80s.
So, like me hanging out with gay people and their gay dates and going on double dates with gay people and seeing gay sex and gay people kissing each other and everything else isn't knowing how gay people are.
We don't
That's
care.
weird.
If he specifically brought up that this was being basically encouraged in schools and within schools and exposed to kids, and now you're talking about you and your adult lifestyle. This is non secular.
Right.
High school. This was in don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
Wait. Can we stop there then? Because if we want to talk about kids,
gay people were accepted in my high school.
That's not
gay
what it's
people didn't have a problem in my high school. And nobody became gay when they weren't because of just accepting gay people as people.
Nobody's talking about accepting gay people is going to turn you gay. That is not even a reality that anyone's talking about right now. I promise you that. Now, somebody might question their sexuality around somebody who's gay. But no, when you're talking about kids being talked about this stuff, right, at 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, we're talking about high school. High school is when you actually start around 16, 17, 18. You might then, internally and with your friends and peer pressure, might start questioning it. But it's not the same thing about our kids being talked about this stuff and transgenderism in the school system. Not the same thing, because it didn't happen to us. It didn't happen to me and you.
Maybe you didn't hear the beginning of the conversation, but the fact of being taught tolerance, turning people gay was exactly what the conversation was.
Yeah, like exactly.
So they said in here that hanging out with gay people makes you gay, or can?
No, they said that being taught tolerance and like acceptance would lead to people being kids being influenced and doubting their sexuality.
Can I
clarify that?
in it wrong.
That
It
can't
was
be the case.
does it haven't if
Roll
you
the clip.
push this on kids, right? Is are kids influenced by their peers in the educational system?
Right.
And you
Just to
guys
let you know,
agree, right? And now you're saying, oh, if you hang out with gays, you're going to be gay.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's
no, the
different.
argument was if
I'm really agreeing with anything
There
you're saying because this was
question.
local.
Wait, one sec. Are you guys saying, right? If you need to teach acceptance to a 5-year-old, right? You're under the notion that you need to teach acceptance of like gay or whatever sort of stuff you want to talk about. If you need to teach that to a 5-year-old, it implies that you need to tell them about what the nature of that thing is. So you literally have to expose them to the topic of sex at a younger age in order to teach that acceptance.
No, Risky, that's not right at all.
Gay couples with kids who are going to school at the age of 5, that maybe these kids are seeing them show up to school with 2 dads or 2 moms, and maybe they're getting teased about it. Do you think that's a possibility that exists?
It's definitely a possibility that exists.
So they're not being exposed to
about sex, bro. Still means that they have to talk about sex to 5-year-olds, bro. That's my key point.
No,
They
we're
still
not
have to
talking
talk
about
it.
sex.
You're just justifying it.
There's age-appropriate ways to approach these situations with different age groups. Nobody's telling 5-year-olds what fucking sex positions these people are fucking in. That's not happening.
Yes, it is. Why don't you understand? They have books like that in elementary school teaching fellatio, teaching sexual stuff. There's YouTube videos that moms go on the PTA meetings and they cry and they throw them out. Like, you gotta wake up, man. If you guys don't know this, you have to wake up.
Are they just telling them what oral sex is, or are they discussing how to safely engage in oral sex? Because that's what sex education is.
To people in elementary school need to know how to give fellatio. Are you serious, ma'am?
Where is this on elementary school?
She didn't say anything. Fuck me.
Yeah, this is elementary schools. Yes, elementary schools.
Where?
I posted stuff with mothers confronting the PTA meetings. They give them 2 minutes to talk and then they throw them out. Your kids are being usurped. Do you not understand that?
Oh my God, relax.
Where?
No, it's not to relax. This is a serious
I don't
thing.
see anything within the past few days, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't know exactly. You're ignorant. Learn.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you, dude. Can you like stop with like the tactics and
Okay,
just talk?
please learn. Please learn what your kids in school are being taught today. Please,
Okay,
for
that's
your
not.
for the love
That's
of
just
God.
rhetoric. That's rhetoric. That's not what I'm asking for.
I posted some stuff. What are you asking for? Like, how can I be more specific? They are teaching
I
young
just
kids.
searched from SC Montreal for like the past few days and I didn't see anything. Did you post it in another channel or what's going on?
What's that? Now you're talking about me personally? Wow, I don't get it. What?
Are you deaf? I'm talking about you saying you're posting stuff and I'm saying I searched from SC Montreal and I didn't see anything. Did you post it in another channel?
Oh no, it's in omnipresent text chat.
I'm not seeing it either.
Has links.
Well, let me repost some stuff then. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
My bad. Maybe. Okay, give me a sec. How about this? Can you guys see that?
All right.
Angry mom?
Yeah. I'm making stuff up, guys, and this is like we have to protect our children, man. This is bad.
Yeah, I think the point that's being missed is how this is really a long, gradual process, and it's not going to go from no gender studies in the classroom to a transgender woman telling you like how to kiss a boy. That's not how they're doing this. Like they're slowly introducing it in the media and into the schools. It's like, you know.
Yeah, they're letting they're letting transgender males go into the female locker room and change in the female locker room.
Well,
like,
okay.
Come on.
You don't necessarily have to be supporting that to support people being able to mention gay people in school. And also this example you posted, or at least the first one, I'm going through them. This is a 7th grade book. I don't have a problem with that. That's not elementary school in America.
Really? A 12-year-old? You don't have a problem with that?
No, no. 12-year-olds should. That's when you learn what gay people are. If you're not gay yourself, that's totally normal.
Unbelievable. Yeah, our society is going to go to hell. If you think that your child can be taught in school about sex, it's over. Our civilization is over.
Absolutely at 12. What is what? You didn't.
Yeah, they were teaching us birds and the bees, not you can be, if you're Bob, you can be Alice. They were teaching us different stuff.
Different. That's not sex education. You're conflating two different things.
Yeah, wasn't sex
I'm
ed high
conflating
school?
transgender. Listen,
sex ed
I'm
is often in
conflating.
middle school, depending on where you are.
Yeah, I got taught sex ed in 1988.
Why are you fighting this? Why are you supporting this? It boggles my mind.
High school.
Why are you supporting this?
I'm supporting this because I think kids shouldn't go in blind when they're starting puberty. They're having questions.
London Victoria. The next station is
You're hot miking Schlitz.
Yeah, hold on one sec.
So if we can't agree on this, I'm afraid our civilization is finished.
Oh my God, it'll be fine.
Yeah, with people like you, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, people are going to be different from you. That's one of the things you have to learn when you're an adult.
Civilization.
No, if this woman cannot understand what I'm saying, it's game over. It's game over
I understand what you're saying. I'm just disagreeing. You know, people disagree with you.
I'll raise the case of the civilization collapse. If you drop below 2.1 children per woman, your civilization goes into free fall.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah. Oh my God. What are we gonna do if the women stop having 2-point-whatever children?
I'm not doing it, so you guys are gonna have to find someone else.
Don't worry, your men are going abroad and finding other women. They gave up on you.
Dude,
It's
if they
over.
want to find 13-year-old Filipina girls to marry, I can't stop them. I'm not gonna try. I'll feel bad for the women they shack up with, but that's not my problem.
No, women like you are going to be in their 50s and they're going to have cats around them. They're going to have no men. No one's going to bargain for you, I assure you.
Thank God. Thank God. Thank you for freeing me from expectations.
Essie, you just told me a few minutes ago that when you said women like you, you didn't really mean me, but yet here you are saying it to another woman. What the fuck?
It's any woman
Any
that
woman
disagrees with
Women,
him
yeah,
is a
modern
bad woman.
feminist women like you that don't understand this, yeah, that you are the problem. I'm
Again,
sorry.
I understand. I'm just disagreeing with you. It's very different.
Well, how can you understand? How can you understand grooming a young child in
This isn't
elementary
grooming.
school is okay, and you cannot
We're not
see it and
talking
fight
about
that? How can you?
the examples you selected were middle school children who had started puberty, who are going to be thinking about this shit anyway. You want them to go in blind? That's how you
No,
get
I want
pregnant
the
teenagers.
schools. Listen to what I want, and listen to what parents want, not what you want. What I want and what parents want is the teachers in the school not to teach them about transgenderism, to teach them
That's
math,
different. That's not
science,
sex
and
ed.
history. That's what we want.
Okay, well, that's not sex education, so I guess we're fine.
No, that's not sex education. That's freakaloid education. It's not when a person wants to be a cat, they have mental issues. That should be in the mental issue department, not in the sex education
Talk
department.
straightly, dude. Talk plainly. You don't need to hit me with all the fucking, oh, they're all freaks. Like, okay, how about you just speak plainly and objectively about what you disagree with rather than just like doing this like Republican bullshit.
No, it's not. It's protecting the children bullshit from people like you. I'm sorry, but somebody has to do it.
I'm not an educator, so you don't have to like worry about it. But I also am not. Again, I am not saying that we should necessarily be telling people about like transitioning in middle school. I'm talking about sex education.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about transitioning and talking about. Maybe you should keep up with the topic. I don't know.
No, but you were, yeah, and gay people are included in sex education. That's just part of sex, dude.
We're not talking about gay people. Gay people are normal. They've been part of our society for thousands of years. You're born gay. Okay, that's fine. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about transgenderism. One day you feel like a man, the next day you feel like a woman. Sometimes you feel in between. You're interrupting me while I'm talking, so nobody can hear what we're saying. I know you're very triggered. I understand that.
No, okay, you can call me triggered all you want, but the examples in the chat you posted weren't related to transition. They were related to a book about being gay, being in a 7th grade library.
That's one of them. I can find you other ones. I mean, I have so many of them. That's not the issue. Look, you see, you're trying to skirt the issue again.
Then why did you post it?
You're trying to compartmentalize
You said, I'm going
the
to show you
issue.
examples, and then you showed me an example, and I'm addressing that, and you're saying that's not what you're talking about. So what's going on here?
So you okay? If I find you one from grade school, what are you going to say?
I guess we can discuss that then. But that's not what you showed me.
So you're saying now, what you're saying now is because me, a guy on the internet, did not produce you a video specifically about grade school, grade 7, 1 year more. That's okay with you. This is how you chose.
No, what are you
Why
talking
do you always
about?
interrupt, man? Do you have a tick
you're
issue?
insane.
Are you lacking vitamin C or something?
No, I take vitamin C every day.
Okay, so be quiet when other people talk, man.
Then why are you being nonsensical?
Yeah, be quiet.
Why are you interrupting constantly?
Be quiet,
Why are you being nonsensical? You're repeating false notions of what I'm saying.
Right, I can repeat it all day long. Does that give you a right to interrupt me?
Okay, go ahead. I won't interrupt you. Say whatever bullshit you were going to say.
You see, you just said I was going to say bullshit. No,
Yeah.
I'm allowed
to say that.
Bullshit,
I'm allowed
right?
to say that.
Unbelievable, man.
Okay, well,
if
if you're
you
not
are
going
the
to say
women
what
of
you're
the
going to
future,
say.
we are doomed. We are just doomed,
Okay,
man.
that's rhetoric.
That's rhetoric.
You
This
keep
woman will
prodding
be
her,
alone
and she's going to
forever.
continue fucking with you, man. Get on with
I'm not even dude, that's the crazy. I'm not. This isn't even my fucking with people mode. I'm being completely straight right now. And I know he's a flat earther.
No,
but
I'm
holy shit.
addressing SE is poking at you too. Y'all need to get on with the conversation and quit poking at each other.
We're not, well, that's good advice. Let's keep on the conversation. Please don't interrupt me, so I won't have to get excited and say anything. Can you do that?
Okay, try to relax, I guess.
I have a point. I see. They're not forcing all 7th graders to read about hand jobs. It's just if you want to take that book out of the library, it is there.
Listen, my point is your children, our children in Canada and the West, America, are being groomed by these sick individuals, a woke movement. If you don't understand and see that, there is going to be big problems in our world.
Essie,
I disagree.
So let's look at that picture. Okay, I'll wait. Yeah.
Wait. He just made a claim about grooming. Show me evidence for grooming. So far, you didn't.
That's what I'm going to talk about. You got to picture this. You got a teacher in a school full of other teachers, other adults, the administrative staff, principal, the boss. You think that all of these adults are going to get together and conspire to promote this type of activity in the classroom?
Just stay dumb, man. Just stay dumb.
I got the evidence right here, bro.
Grooming.
Look
I'm
at the
sorry,
chat.
but grooming isn't talking about trends. Grooming is something else. You cannot just use grooming and
look at the
say
pictures lying posted.
freely.
Look at
the pictures lying posted. This is what's happening in your schools, man.
That's not in a school.
Like, wake the fuck
That
up,
is
man.
that is in a
Wake the
school.
fuck
Yes,
up.
it is.
Show me what school that's having drag queen
Yes,
story
so
time.
a few years back, they had drag queen story time at libraries and at schools.
That's in Christian
all
Bible
across the
school.
country. All across the country.
Yeah.
Can you show me?
There
I
was
don't care about a library having it, but we're
kickback on the
discussing
media
schools.
too. Nah, there was a huge kickback because one of the trans went into a kid's library and then went to cross his legs and he wasn't wearing underwear. And there was so much backlash on the school. So to pretend this shit isn't happening, I mean, you're just burying your head in the sand.
Okay, can we
point.
have like?
You got to acknowledge it.
Can we talk about what we're
they won't
actually
acknowledge
talking
it.
about and stop jumping around?
But the thing is, it is
it's
not
unbelievable. We show you thing after thing.
Being a man in drag, read a book, is grooming a child into homosexuality. Is that the claim?
That's what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay,
no,
I heard an
first,
absolutely.
hold on.
I heard an absolutely.
No, hold on. First, SC brought up the idea that they had these books showing sex education, fellatio,
You
and
said
all that.
specifically in elementary school, and
Yes,
that was
and he and at seventh grade wasn't enough for you. You justified
that's not
seventh grade,
elementary
even though it's
school.
just one. Even though it's just one grade above sixth grade, fifth grade, you still justified that. So you keep moving the goalposts. It's not all the evidence that we're bringing forth right now. You're like, oh well, how do we know that's school? And I said it's school and library. Well, library's okay.
You just said
You
it.
just keep
you just said
keep
it with
moving
your
the
words.
goalposts. You keep moving the goalposts.
That's not a
Go ahead.
goalpost move. That's not what that is.
No. Jesse took a book from the library and presented it as if it's a textbook and there's a class on transgender, and that's the thing. There's a, I don't know. It's not such a fine line for me that some things should be left to the parents and at home, like religion and politics. All of this sexuality and transgender. I think if they're going to do that, they would need to send a note home and ask if it's okay by the parent.
Well, Left Lane, let me
They're
ask you a
hiding
question.
it in certain circumstances.
Religion and politics. You said religion and politics should be left to the parents. Do you think it's okay to teach U.S. government or civics to kids?
Oh well, yeah. What it is, you have to do that. This is what democracy is. This is a Republican, and blah blah blah. Your civics is a great classroom. I think it's pertinent. You just don't need to teach it with a bias. You don't need to try to convert children from their, this parents are Republicans and you want them to be Democrats.
I 1000% agree with you. So do you think it's okay to teach people that trans people exist, that gay families exist, without having to teach kids that they have to be gay or encourage them to be doubtful of their own sexuality, for example?
Yeah. There is a line there for sure that, and I think if children that aren't aware of what's going on and stuff, maybe they live in the woods or something, but see, you get into this, and it gets so blurry and what's going on. And we take like one incident where, which was totally egregious, absolutely unacceptable. And then you try to apply that across the country from one event, that's I don't think that's a fair approach either.
Sure. But do you think
Yes, you should tell your child that a lot of people are very confused.
Or that some people are just different
No, they're confused.
or different. That would be like a mature, healthy way to bring up your child.
No, they're
rather than
mentally
saying,
ill.
Also-
Say
they're
the truth.
confused.
They're mentally
Yes.
Those
ill.
freaks soul.
Yes, and also degenerates will
What is-
also make excuses to continue to be degenerates.
Well, I'm not a fascist.
Clearly
so I
have
don't
no
use
kids.
that word, but degenerate. Ugh.
And
Relax.
this is getting ugly. It's getting way too fucking ugly.
It's been ugly for
What
like the past 10
words?
minutes.
Words are ugly. I'm confused.
Yeah, you're ugly.
You misuse them.
Stop looking in the mirror.
Why? Because people are confused.
How are you
The
confused?
problem is
Like,
that
how
the
is it
things
like
that
a
are
gay
being
degenerates.
seen. Hold on. The
So
problem is that
how
things that we see- Yeah, I'm in the middle of trying to say something, dude.
Yeah,
The problem is
but
that, like, when
I'm
we see
talking to
things
him.
in
You
the
just started talking
classroom,
about something.
that they
Listen.
have.
So how are
That's a problem.
confused
And then everybody's
degenerates
compliant as these
ugly?
teachers come through and they bring
How are gay
they bring
people
their
ugly?
own
Okay.
curriculum. No, I'm just trying to make a point. The teachers bring their own curriculum. That's not part of the actual, Board of Education's curriculum.
Yeah, that would be an agenda.
Yeah, they're
Yet
hanging up
again-
rainbows around the classroom and all that kind of stuff. I mean,
Yet again, it is not part of the official curriculum. And yes, there will always
school's
be
not stopping
stupid.
them, so it might as well.
There will always be people doing different things, and they will get punished and removed. There are people teaching flat Earth and getting fired. Why aren't you talking about that?
Because silence
Not
is
as-
compliance.
as-
And
There-
you're watching,
there is-
you're watching the
there
teachers
is
bring this
TikTokers,
teams into the.
there is-
Why are you talking through my answer?
Yeah, let him finish, Agent. Let him talk.
Yeah, there's a curriculum, right? All these gender studies. Actually, there is curriculums that have gender studies in them. But when the teacher goes ahead and they decorate their whole classroom, like, with these like trans ideologies, and the school board
Right.
does nothing about it, it might as well be the curriculum.
I think they're just trying to make like different students feel more comfortable in the classroom, but I guess I could be wrong. Who knows?
Yeah.
Confused.
No, they should be uncomfortable
so-
claiming to be a man if they're a woman, or a woman if they're a man. They should feel uncomfortable.
So one
Yeah, we should make
lesson
kids feel
about the
uncomfortable for being different. That's really conducive to them learning.
So if one person is uncomfortable, we have to make the whole other class go with them and teach them crazy things. So the other, you don't know what you're saying. I mean, you lost your way. For real.
You can disagree with me.
teaching
You
insanity.
can disagree with me, and that's okay.
So
Yeah,
can I ask a
We're
question?
trying to please the 1% by like hurting the 99%.
I don't think putting up the trans
Well,
flag is
no.
hurting the 99%.
That is
not
what
hurting
you're doing when
anybody.
you're trying to teach the other children
No.
those ideologies, which are kind of messed up.
Nope, that's
And
not hurting them at all.
0.2% of the population actually has gender dysphoria. The rest have schizophrenia or multiple personality disorder.
It's
That's
the absolute wrong time to be
Multiple
introducing these
personalities
ideas
aren't
to
real,
kids.
but
They're so,
yeah, it
they're so
is.
susceptible to these random.
can you show me like any clinical trial or study of people with multiple personalities?
Why are we making an argument for it is the school's
Don't bring my wife
responsibility
into
to
this.
teach children? No, I wasn't talking. It's cool. Why is
Sorry.
it the school's responsibility to teach kids about sex? Like,
Alright.
why is that not
Straight
like
up, I
between
love
the
that.
parents
Thank
and the
you.
family? But
Thank you.
instead, it's
I
like,
like
no,
that.
Because
we
parents are shit
must.
at teaching, so other people have to take over to make kids smart.
I mean,
So you don't think it should be the parents' responsibility to teach their kids about
It
sex?
is. You don't have to send them to
So are we
school.
like
Right, so we
removing
don't
that
need
part
it
of
in the
anatomy
schools then.
classes? How
Well,
far
we
do you
do
want
need
this
it in
not
the
teaching the
School,
kids
school's an
about sex
option
to
to help make
go?
you smarter.
What is that's
anatomy
not?
and
You're not answering the
sexual
question
intercourse
though.
are two separate topics.
Yo,
If you don't like the curriculum,
Can I
just
read
don't go
something?
to school. It's simple.
No, that's not an answer though. That's just running from the
Of course
question.
it is.
You
You're
can
complaining, and you probably haven't even got any kids in school.
classes. If you're a parent, you can opt out your child from sex ed classes. Most
How about
parents
the-
just don't though.
No, you can't. They don't even allow them to talk in the PTA meetings. Did you see the stuff I posted?
Yeah, dude, I
Yeah,
watched
because
one
that wasn't
They
yesterday.
don't
they
even
weren't
let.
talking about sex ed. They were talking about school, the libraries that and the books they were holding, dude.
My God, man. My God.
This is the
It's
examples
beyond
you
bad.
posted.
I thought there was
I don't
hope,
know
but
why you're
listening
so
to you,
upset.
it's beyond. Like you're finished, man. America's
Okay,
done.
that's cool, but that's what you posted. Those were the
Yo, let
examples
me get in
you
real quick.
listed.
And she
Yo, so
did talk, by the way.
the DEI is getting slashed in America, thank God. But they
Okay.
were teaching critical race theory, diversification, equity, and inclusion, and that would include all types of transgender, the whole list, dude. LGBTQZ, whatever, dude.
Can you define critical
And
race theory?
before a person
Yeah, I'm
has
just telling you that this
tournaments
was part of the curriculum. Now it's getting slashed.
I cannot let that
before
lie stand.
before
Critical
people
race
have
theory is a
before people
college
have
level
oh
course.
my God.
Oh my
Before
God,
people have
indeed. Can I get my point out
before
first?
people have
You're not
discernment,
gonna let me
they should
talk.
not
I'm
be
not allowed
taught
to talk.
like critical race theory. Before they can make their own decisions about what's right and wrong, they should not be taught things like critical race theory.
What is
Period.
critical race theory?
Theory is a college level course taught mostly for law students. Nobody is teaching it in K through 12.
That's
Never
a lie. I've
You know,
seen
when I was
videos
growing up
of
in
school
elementary
meetings
school,
being upset
they
for
wheeled
having
out
taught this information to K
they
through
wheeled
12.
out the TV, and we watched Our Friend Martin a couple times, right? Like once a year, I think, for MLK Day or whatever. Was that critical race theory because we learned about like the institutionalized racism in the country that existed at the time, or was that okay?
You don't
There's
even know what critical race theory is
Yeah,
about,
I've been
do you?
asking. I've asked twice now. Can someone please
Why are you
define
talking
critical
about
race
it if
theory
you
to
don't know what the
me?
fuck it's about?
You can
I'm
just go to the
asking.
curriculum.
Can anyone define
You
it
can
for
go to the
me?
curriculum. You can go to the curriculum.
Identify.
Critical race theory.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
not talking
identify
about. Listen, there's a difference between teaching slavery in America and then teaching that white people are the reason that slavery exists. It's two different things.
Where
I
are
don't. I
we?
do not know. I did. Hold on, guys. I don't know the correct definition for critical race theory. I've heard it talked about a lot. I've never looked it up. What is? Does someone have the definition?
I'm looking it up right now. I got you.
But I wasn't even
got
trying
you.
to get into that. That
I'll
was
look it
just
up.
on the list of things that are being taught
You
to
mentioned
our
it.
children without
Yeah,
the
but-
parents' consent. And then when the parents go to the parent
not.
teacher conferences to protest, they get kicked out because this comes
but-
down from the state.
This
This,
is probably
this
sound
comes down from the
definition,
UN. This
critical
is
race theory.
you got to understand that this is coming down from the UN through the politicians. It's not something
Yeah,
that the parents just came up
The
with
United
overnight.
Nations.
We can't
Yes,
talk
the
about it
United
if we don't know
Nations,
what
yes.
it is.
Yes, there's a
The
it's UN
United
You
objective.
still don't know what it is?
So
Hey, if you
does
don't
anybody
believe me,
want to
listen to your president. I posted something your president
No,
sent.
don't
If you don't
forget
believe me,
come on,
listen
guys.
to the
Come on,
pres.
guys. Get on point. I asked for a definition. Can we get to that?
Yeah, before
got it, right
can I
in front of
finish
me.
what I was saying though? Because I didn't even get the finish for real.
Yeah, I'm
So-
after Lime definition.
This is from the NIH website, right? I have here comparative data of childhood and adolescent molestation, heterosexual and homosexual people. Now, in this study, they interviewed 942 homosexuals,
Oh boy.
men and women. It says here there was a significantly higher rate of childhood molestation in homosexuals than in heterosexuals. 46%.
Is that
40.
an
Hold
answer
on.
to any question
for
that
him
was
to
asked
finish.
in the past
It says
5
here, out of
minutes?
942 non-clinical adult participants,
Okay,
Don't
quiet.
interrupt, guys. Come on.
it
Wait
says
for him to finish.
Okay, shut up, dude.
It says 46% of homosexual men, and that's just the ones that admitted to being molested when they were children, compared to 7% of heterosexual people.
So what question within the past 5 minutes does this answer?
You were saying that this was normal, right? There's no evidence that this is not normal, that this should be, and I'm showing you that, there is evidence that this is twisted. This is a perverted mental state. And the reason that it manifests is because of molestation that occurred early on.
Okay, that's not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a way you could interpret those statistics, but that's not what anyone was talking about at the time. I'm still waiting on a critical
back
race
to the
theory
definition
definition.
of critical race theory.
I posted
Yeah.
you one in the chat. I posted you one in the chat still.
All right.
Oh, you got it? Well, this is Britannica that I've got.
Kind of insane that
Critical
it took
race
that
theory,
long, but
intellectual and social movement and loosely organized framework of legal analysis based on the premise that race is not a natural biological grounded feature of physical distinct subgroups of human beings, but is socially constructed, culturally invented, categorically that it is used to oppress and exploit people of color.
Yes, legal.
However, it is found in nature. Monkeys are racist against monkeys. Lions are racist against lions. And tigers. Like, dude, this is a very natural thing. I don't know what people are talking about.
You think black people and white people are like lions and tigers?
No, I think we're all mammals, though.
They're entirely different
I mean,
animals.
yeah, but what? We're not different species,
You
dude.
think monkeys are racist against lions?
Do it like mammals, so they do it like they do.
Zootopia really baked a lot of brains, dude.
But either way, racism it's not a cultural thing. It's been happening since way before there was any of the things they're talking about, like before we even knew what legal analysis based on the premise of race is not like before we even knew any of that, before we had the word biology in place. Like,
that doesn't mean it's not a cultural thing, dude. Racism is different from culture to culture. It's not a unilateral distribution of bias against certain people.
Fuck you. You're not my color, so fuck you.
Okay, that's fine, but like that's not what.
In every culture, it's always been the same thing. So why are you laughing and thinking it's ridiculous?
That's not but racism has not been the same iteration of racism in every culture. What are you talking about?
Okay, give me all the iterations of racism.
Correctly?
Sure. So,
Didn't they say race is a cultural thing?
like the racialization of Muslims and Hindus and how they have had conflicts for like hundreds of years. That's not the same racism as American racism, right?
That's not racism.
We kind of have a class system today. With the way you have the lower class citizens, the upper class police officers, and the even more upper class government. Because it used to be that we were supposed to have created and controlled the government in a constitutional republic, but it has been turned into a corporate oligarchy, capitalistic, whatever it is now. And I'm not saying any one of those necessarily is bad, but when you put them all together in the manner with the people that are in, but like, I don't know. I think it's a lot of hullabaloo. I'm not trying to change your mind.
Okay.
I'm flabbergasted, like that this is even an issue, like especially to women. It really boggles my mind.
It's called
Yeah,
progress.
if you have to explain to a woman why you have to protect a child, our civilization is over as we know it.
Okay, I get you're triggered. See how that works? Now I can call you triggered.
I'm not
'cause all you're
triggered. I'm
doing is
very
being
calm, actually. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you.
You're just doing emotionalized rhetoric.
It's not emotional. If you don't understand that you have to protect your children in school from these freaks, it's game over for our civilization. It's just a fact.
You guys ever heard the term?
No, I think that we should go back to the old school style of schooling, which is homeschool. And I know there's problems with that, but I think there's almost as many problems with the public school system. But I mean, you could separate the boys and the girls because it actually causes a shitload of distraction.
I would agree with that.
All I did in high school was stare at the girls because I was young and just wanted to.
There's like
I just wanted
actual
to
like.
talk to them. I didn't even have the confidence to do that. So like I don't know. There's things that could be done.
There's empirical evidence backing up that girls learn better in girl-only environments because there's less boys fucking shit up. So I agree with that, but.
Why don't we
because there's less distraction.
not to stare at girls and think of girls as sexual objects from an early age? That could be a solution to that too.
Man, hold on. Are you trying to say that people shouldn't be natural?
That's not natural. That's not what she's talking about.
Yeah, we're talking children. The same children you were worried about were being taught too much sex stuff. You're not worried.
I'm not worried about children.
Yeah.
I was
So you
talking
teach them
about
sex
high school
stuff.
age, not child age, but I do get what you mean.
You're teaching them sex stuff, and then you're wondering why they're sexualizing the opposite sex.
That's not what
do you
we're
not
talking
get that?
about.
Well, that's what you're saying. They shouldn't sexualize the opposite sex, and then you're like a proponent for, hey, let's teach this shit about sex. They need to know, and then when they act on what they learn, you're like, no, that's not good. Well, what the fuck?
Okay, anyway,
Make up
what
your
Coco
mind.
said, my issue with that is the fact that if you're relying on the school to like tell boys, okay, you need to stop like skirt flipping or whatever, or just stop like grabbing the female students or whatever. You're still allowing that, like they still have to do that to learn to not do that. So you're letting the girl students be traumatized as a result. Like you're letting them be buffer zones for sexual violence
What's
when
going
they
on?
they
What
can
are
just
we-
avoid it all
What are we talking
entirely.
about now?
Parents,
How did this go that route?
I don't know,
I don't
dude. They want to continue to victimize themselves now. Now they're
No,
trying to-
I'm actually I'm talking about avoiding the victimization. Actually, if you paid attention.
So what are you saying? Like in sex ed, we should be teaching chivalrous behavior. Is that kind of what you're?
I think it's normal behavior to not grab your female peers. I don't think it's necessarily chivalrous. Chivalry is like doing the extra manners. I think it's normal to not grab your peers, personally.
All right, gentlemen behavior.
No,
Normal
in my
behavior.
experience,
Where
hold
do you
on.
get
In my experience, hold on. In my experience in elementary school, when girls liked you, they pulled your hair.
I experienced the exact
And
opposite.
slap you.
Where do you
Yeah,
where
they
do you draw
slap
your
you.
where do you draw your lines like for morality? Why is like one thing okay and the
Keep
other
your
thing not?
hands off your peers.
Yeah, the girl should have kept her hands off me, not pulled my hair.
No,
Sure.
man.
Yeah,
No,
obviously it would
everybody
go
knows
both ways.
it.
I'm not sure why you would
That goes.
generalize.
A very poignant topic.
That's a natural
Left
thing
lane,
that
I'm after you,
happens
left
when
lane.
women are girls are like when they like a boy. That's one of the ways they try to get their attention, although it doesn't
Oh, so
seem
it's okay for them to
appropriate.
touch
But yeah, they
us.
do.
Even more reason.
Yeah,
for
but now you're
sex
making an
education
argument
to
right
point
against
out.
their logic, right? That
This
goes
brings
completely
up-
against the logic that they're
Real quick,
promoting.
This brings up how when a man goes and hits on a woman in public as adults, that oftentimes he's the creep, he's the weirdo. But if the same situation happens with a woman hitting on a man, he's like, "What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Like, don't you want to get laid? Like, what's wrong? You're supposed to be like this."
We
this
should totally work
thing."
on that.
Yeah,
You know
and
what I mean?
that's
Like,
all
this is a very, very real thing that goes on, and like some men want to be the good guy, you know, and like I don't know, interesting,
Can we talk
interesting. Is
about
all I'm
that?
saying.
I
That
just
is
want
all
segregated
decided
schools.
by men. Right? A woman doesn't say that a woman being creepy to a man isn't creepy. A man is the one that says, "Oh, dude, why did you say she was creepy? A woman was hitting on you."
That's true.
No,
That
this
is true.
if you look at the videos, you get it from both sides, men and women, women.
It's mostly,
Or-
I mean, in my personal experience, it's mostly men that deride other men for like not just fucking everything they see. I don't know why. I'm not going to
Either
pretend
way,
to
well,
understand
that's
why.
social programming. It's what's taught in movies, basically.
Yeah, you guys got to like tamp on that shit. I guess I don't know. I can't change you.
Of Hollywood,
Yeah.
which is owned by, well, never mind.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was at every opportunity. Yes.
See, they done change the woman, what a woman is, right? This is how they did all this, right? This is why we have these aggressive, yelling women now.
Oh
They
my
changed our
God.
society, man, through women's lib.
Women have always been like this, by
It's
the way.
fascinating,
Have you
but
guys ever heard
it's scary.
Yelling.
Women have always been
Have you
like
guys
this.
ever heard of the hold on? Have you guys ever heard of the term being turned out?
Yes.
What do you think that means?
Hey,
Getting
yo.
fucked a lot. Or prostituted, depending
When
on the
somebody
context.
turns you out, what's that mean?
It means being prostituted. I just said it.
No, that not just. I mean, not where I'm from.
Well, where I'm from,
Sorry.
Detroit, if you say someone's getting turned out, it means they're getting prostituted. They're getting
Alright,
pimped
well-
out.
For me, it means that they're being turned into a deviant.
Maybe
It can,
means
yeah,
something
it can lean
different
that
where-
way, but usually when you're turned out, it means when you go against your nature. When somebody made you go against your nature,
Oh,
you know, you had a
I've never heard that.
teacher, an uncle, an older cousin turn you out. You know,
So then,
so
for hundreds and hundreds
must
of
be some
years,
southern shit.
people have
I've never
been
heard of that.
turning out women because women have been forced to fit in a box that men wanted them to fit into, when actually women have over millennia taken care of the families, the households, made decisions, were loud, were aggressive because they had to be while the men were out to work. But for some reason, y'all just want quiet, submissive women now that
They want
you
big
can live
maids, dude.
around.
absolutely.
Too much
That-
fucking
That is your
meat.
nature. That is
And
your
then when they
role.
get mad that they don't get it, they go on shooting sprees.
tricked.
Yep.
No, what I
That is
want.
your
What I
nature as a
want.
woman. You've been
No.
tricked to
I
think
wanna-
otherwise.
No.
Nope.
I want a woman that
disagree with that
fights
one,
me
Nature.
Not doing that.
every
Not gonna
step
bow.
of the way. That's what I
Nature.
want. that wants
Listen,
to be the
the
man
thing
in the
is, if we
relationship.
actually
That's
look
what I
at
want.
medieval times, we look at the women who are wealthy enough to be literate, we look at the journals they kept, the letters they sent to one another, the number one like reoccurring emotion is discontent because they don't like how men look down on them. This dates back to the 1500s, so I don't know how else to illustrate that women were always like they are now. You just
Well, that's
didn't
not
see
true.
it.
You're absolutely wrong. You say back
I
1500. I say back 2,000
show
years
it.
ago, the first school was
Okay.
built by the Greeks for women.
If I wanted a man, I'd just be with a man.
Men have been
Okay, well
turned
then do
out,
that
it
then,
seems.
dude.
Men are
Remember,
now
isn't that
complaining
kind of
about,
the reality of it,
complaining
though?
about women
Complaining,
instead of
like-
dating them.
Yeah, what are you
Fine, you're
talking?
gay,
Why
remember?
can't we complain about women and date women? Like that's just.
I mean,
sound
it's
I
like
just
don't know
like
what else to
you
tell you.
sound
We're
like
not gonna go
incels.
back
That's
to
what I'm
being
trying to
like
tell you.
Stepford wives. That's not gonna happen. Not in our lifetime. Wait a few generations for men to like get really violent again, I guess. But like right now, that's
Maybe
not
you
gonna happen.
won't.
I could talk like this, Dawn. I could talk like this with women that will agree with me when I'm on a first date with them. Like you,
Well,
you
some
understand
women are
that?
cooked. Some women are cooked.
I'm not talking
Yeah,
about
you.
you, Rega. I'm talking about them. They
That's
sound like
I'm being
incels.
cooked by standing up for myself and not just bowing to you. Okay, cool.
You don't need to bow to
No,
anyone, my
I'd
dear,
say
but-
cooked on your prior beliefs.
What
yeah,
are my
like how
prior
you
beliefs?
view like how kids should be influenced in with sex ed.
I think
just-
women. I
yeah.
mean, I think children should be allowed to know what gay people are. Yes.
Right. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
no law
not a
on what
secret.
book you're allowed to read.
So,
You
like,
can
when
go
you
to
say
the
that they
library and
know
get whatever
what-
book you want. It's called freedom.
When you
Yeah,
say-
but it's your
when you say
belief
you
of
know-
the
They
government.
know what gay people are, though. When you say that they know what gay people are, what do you mean by that?
Don't.
I think. What do you
it's
mean?
simple,
What do
man.
I mean by that? It's exactly what it
You
says on
said
the
that
tin.
kids should know what gay people are. And,
I
like,
think kids should
this
be
is
allowed
kind
to
of
know
part
what
of the
gay people are.
conversation.
Yes.
Why
So, like,
do you want to
what do you,
occult
how do you think that they would
homosexuality?
understand? Pardon?
Why do you want to occult homosexuality?
I just don't think you should be teaching it to kids because it's just like there's a
We're-
maturity
How
we're
would
level.
it be
great.
taught to
About
children?
12 or 13 is the right age to tell them about it. That's reasonable.
No, I disagree.
Literally, it could be
I would
just as simple
disagree.
as like a definition in a textbook of what homosexuality and bisexuality are. That's
This
like
is
all
this
I'm
is why you
talking
should
about.
this is why you should get it out of the schools. Like personally, this is my sort of contention with it. Just get it out of the schools. That way, it's just like left within the parents.
So
it's
you
their
can get to
responsibility to
16
go
and
like
know nothing
go through
about
this.
sex.
I agree.
I would teach
just
him.
like wait, one sec, dude, Dawn. Like, just think about this for a sec. Are you implying that the only way a kid can learn anything is at school? Like, they can't learn anything from their parents?
When would you tell your kid about gay sex? I'm asking.
I
then I would
wouldn't
say-
actually know. I would look for like cues about like questions that they're asking at the time, right? Presuming I have a pretty decent, strong relationship with the child, and I can see they're going through a process. That's
What if they got
that's
to
what I would
14
wait
and
for.
they
I
haven't
wouldn't just
asked
say
any
like,
questions?
"Oh shit, you turned 5 this year. Shit, now it's time to talk about the birds and the bees and the gays and
Where is that
all the other
happening?
stuff."
Well, it's 12. For 7th grade, they're allowed to read about sex. That's literally all the evidence that's been given.
Okay, yeah, but like the point I was making is like you can learn outside of the school, right? Like, why does it have to be in the school? Why can't we just sort of say that, hey, maybe the school's not a fit place to actually be dealing with this?
Why
Given
not?
all the
Because it's free and you get to learn a lot in a small amount of time. That's why it's good.
Yeah, well,
So,
you should know, man. Like any product
I
that's
learned
free, you
nothing
are the
from
product
school.
that's being sold.
so can I please go
I'd
back?
rather be stupid.
It'll
than
take me just in a minute. Let me please just go back to the fact that schools don't teach you how to be gay. They just teach you that it's okay that there are gay people in the world and you don't have to hate them.
Yeah, but the issue is then that you have to teach like that kid what it is to be gay. And as I was just asking Stella
No.
before,
Good
You
information,
can
right?
summarize that in like a sentence, like a very unexplicit sentence, dude. You don't
So
have
they
to
can
like
find out
go
if
into
they
the
are or not.
nitty gritty
It's
of
good
anal
information.
sex.
Aren't you
What, you
glad you
reckon
know
they're
that
not
you're
gonna
not
ask you a couple more
homosexual, Rick?
questions?
Aren't you glad that you
How do
know
I know?
what a gay is?
Yeah,
and
but
you
in
know
a
that that's
classroom,
not
once you
you.
start
and
explaining
you're
what these
Like,
words
just
actually
know-
mean,
You just know,
you're
bro.
doomed once you have to explain what it means. It's over.
What?
I found one in kindergarten
Man
that
who is
Coco was
exclusively
asking.
attracted to other men. Wow, that's really hard to explain.
No, okay. What do you mean by attracted? It means that they want to kiss and have sex. Like once you have to act like you have kids asking questions. You know what the kinds of questions kids ask in classrooms?
I mean, yeah,
What's
I
wrong
was
with
one
them?
at one
What's
point.
wrong with saying yes? Some men like to kiss men. What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't
I
know
would
what
say,
you
Raj.
educating them on. That's not.
Should schools?
That's
Should
literally.
schools?
Please, do you tell a 5-year-old that straight parents, mommies and daddies, have sex and stuff? Or do you just tell them that they're a mommy and a daddy that have kids? Like, what do you tell them?
At that age, nothing. At 5 years old, which kid did you even know what your private parts were? For they were just to go to pee-pee, right? What are you talking about? Listen to what you're saying.
That's what she's saying. That's literally what she is saying, dude. Pay
So
attention.
Clearly has no kids.
Couple, then you just say it's a daddy and a daddy who have kids. You don't go into all the sex stuff. That would be gross.
Okay, we agree on that. Yeah, but they're not doing that in school.
But then you're implying that a daddy and a daddy can have kids, which is just like, I mean, it defies your
You
scientific
don't
logic.
have to. You can just
Yeah, but
say
then you
maybe they
plant the
adopted.
seed. Yeah, but you're planting a seed in your kid's head, then you're not answering any of the questions that develop, right? Because that seed's
why do you
just going to
think-
sprout a whole bunch of questions, and
Yeah,
then
that's what
Don't
raising a
answer
kid
those
is.
questions, so then they're going
Well,
to get
I mean,
along with their other friends and start questioning what they
Maybe
heard
they
from
could
their
also
parents.
ask their parents those questions, and they could have a dialogue about it. That's what
All right,
raising
so
a
it
kid
is good to talk about that with them at that,
You go.
I mean,
at
sure,
that
if they
age.
have
Then.
questions, are you just going to say, stop asking me?
How
At 5 years old?
if it was straight
We were
parents?
talking about a 12-year-old, but okay.
Like,
Oh, 12-year-olds? Yeah, all right.
I said 5 by mistake. That was
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like,
But I mean, I
talking
don't
to
think a
5-year-olds about
5-year-old would
sex.
ask very explicit questions, just
How
personally, because I live
do
with a
you
5-year-old.
go? If it's straight parents, how far do you go talking about all the sex stuff and whatnot? You go the same you would do if it's gay parents. So why are you acting like people are teaching about being gay and any more than they teach about being straight? Like it's just so odd that you think this.
Did you have sex ed in school? Because I had sex ed in school. I know what they teach, and if they flip that around for the opposite sex, yeah, they're talking about sex and how men have sex. That's the only outcome, because that's what sex ed is. So I don't even know if you've ever
but at
had
what
sex
age?
ed.
So you learned how to have sex,
age of-
like learned the missionary position and the tantric
Freshman year in high school.
and
Yes.
stuff like that.
Yes, freshman year in high school. Yes.
That is not what I learned in sex ed. I learned what the parts were, where they go, what happens if you get
Well,
pregnant.
we had a diagram.
Your
We had a
period.
diagram. And then we were taught about condoms, how to put a condom on, fellatio. Yep. We talked about all that.
Is anybody here talking from the perspective of having the experience of having children in education today, and what the impact is on them, or are you just talking from your perspective of when you were at school and how it
I mean,
affected
the
you and the
8-year-old,
education you had?
okay, I live with some children. The 8-year-old already came home like first grade, like a year ago, right? Already came home asking what are gay people, because the kids were already talking about gay people. So that they aren't old enough to get sex ed yet, but that's an example of like,
Yeah, but
kids are going to
they're
have
not
these
necessarily
questions.
getting that from school, are they? You know, you get.
I
a
mean,
lot
they're getting
from
it from the
your
kids
peers.
at school, but
Yeah, you get a lot from your peers, and now we have a generation of the digital children. We're also getting a lot of information from the internet, from their devices, and images, and suggested role models that they should follow
Yes.
or should be sexual. What's the word?
So what you're saying is it's not just school.
Object.
It's not
It's
just
not
school. It's
well.
culture.
School. It's different in America. I think in America that teachers can devise their own curriculum, whereas in the UK they have a national curriculum that they have to follow. There's guidelines they have to follow, and certain things they have to
Did you see
follow.
the thing I posted, Elder Bear, when
I did, yes.
the
Yeah, I did.
police? Hold on,
You know,
guys, please. This is important.
I posted some
The
UK
police
stuff
showed up
too.
in England, and they wanted to arrest a young man because he didn't accept transgender in his class.
Yeah, I mean,
Did you see what I posted?
don't know if it, yeah, I don't know it personally. I don't have any experience of that myself.
It was the teacher. They
Yeah,
banned.
that's going on. You know, I just know that the children are. You know, I didn't have it when I was a kid. probably a lot of you didn't have it when you were kids that were being instructed by. I mean, the kids are spending hours on devices. We're all spending hours on devices, and lots of images and role models, possible role models are being sold to the kids. They're just taking it.
Definitely.
They're not necessarily being, using any critical thinking or logic. It's just conditioning, like all the stuff you came here to talk about, globe or flat or whatever. It's just conditioning until you kind of get to a point of asking some logical question about it. So, yes, education is teaching those things. My neighbor who works in a local school, and I said, I've heard people, saying that kids are kind of arriving at school and identifying as cats and stuff. She said, yeah, got one in my school. She lives up the road, goes to a school up the road, and they have to relate to this child as a cat. So all right, that's not me. That's hearsay from the neighbor, but that goes on. But the children are impacted a lot by media, by the devices and the things, and the roles that they are being given to to imagine being. I never had that. Probably a lot of people didn't have that here. But, the whole kind of sexualization of children, from the internet, it seems to me is kind of a porn-based thing.
Yes.
Where guys
do you agree that's more than the school
slapping their
problem?
ass and being aggressive to the women, and it's that's what I see. I mean, my daughter came home. She's 11, the youngest. She came home the other day, and we were talking about just generally about some stuff. And she said, "Hey, just to change the subject," she said, "but I said, well, you always do." She said, "Well, so I just noticed that all the books we've got at school, they've either got one black person in or somebody in a wheelchair." She said, "All the books have just got those images, I didn't trigger it. It came from her. I said, wow, that's interesting. That's what you're being shown as society. Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, conditioning happens.
So,
Somebody wants it to be done. It's the curriculum says the teachers must show it. My other daughter, when I went to her, I mean, my experience is that when the kids go to high school, you lose them. Because they go on a bus and they're gone. I don't go to the playground anymore. I don't see the parents. I don't see the other kids they're hanging with or anything. Just lost. They're gone. And then there's a separation between what I learned at school and what they're learning, the methods. So if I try to help with some maths, then it's a whole different system. They kind of push against me, going, no, we don't do it that way. No. And it becomes this kind of distance. But I went to a parents' evening and looked around the school, and gender was very much on display on the walls, on posters on the walls. It was quite a big thing. I noticed and thought, wow, I didn't realize it was like this. Kids with pronoun badges on, and it's very much something the kids were aware of that I didn't know anything about.
Yeah, we're getting
you listening, lady?
Yeah, can I talk about the video that SC Montreal posted? Because you said something about someone getting taken to prison that I think you posted the wrong video. But this video was also the one titled Teachers Talk About Gender Identity. This is a kindergarten teacher that was brought 2 books by one of her students, and she read them out, and now the moms are this wasn't like, oh, it's the curriculum, oh, the teacher wants to train the kids. The kindergarten teacher probably wanted one of her students to feel more comfortable, so she read the books that the transgender child brought to her. That's not a sin, dude. The teacher was doing what a teacher's supposed to do.
Well, it seems like you want to excuse this movement. By all means, you're free to do so, but you are absolutely wrong. I'm sorry. Like, you're wrong on this issue.
Actually,
you gotta see it.
If you disagree, state it. Don't just say you're wrong and you're lost, okay? Like, actually converse.
I'm conversing. People are showing you this man here, Elderberry, just explained to you the experience of his 2 daughters, one 11, I don't know the other one.
I'm going to be honest,
you that there's stuff all over the school.
Really long, and I didn't really
why are you interrupting me?
Because
did you just block your ears through the whole thing? Are you not listening?
Yeah,
do you not want to believe it? I don't understand what your problem is.
The whole time.
She's been talking like 10 minutes the whole time. It doesn't line up with what she thinks, so she just shuts off. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I
you
think
can
it is.
feel
Yeah.
that way, but I am
He literally
directly
just said
responding to
it.
something that
No,
you
you said it.
posted. I
You
am
said
directly
he
responding
started
to
talking
something
and I
that you
just checked out.
posted, and rather than actually conversing with me, you want to appeal to someone else's personal experience. Like, okay, but that's not what you posted.
You appealing to
Yeah,
your
but
own
can you
experience.
speak on the overall thing? I posted many things, and Elderbear just gave you, and thank you for that, Elderbear, for like going like personal like that, right? I don't know if I would have done that. He just told you about his 2 daughters' experience in school, and you just completely bypassed it. I don't
I did.
understand that.
So why aren't you responding to what I said about the video that you presented?
You see? You see?
You
It's
can't do it. Can
unbelievable.
you not do it?
No, what is
Can you
it?
not
What is it? What is it?
She's
Can you not?
incapable. She's
You want me to
incapable of
respond?
addressing
Can't do it.
anything
You
that
can't
you don't want
respond
talk
to
about.
defend the stuff that you posted. That's amazing. Good
So I
job.
posted a video, you looked into it, and you found out it was one teacher that did it in the school. Okay. Did you hear me not agreeing with you, or I don't
I
understand?
mean,
Okay.
yeah, I know you said you're wrong and you're lost, but you didn't actually like say anything of substance. That's what I'm talking about. You can't just say, "Oh, well, you're wrong."
Okay,
And
listen to
blah,
the
blah,
thing
blah.
of substance. Listen. Don't try not to interrupt me. I know you it's very hard for you to
Okay.
do it. I'm gonna say something for 30 seconds. Try not to interrupt me.
Go for it.
The problem here is that they are grooming children in school. We showed you multiple examples of inappropriate teachers teaching kids. I showed you parents in PTA meetings being escorted out, their mics being shut off. Now, if you don't understand that, that's on you, my dear woman.
Okay. So I've been going through the examples you've posted, and I've been saying, well, this is just, for example, the most recent one was just a kindergarten teacher reading books that a student presented to her to read. That's not grooming.
Okay, how about the other one? When the PTA meeting, when they're shutting them off, when they're complaining about their children. How about the other one where the person got
I think if
arrested?
you come
They were
to a PTA meeting and you're shrieking on the mic about your 7th grader being able to take out a book from the library about gay people, yeah, I can understand why they probably took her off the mic.
Oh my God! You know what? It's. I mean, there's no
Sorry
hope.
about it, dude.
If
sorry.
you don't see
I'm
it,
sorry. It's hard to
I'm
accept.
disgusted even talking with you. I'm sorry.
Sorry to
Doesn't
hear it.
believe human rights is what's going on here. She thinks people should be shut up just because someone doesn't like what they're saying.
That's exactly what I said. Good job.
Yeah,
so we
exactly.
should do that
So
with
you're
Stella
opinion.
then. Maybe we disagree with Stella, so we should just shut her up. Let's
I mean, if
grant
you
her
want
her
to,
wishes.
if that's what you want to do, I can't stop you.
I
If you can't handle it, if you cannot handle it, then that's fine. You don't have to listen.
I don't think we can shut you up,
I'm
right,
just
Stella?
pointing out that you're
Okay,
communist.
okay, go ahead, go for it, do it. If you can't handle it, that's on you. Go for it.
No, you can't handle it, so we're gonna shut you up, right?
If you can't handle it, go ahead.
What if
You mean
Stella's
you can't
name was
handle it?
Taylor? Then you'd
for
be
it.
mad that people were
If it's
shutting
too much,
her up.
go ahead.
No, the difference is we don't really want to shut you up. We want to hear your point of view, and we appreciate
you
your point of
sure?
view. Well, I do personally.
As long as you're not interrupting, even if I don't agree with it, I still want to hear it. But I do want like no interruption, so that way I can hear both sides of the argument. But like that's the point we're trying to make is we're not trying to shut you up. You are totally cool with shutting somebody up just because you can, and that's like against basic human rights. Like if you were a
don't think
police
that's what happened
officer
here.
or a judge, you would lose your job for that.
Well, I'm not either of those things, so.
I'm just saying the level of seriousness. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it. Yeah.
No, I mean, I just disagree with it. I think if you are like shrieking about like, oh my God, my kids are learning about gay people, I don't want them to learn about gay people in a society with gay people in it. I do think that's like crossing a line. So too bad.
And school boards do
Learn
have
to adapt.
limited time, right? So if somebody starts screeching like that and taking up the time, they're well within their rights. That is not a human rights thing.
Like that woman spent more time
is.
complaining about the amount of time they were giving her than actually stating what she had a problem with.
Right. Right. So it would be normal to tell her to shut up. She's taking up too much time and move on to the next person. That has nothing to do with human rights.
Sorry for interrupting.
That's fine. I'm done. Go ahead.
I was just saying, if she overtalked her time, but every single person gets 3 minutes, and if they do not give them that 3 minutes and they refuse not to leave, they get arrested. like they have no right to do that. It's a public forum. They can't shut anybody up unless they are making death threats or something, you know, unless there's a call to action. And it's against human rights. Like, read the Constitution.
So no. First of all, school board meetings don't have anything really don't have a lot to do with the Constitution, but it's
Except
more
that they are underneath the Constitution because that's the contract that allows our country to exist.
okay, but so you have, what was that? You have
that was
people
Discord.
that have limited time and they're in this space where whatever like that, and they need to get through the process in a certain amount of time. In those cases, 100%, they tell people they have to shut up, and if they keep disrupting, then they may call the police or something to remove them. That's just because that's what they're working with, right? It's not, oh my God, we want this person to not say their words out loud. We have to shut them down now. It's that they have a meeting to get through and everybody's going to want a chance to talk. So they need to remove the disruptive people.
Well, once again, a lot of these people aren't being disruptive. They are speaking within their time, within their jurisdiction, and the people decide halfway through or 30 seconds in that they don't like what these people are saying, and so they shut them up and turn the mic off.
But that was not the example that SC Montreal posited. The first like minute of that video that SC Montreal posted was her like disputing how much time she was being given. That she was being disruptive.
It's amazing that's what you chose to focus on.
I'm explaining to you what happened. I'm explaining. I know you don't like what I have to say about what you're putting forward in the chat, but I mean, if you're just going to be upset about what I'm getting from it, then why even post anything?
I'm not upset.
Essie,
Do I sound upset?
Essie,
yes.
How long was she given in the video? I didn't watch the video. I didn't know about it.
She was given 2 minutes, and then she gave her forward. She I don't know, she kept saying reset my time to 2 minutes, and they were like, no, you have 1 minute and 45, which like big deal, 15 seconds. But she kept repeating reset it to 2 minutes, reset it to 2 minutes, and they said no, go. That's probably
so let's throw the mom out. Let's throw the mom out. That's talking about like. Do you listen to what you're saying?
Learn to I don't know, act like an adult in an adult society. Sorry.
Sounds to me like
a mother passionate about her daughter being taught crazy things. She should only be given 2 minutes. If you have been convinced of that, there's something wrong with the world.
That's PTA
really
shit, dude.
Yeah, that's how the PTA works, and she definitely should have control over what her daughter takes out of the library. Other kids should be allowed to access the books that their parents are okay with.
Yeah, I think the problem here is like, wait, no, I lost my train of thought. Never mind, go on.
Well, I wanted to say that the reason SE, I want to talk to you specifically. Part of the reason it is messed up, but they're in a regulated enterprise. If these people had no contract with the government, which they do, then the government came in and tried to do the same things, then it would be wrong. But really, they're in a regulated enterprise, just like they have a liquor store. You know, if the liquor store owner doesn't have his license, the government comes in and, you know, fucks with him. And so it's like same thing with the schools. It's the children are not necessarily the property of the parents because of the contracts the parents have signed, not knowing that they were giving up the rights to their children.
You didn't just say that. Please tell me you didn't. You actually believe that?
Now we've gone into weirdo territory.
Like, it's not that I want to believe it. It's a horrible thing. It just is how it is.
Nobody signed over the rights of their kid.
No.
Yeah, what? What is happening?
You should. Yeah,
your children are your children.
Then why can CPS come and take them like without a warrant?
Because of like harm being committed.
Well, they can't without a warrant.
Well, why do they?
Maybe he has a point.
They get
maybe it's not right,
get
but
reported
maybe
to CPS.
No, they do take
it's
kids
not
without
at all,
warrants.
But we do no. You don't own your children. The government owns your children, and they get to decide what your children are taught. And if you fuck up and do something they don't like, they can take your children.
He appears to be correct in that.
I mean, that's the whole point of CPS. Yes, don't fuck up with your kids.
Okay, well, hold on. The thing about CPS is, out of all of human trafficking, 87% of the human trafficked children are lost and trafficked while in custody of
Oh,
CPS or some other organization.
Not human trafficking. No.
I need a
Well,
citation on that, dude.
It's all coming out. It's all coming out. It's been coming out for the last few years. You guys are behind.
Okay, that's very informative. Thank you.
Yeah, there was inventing random stuff doesn't help your claim.
I'm not inventing random stuff.
Stay on topic.
I am.
No, the government owning your children is not on topic.
Wait, the government owns you.
You don't own your children. Y'all are all upset that they're teaching things to your children, and there's some reason you can't do anything about it. They shut you up when you don't want to be shut up, and like that's because you've signed a contract and you didn't know the terms because no one really reads contracts. And there you go.
Are you one of those sovereign
What contract are you talking about? I want to know what contract. I want to know the document.
Full signs for the funding.
Are you a sovereign citizen?
What contract, dude? What contract?
The voluntary one, the one that you're giving.
I never signed a contract.
You don't have to sign it.
Oh, this is sovereign citizen shit. I'm ducking out, dude. I don't care about this.
What's a sovereign citizen? Why are you laughing? I'm trying to get a definition and you're not. You're like just laughing at me. What's a sovereign citizen?
Don't worry about it, man. I'm good.
Someone that thinks everyone's under a contract, but they're not.
It takes 2 seconds, bro. There's way more, dude, but I just went on Google, literally typed in foster care and sex trafficking, and this is what showed up.
Sure, I'm not going to deny that. We need help with the care system, of course.
So
the disturbing connection between foster care and domestic child sex trafficking.
Yes,
Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention.
Read it, okay? Can I talk? We've known about this, but this was not the claim. The claim was that CPS took children, and 80% of those children went into human trafficking.
Hold on. Well, yes, I'm getting there. I got a lot to post, but we're just simply scratching the surface right now. And when children get taken by CPS, where do they go, sweetheart?
Yes, but it is not.
Where do they go?
Shut up. It is not.
Where do they go?
Let me finish. It is what was claimed was it was the children taken by CPS under this mysterious contract. Everyone knows that the kids in foster care have been going through horrific things for decades. That is not a surprise, but that is not only kids that CPS has taken. These are kids that are in
we're specifically talking. We're not talking about any type of sexual abuse. We're talking about specifically sex trafficking, child trafficking, human trafficking. You guys acted like there was no evidence of that at all. Now you're trying to get into the nitty gritty and trying to get me on a technicality, which is intellectually dishonest.
Where were we talking?
You're not having a good faith conversation at all. You're just trying to win the argument. You're not giving every single time we bring up evidence. You always trying to catch us on a technicality instead of actually arguing from good faith. You are dishonest. You are dishonest, man.
Lying.
Wait. When were we talking about human trafficking?
The dude
brought it up
30 seconds ago.
And the government's on their kids.
Well, I brought it up because everyone's upset because the school system is teaching them things they don't like. And that's because, and you have no control over what they're teaching them, it seems like. Well, that's because you don't like, you're a employee of the corporate government because you signed a contract. You gave consent on the driver's license, on any contract with any public entity that you have.
So let's read that and see where in that anything you signed says what you're saying.
Okay, bring it up and I'll read it.
No, you're the one claiming it. You should post it.
I think we should just give them this one. The foster system's fucked up and needs reform. It's easy.
Yeah, the foster system definitely. Kids go through hell when they are in the foster care system, but nobody wants to fix it.
It's better than homeless kids, though. In sometimes.
I mean, I could see kids wanting to just go live in the woods and learn for themselves rather than be abused on a regular basis.
But then you
Well,
get.
I
then
think
some
in
of them get
order to
eaten
fix the
then.
foster system, we would have to fix the women.
Sure, I'll give you that.
Absolutely, that's the main problem. They've been usurped through feminism. That is the major problem. Yes.
Sure.
Just listen to them trip out now. Yeah.
All those kids in foster care are because women just gave their kids away. Yep. That must
Yes,
be it.
they are because of women.
Well, what about the men? Surely they have some blame.
Men don't take responsibility for babies. Women do.
Oh, maybe that's the problem.
Dude, have you had a baby? Men can't take care of babies.
I
That's what
raised
women
my
are for.
daughter.
Hang on.
Individually, I raised my daughter from 3 years old to adulthood by
Yeah,
myself.
3 years old. I'm talking about baby.
Yeah, I've raised babies.
I was
As a man,
feeding
I
her
raised
bottle
babies.
right after she was born. I was laying in the hospital bed, taking care of her, and yeah, all the way up from birth till adulthood.
Yeah, but the mother was there.
But the mother was there? Sometimes the
That's right.
mother isn't there. It's up to the dad too to take care of the
Yeah,
child.
and those children get fucked up so bad.
The
Children
one-
without
Left
mothers
lane,
and
good man.
fathers get fucked up.
The children that just have dads get fucked up.
Just silly broad
yeah.
stroke comments, man.
Yeah.
Well, I just think that it is very vital for a child to have a mother figure and a father figure in the whole family dynamic, because otherwise it's a broken family. Like, by definition.
Elder Bear, you wanted to get in?
I was just standing up for the men who do bring up babies, because I have done that and delivered babies. So, you know.
I caught my first time. Like,
But you can't breastfeed a baby.
No, that's true. But
You Elder Bear, because that is
didn't mean
true.
to say that it was vital for the woman to be there, in all cases. Certainly not in mine, but I'm not talking for everybody. I'm just standing up for those of us who do that, can do that, have done that, delivered babies, brought up babies, fed babies.
Shouldn't die on
not
hills.
Not with the breast, but done that stuff. I know a lot of men don't do that, can't do that, don't know how to do that, but not everyone. So
Of course,
we're not
men can
equipped
do
to
it.
do
Of
that.
course, they can.
A man is not equipped to bring a baby up.
A man is perfectly equipped to bring a baby up.
He ain't got no breasts.
I
Men,
ask my children when they're adults if how affected they've been by it.
how long do you think the kids are breastfed for until they're like 18? Like what
About
the
a year and a half.
Well, they're trying to stop, mothers breastfeeding. That's a big thing. It's kind of almost seen as a bad thing to do. Certainly here,
Yeah,
in
my
my
wife.
experience, the people
Yep.
women
What
are
I'm saying
being
is,
turned
men
away
have to
from
blame for the
breastfeeding.
fostering.
Yeah, babies who
Well-
don't breastfeed get fucked up.
My wife almost had CPS called on her because of the breastfeeding issue.
I mean, that's mad.
I know. It was pretty crazy.
Mad.
But
So the
The
moral of
point
the
is,
story is
take
when you
back
go
your
against
children
nature.
from the school system.
well, real quick before we go back to the school system, I just wanted to put in, I think it's vital. A man cannot give what a woman gives, and a woman cannot give what a man gives in that type of relationship. I think it is vital that both parents are there, but it happens
wasn't my
when
point.
it sucks when they're not, obviously. I'm just saying, like, it's my perspective.
Of course, that's
Well, that's
true.
a fact. Yeah.
No one's
they
suggesting we should be
need both
single
parents.
parent.
The mother teaches certain things that the father cannot, and vice versa.
Yeah.
It's nature. We have to realize we have been usurped. We have been usurped. It was, it's, destruction of the nuclear family. This was all planned. It was planned through feminism, and it worked greatly, and we're here now. It is not against women. You have been bamboozled to believe if you stay at home with your children, you're less than. That's the whole plan.
no, we just want to have hobbies and a job and a life.
A
We
job,
want
that's slavery.
We want
You
the
can
man
have all those things.
there, in
have all
taking
those
care of the children so that we also can get out of the house and spend time with adults and do
You're
adult
allowed to,
Wait, like what? Drink?
you're allowed to do all of those things.
So you want to go get drunk and eat cake?
Like go clubbing with the girls, get drunk, and pick up guys. Stuff
Is
like
why
that.
is that what
Yeah.
guys
Way to
wait,
be a
is
good
that-
role model.
is that
You know,
what
our businesses.
husbands do when they go out?
No, they're busy working. But why don't all the women get together and have their own school rather than send them to school?
No,
pay
that
someone-
is not what I said. I said women want to go out of the house and have a job and talk to
A
adults.
job. A
They can
job.
go out. They can have a job, like not a career in a sense, but maybe like a job. You can definitely get a job. You can like open up a corner
No,
store. There's plenty of
my
women
God.
that run like home businesses, like from their home. It's like not on a big scale. They've got other priorities going on, but they can still do the thing that you're talking about.
Women
Now,
don't
hold on, Coco. Do you want to go pick up trash? You want to go be a garbage man?
Because a woman says she wants a career, you're gonna say this.
No, she said a job.
Yeah, a job,
Just like physical
a
work,
career,
right? A physical
yeah.
work. Not
Yeah,
getting on
job, career.
OnlyFans or selling Etsy shit, right?
I
I mean, like
you're
job, like
ridiculous,
so she
man.
wants to go out and be a garbage man, right?
If you're not going to contribute, you ought to just be quiet.
I'm asking questions. I am contributing. I'm trying to get to the point.
Career. Like, how is
What's a
this
career?
Understand?
What's a career?
One sec, left lane. Just in response to what you're saying, mate. Yeah, look, if they want to go for the career, they can go for it, right? Like whatever. The idea of like holding the idea how a career actually works, the amount of dedication that goes into it, and then also doing like motherhood at the same time, to like big overload, massive overload.
Yeah, but women don't want to be mothers. They want to have careers.
Yeah, well, that's part of the problem. But I'm just saying, it's like
they want to send the children off to.
I'm trying to say like.
Lying.
What do you? No one's lying.
No,
Could share. The
Right.
father can take days off of work to go to PTA meetings and stuff like that too. Doesn't always have to be the woman.
I'm just like,
why are you sending your
trying
children to
say, like,
school?
the idea of a woman carrying out a career, like the amount of investment that goes into a career, and then also taking on motherhood as a role, like trying to do the two at the same time is just it's too much.
Oh my god!
Yeah, but that's what they're saying, Rixky. They're saying this basically. The father can help in with a kid, and both of them can have a career and be parents at the same time.
It doesn't work.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
we're all bound. Like we're bound
What do you
by
mean
a certain
work that
set
way?
of like
That's exactly
biological limitations in this world, and you just got to
Exactly
choose
the
which one you want to go
the
for.
meaning of the word
But
parent.
if you do
It does
have
work
all the
like that,
women
and it is
actually
working
choose
like that.
career over like giving birth to children, then we're going to have a civilizational collapse. As soon as the birth rate drops below the 2.1 children per woman, you have a civilizational collapse. So I don't know what you want to do.
Works, though.
This is completely utilitarian proposition here. If you're looking at the economy, how it works, right? If you want to encourage women to go into careers and recognize that they can't also do the motherhood aspect as much either, then you're heading towards civilizational collapse at that point.
Isn't China experiencing this right now? Because like the whole thing where they don't want to have a woman child, they want to have a male child because the male child's like worth more or something, or they were at least in like the last 10 years.
That was when they had the one child system. They did in the last 10 years go to two child system. So now girls are okay. But yes, they used to kill daughters so they could go ahead and have a son because, you know, women count for fuck all in the world.
Well, because they've got
we're
a
not
dowry.
saying that.
You know, they've
No
got a
one agrees
dowry
with
in a
that.
different culture. You know, they have to pay a dowry for the girls. You know, it costs money. You know, they
I
have
literally
to look
just
after
said
the girls. You know, I know you know, some good people here are slaves. In another story, but you know, they're in the care sector. There's a scam by the UK government where they've got this this program where they can have people come from Zimbabwe or India. They have to work for 5 years here to get citizenship, but they're treated really badly, paid really badly. And one guy, he's I must works with one of my relatives, and he's Indian, and he's got a degree. He's working in care, getting paid very poorly, working like 12-hour shifts, goes home, he gets called in, he has to go back in after 3 hours sleep to another 8-hour shift, blah, blah, blah. But his issue is he has to send money home to his family, and he has to pay for his sister's education. So it's his duty to pay for that, his sister's education. So, in those cultures, they're dealing with a whole different thing about, the cost of a girl as opposed to the cost of a boy, and the work thing, women not working so much as men, if you like, or whatever the culture is there, different thing. But there won't be any jobs. There's not going to be, there's no jobs for the kids right now. Years when I was a kid or young, there was jobs. I could leave a job today and get another one this afternoon, another one tomorrow. Loads of work around, lots of things. And the kids got no work now, no experience, no chance to get experience, no local builders to work for, no farms to work on, or paper rounds or anything like that.
There's definitely a leap
no
that's going on.
And there's
a leap that's going on. Like you need to go to university before you get the proficiency,
Well, even
whereas
that,
you used to be able to like work your way up to
university. There's no jobs for degree students. There's no jobs. They were sold the idea that everybody could have a degree and they'd have high tech jobs and all that. And then they say, oh, nobody wants to do these menial jobs. The ones that are paying money, plumbers, electricians. There's not enough jobs for people with degrees.
It's because they exported everything to China. That's another thing they did. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all closed down. There's no factories here open. No, in the local place where there's farms. I spoke to a guy a couple of months ago, talking about this, about how kids, there was lots of jobs on the land for people, and I said, he said, yeah, I manage a farm. I said, how many acres have you got? I said, 4,500 acres. I said, how many people work there then? Just me, he said, one person. He does farms 4,500 acres on his own with computerized technology, tractors. You just program the tractor. It's all GPS controlled on the shape of your field. Program the tractor, sit in it, and it does everything. But there used to be 30 people working on that farm years ago. That's gone. No work for the children. No chance to go there at 13, 14, work on the farm, learn how to drive, or work with a local builder. Pretty
That's
bad
another
as
issue.
far as I can
Automation.
see, employment choices for kids.
Yeah, but
I don't
there
know
might
what's
be
like
something
in
to be
America.
said about the machinery that's being run by that particular farm, and there's a whole bunch of jobs and maintenance that's required on that, right? So while they may not be working, like those positions and services have slightly shifted, and that's just like the technological advance or lift that's occurred in that sense. I'm not saying that it's necessarily good or bad or whatnot. It would imply that the job is going somewhere else within the system.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, if you look at the World Economic Forum, you'll see the amount of jobs they say is going to be, the lesser
Automation.
amount of jobs are going to be in the future, and the jobs that are not, the people are not going to be wanted. Accountants, can be no accountants, because it's all going to be on the blockchain. They'll know exactly what you earned, exactly what you spent, exactly how to tax you. There'll be no need for accountants. It's all been, in my experience, I see all this digitization going on with, online selling for people who are selling small amounts of things. Nathan Oakley selling his flat earth microphones. If you sell 30 items or you sell, it amounts to £1,740 in any calendar year. You have to enter in your national insurance number, and then they inform the tax office what you've sold, how much money, and that's all the start of that whole system. I know exactly everything about you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the accumulation of power within lesser or fewer hands, it would seem to me. Like we've gone from a stage of maybe I don't know how to quite sort of state this, but I saw the figure, and it used to be sort of like one person used to command or sort of influence 1,000 people, and we're up to on average it's something like significantly within your political spheres and stuff. What is it? It's like one person influences 200,000 people at this point. They're condensing upper end.
Yeah, I don't know what they are doing, but the ones that agree with them are they too. The compliant.
Just
I don't know if the
consolidate,
kids are
deepen in the
Hey,
specialization.
I don't know if the
quick,
kids
and
are
I
even
got
being shown
called.
how to protest and to stand up against it, rather than what I see is that they'll accept. Generally, they'll accept this is the way. Accept to give your cookies and your information away on the, because it's too much hassle to reject all the cookies and all that stuff, and give away all your information and be tracked for all your desires and your interests and your needs and be targeted, to buy that stuff and buy more of that stuff or follow certain people or follow trends, it's pretty targeted, and humans are stupid, largely can be
We're not
manipulated
stupid,
very
man.
easily.
Their
Well,
tools are
that's
very
what I was about to
sophisticated,
say.
and like they know how to wield them. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I get called a sovereign citizen, whatever the heck that means, and people are complaining, like y'all are talking about now, like somehow they have accumulated this power, and in my opinion and perspective, it is because they have slowly gotten acquiescence and compliance through contract, and then they can enforce those contracts, those corporate contracts, on you when you created the government that creates those corporate contracts. The only reason you are in them is because of compliance. Like technically you're supposed to be in charge of the government. Like this, there's a public trust doctrine which says you're allowed to go to any waterway, but then a lot of lakes like to charge for the water. So it's like, I
So
don't
much
know, it's
wrong
like,
with what you're saying.
yeah, I really like, I don't understand why people look at me as this loony when I'm like, I'm just pointing out exactly what we're talking about now, is that like the world is slowly being taken over and it's through paper.
Oh, don't worry.
It's absolutely
It's-
through paper.
it's natural.
Corporations.
People always try to run things. It's natural.
Not people, corporation.
I think they're kind of dumbing down the education so the children won't they won't know how to critically think about anything or use logic. And I see that through this kind of flat Earth or this Earth-shaped topic. I see those things happening. I see them feeding into education, feeding into the minds of people. I don't give a shit about
Ironic, isn't
the
it?
shape of the Earth, but watching what goes on and the way people are, the way people are affected, the way people just copy some loudmouth person and spout their kind of speculation, and this is what the world is like, and you must believe me, and this is reality. You must believe my version of reality. That feeds into society and the education system and the way that they're
Kids don't fall for that.
they're giving this whole version of reality to people, or a dumbed down version of reality. Whereas, like my daughter goes to her parents' evening, and we go to the history guy, history teacher, and I said, "Oh yeah, what are they doing?" I said, "Oh, we're doing Hitler and the Weimar Republic." I said, "Wow, that's interesting." I said, "Lots of everybody's doing that. What is it about that that's needs looking at, needs to be the thing that they relate their world to, because they don't get a linear view of history anymore. They don't get this, Genghis Khan, blah blah blah. All the things the hordes came across here, and then the kings and the kings and queens of England, blah blah blah. You used to have to learn all the kings and queens of England." He said, "No." He said, "That's right." He said, "After this, we're doing the Cold War and the Roman Empire, and that's it. That's the sum of the history."
What's this emphasis on a linear interpretation of history as opposed to what's the alternative method?
No, I'm just in my experience, that's what it was. You kind of got a linear view of history about where we came from and how we got to here. This person here and this king killed this person, and
I mean that is the nature
the Romans
of history.
came along. All
the
that
chronology, right? Like chronology implies a linear sort of chronology, right?
Whether you believe it's true or not, is another thing.
Definitely don't believe it's true.
You know,
because the
well,
victor
yeah,
wrote that history. Like it doesn't make sense to believe. Like I mean, if some guy won a battle Are you going to believe what they say about that battle? Like they won the
It's
war.
not. I'm
They get to
telling you
write
about what they
whatever they
teach
want.
in education, not about what I believe. You know, the victors are the victors are those are the Weimar Republic, Hitler, the Cold War, and the Roman Empire. That's the story that's being told.
What?
It's told to my daughter for her education.
Got some feedback.
Renee Zanzeni, you are hot miking.
Did you just say they teach kids Hitler was the victor?
No. Well, Rixky was saying, you know, the victors write the history. So in this case, you know, whoever wrote this curriculum to say this is what the children should be taught.
The narrative of history
that's
is written by the victor.
That's the narrative. You
That's
know,
not
I
a
don't know
reasonable
whether
statement.
Hitler was the victor.
I think you did say that.
You know, we go into the science guy, and the science guy says, pushes 3 bits of paper across the desk to me, and I said, "What's that?" He says, "Biology, chemistry, and physics." So I said, "Wow, do you teach all of those yourself? Just you?" "Yes," he said. I said, "Wow, well, I had a different teacher for each subject." And I looked around this little room and said, "Do you do many experiments?" And he said, "No, not really." So I said to my daughter, I said, "See these bits of paper here? You just got to remember what they told you. And if you can remember enough, that when it comes to giving you a test, and you can remember enough, they'll exchange that bit of paper for 3 more bits of paper with the number on it.
Did you
If
also
those
tell
numbers
her
are high
that
enough,
she'll learn loads of really good things when she goes there?
well, she learned that, not me. Whatever she
How do
learned
you-
there, she learned.
So you're
All
just
right,
measuring it
She did
against
quite
the
well.
You're
you
just measuring
claiming
it against the
school was
review
good?
mark. Yeah, but the review mark is all.
No,
It's
I
just
know
like
that.
5
I
stars
know.
out of
No.
5 stars.
Yeah, and I
And
know
you
that
don't
she'll
you don't
come
know.
out of there like she has done, and now she's at college. When she went to college, they said, "Have you got 3 pieces of paper with at least a 4 and above on it?" She said, "Yes, got some high numbered ones here." And they said, "Okay, you can join here. You can come and do this, you know." Or there's 1,000 people who are lined up for a job here. We've got 4 jobs going. Get in the queue. It's all about, you know, what number you've got on the paper.
Is that good or
And
bad?
now you can't do any menial job, you know, even like in construction to go on an apprenticeship unless you've got maths and English. A lot of kids just can't do it. So they're not allowed. That's another one, the maths and English GCSE or that qualification or pass above 5 and above or whatever allows you to walk through that door. Whereas for all those
Isn't that
kids who
good?
weren't academic, they used to just get in a job. They used to go to, you know, work for the builder or the scaffold guy or the farmer or whatever. The shop. They didn't need to have those things as long as they could count. And I mean, I know people who still can't read and write properly.
Sure you do,
You know,
yeah.
that I went to school with. You know, what do you mean? Sure,
Yeah,
I do. It's
that's
true.
a red flag.
Yeah, I used to do.
It's a red flag. It's the truth. You know, and they got jobs. I mean, a lot of people. One guy I know who's really been really successful, and if you look at his Facebook posts, he writes phonetically. You know, he can't spell properly. People laugh at him, but he's done well in his life. Kids could just get a job without necessary academic qualifications. They just had common sense. They had muscle. They just got on with it. They worked. That's not
So are
really
you
being.
saying it's better to
they're
not learn
can
maths and
access that.
English?
Hold on. Let Yasuke
No,
go
I'm not
because he's
saying
trying to
that
go.
at all. I'm
Not really
saying
Yo,
saying
that
Elder
the
Bear,
system
Elder
is
Bear,
not allowing those children
Elder
who
Bear,
don't
yo,
have
listen,
that ability.
bro, dude, can you hear me?
Through. Yeah, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all good, bro. I don't mind you talking, but you gotta give some space for some other people because I heard Yasuke trying to get in. Go ahead, Yasuke.
Yeah, it was simply just that in high school there was some scheme to where I could online do people's finals for them, and if I got a 70% or higher, I would pass the class for them. So I would do classes for other people for money, and I did classes for 17.6% of my senior class, and there were people who could not read at like a 2nd grade level who graduated high school thanks to me.
Is that another red flag, Dawn?
Do we need to clap now? Like,
I
or
don't
do we
really
need
believe
to
it as
kiss
an
your
anecdote.
feet? I don't get it.
Maybe he helped one guy, but he exaggerated the anecdote.
What? Like it's.
Do we need to kiss your? Do we need to kiss your feet? Like what do we need to do?
I tell my kids.
Correct.
No, it's just an example of the idea that the education system isn't particularly rigorous, and there are other examples.
Of the score, right?
Yeah. Like it's a degree that doesn't have a lot of backing behind it.
Is that a flex?
The score,
I don't know.
The score doesn't
I mean,
really mean jack.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean jack squat, man. Like they could just lower the the difficulty of the tests from one year to another. I know during the the cough stuff that happened 3 or 4 years ago here in Australia, like the amount of like disruption that it caused to the education system. They were talking about actively saying basically like what was it? Like they're just giving away scores at the end just to like get kids through under this sort of harsh conditions.
Is this anecdotal, or is there's like any research behind it?
No, they did, but
we can talk about anecdotes all the time. I would say probably I'd work hard for my degree.
Why not give more kids more
That's not what we're
chances?
referring to. All I'm talking to is like the nature of the score and someone getting high score, right? If they just like down like the cough thing that happened a couple of years ago, they were just like down regulating like their score. Like someone who got a 3 out of 5 got shifted up to a 4 out of 5.
They had
a 2 out of 5 got shifted up to a 3 out of 5.
We
and
had
it's just
to
because
amend
they're
it.
rearranging scores. And then
We
you
had to
look at
amend
that
it.
scorecard and you say, "Oh, look how smart my kid is." None of this, it's not measured against anything.
Yeah, no one's claiming the numbers are correct anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the LSAT or the SAT.
children.
That's like the LSAT or the SAT in America, to where they've made the test less G-loaded, and so there's more and more people maxing out the test than ever, because they're essentially just dumbing down the test, and so SAT scores don't mean anything relative to what they used to, because they get rid of the essentially actual intelligence part of it, and so it's set up in a way to where you can actually just study for it a lot more, and it doesn't actually measure like raw intelligence as well.
There was a very interesting research done by my university specifically about how you can learn intelligence quotient tests and ace them. You can literally practice and train and ace IQ tests all the time. We actually did this because we read this research from our sociology department. We did this for our large language models. We trained large language models on IQ tests, and they eventually just started to ace them without any problems. Because we were just curious. It wasn't official research. We were just curious if you can train models to do this as well. Humans can be trained. You can take any kid with reasonable intellect and train them to complete successfully IQ tests, and at some point they'll just become a master at them.
I mean, this is exactly the point, though, is that there's different things that are tested on different like IQ scores, or rather that there's different skills being tested, and some of them can be trained and some of them cannot be trained. Not every skill can be
research
trained.
shows that everything in IQ in intelligence quotient tests can be trained to complete correctly. Like pattern recognition can be trained, spatial awareness can be trained, everything.
Yeah,
as long as you don't have a physically damaged brain.
Yeah, this is the reason
fine.
why they got rid of like logic games in the LSAT in 2024, is because it's a lot more G-loaded and less able to be trained.
No, I'm telling you, from an academic standpoint, every part of any intelligence quotient tests that existed in the past or exist in the future can be trained for, and you can be absolutely successful at completing them at some point, given enough time. And obviously the person is being trained. Like there's literally no intelligence to be like measured at, given the fact that you can train for, and most sociological researchers are going away from IQ tests as a measure of intelligence. Like it's a multitude of things now.
I think that's a good point.
I mean,
We don't
I
care
don't.
about
I
the
don't have a
numbers.
source on hand right now, but that just flies in the face of literally all research.
Oh, show me. I'll read. I'll gladly read.
This is kind of like this is what I remember for when I was in high school, right? Like they had that sort of they were trying to do national standards, and then they have this thing that's similar to the LSTAT or whatever you guys kind of go through, but they put us through like a you'd have to go into the hall or whatnot, and then you go train for that particular exam, right? And what's to say that that training for that exam, those questions on that training, how did they get access to those? Do some schools get better access to those ones than other ones? And so that, like, you know, if you're going through this training program, you're answering all these questions in order to prepare yourself for that test, then they could just hand out like different questions to different schools, and then just like all of a sudden different schools just your preference ones start appearing like higher in the LSTAT test, such that it shows like preference.
You're all getting hung up on the numbers. It's just for kids to learn so that they can be as smart as you were. Doesn't matter about the numbers.
Yeah, but like learning, like as much as you learn, just recognize that all information is both like, you know, it's of value, but it also becomes a fence. It sort of encapsulates your pattern.
Sometimes, if you
the way that you
misunderstand
think
it.
about things, right?
Only if you misunderstand it, Rick.
No.
Yeah. If
All
you
information
understand
is both like
no
it's
offense.
a tool to be sort of like when you come across like knowledge is power. Recognize that, yeah, sure, but
Exactly,
knowledge
yeah,
is
that's no
also a
offense.
confinement. So say that you know something confines you into a certain way of thinking about it.
What? No, that's bias. No, you can have knowledge without bias.
No, like what? That's
Knowledge
retarded.
is.
By
But
understanding it enough.
how do you
to
define
know that-
knowledge?
By understanding it enough to know it's not made up by your ego.
Yeah, but wouldn't you be biased to what you've learned?
But you try
Like
to
an
get
anchor
rid of
belief?
it, don't you? You try
What
to
do you,
get
what do
rid
you
of it.
define this knowledge? Like a factum, a factoid that you hold in your brain, like a piece of datum, with a true or false proposition? So
I mean,
property. what do you?
ideally, in this sense, knowledge would be a lens to view the world. As in, you know, you have this particular lens or model that you've, you know, learned the ins and outs of, like the, you know, algebra or this or that, and then you can use that lens to, you know, model other new information that comes out into the world that you see.
I'd say
Like
it's
you map
any
the world.
information-
That's an interesting definition of knowledge.
Any information that you understand.
Well, you
I
map
don't
the
think we
world
can be
through that
without
knowledge,
bias,
right?
though. Because
Like when you come
even the
across
AI
sorry, go ahead, Riga.
No, it's all good.
Sorry, bro.
I want to go back to this, Rick. You're scared
Was
of
it like yeah?
you're scared of knowing.
Okay, what do you want to go back to, Dawn?
You're scared of knowing, and you're trying to put people off knowing.
No. I'm not trying to put people off knowing. It's just like the claim is essentially that at the point that you come into the claim of knowledge, it's like the notion of you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? Because there's a certain sort of pattern recognition that you go through in the claiming of like when you come into a knowledge of something. And there seems to be an issue then when you come across a novel problem that you can't solve. What you see is actually that young people are able to more solve that problem because they come out of a novel angle. Older, more mature people keep trying to solve that problem, right, with their old tricks. And they keep mapping the problem that they're reading, like what they're perceiving about the nature of the problem, and they're trying to use these old techniques and they don't work.
It's like boomers saying go from store to store looking for a job and like just have a firm handshake. Like that is not a solution to a problem that exists today in the current job market.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, for sure.
Getting off top. You'd
Well, no,
rather
the environment's changing.
You'd rather not go to school than go to school. Is that what you're saying?
No. This is not like a rejection of knowledge. It's more like what is the nature of knowledge and how does it actually operate? Yeah, knowledge is power. Granted, no worries. But also recognize that when you come into knowledge and you claim knowledge, it confines you into a certain way of thinking about the world.
No, it doesn't
Everyone
confine
does
you.
it. I see this in
Doesn't
expression
confine you.
all.
because you could be wrong. So you can assess all information even though you know something already.
Okay.
There's no confinement unless you're stupid.
Yeah, I just don't think Don understands what you're saying, and I don't.
Oh, I
I don't
definitely
know
do.
how
I'm
to
saying it's not a real problem.
reproach it.
Yeah, I've
It's not a real problem to you.
learned to
Because
filter
You've got to get
defined by
over
your
that.
interpretation.
You've got to get
That's
over
it,
it. That's
that's
what dumb
Exactly.
people
You're
say. Dumb
exhibiting the
people
problem.
say it might
Guys.
make me. It might be a lie. That's what dumb people say. Smart people take
No.
it all in.
It has nothing to do with it being a lie. Like you're so far off base from what Rixky is saying.
No, that's literally his point. I've known him for a year or two saying it.
Mischaracterization. Does someone else want to jump in on a part of order? I've already made my point, Dawn. If you're not picking up what I'm putting down, actually, it's kind of funny because you're exhibiting the exact problem that I'm pointing out.
I know what
Then
you're
don't
saying,
put
but
it
that's not-
down. Just hand it
it's not a
over to
problem.
me. Don't put it down. I don't want to
It's
bend
not a
over.
problem with knowledge.
Go
It's a
ahead, sir.
problem with people not understanding how
Dawn
to
show.
As if he didn't put
acquire
me down.
information.
Come on.
Yeah, it actually
Just look at the
is true that you are demonstrating the problem that he's trying to outline, and you're not even aware
Isn't
of
that
it.
the irony? Isn't that the
Yeah,
irony?
it is very hilarious.
Well, but you're both flat earthers, so there's a double joke above you.
I actually don't know whether or not I trapped you in a logic argument there. Basically, you're exhibiting the problem that I'm talking about, and you're just stepping on it. Or, I mean, it could just
You can't
actually be
explain
authentic
that.
in that sense, but it could be
It
wrong.
was incidental. It was
You
not
can't explain it.
conspiratorial. You were not 4D chessing him.
I don't think so. No, I didn't intend to. It just
Yeah.
kind of worked out that way.
You're rejecting the mystery school, and that's why you're still dumb.
What is the mystery school?
Knowing things, even if you could be wrong and change your mind later.
Yeah. It
Okay,
has-
yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Whatever.
okay, go ahead, Yasuke.
You're rejecting wisdom and knowledge and the fountain of youth.
No, like
and
all
everything.
I'm doing is like, okay, tell me this, Dawn. The proposition: do people have ideas, or do ideas have people? In your opinion?
I think it's a bit of both. Co-ownership.
Okay, so like you acknowledge then that ideas can possess people, such
Yeah.
that if they hear an idea that goes controverse to their idea that they possess, like which is essentially at that point like, what would you call it?
Yeah.
It's a personality that they've taken on, and if they hear something that comes and contests that personality, it becomes a challenge to their personhood.
Yeah,
So
why would
therefore
you
they
not want a
lash out
challenge?
quite often.
Why would you not want a challenge?
Pardon?
Why isn't a challenge good? Reconsidering what you thought was real with when new information comes in every morning. Why is that not good?
I'm not sure. My intention here, what would you say? When
Why
you
is
come
it
into
bad?
knowledge, right? You claim a map about the world. Like this is mapping the worlds. So every new piece of information that comes into it, like, have you ever gone out like and tried to learn something new? I mean, obviously, right? You've got a
Yes.
bit of wisdom. You've got a couple of years. Do you acknowledge that if you ever tried to do something completely new right now, you've got no map on to build? Like you could go learn something like an extension of what you already know, and it's quite easy because you've already got the pre-map there, and you map that new information
find
into what
maps.
you already know.
I find the maps first. Even in my music, which is creative, I copy other musicians, so the map's already there. An explorer.
Gotcha.
That's why you don't get many gigs.
I
I
also think,
Go.
Rixie, the point that you're kind of missing, and maybe other flat earthers, you think that higher education is just learning facts and understanding them, maybe understand how they work, but it's not. It's about learning how to use tools and how to think for yourself and how
Yeah,
to
for sure,
solve
dude.
problems
Yeah, dude, like,
in general. You don't have to just remember stuff. Like
this is the thing, like, right? Like the degree that I specifically went through was that of that you get a brief. They just like outline like what sort of certain goals, and you could just achieve anything inside of. And dude, you would end up with like different sort of submissions and everyone's got a different way of approaching it. In fact, that's what you were kind of looking for. Your individuation within like your expression of the brief that was required. I don't know what goes on within other university degrees. I've only been through my one, but my assumption is that a lot of the universities are pretty much rote learning. You have a textbook, and you apply the textbook and the learned reading form. If you've got a mathematical equation you need to apply, I mean, you're pulling it out of the textbook, you're applying it to the problem at hand in the essay or the test. It's not what I went through.
I also think you're changing the definition of knowledge to mean bias, dogma. And it often can be that. It often can be that. But I'm just trying to point to a rigorous knowledge that could be changed any day. So real understanding. That's what I'm talking about.
So knowledge can inform you, but it can also bind you. Like the way that you think about an idea binds you into a certain concept of the world. That's what I'm trying to infer.
That's the challenge. That's the challenge of being a knower. To not be binded and to keep updating your knowledge.
Yeah, but if you're bound by the notion that you perceive the world to be a globe, then you're bound by that materialistic interpretation.
I'm not bound by that.
You're claiming knowledge of the globe, but you're also bound by the globe at that point.
I'm not bound.
So now you're thinking about aliens rather than angels.
I can consider a simulated flat Earth alien hell. I'm not bound to the globe.
A piece of information doesn't bind you to something by itself. No matter where you take that piece of information, you're still free to think about it and change it.
So
I don't know how.
Can you answer the question I had before? Do people have ideas, or do ideas have people? Because we've got this idea of an ideology, and people follow ideologies. Yeah, and an ideology is a mapping of ideas such that it sets out a certain behavioral response in the world. So my question, go back to, do people have ideas, or do ideas have people? Which way is it?
I don't know what you even mean by ideas have people, so I would say people have ideas, yes.
Ideas have people implies that once someone agrees with an idea, it informs their behavior. So then therefore, like you could argue that they're possessed by the idea and they carry out its sort of pattern of behavior in the world.
That's a stretch.
But how?
Of course it affects you.
If you believe in capitalism, if you believe in religion, if you believe in any of these other institutions, they're just ideas and you carry out the behavioral aspects of them.
Yeah, you're saying if you believe an idea, you're possessed by the devil. That's retarded.
I didn't say by the devil. I said you're possessed by the idea. Because the idea encapsulates your sense of behavior.
To believe an idea. That's what you're saying. It's not true.
Does anyone else want to jump in? I've made my point.
I think you're too generalizing the concept of.
This is like really like basic Jungian sort of theory of the way that psychology really works in the world. But I mean, you're welcome to your opinion.
Right, but ideas can be something like, I want to go on a trip tomorrow. Also, ideas can be, as you said, ideology and politics and whatever.
That's not an idea. That's not an idea. That's just a thought.
Why is it not an idea?
It's just an impulsion. And if you happen to be more impulsive as a personality, then you'll follow that up, right?
And I look at an idea as like a seed that's planted.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was just thinking, and I hate this because, you know, I love the ladies. I came out of one, but the idea of feminism, as SE was talking about earlier, that is very dangerous. Obviously, the people that brought that in knew that it was like going to destroy the nuclear family, and
why?
Well, because if you put girls in the most fertile years in college or some sort of office or whatever, and tell them they can have a child at 30, then obviously we're going to fall below replacement rate. So
what you're saying is idea of equality and freedom is a bad idea because I said so.
No, you're saying that equality implies
Yeah,
what is it? Like they have women get the right to have it. You can choose, like women can choose to have a degree, but they can't have both. And the issue is that if they drop below the 2.1 children per woman, then civilization collapses. So, quick question: do you want civilization or do you want women's equality? And like that's a really harsh way to put it. But
Rick, there's more to it than that. Rick, there's a bit more to it than that, because as we were just exploring, there's an ideology that's been bought into, and it seems that all of a sudden just being a mother is all of a sudden bad. That's what it seems to me anyway. And that so in actual fact, it has this veneer of freedom, as this gentleman pointed out, but underneath it's actually quite anti-woman, right? I mean, it's certainly anti-man, but then when you really break it down to its bones, it's anti-woman actually at its core.
I don't think it means that having a child is bad. They just prioritize. Like, I want to educate myself. I want to be more self-sufficient and have a career and make, it's like it gives them a sense of self-importance. That don't mean that having a child is bad necessarily, but it would inhibit.
Why would you associate that with self-importance? Like,
it would have a negative impact on our progress, though.
Why would you associate career with self-importance? Like, why can't it be that like motherhood is also like just massively self-importance as well? It seems to me that our culture is being orientated to think of the career as self-important.
Andy, I have a question about when you say like feminism was all wrong. Are you talking about like that second wave of feminism, like the burn by bra era, or like the first like suffrage age?
Yeah, I think from its from the very first people that brought it in, I think they knew exactly what they were doing. And I'm sorry to say, the stats are in. The people trying to defend this, it's undefendable, because obviously we need people. We need a people in a society. So if we fall below replacement rate, which we are, and we're having to be replaced by people, the West, Dawn.
The West. So most of
UK,
the
Canada, America, everybody who's bought into the secular humanistic idea / feminism is fallen below replacement rate.
You're saying the West that is being replaced. That's absurd. The West is
replacement. It's falling below replacement, Dawn.
Yeah, and that's like secular
nonsense,
right? You need test tube babies at this point to solve the problem. They're going to force you. That's what I suspect. They're going to cause the problem, and the solution is going to be test tube babies. And then we're going to go Cabbage Patch Kids all the way back home again.
So
Cabbage Patch Kids, that's hilarious.
So I would agree with your statement. Sorry. I'd agree with your statement if it was that second wave of feminism. That first wave of feminism was kind of an equalization of two humans.
Yeah, but the question is, why would you want to equalize two unequal groups? Like, men and women are different.
Yeah, not related to human rights, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of. This is a tough one for me, because I like the idea that the girls have got more opportunities and they've got more. You go girls, I like it. But on the other hand, I have to face the facts that are right in front of me, which is it's a death sentence for any society that takes it on. Unfortunately,
Andy, women, and
this is a schism called incel.
I mean, just women in higher education is the single.
He called you incel.
Women in higher education.
The manifesto.
Well, let me just. The thing is, I come and when SE likes to think he's winding me up about our nation's being taken over by Muslims, etc., etc. I always it's never far from, like, I always think of this thing where I go, well, you reap what you sow. And so definitely men have played a part in this too, Dawn, in the fact that if there's no strong men, then all these kinds of things can take over your society, right? So I think we fully deserve what we get in, right? So that's why I said in the chat the other day, I'm ready to embrace my Muslim overlords because we fully deserve it, right?
I agree with that. Yeah,
Okay, expand on that. That's fine.
We reap what we sow. So
who's we again? The whole Western world deserves what? For what?
To be taken over by, at the moment, we're being replaced, right?
If we engage in bad
why do we
ideas,
deserve that?
Dawn, if we engage in bad ideas, right, then we deserve the consequences of those bad ideas.
Right, that's it.
But
That's
that's
exactly
true
it.
for
Like
the East
Andrew
that's true
Wilson
for the
laughing
East as well.
laughing at feminism and saying, "Look, these people who are cheering them on, the transgender thing, where this is quite bad." But you know, I can see
Transgender
why he's laughing
is
at
not
it. He's
feminism.
saying, "Look, there's these women that are cheering these dudes on, going into women's sports, knocking the teeth out of fucking other women, and they're having to pick the teeth off on the canvas." And he's laughing at them. He's saying, "Look, you reap what you sow. You deserve it."
Yeah,
right?
done.
Nothing to do with feminism.
Yeah, done.
Feminism
China
is the perfect landing. Think about it. First, we kick out traditional gender roles, and then what comes next? It's the perfect platform for genders on a spectrum. Then,
yeah,
I think
wait,
you're
hang on. One
confused
thing.
about what feminism is. Or I'm
No, we're not.
confused about
It's an ideology.
what feminism is.
It's an ideology. That's all.
Yeah,
and we've already talked about the nature of ideas and behavior, right?
Yeah, people have bought into a very dangerous ideology. That was the point of the conversation.
How is equality of trans people is part of feminism ideology? I don't understand.
Because it laid the groundwork. It laid the perfect groundwork for this. If you kick out kick out the traditional gender roles, which are natural, by the way, and then that's the perfect platform, the perfect how could you put it? Like a foot in the door to suddenly say, to suddenly say, gender's a spectrum now.
No, I can put it in pretty clear terms. I can put it in pretty clear terms. Is that the entire like feminist movement and really the post 1945 like world order, like essentially every like social progress, quote unquote, that it's made in that time has been about essentially tabula rasa theory or blank slate theory, which is just this idea that, you know, all humans are essentially a blank slate at birth, to where every single thing is like socialized, and that you can just kind of make any person become anything. And so like the only differences between men and women are socialized, which is the essentially the prevailing ideology behind feminism. And it's the same prevailing ideology that eventually leads to trans in this case.
So if I identify as a tech helicopter, I'm a feminist?
No, it's that it originates from the same tabula rasa cult.
But I want to be a tech helicopter.
You're not responding to him there.
Yeah, you're not engaging with the point.
Because there is nothing to respond.
I mean, you're just not engaging with the point.
Because you don't perceive the like what the question is or the statement, but you feel like you've got a response somehow. That's really peculiar.
His response was basically it was on cue of what he's saying. You know, it kind of, they don't really align. I get what you're saying. If having feminism replacing gender roles would ideally allow that trans agenda to be accepted, but his statement is it has nothing to do with feminism. That's his statement.
I mean, my statement is that they both come from the same philosophical place.
Yeah.
Like they have the same basis.
Okay, and so I just kind of wanted to get a bit into feminism with you, and it's just like for me, like I said earlier, a bit. I can hear and align with a lot of these views when you speak of feminism, not as a whole. I've seen feminism as a pushback against authority, essentially, and I feel we're past equilibrium. And I feel that the agendas that were met in that early wave were good, and they still needed something to be relevant, and they've pushed other agendas that I don't agree with. But at the same time, dehumanizing women essentially to a role.
Who's doing that?
Well, you kind of are, kind of, because if you say that like the first wave of feminism was ridiculous, you're saying that they shouldn't own property, they shouldn't vote, they shouldn't, you know what I mean? And that's and honestly, and then the question was asked.
No, nobody said that, dude. Women used to own property back in the day.
Yeah, women
Some
use
did.
like I read about a lot of women that own property.
Yes, queens and stuff. Yes, but what I'm saying is
Queen Elizabeth.
nowadays, a lot of women did. But what I'm saying is the collective, the big group, most of them could not. And it wasn't economic access. It was you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
Are you saying that there was a Queen Elizabeth, right? That owned like the monarchy, but she couldn't own any land, but she ruled the country, but she didn't. She couldn't. What are you saying? What does that mean?
I said that there were some. Did you hear that part?
There's some men that couldn't own any property. There were men that were slaves. What are we
And
trying to
those
point
men
out
were,
here?
and those men were, yes, and those were laws against them. And precisely, yes. So we're in agreement now, right?
I mean, I'm trying to find common ground with you, but you're trying to point out.
We are finding common ground. We just agreed that there are men that couldn't own property. Why wouldn't there be women who couldn't own property? Just because you can cite a woman who did doesn't
don't run from the claim.
Imply like misogyny at all necessarily. I mean, we're trying to say that actually women did own property in the old time.
And I said, and I
but
agree.
also they had slaves that were men. So
yeah,
what is this power struggle?
What's the power struggle? Essentially, is those roles that you're casting them into without their consent. That's the power struggle.
But
Seriously.
men have also been subject to that. So it's not like a gender divide in that sense.
I understand that. And as men, we act as men, and we do, and we produce, and we build. That's what we do. We're not, remember we just said earlier, we're not the same creature. So why do you expect the same response?
I'm not expecting the same response.
I want to...
But to say that they didn't own property, like women didn't own property in the past, so, I mean, that's just fallacious.
I want to go back. Wait a second. I want to go back and say that the aspect of equalizing and freedom, no matter if it was female, gay, black, whatever, was a good thing. And you need to agree at least upon this, that history has fixed itself and it was a good ideology.
I mean, history moves on, and we've created more problems now. Like we've got an Israel problem going on at the moment.
No. Focus.
So, there's various other problems.
Feminism, equal rights for women, for black.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of like, what is the positive? What is the positive metrics of which you can judge the success or the failure of this? If there are no metrics that you can use to judge these effects of feminism, as an example, then like you're not actually testing anything, and you just like want it to be there. Because like as an example, with going back to the idea of the sustainability of the population, very important thing. If like when we were doing the statistical analysis on whether or not atheism or secularism has a correlation with negative birth rates, which it does. The biggest factor for a population having a negative birth rate is females going into higher education with a 70% R squared rate. it's the strongest correlate to a society no longer being able to sustain itself. So the question there is like, okay, yeah, there's all of these women in higher education. Yay, go women power. But the downside of that is that your population can't sustain itself.
Your society will collapse,
What
basically.
What do you mean?
So, I mean, just on a matter of pragmatism, I mean, we've got a big issue here. If you want to advocate for the notion, like balance, trying to have a career at the same time as like having children, it's just it's so much for a person to take on. I'm impressed. I do have a couple of friends that actually have managed to do it, but most can't.
But one person did. No, one person did. Talking about having like equal rights, having a negative impact on population growth, and and negative impact should qualify that we shouldn't have equal rights.
I mean, you have to weigh the pros and the cons.
We don't have equal rights. It's just like an unfortunate thing. We aim for the equal rights, but just acknowledging that you're never actually going to get there, right? In that sort of essence. Like we serve different roles as a male versus female. We have different roles. Therefore, to say that you have the same rights, it's just like it just doesn't kind of work. Not in the social form, right? I mean, there's rights in the law that should be the same. But like, if you're going to advocate for this and you continue to push it, which I think you guys are, just acknowledge that the road that we've been trudging down has led to less and less of a birth rate within the female population in the West. And that is civilizational collapse. At some point, I'm just kind of curious with you guys, like as far as pragmatism is concerned, within like holding your civilization together, would you be willing to acknowledge that like maybe like what the cause of the problem, which is essentially women going into higher education?
Fuck that. That's not even a problem.
That's ridiculous.
You cause it. You can correlate the two. You can correlate the outcome. You really can. But you can also add other variables into that, and then I can make the same fallacious claims. You know, I mean, I can't deny it. Yes, like that happened. Women started going to college. The number went down. There are other factors. So women, like we don't know that factor. And what I'm saying is, what you're saying, from my understanding, is feminism as a whole is bad, and that's where I can't get.
That's not what I'm saying. It's going to cause civilizational collapse. I'm just going pure pragmatics here, right? I'm not saying it's good or bad, whatnot, but the statistics are pointing at that. And the interesting thing for me is when it came to like civilizational like appreciation, like we need to make sure that everyone's all right and safe and all the rest of it, is like lockdown, wear masks, and all the rest of it. Yeah, like we were very concerned about that. But when it comes to this conversation about these rights stuff and like the potential that it's going to lead to as far as civilizational collapse with the birth rates, it's like we just seem to be justifying.
Okay, so
wait. So what I think also Renee is trying to say, even if you have some citation, research, whatever, about how birth rate was impacted by human rights don't happen in a vacuum. There is endless reasons for the impact on birth rate, and saying that human rights is somehow a bad thing that lead to a drop in birth rates, I don't see it.
Rewind a little bit. So the ideology of feminism has led to the idea that women want to take on careers and also like mothership, but they can't do both at the same time. It's just too much of a burden to take on. And then as you focus on the career for women and you say like, well, that's their right to take that on, you're also acknowledging at the same time that that's going to collapse your society and civilization. When you drop below the 2.1, you're screwed.
Yeah, but
also-
a lot you have to admit though, a lot of what Rixie's saying is literally supported by the new corporate structure of how they make all these like maternity leave things and like you know what I mean? They there's a serious effort to cater to the female in the workplace when she's going through this like, you know, when she's getting pregnant, you know, going through the whole childbirth. They are literally trying to figure that out, right? Because there's a massive impact there. You know, like trying to juggle work and having a family. Like they see and they're studying all this and they're like, holy fuck, we got to figure this out because it's not healthy for women, right?
Well,
Can you
because,
at
well,
least
because we're disappearing,
accept that?
Rigger. It's because we're
But-
disappearing. That's why. Because they're like, oh shit.
Oh my god!
I
Who's
mean,
winning out?
you guys said it like after World War II, right? And even during like those world wars, men were all fighting and things needed to get built still. So women did it. So they proved they could do it, right? They proved, and then
That's like a stretch. That's a stretch, right?
okay,
Because they weren't
okay.
building tanks, right? They were working in the factories, like doing the bullet casings. They weren't doing like the heavy manual labor.
I
And
give you that.
Not
I give
all
you that.
men got shipped off, and
I
the military
understand that.
was still, even though you got drafted, it didn't mean you were out in the jungle, right? It just meant the military controlled what you're going to be doing for a job. That's all it meant. So they were still men developing the arms. So don't act like
I understand
all right,
that,
well,
but I'm
men
not
went away
acting
to
as
die and shoot guns. That's all they did, and the women did all
that's
the brute
that's
work.
not what I said. That's not what I was
But you
saying. And I'm
framed it
sorry
like
if it
that.
came across. Okay. Oh yes, you are correct. There were other people that were helping in men, and it wasn't just women doing it. But what my claim in my statement was, they proved that they could do a job a man could do in a time of need.
Well, no, I mean, not really though. I mean, they're not going to be, you know, doing the oil rigs and shit like that, are they? So, but
well, nowadays,
I mean, do you think
no,
do you
we
think
were
it's
talking
fair
about
to say?
1945, though. We were talking about
Yeah.
45.
Do you think?
And I was
Do you
going to go
think
to
it's
your
fair?
country too, because after the fact,
Yeah.
in your country, you guys imported a lot of people for work.
Yeah, well, we're doing that now. We have to.
Yeah,
We have no choice.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have
Renee.
different. Yes.
When you say right, when you say that, it really diminishes right the production end of things, right? Because you say the women could do what the men could do, right? So that's just saying they showed up and they did the same type of work. It doesn't mean they hit the same quotas, they had the same
Okay.
capabilities. It just
Okay.
means they showed up, like
Okay.
showing up, like and they produce some. Isn't you know what I mean? Like,
Okay, I
think you gotta be a little
get you.
careful
I
how it
get you.
works.
I get you. And this is the thing. I'm not trying to beg the point, and that's why I'm trying to just get succinct and get through it. You know, I get you. I get what you're saying. The work that those women were doing would probably have been way more productive if men were doing it because of what we were talking about. It was heavier and all that other stuff. But my statement of they proved they could do a job a man could do. That's what happened. And then after the
It doesn't
fact,
mean anything. I can cook.
No, it truly
woman
does.
can cook as
No,
well.
it truly does because you have to understand the narrative at the time. You can't do this, you frail little thing.
No.
That's the problem.
That's your
of history.
perception of the narrative at the time, because that's the feminist position is right that they were being talked down to. Actually, what occurred in my interpretation, like as far as when they started becoming employed within the, like what is it, the military industrial complex. I mean, they were foisted into it. They were encouraged to do so as far as like, you know, to support the men in the solution that they're coming to with the military stuff. Like it was considered like a patriotic role that they took on. That's why it was encouraged.
Yes, and in that patriotic role they took on, because their rights to vote and all of that stuff. That's part of that first wave of feminism I'm talking about. Like all these things. All these things that you're now like saying, yes, these are the existence and all this other stuff. That's what I'm talking about. That's the part of it I just can't come to you and accept as being wrong.
There were plenty of people in the past that were downtrodden. Further, the women of that class were like specifically downtrodden. I think it's being overemphasized specifically by the feminist ideology in order to encourage this interpretation. I don't actually think it was necessarily that bad for women. When it became down to war, yeah, everyone suffers during war. I mean, it's a stupid fucking. It's a very stupid thing to get involved in. But I mean, we all suffer through it. But I don't know. This sort of. I don't think that we've necessarily had this inequality that the feminists are necessarily pointing to.
And that would be from your perspective. And when you hear their perspective, your response is, "Oh, that's overblown. That's this. That's that." Right?
Well, all the feminists that claim that, right? Like they never lived in that time or age. Like the guys that are claiming that now, they never lived in that time or age.
But we can talk to people from that time or age.
Yeah, but
and there's some people on this call from that time or age.
They cite very specific radical people within certain sort of like political like strata, and that's the ones that they refer to as far as like the interpretation of like the female experience.
So you don't think the statement "a woman could do the work of a man" was a radical statement prior to 1945? You don't think that was a radical statement?
I don't even know what that means. Like a woman can do what a man can do or something.
Yeah, the work of a man. That's what I said. The woman can do the work of a man. You do not think that was a radical statement prior to 1945?
Like, do you acknowledge that like a woman just
can you answer the
can
question? Can you answer
the?
I've said that. I told you that. But can you answer my question? Because I answer your questions. Can you answer my question? Do you think the statement "a woman can do the work of a man" was a radical statement prior to 1945 era time?
I got no idea, man. I got no idea.
Yeah, I can answer it. Yes, it absolutely is. Of course, it's radical, and it's not true. So,
there you go. Okay, okay, but it was a radical statement.
It's very much so.
Okay.
I don't even understand the nature of that statement. I'm having a lot of trouble grasping. My apologies, though. Something maybe on my end interpretation.
I would say it's a bit of perception bias.
Can I make my distinction now? For
We all have that.
I agree.
Do you want to hear it? So,
what's up, Don? Hit it.
The elite, shut up. Elites, the Freemasons, the occultists, the Satanists, the Cabal, whatever you want to call them, they study gender, and of course they're going to use it against you. So some of feminism is a push to destroy families, like you're all saying. But there is also another phenomenon of women wanting to do what they want and having free will, just like a. So these are two separate problems that have happened at the same time.
That's not a phenomenon. That's what women want. Why does Bill
That's great,
Belichick
but what it's actually done is just made like a shitty a version of men, and female is a beautiful thing, right? It's the female principle. It's like the yin and the yang. I want that celebrated. That's a wonderful thing. I don't want a shittier version of a man, right? Because that's what feminism produces. So, and they don't have the duties that come with the feministic principle. That's the issue, right? Because they want all the fun without the duties, without the you've got to have kids.
It's a work in progress.
And in some ways, I don't blame them, but I mean, again, the stats are in. So whoever's trying to argue for this, I'm sorry, but it just doesn't work. So
I think it's a serious insult towards the beauty of a woman with her children at home.
Exactly.
And protecting.
Andy, have you read Schopenhauer?
And nurture.
Yeah, I've read a bit of Schopenhauer. I've read a lot of philosophy.
Nobody can do it better than
No, I can hear it. I actually agree with Schopenhauer.
You guys are not woke enough. Some women don't give a fuck about kids. They want to pass you in intelligence, power, and money, and they will.
That's listen, Dawn. There's some part of me that's like, good for you, ladies. I love it actually. I'm really, because I was raised by a strong woman because my dad died when I was very, very young. Okay. But I didn't realize that I was being bamboozled. I was being tricked somewhat. And these women will find when they're 40 years old, wine-stained teeth, and they're lonely, they got no kids. They're going to be like, I've been kind of tricked too, because family is wealth. And money is debt. So
No,
yeah,
but they're not agreeing.
but
They want a
that's
they want
because
a
they're
chance.
confused, Dawn. So that's why we need to speak out, right?
They want a
I think
chance
there's, I
at
think there's
fame
been,
and
y'all
success.
got a bunch of different views of what feminism is. I see these women that, and they make fun of them. Some of the women make fun of these other women that get on. We don't need men for anything, you know, and that's fucking ridiculous ass statement.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have that view as that is feminism, and a lot of women that would be considered feminists are not that way. I mean, it's misrepresenting who they are, you know.
Yeah, I suppose there's always an extreme version of that as well, Left Lane. Yeah, you're probably right about that. But either way, they're going to have to appeal to the very thing that they think they are being oppressed by,
Yes.
i.e., men. Because we, you know, because men have always have. This is what Andrew Wilson and all those talk about, force doctrine. While men have got the monopoly on force, they'll have to appeal to men. So it's quite silly on its face, really. Women should be their own. They've got their own side of the
What about this,
thing.
Andy? If we
Yeah.
change the name to women's lib and women's rights, yeah, and I'll give you that feminism is an indoctrination term.
Well, you know, it's interesting listening to Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife. She's done a heck of a lot of research in this area, and she claims that at the time when it was about women voting and whether they should have the right to vote, a lot of women didn't want it. Could you even believe that? Because I was like, wow, that doesn't sound right.
I've
But
heard
no,
that, yeah.
yeah,
Well,
she says that because they were smart enough to realize they didn't want to just be used as some political bloc, as some, you know, and yet another thing. The idea being that they were apart from that. They could have their views and they could say things, and it was more powerful in a way. They couldn't just be used in some political way. Right.
But then the feminist interpretation of those people, like those women at that point in time, was that they were just oppressed, like they had Stockholm syndrome, essentially. So they just, like, the feminists accused them of having Stockholm syndrome. And now we've moved into this interpretation of history now. And when they write about the history of the past, oh, well, I mean, they're all just confused.
Yeah, I was just asking ChatGPT about if if you can indulge, I was just going to read this. Feminism is not creating their own self-sustaining societies. They're asking the very men they claim to oppress them to protect and elevate them. That's not empowerment. That's dependency dressed up in
I'll give
ideology.
you that, but it's a
The
negotiation.
irony here is thick. Feminism claims to liberate women from traditional roles, but where has it led? Record levels of loneliness, declining
Freedom
birth rates,
and power.
fractured families, and workplace full of burned out, miserable people chasing a version of equality that flattens everyone into sameness instead of embracing natural differences. And let's not forget, men and women are different, not just biologically, but physiologically, emotionally, and behaviorally. Societies that ignore those differences collapse into dysfunction. Feminism ignores the biological and social realities that made civilization possible in the first place. I mean, it says it all, doesn't it?
That's not true.
Yeah, dude, that was the best
That's
wrap
what
up
we're
I've heard in a
seeing.
while.
That's what we're witnessing. It's right in front of your face.
You have to observe that, Dawn. Like dude. If we don't get to 2.1 children per woman, we're screwed.
But what if some women have 3 and some have 1?
You're never going to
The entire point is that it's the average. 2.1 is the average per woman, so it doesn't matter if some people have 3, if the majority have 0.
Of course it does.
You're never going to get to Mars unless you have 2.1 or more.
You think the West is below 2 now, do you, or something like that?
Dude, yeah, with the medical, I can't talk about that thing, but you know, with the stuff that happened in the last 3 years, the fertility rates are like, they ain't looking too good, man.
Do you mean white people, or do you mean anyone that lives in America?
I mean, anyone in the West that engaged within the stuff that happened within the last 3 or 4 years. Yeah, like we got a big.
Do you mean Australia? White people in Australia, do they count as the West?
I said the West. Okay,
Yeah, what does that mean?
Australia's
You can you can include anybody who's in there. It doesn't just have to be white people. It doesn't just have to be secular people.
Yeah.
None of these countries have above replacement TFR.
Yeah.
So you
It's,
really,
Not a single Western
takes
country.
on, it's whoever takes on the secular humanistic / feminism, manifesto. Let's put it that way.
Like I
Can't
would also
make
say,
it
like,
make
it's our
sense.
responsibility, Dawn, to be more charming. Like if we want to like improve the birth rates, like the dudes are got to get out there and make sure that they're more amenable to like what women want. But the thing is, like with this whole feminist thing, it gets all cooked up in the situation, right?
What do you think women
I'm not
want?
willing to deny the problem of the man like contribution to this. We seem to be focusing on the women. I think Andy sort of pointed this out as well. Is like we're willing to also discuss like the masculine problem that's going on as well. But the issue is like if civilization is based, that's a real baseline. 2.1 children per woman is the baseline. If you don't meet that, you're screwed as a civilization.
Yeah, remember, Rick. Sorry, remember, Rick, when the COVID thing happened. I was looking around for the strong men, didn't see any. But what I did see was strong women speaking out, particularly nurses. So that's quite interesting, isn't it? So there's
it is a little bit. I mean,
where are the strong
I know
men?
of Andy Kaufman, of also is it Sam Cowan, a couple of guys there. But yeah, Samantha Bailey was a fantastic representative. Dude, she convinced me of it. Like she was the one I came across, and her and another fellow named like their compilation was like sort of formative for me to realize what was in that sense.
So what do you think women want? And I think a really good answer would be I don't know, because if you truly did, you'd be a billionaire. Everyone's seeking that. But like in your interpretation,
You'd be a feminist.
What do you think they want?
They just want to have fun.
They want the choice. They don't want men impeding on their ability to choose what they do with their life. That's it.
I wonder if we could sort of encourage them to have children in their most fertile years, because let's face it, it's more dangerous as well to have them in the 30s later. I mean, I think the average age was like 31 or something in America. Really, I mean, it's gone crazy now. But I wonder if we can sort of encourage them to do the career thing after, or is that not realistic?
And so where I was kind of going with like the what women want thing, I think no matter what, genetically, it's stability in some form or fashion. We can define it over time. And in the worldview that they see it, money gets them stability. That gets them the freedom from the patriarchy that's oppressing them. And now that
patriarchy,
I'm just using I'm just using terms, dude. That they have money, you have freedom, you don't have to listen to no man, no one can tell you what to do. Autonomy, you know what I mean? But the thing is with autonomy.
Sorry, my bad, bro.
I was saying with autonomy, the consequences, and this is what we're talking about, the children and all this other stuff. So what you're kind of asking is to take someone's autonomy away from them and turn them into a baby factory. And that's how they're going to hear this.
No. Okay, so like, dude, there is no such thing as freedom in this world. You have to breathe oxygen, right? You're never going to get to this optimal sort of opulent aspect of like feminist like female freedom. It's not possible.
I didn't say freedom. Okay? I didn't say freedom, because now you're switching terms. I said autonomy, which is a completely different aspect. You can.
I thought you did say freedom. My apologies.
I said autonomy.
No one's got like pure autonomy either. I mean, I get where you like deferring
I agree with
like
that as
autonomy
well.
versus freedom.
Like even if he's not pursuing, like even if we can't reach it, it's still ideal for someone who believes in this to try to pursue it, right?
No, because if the ideal results in less birth rate than 2.1 and your civilization inherently collapses,
how does it inherently collapse?
It's just called civilizational collapse. So I don't know. I don't know how to deal with the problem.
Can I ask you a question? Because like I said, I was a philosopher. Greeks literally thought in a way that I think you might think. Does a woman have another role other than giving birth?
Yes.
Okay. So So what is that role?
Well, I mean, beyond giving birth,
Same as
to
the man's role.
nurturing. But I was also think
Nurturing
that
the child they gave.
actually
Look what I'm
sort of.
saying. Nurturing
But
the
if you
child
want
they
to,
gave
if you
birth
want me to
to.
give you like the more wiser aspect to it, like the way the masculine should sort of interact with the feminine in that sense. I mean, you as the masculine, like, really need to respond to what their needs are in that respect, right? Like you need to respond to that. Beyond that, I'm not sure what you're actually asking.
So yes,
A mom is a mom and a dad is a dad.
I understand that, but like what I was saying is, even in those other aspects where you say yes to, it's nurturing the child they birthed. You know what I mean? It's always linking them back to
protective. You need to protect them as well. Like you
agree.
nest them within your control aspect, right?
I agree. And the thing is I do not have autonomy over another human being. I have influence. There's access to express my opinion, but you do not have autonomy over. You just have autonomy over yourself.
Have you got a kid?
I have 3. I don't have autonomy over.
Do you have
kids.
autonomy over them? Do you get to make decisions over what the kid does and does not do?
Okay. Yes, to a level, and their autonomy is not as
cool.
it. But adult women aren't kids.
That's not the same conflation. But
okay,
there is dude. I've got a sense of what I'm trying to say, but like at the tip of my tongue, I don't quite get it. So move on with the conversation. Have your piece.
No, I'm not trying to pick at you. I'm not trying to pick at you.
You're right.
And the thing is,
this is a very nuanced conversation. Like
what I'm trying to
beautiful
do
in its aspect. Okay.
Like what I'm literally trying to do is I'm sitting here and I'm hearing you guys talk. I hear it, but I just can't come to the conclusion that all of this was bad. You know, and the thing is, I'm not even trying to use a superlative of all.
What's bad?
Like what precisely? Like I said, you know, but like at the same time, bad would be what you're talking about, the collapse of society. So that's what I would say.
I want to ask, why doesn't the male carry the baby and protect it while it's in his womb or his butt?
Because we're not seahorses. Because we're not seahorses.
No, hold on. We're talking about
because we're not seahorses. Because we're not seahorses.
Hold on, bro. Don't say stupid shit. Now, the woman has a baby in it, and she's the protector. She got the big hips, the legs, the carrying ability, and all that. Men ain't built like that.
I agree.
So why is the woman the protector of the baby in the womb and not a fucking man if the man's the ultimate protector? Something ain't right.
It comes down to roles at that point, right? Like, so the woman is the nurturer. And
because all these guys, they have this weird illusion of like security being achieved by brute strength. My bad, dude. There might be a delay.
Well, you do need brute strength in some like aspects of the world, right? Like to protect what you need to. You don't think you need brute strength at all?
That's only because there's other people trying to take your rights with brute strength.
Exactly.
Well,
like the fact of the matter is, people have brute strength and they're going to try to take your shit. So,
not necessarily.
What do you mean?
I mean,
you're born into this world,
trying to take people's rights.
Hold on, you guys ever been around 15 dudes bigger than you and they didn't try to bully you in some way? Show me the video.
I'm
Show me
7
right
feet tall.
now where you did not get bullied by the people bigger than you around you at any time ever. Been no way. I'm telling you, it's bullshit.
No, and that's part of male society, in my opinion. And honestly, the softness of what we have become has been eliminating just literal behavior that boys and men do, and calling
you
it
think
fucking
that women
toxic.
don't bully? You think women
are
don't
the
bully
worst
each
bullies
other?
in the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say.
Dude, like
you're thinking about it backwards sometimes.
Women are like bully the hell out of each other.
Yeah, men. Hold on. There's a couple islands and places where the guys nurture the baby mostly. The ladies don't. The guys do. And ain't nothing wrong with it. And them little babies will kill for the dad, the mom. They'll do. You know what I'm saying? They're not unbrute. They're not uncommonsensical. They won't not protect just because the dad was nice to them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the brute force in that aspect wasn't even needed. It was just the nurture part, because the thing that's nurturing you 100% of your life, guess what you're gonna do? Protect that thing.
But the thing is for children, they will refer to something greater at all times because they understand their physical position in the world. So like when they can refer that brute force aspect of life, which is scary, to an object like dad, you know what I mean? That's a good thing because dad can probably take care of those problems that are causing those fears that you're seeing, you know? There's other aspects, but I give you the point. You know, breaking up the family, putting all those roles on one person, male or female. I agree, makes it next to impossible. It's not impossible. It makes it very, very hard to have a child and give them a world in which they can then pass to their next generation. So, like I said, like I see the problems. I just think that if we dissected it a bit more, we could kind of put feminism and all that where it is and see the core roots. And a lot of it, like we said earlier, a lot of it could be us. You have to understand that first wave of feminism was about us. So you remember, the women got the right to vote. The first thing they did was take away fucking alcohol.
Who wanted it?
Well, just think of the first thing they did. They took away alcohol. The first thing they did. Why do you think that happened? But why do you think that happened, though?
Hold on, it wasn't guys.
I'll tell you why. I'm just telling you now.
Corporation.
Just don't have a
Corporation did that.
conversation with them. It's not worth it.
I was just let you know why
did that, not
why
moms
they
and
took away-
dads. Moms and dads didn't make you burn your bra. Corporation came out and did. Moms and dads didn't tell you be equal with whoever because you already were as a mom and dad. You're already equal.
See, my mom and dad. See, this is the thing. My mom and dad had to tell me that because the narrative about me with people around me wasn't that. So my mom and dad had to tell me that.
Yeah, and that's why it's good to have both. And that's why it's good not to listen to the government who's telling you to do this and all this other shit and feminism and all that, you know, the government pushes all this goopy shit too and then pushes it off while they push it on people. Then they push it off on you like it's somebody else. You know, like it's like, oh, well, men want this, women want this. No, they didn't say that. The media put that out and then somehow they bid on, or you guys just put it through with an idea of a vote or some dumb shit. So come on,
I completely agree, but the thing is this: it's like I said, like when the women got the right, they basically the next thing that happened was they banned alcohol in America. And my question is, why do you think that was the progression? And I'm not disagreeing with you, but you have to understand.
I'll tell you why.
No, but at that time for America, sin tax was like 90% of our taxes. So we literally we cut off our fucking nose on top of it. So,
can I respond to the reason why they banned alcohol?
Yes.
Yeah, because it was in competition with fuel for automotive.
Oh, come on.
No, come on, guys. No, they banned. Well, the whole prohibition happened right at the inclination, like when the motor vehicle started coming into play. They had two technologies like competing with one another: the alcohol versus that of the was it fossil fuels? They called it then, right?
They could have this could have just happened in any other industrialized nation.
This is also just the best.
The guy, and then the guy having to pay for the woman and all this, and then separation, and now you need hook. Yeah, all kinds. Yep.
Yeah, this is also
they banned the alcohol, right? Because it was taking over production for automotive propulsion devices. So,
you can't burn alcohol. Alcohol was not in competition with gasoline back then.
It is the gasoline competition.
You can burn
it always is.
No, this is silly.
Power your vehicle.
Look at Ford. So he's right. Ford won it, and he pushed an alcohol-based thing, and but whatever. But that's your opinion. That's your. But that's not the reason.
Thank you.
But yes, Ford did want an alcohol-based thing, but that's not the reason why.
Oh, that's not the reason. Too. No. You think you know the reason what Ford did for the reason why they did that? Like all those guys, you think you know why they did that? That's just your interpretation of history, sir. You've just listened to the victor, the winner.
I would suggest the reason why. The question I said the reason why was to my question of why alcohol was banned after women got the right to vote. That was what I was referring to.
I think what Yaskis posted is kind of like deceiving. I'm gonna tag you, Yaski and Stella, in regards to the.
Who can they scare more, women or men?
Yeah, on the alcohol prohibition, that's the best argument against women voting. Is that the first thing that they decided to do when getting voting rights?
And
Is to ban alcohol.
Okay.
All the women love to drink.
Okay,
You're crazy, dude. You are crazy.
We're not arguing that, but so you will admit that they made an emotional response to something, correct?
An emotional response? Yeah, sure. It's emotional though.
Yeah,
It's
to the
not
government,
legitimate.
showing them pictures like burn your
No. I'm not talking
be a
to you two
woman.
guys, please, because you said
sorry.
that it was the corporations and you had another opinion, but I think you and I have a very similar opinion of why alcohol was banned, because you said that's why they shouldn't have the right to vote. So if I don't know if I want to go to that conclusion.
Who said
that? I said it in a tongue-in-cheek way.
Yeah, okay, yes, I'm summing up, just trying to get to the point.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm really not trying
So
to
you're
put words
going to
in your
attack the weakest of our arguments in order to solve your problem.
No,
Right.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
We go to the stronger argument.
No, I'm not. What I'm doing is talking to him, and I'm asking him, what do you like? I agree with you. That was an emotional response to something, and I'm asking you. I will say what that something would be, but I don't want to poison the well. But I'm asking you, what do you think that something was that they had an emotional response to?
I mean, I don't know the specifics.
I know where this one's going. I know. I'm going to call it right now.
Yeah,
Abuse.
so it's DV.
No, you call it.
DV
You call it.
is usually invoked at this point. So the reason why women want to ban alcohol is usually like DV sort of incidents. There's an association between those two. But
I mean, was that a problem? Was that a problem in like Prohibition age?
DV, yeah.
Do you think it's a problem today? Do you think it's a problem today? Or an issue? Or it happens? Do you think it happens today?
I mean, I think some people can't hold their alcohol while they drive, but it's really just a skill issue.
Okay, so
I can drink and drive perfectly fine.
So what I'm saying is that system, based upon other laws and rules, getting a divorce was hard. Getting all of the access, and they took that and said, if we throw this away, then we may have a better. When you look at like the I don't want to call it propaganda, but like what was said about like why we need to do this. It was all about the family and building together and all of that stuff. And it was what they thought was the tool that was being used by the devil. I'm almost speaking verbatim, that caused men to hurt them.
Do you believe in the devil?
Oh,
it's the greatest trick he ever pulled, mate.
I saw that. I saw that movie as well.
It does not exist. But like, if you're invoking the devil, and this is what these women were invoking at that point, like, where do we go from?
I invoked the devil because they were trying to see the good in us, and not see what
Who's
we
us? Like
men.
Or?
Yes, men. That's why I invoked the devil, because that's why, because they were trying to see the good in us.
You think men are the devil?
Illegal to drink and drive?
No, that's not what I said.
It wasn't illegal to drink and drive on your horse either. So why would ladies want to ban alcohol if it wasn't hurt nobody or doing anything?
Violence. Not drinking, driving drunk or something.
Yeah, DV.
So why would a lady care about it if she's getting blitzed with you at the underground parties?
Domestic violence. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so weird how we
about
give a
drunk
fuck
driving.
about a prohibition. Like, who gives a fuck that they banned alcohol? That shit is poison and it kills your brain and makes you inept to everything.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm not saying that.
Cool.
I'm down with anything that you can't stand up straight on and they ban it. Yeah, I mean, if you can't find your way to the bathroom, yeah, that's kind of fucking stupid to be doing that shit.
Like, it doesn't cross anyone's mind that maybe they banned it because it was actually like causing harm to people.
A glass of wine a day is not going to kill you. Plenty of populations of a glass of wine a day with no health issues.
It's not a big deal. If I just do a little bit, just one cigarette.
The cohort that has
you can have gasoline in your car all day, every day, but you can't have alcohol in your car.
Yeah, the cohort that has the best health outcomes is the cohort that has 3 drinks a week on average. So the population that has 3 drinks a week on average has better health outcomes than the population that doesn't drink at all. It's getting a little medical, but
I don't know
yeah.
what kind of bullshit study you're pulling that from, but they plug in their weird studies that just affirm whatever industry.
You're gonna have to ask for the
Sorry,
citation.
am I breaking up?
Someone's roboting real hard.
Left lane, you're roboting real bad. We cannot hear you, left
Bing
lane.
bong, bing bing bong.
Left lane, you're
That's all
roboting.
we hear, brother.
Yeah, people think that drinking every day is helping them, but then they get liver disease and stuff. Like, when do people figure out that they shouldn't drink alcohol?
Well, he didn't say every day. He said 3 times a week. So this is a different thing.
A total of 3 drinks per
So
week.
that
Yes.
yeah, that little discrepancy is not much different. Like, it's still putting poison in your body.
A little bit of poison
Yeah,
is good for you.
That's actually the irony of the situation.
Like a hormetic
that
response.
Poison is actually good for you, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's
and
going
when
to
you said
justify that
about
they should drink alcohol, even though it's killing them. That's the wildest thing going on in society, man. Y'all
No, I mean,
advocate
it
for poison.
doesn't kill you at proper doses. It actually helps you at proper doses.
Yeah, dosage is the primary thing in that aspect. You can't just say a substance causes damage. It's all in moderation, like in that sense.
Yeah, because you got to be careful with the argument against it, right? Because then you're questioning.
Still roboting left lane.
Then you're questioning like
Sorry, left
all
lane.
medicine, right? Any medicine. That's pretty much what you're doing. Or anything with a side effect. Once you say,
Yeah,
hey,
because
don't
I never drink
because
alcohol, and I feel like I could fuck anybody up. Like, alcohol makes you like stumble and stupid and slur your words.
Oh, you're one of
You guys
them
act like you're
fucking
fucking
liquid
becoming
courage
like
boys.
your ultimate self when you're like literally
Right.
depleting your own brain. It's crazy.
3 drinks
not
a
your
week
ultimate self.
will never make you become buzzed even.
Yeah, I don't know what biased study you're getting that from. It could be that the industry has incentive to plug in studies that just advocate for their product.
Okay. But have you got a bias against like his statement in what you're saying? Because you're not asking for the evidence. You're just like,
Yeah, I feel like the
making a
idea
biased
that, like,
statement.
a glass of wine a day keeps the doctor away, that idea is being sold to you by the wine industry.
That's not what he said. He said 3 glasses a week.
I know you drink. I know everybody's going to defend their drinking and act like it's helping them.
It's not
I
what
don't
he's saying,
drink.
dude.
Yeah, I don't drink and I'm still defending it because it's just true.
Yeah, why don't you drink?
No, he wants to fight him.
See what I mean? So you're saying drinking benefits you, but you choose not to drink. Like, what makes you above it?
You back me up.
I mean, I drink in the appropriate situations. You're okay, left lane.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, we
it's
can hear
the abuse is the problem. My granddaddy drank a glass of Mocha David every day, 1 glass every day, and it kept him. He lived to like 98 years old. It is therapeutic, but people don't regulate themselves. They want to get drunk. They want to get buzzed, and that's the problem.
Yeah, but you can't punish everybody because some people abuse it, right? Because then we're just going to start throwing everything out.
That's what we do with every drug, though.
No, not medicine.
Yeah,
It's
people
true.
justify eating meat as well, and they don't even think about how much opioids are in the meat and that they're actually
Well,
like heroin abuser.
I think
Oh, here
Derek
we
was
go.
just joking about the alcohol in the car thing.
I've got a vegan
But think
on.
painkillers, right? Think painkillers. Those are abused like crazy. What if we threw those out?
You know how they
Yeah, I don't
schedule
think we
drugs?
need painkillers. All those oxycodones, all those opiates are pointless.
Just to let you know.
Yeah, they
my
practically have thrown them out. You can't go. You can't just go and say, "Oh, my back hurts. I need pain pills." That doesn't happen anymore.
Oh,
they
that ain't
they
true.
cracked down on it.
It did happen for a while
They
there.
push
and,
it on you.
You know, man, like my father's gone through some necrosis stuff going on at the moment with his feet and his legs and stuff. Like he's just having to try to deal with like balancing the pain and dealing with the consequences of those painkillers that they bring on. He's just trying to balance himself out. So I mean, yeah, it's a darker aspect to it, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Deal with the necrosis and the constant pain of it, or are you gonna deal with the I think it's constipation and various other like health implications of the just alleviating yourself from this constant pain that's going on.
You know, I see so many people's lives get ruined because of alcohol. Even if it does have some health benefits, it appears that we need to just like take a little freaking hiatus for a minute and figure ourselves out before we get right back into that practice.
Thought we did that already.
Yeah, for sure. Look, overall, if you were to ban alcohol, I mean, if you actually like just sort of evaporate all the alcohol in the world and no one had it, I think you'd see an uptick in health overall, for sure.
Why are we?
You see an uptick in crime.
You'll never control what I put in my body. Calm
Well,
down.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, if you were to remove it all, like, just like the problem of like 2.1 births, per like children per woman. If you don't achieve that, you get a civilizational collapse. You're cooked.
No, all civilizations are doing great. We're overpopulated. It's like you haven't read any books.
It's like you're believing in the globe notion that you're overpopulated and climate change is like going to impact you.
Some climate change theories are real.
It's all weather manipulation. Come on, man.
There's plenty of people.
Things go up and down. Rich people want to move. Some people like
Plenty of
clouds. Some people don't.
Plenty of people. Okay, so like plenty of people is actually not the solution to the civilizational collapse. If the populate, like this is the statistics that I've read anyway, below 2.1, your civilization collapses. You've got too many young people paying for the taxes and the burden that the old people impose. If you don't, it's like a runaway situation that occurs.
Here's something I would agree with. Let's just kill everybody above the age of 65.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to do that with the like essentially what they did with the like in the last 3 or 4 years. You know, they impose certain rules like to take certain sort of stuff. And
I mean, you want to use the law to make women have to have babies at a certain age. We could use the law
I'm not
to.
imposing that. No, that's not what I'm imposing. I'm actually sort of like going, I don't want to impose that rule. I'm trying to like sort of encourage it in the sense that like if we don't do this, then that's the consequence. But if you're happy with the consequence, then deal with it. Okay. But all I'm trying to point at.
You're telling me an objective. You're telling me an objective reality that hasn't happened and hasn't really even shown itself yet.
Well, otherwise it hasn't shown itself yet. Okay. I mean, there are cultures such as the Japanese that seem to be like to free fall as far as their population is concerned. At that point, then you need, in order to solve the problem, is a lot of like you bring in people from other countries, so immigration starts becoming your program, and we've got to acknowledge that immigration comes along with a whole bunch of like other issues, right? Like people of different belief systems coming into contact with one another and causing conflict. So, I mean, if that's your solution, then you're going to head towards conflict.
So if there was one unified belief system that everyone should follow, which one would you recommend?
I mean, yeah, tricky answer. There is none.
So how could we? So if there is none,
pointing at the problem and just like
I understand that. I understand that.
The wisdom of the masses to some extent.
I get what you're saying. So if there is no solution to the problem that you presented, then you're just throwing in an insolvable problem as the reason why this is it, right?
Well, maybe you can cushion the blow at the back end, or I don't know. Otherwise, you're going to have to start using your so-called science to start making Cabbage Patch Kids in vitro and like in test tubes.
Do you know what in vitro? Do you know what in vitro? So in vitro is also when you're not able to reproduce, like because your age, and they can like they put the sperm cell and the egg cell and they make them meet, and then they implant it into the woman, and sometimes it doesn't keep, and you have to do that over and over again. It's not like they grow babies in like test tubes. You know that, right?
Sure, but I mean that is going to have to be a solution if the rate of birth continues to drop. So all the problems
grow
you're going to
babies in
point out,
test tubes.
right? Yeah, I mean you're gonna have to solve the problem at that point, right? Like you're gonna have to come up with that.
So you're talking about
solution.
societal collapse. So this is about production. So you're saying, so with our current technology, so right now you understand the ratio of workers to production, right? Or no?
I mean, do I understand the rate of workers to production? I don't even know what that means, but if you want to elaborate
So the rate
on
of
the point,
the rate of production since, let's just say, like the mid 80s, early 70s time frame has gone up in the world, but the number and rate of workers have gone down. So we need less workers to do more stuff over time.
Okay, so I mean, are we getting more efficient or less efficient?
We're getting more efficient with that exact replication of data sets. You would infer that we are becoming more efficient in production.
Are we? Okay. So how do you show that actually, like in like equity? It's a
GDP,
actual physical product. How do you show that you're actually being more productive?
It's perfect. So you have charts that show goods made by countries and stuff like that, and like it's gone up, and the numbers of workers have gone down. So from that data set, you would infer that the number of workers does not need to be the same rate of workers from the 1800s where you guys are pulling this data from, essentially.
Has the quality of life improved also?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Yes. People are living longer.
You think people are living longer?
Yes. The average age.
Okay.
That's why we're the retirement age. You hear all this talk about like increasing in retirement age and stuff like that.
So you would say that living longer is of more value than quality of life?
Quality of life. If you could shove everything,
I can keep someone alive for a really long time, like in a zombie-like state.
Yes, you
right?
can.
And qualify them as dead like 10 years after the time.
Now we can sit here and debate experiences. Now we can sit here and debate that. But what my argument is, over a longer period of time, you have a more likely chance to achieve, I would say, happiness on some sort of level of time, which I would say
you didn't qualify that. You just said that they live longer. You didn't say that it was quality of life.
I said I base my assumption of making. I said I base my assumption of people living longer being a quality of life based upon the fact that over that period of time they'd be able to achieve those. Yes.
Sorry. If you can extend someone's life 5 years beyond it, but they're in absolute agony, right? So
that's not okay. But that's not what's happening.
Cancer or something, and you can extend their life, right? But they're living in absolute agony. But you'll say that that's
we're not having a conversation of euthanasia right now. We are not talking about euthanasia. We are not.
I never said euthanasia. I don't know why you're like sort of invoking. But
that's what you're saying is suffering.
No, it's not.
So what are you saying? Since I don't understand.
No, you're trying to basically state that like that the longitude of life implies that therefore that's the value you should look for.
No, I said
the time of which that people live within the world is the optimal metric that you're seeking, right? But I'm asking the question like,
okay, so the optimal metric
we say that the quality
so you say birth rate
is an optimal metric that we should be trying to
when
achieve.
You say birth rate 2.1 and I say there's other factors, and then you say no, god damn it, you're an idiot, and these are the reasons, right? I'm literally saying very similar to your nail-in statement of 2.1 birth rate equals collapse. I'm literally making a very similar statement with that. Longevity can lead to better quality of life. Does it always? No.
But like just because they live longer doesn't mean they're working longer, right? Because people
that's why people are talking.
Stop working at a certain point.
It depends. So now you have
economic.
And that's what you're saying now. So like say like the life expect, like do you realize like I don't know what time frame to speak with you in, but like the Roman Empire, you have to admit that existed, right?
Sure. I'm happy to admit that the Roman Empire probably existed. Sure.
Okay. I could say another time, but it's very similar age range. What do you think the average lifespan was for a male during that time frame?
No idea. No, I don't know.
Would you be surprised if I said it was under 30 years old?
How are you actually getting to that metric?
Oh, there's ways we can get there, but would you be surprised if I said it was under 30 years old? Would that surprise you?
Yeah, because I think you're going to start including sort of claims.
So why would that surprise you?
Because the way that you collect the data informs the way that you use the data, and I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. I haven't told you how I collect. Okay, so you would be surprised.
Exactly. You're abstaining from telling me how you collected the data because that informs my opinion on the data.
So the Roman Empire exists, right? Right now we are sitting down, maybe in an air conditioned place, fucking on a fucking internet, and we're talking to one another about this.
You're talking about your situation, right?
What do you think? I'm asking you. Can you ask? What do you think you and I? What do you think you and I as males? What do you think you and I as males in the Roman Empire would have been doing right now? What do you think we'd be doing right now? Would you think we'd be
arguing about religion?
No, we'd be working. We would be working to eat. We'd be working to eat. We would be struggling to survive.
More arguments about the past. Fuck
with
the
like
past.
wooden
gives a
swords,
shit.
like wooden swords and tights on some sort of tights with
naked
very
wrestling.
oiled up.
Okay, that was round one. Now get ready for round two, and both bring your A game.
Okay, well, what's the round two? Because this guy delivered nothing as far as I'm concerned. Like,
no shields.
I don't think he was done with his premise.
I got to say to you, sir, I appreciate your pushback. It's been kind of fun in having a sort of the antagonism between you and I. So, like, no disrespect whatsoever.
I'm truly not antagonized, and the thing is, this is the only issue, and why round one, and why I say truly nothing, is because I asked for an answer to a question, and you won't answer it.
What's the question?
Will you answer the questions?
I'll try.
Okay. So
when him saying he doesn't know if people actually live to 30 is answering the question.
Exactly.
If that's what you're referring to.
You gather statistics and you make claims on the statistics of it.
So I said that, and then I said I tried to talk about what we're doing and the luxury of our modern fucking lives.
Yeah, we have a modern problem. Like, it's different to the problem of the past, but to presume it's my interpretation. Actually, we just have a different challenge to that of the past.
No, we don't. We have to reproduce. We have to reproduce.
We all have to reproduce. They had to reproduce back in the past. We have to reproduce now.
So was that not their challenge? Was that their challenge?
Yeah, that's just a very reductionist way of putting it, because
precisely
the blocks that are in your way are completely different.
Freud reduced it and said everything's sex. He reduced it the same way, and he got to everything sex. It is a very reductionist way to think of it, but why are we building these layers of bullshit on top of it? That's how we get to where we are today.
Because when you're actually trying to make prescriptions about what to do about a current set of problems, reductionist thinking is entirely useless.
How is that? I don't think the sex thing really. Yeah, I think he just hit on the head that everybody. It's like selling a porno. You know, if it's got the word sex in it, it's going to sell, right? I think he's
because if the problem of the person in the past was having basic food security and safety, the prescriptions of what they do to that problem to achieve the ultimate goal of reproduction is completely different to the modern age day where Zoomers feel like killing themselves.
And this is the problem with the entire argument. So the reduction came kind of to move the conversation forward, but the world I was describing of a harsher, more warlike, less medicine world he said, "How do I know this?" And I just said, "Do we still just recognize Rome? Like you? The statement basically is, our life being longer is not is the from his side. Our life being longer is not the ultimate reason why we have quality. I think quality of life, right?" And I was like, okay, well, let's talk about quality of life. Let's talk about the Roman Empire, which we both agree exists. Let's talk about our time there. And I said, would you disagree? Would it shock you that a male during that time would not average lifespan would not be the 30? And that's not just the life; that's the birth.
Dude,
That's the.
Dude,
I'm kind of
if
curious.
you look at if you look at these monks that live for like hundreds of years, what they do in their life, literally all they do is they just sit there all day. Like that's what it takes to live to be 100 years old.
Okay, so the fact that we're not sitting here we don't have to fucking go kill a goddamn gazelle to get a steak or whatever the fuck meat we get from it. That like there it is right there. We have
Yeah, I mean, the most simple refutation of this idea is just looking at, like, the Maasai tribe in Africa. Like, all of these tribes that, like, they don't farm, they are just effectively still hunter-gatherer societies. They have no food security, they have no modern luxuries, they don't have any of these things. Yet you universally look at them, and they are all incredibly happy, infectiously happy. They have,
ignorance is bliss.
like, they are just smiling all of the time. So in this sense, their quality of life is objectively better than ours.
Dude, ignorance is bliss.
They're not
honestly,
ignorant. Stop saying that they're ignorant just out of hand. That's ridiculous. These
Okay.
probably like these guys that you could not survive in their environment.
I
For
couldn't.
you to say that they're ignorant, yeah,
I couldn't.
this is
You don't think I could? Why not? Why not? Explain to me why you don't think I could survive like that. Explain. You made a claim.
For you to say that they
You
are
made a claim. You made a claim. Explain to me why you do not think I could survive in that environment.
How many animals are killed?
Because you're ignorant.
Because I'm ignorant. Okay. Okay.
It's a shorter
All right.
stand answer. Yeah, I need to like make it.
You have a less likely chance of surviving in that environment than I do.
I'd say your feministic views would get your ass
Do
fucking.
you know what I look like, bro? Like, do you know my what I can? Okay.
Oh, I'm just talking about the fact that I have darker skin than you, and we're in Africa. That's what I would have a better chance of surviving.
I don't get sunburnt, bro. I'm
Yeah.
in the Australian sun constantly, and I don't get sunburnt. And I'm from friggin' Russia. I'm a white boy. I don't
You also
get
just put
sunburnt.
on a piece of cloth, like a piece of cloth over you, and you're good. SPF 1000.
Where are you just
Yeah,
gonna
but
buy
the
that?
sun
You're
ain't
gonna
really
go.
the
Hold on.
thing
You're
that you
gonna
gotta
go
worry
buy that
about.
cloth? Are you gonna buy that cloth? Or are you gonna grow
What
the
about
cotton?
rainforest? How would you fare there where you can't start a fire, can't do nothing?
Dude, I
You
see
off in
that
a
naked and
rainforest.
afraid shit, and I would never go on it. Fuck no.
We're not talking about the
Right, that-
rainforest. We're talking about tribes like the Maasai tribes in Africa.
Yeah, they live in the rainforest. They live everywhere
No,
on the
they
earth
don't.
naturally. No clothes, no buildings, no
No.
cities, right?
No, the
Ain't
Maasai are
fair.
more so. The Maasai are in more so savanna conditions, not rainforest conditions.
Nah, everybody goes everywhere. What about Inuits in the igloo? Guess it's not wet or water there. They didn't worry
The
about that.
Maasai do not exist in rainforests. What kind of
Igloo
argument is,
people,
oh, everybody
can
goes
you
everywhere?
live without your igloo? If we dropped you off, could you just live over there? You couldn't. So what I think what he's saying is you can't judge people's intelligence by where they live or how they live. You can't.
That's my position. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
the irony is I don't think anybody's willing to give up what they have right now in America today to go live in like some random tribe that, their
Exactly.
life expectancy is like 30 years old because they hunt lions all day. Nobody's willing to trade that for what they got right now.
Do you think that person over in that tribe's willing to come to America? Do you think they're like just vying? Like they're just, I want to come over to America? Or would they be like, no, I like my hometown as well? Like, I mean, that's all that is.
Yeah.
What do you think it's more likely someone from the tribe would want to go to America than someone from America to want to go to the tribe, though?
No, I wouldn't assume that at all.
Okay, I would. I'd make that assumption that they would be less likely for an American
because you think your civilization is so seductive with its less than 2.1 birth like results. So they probably look at you like statistically and they say, We got three kids per woman over here, and you guys have got less than 2.1. Like, why would you go over to that civilization?
So they have three kids
That's
per
a
woman.
dumb thing to go do.
They have 3 kids per woman, and they are conquering the world, right? They are taking over every economic model. They're taking over every economic model. We're going to be using their currency for trade soon. Fuck Bretton Woods. We already did it with the fucking tariffs. So let's reincorporate it, and let's just find currencies where there are people that have a 2.1% birth rate. Why don't we make our economics models based upon that? If you're like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, no one in
Because
America.
it would fail.
No,
You can't
precisely. Because that's
that.
not the fucking metric for fucking societal collapse. But you're trying to play off as it is. And I don't like.
Well, I mean, that's what all the statistics say that I've read into. So, I mean, if you got a better result, like if you want to prescribe,
how do I have a result? How do I have a better outcome?
2.1.
I have a better outcome than I have a better outcome.
Replacement, man.
I'm sorry.
2.1 is just above replacement, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you go below that, then what are we talking about?
Richie, what should we have? What should we do instead of what we're doing now? What's the alternative?
I mean, we haven't gotten to that part of the conversation. We're just trying to agree upon the fact that 2.1 is like cataclysmic. If you want a solution, we spoke about the problematic issue, like how this has arisen, and that would be the nature of the sociology of feminism imposing certain sort of expectations upon the female role within civilization, and that of thinking that they can take on both a career and motherhood. And if you do that, then you end up in a civilizational collapse, because
you said a minute ago
there's so much time and responsibility to take on those. I'll let you go though. My apologies.
I mean, sorry. I just want to get this in. You started by saying it was the so-called technology was the problem. Now it's some sort of cultural zeitgeist that liberates women. I mean, which one is it? It can't be both.
Did I say? Which technology
did
I say was
you about half an hour ago? You said our society. The problem with our society is the so-called technologies. You said.
I mean, I'm not sure.
I don't think he ever said that.
Oh, I may have misheard. If you didn't say that, I apologize.
Yeah,
that's all right.
I mean, if you take belief technology as a concept,
okay,
and that ideas are belief, I don't think that's what he was saying. I don't think he ever said anything close to that. But that would be a way of making it be valid as a statement.
Yeah, I mean, for you have to go back a long way, because certainly during most of Europe over the last 2,000 years, women haven't just been home keepers and just baby raisers. I mean, the vast majority of people in Europe living in rural agricultural frameworks. I mean, they were the technology of their time. They were the imposition of people's living on the land rather than being nomadic. And agriculture, it pretty much at various times of the season, insists that everybody works, women and children. So it's not like you've got this idyllic domestic homestead with these clearly defined roles, because you really haven't, have you? Not unless you want to go back a long way.
Well, no one's talking about that specifically, but though, is it Pazza? We got Dazza and Pazza. I think it's Pazza.
Yeah, we're part of an acrobatics team.
Yeah. What do you think about the notion though? Essentially, we were talking about this a little bit earlier before. Feminism and its sociological role within society has led essentially the Western sort of result where the birth rate is reducing. And the proposition is that if you hit 2.1 and go below 2.1, then your civilization collapses. Now, the reason why women quite often sort of quote the notion why they don't want to have children is because they want to put their career first. They've got different sort of important values, and that's all fine. I mean, for every one of those individuals, I don't want to dispute that. But at the end of the day, if you don't hit above 2.1, you're screwed. You're absolutely cooked. So my question to you is that if feminism
What does that
is
mean,
the thing
Kirk?
that's like turning down the birth rate results, do you actually want to continue on this path, or would you be
Rick.
like, is there some point that we need to sort of like come to some agreement, or?
It's I think feminism and how it's changed the relationship culturally for women, work, and their roles in the home have definitely, it is a factor. But I would argue that this is blathered on endlessly by right wing narratives as a way of distracting people from the fact that the decimation of the quality of living in the West, in US and Europe, the will of the political zeitgeist, who want you to have less. They want a generation that can't afford housing, and they want a generation to blame the poor for the rich raping everything, the CEOs taking tons, and the globalization and the decimation of the light industrial and heavy industrial industries by basically utilizing it, placing it abroad, utilizing the slave labor force over there, and not paying any taxes to contribute to your societal infrastructure. I would argue they're probably bigger factors than a couple of women burning their bra or deciding they don't want to have children right now because they can't afford a house. They need two incomes to get rent. They need two incomes they forget a pension, forget anything like that, forget saving. No one's saving in that generation. None of that. None of those factors have got anything to do with feminism. Then they're much more significant. No one has children. Most people don't have children they can't afford if they can help it.
Preach.
I agree with you. Yeah,
that
I
was a
agree
gospel.
with you.
I would point out that there's like several like very culturally conservative countries that are very anti-feminism, like governmentally and like by like the majority of their political parties.
And what's the
also
what's
have
going on over
extremely
there?
low birth rates, and they have the same exact problems that Paza brought up. I would mention South Korea. South Korea is a very culturally conservative country, but no one is having children. I think South Korea has like one of the worst birth rates in the world.
Have you seen K-pop by any chance?
Seen what?
K-pop. Do you know what K-pop is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why would you say, like, if you know what K-pop is and you say that it's like culturally conservative, like South Korea is culturally conservative, and you know what K-pop is?
What do you mean by that? Like how different is K-pop
They're not
from
conservative at all.
how different is K-pop
conservative.
from like the boy bands from like the 90s?
Doc, they elected an extremely conservative government that tried to coup the country like this year.
Yeah, dude, they coup all the time. There's a lot of problems politically going on. That's got what's that got to do with the relationship or what we're talking about?
Well, the generation of South Koreans, that I worked with, and 20 years ago, the men I worked with, they were all very even though they're living in a modern world, they're all very traditional. They would go out and work. Pardon?
I'm curious. Sorry, what does that mean? Like, what does it mean that they're traditionally conservative?
They hung them. They framed their lifestyle in a very traditionalist role, where they went out. They were going out. They were the breadwinners. They were the homekeepers, and their wives were subservient and stayed at home. They run with that mantra, with that cultural mantra, but at the same time they were living in a modern age. So they were educating their children. They were living prosperous. A lot of the workers I work with in technology sector would stay eat at work around evening meal time, work a bit more, go home really late, expect a meal on the table the moment they got home. Their wives were supposed to be subservient. Every Friday they'd get absolutely wrecked down a karaoke bar and piss around with hookers for 2 hours and then go home. They were very their relationship with their daughters and marriage was very conservative. Their relationship with their children in cultural education was very conservative. And there's a generation, and I'm informed that in South Korea now there are a lot of the things we're seeing in like the K-pop and a lot of the cultural stuff is effectively a toned down Eastern equivalent of like the punk sort of like narrative that took place in the Europe, where there's a generation that are kicking against that, and they should rightly. Why would they want to keep that going? I don't want my children to live in roles that effectively denigrate them as individuals. If that's the way, if there's an alternative, doesn't mean doesn't mean you're going to end up with a world with no children. Most people want to get settled down, find someone at a certain age, settle down, have kids, and have a home, and have a life, quality of life to take on to the next generation. But most people want to imbue that with some security. Having a house, having savings, having holidays. Most people just don't. If you're 38 and you've got fuck all in your pocket except a load of debts and 400 rent receipts, you're not. Is it any wonder you're not going to want to raise children?
Well,
Great
exactly.
point, Taza. That's why I like Taza. He's great job. I agree. Thank you.
He's not unreasonable. He makes some great points. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate it.
Sorry, I'm a waffler. I know I'm a waffler.
No, I kind of want to respond to a couple of those points though. Like, what is it? Like, they're inherently misogynist. These like what businessmen or something of Korea that you dealt with.
Yeah, all the South Korean, particularly the older ones, they were dreadful. The way they would talk to women in the office, in the UK office, and the way they would talk to men was radically different. They would be very derisory. Director of Human Resources came in and he looked at her and said, "Where's my tea?" He'd immediately assume that she was some sort of like, he wouldn't do that with a male engineer. And the way he addressed and the way he spoke to the women that he worked with was different. Some of it was out of some sort of cultural deference, where they don't necessarily engage with their own families with the women the same way. But a lot of it was.
There is definitely a problem. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, if they just responding to your direct sort of experience, there's.
I mean, don't get me wrong. They are. It's difficult to gauge these. In some respects, they are radically different. I mean, I remember when we worked with senior Korean people. The most disgusting thing you could do in front of them is take a handkerchief out and blow your nose. They think that's an appalling public act. They would rather snort it into their mouth and spit it into a coffee cup and then carry on the conversation.
Yeah.
So they're like flat earth.
You go into the restrooms in like conference centers in the morning, and they all take a glass in with them, and they clean their nose by snorting water from the taps and spitting it out. There's a lot of ways in which they're very different, but they're very conservative. There's no question about it. I mean, and there's a generation that's definitely all the K-pop and all the stuff we've seen come out of culturally and. The modern era cyberpunk kind of stuff. That's definitely a generation kicking and screaming against that. What they see is not a useful framework. And they also, like someone's pointed out, they look at a generation that's getting bloody old and they're thinking, shit, we've got to look after this generation. We're burdened financially through education and standard of living's dropping through the floor. We've also got to look forward to fetting to a generation's enormous pension portfolio that we've got nothing to do with.
I have a question of you could attribute the fall of Western society to many different attributes. Yep. Why are you sticking to this 2.1% as the thing that needs to change?
Because if you don't achieve that, then your civilization collapses. So
based on I don't want to say this as a flat earther, but based on what model are you saying that on? Because it hasn't happened, and you're predicting something.
It hasn't happened. Okay, so what do you think happened? Okay, so was it women make up 50% of the population, 51% or something generally? If they don't produce two children. Like if they don't bear 2 children on average or above that, then you don't get to replacement. So
who cares?
Does that not imply
maybe that's their choice and they're more elite because there's less.
They're welcome to the choice. The choice is theirs.
So how has our population on the planet grown? Then this is what I'm saying. So how has the population of the planet grown? With you saying this as an adjunct reality across the globe,
because the women have generally produced more than 2.
Yeah, and we're at a state of 7 billion people on the planet.
I think it's 8.
So they say.
8? Yeah, ish.
So they say.
What number would you say?
I mean, go for whatever it doesn't really matter. Is it 6 billion, 9 billion? It doesn't matter. If they don't, the point is that if they don't reach the replacement value,
it truly does matter because if you have 1 million humans, what you're talking about is way more important than if you have 100 million humans. Correct?
No, it's about replacement value because old people put a tax or a toll upon the society as to the way that things are working at them.
Yes. You can say it that way if you want.
So if you don't replace it, it means you got not enough young people to support the old people.
We need to replace who you think we are.
He's speaking strictly upon the social system of the 4 workers to every 1 retiree or some number like that.
Your entire to race.
No, just one sec. Like your entire economy for the last 200-300 years has been based on the notion.
Who's my?
Then my correction. Our economy for the last 200 to 300 years.
You live in Australia, bro.
Don't worry about that for a sec.
What is
the global economy? The global economy. Yes.
Okay, cool. So we've been growing and escalating, right? The global economy has been based on the notion that we've been producing more than that. The whole system is based on the fact that you're producing more, like enough young people to support the old people, more than enough. And
okay, so this is why we go back
the young
to
people are not. Okay, go ahead.
This is why we go back to the question of how many people do you think are on Earth, so we can build and talk about your model. Because if you're talking about like it is a strict numbers game. It does. It truly does. Do you remember earlier when I was telling you how
it's the proportions that matter, not the the specific numbers don't matter. It's the proportion.
The proportion of what?
The number of old people compared to young people.
Okay. So your projection of this is over the next 200 to 300 years?
No, within the next 30 to 40 years, if you don't get to a replacement value that's decent enough, you're going to get a civilizational collapse.
But which civilization? Do you mean the whole globe?
Yeah, our civilization, the one that you and I are talking within right now, we're going to collapse.
The whole globe of humanity is going to collapse.
It's going to collapse because your replacement is not enough. That's the whole basis of the economy. The whole basis of your economy is like it's been running on this for the last 200 to 300 years that you need to have more young people than old people.
Now you think that's the base of the economy? You truly think that was the base of the economy? You think that was like what?
You got an inversely proportional relationship going on here, and you're saying that it's going to just be fine. But tell me, how are you actually going to solve this?
Do you believe?
Trying to solve your problem.
You're not trying to.
You tell me, how are you going to solve the problem, guys?
The problem of 2.1 people. The problem of 2.1.
Yeah, you've got too many old people that can't work, that are retired, right?
Kill all the people above the age of 65. That's how I solve that problem. Kill them all. We'll pass a law. We'll send around vans. We'll do whatever the fuck we.
That's what they've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years when they introduced experimental medication. But we can't talk about that. So deal with the problem with that, man.
Oh God! Do we have to go?
But why can we talk about taking away the rights of people to make autonomous choices? No. Why? No.
This is a conspiracy chat, bro. Like I don't know where you've been, but this is a whole conspiracy chat.
Yeah, but that's boring.
Along.
The problem. I'm not talking. The thing is, like I said, I'm trying to. Never mind. Go for it. If your conspiracy chat is to take away the autonomy of women, I don't think that's a good chat. That's the thing. You asked me for a solution. Is that your solution for your 2.1 problem? What's your solution for the 2.1 problem? What is it? Take away their ability to choose?
Okay, I would convince women. Okay, this is gonna. Okay, I gotta work this out. I'm gonna have to be very delicate in my delivery. So give me a sec. Okay.
Okay.
I would say that you would need to suggest at some point that the role that we all need to play in order to maintain a stability within civilization is that of in order to keep those metrics that we referred to before, like that replacement, it needs to go above the 2.1. Okay, so at that point, then we say, okay, look, as women, you're welcome to join along in the notion of joining in a career, okay? But we should actually support the notion and how would you say it? Like, we should pay in some aspects.
Incentivize. That's a good word.
Incentivize them to
There we go.
actually have more children. And that is also to encourage the men to be more supportive of the women in doing that. It's not just to say that, oh, now it's the burden of the women. It's like to actually encourage the men to take on the role to become the father figures that they should be.
So, and that would be a beautiful place. And where I'm saying is, so those incentives, that would probably be something financial.
I mean, yeah, it would seem now that you need to always provide some sort of financial carrot, and it's really unfortunate in that way. But
so we're creating another social. We're creating another social spin that you have to now factor in to the collapse of society.
No, it's because I'm prioritizing the age. The reproduction rate. If that's the priority, then and you want me to sacrifice something in order to achieve that priority, then yeah, you win. Okay. Because that's
in Russia, they're incentivizing that women have children by offering them like certain types of assets and support.
That's a good idea. Bring back the baby
money.
bonus.
If like the more children you have, the more support and housing you get.
Money. That's what I'm saying. So, but we're creating another social state, though, right? At that point, we're creating another spin that we're talking about is going to collapse society.
I don't even see an issue.
Well, if people can't come to their own, if they can't figure out that, like, this is like, if they're too deluded at this point, that they think that pro-choice is, like an option, then I guess you gotta have to do something. Otherwise, like you said, 2.1 is already just barely meeting the minimum. So, I mean, you can't tell people what to do, but you can incentivize what would at least keep people going, and then they can choose. Do they want population decrease or not? It's up to them. But at least put incentive out there that, here is a possible, resolve for the problem that we're having.
I feel like there is no population decrease if you're talking about the whole world, and if you're talking about white people, that's a whole different conversation.
Well, then, if you don't replace the white people, and you're only importing other people from other places.
Let's get to that conversation.
Sounds like racism.
Yeah,
that's
part of my rebuttal is that's just racism.
But why isn't it then, Dawn, that the civilization actually can't keep itself afloat? That they need to export and import.
White people run the world. So what are you worried about?
Dude, what are you talking about? White people run the world? Are you really of that sect? White people don't run the world, dude. A couple of really rich white folk maybe run the world. White people themselves don't run the world.
Who runs Twitter, Facebook?
Define white.
Individuals. Like, what does that got to do with anything, Dawn?
Define white. I would like a definition on what you consider white.
Who took over America? Who owns the UK? Who owns Europe? Who invented aeroplanes?
Are you a white person, Dawn?
Who was the greatest magician? It's all white people. So you need to stop worrying.
You still haven't defined it.
What about albinos?
White people have decided to have less kids and make more money.
Is the best rapper
some of them are failing. Some of them are excelling.
Is the best white, who's the best rapper? Is it a white person?
Eminem.
White people own the rap contracts.
Was the question the best white rapper or the best rapper?
We invented
the best rapper, and it turns out it's a white guy.
No, I was answering the question of the best white rapper of all time.
I don't know. Is it DMX or I don't?
I have an opinion, but I don't think people would
It
agree.
doesn't matter. We make them right about
Tupac's
saying
pretty
it.
good.
I love Tupac, but my favorite's Kanye.
Tupac's like,
Kanye?
pretty
Yeah.
effeminate. Like, you seen that
Eh.
video of Tupac? Come on.
Dude, Tupac was he? Have you like been in a fight before? You talk
Yeah,
like you have. Did you talk to people like about people like in that mind frame?
What do you mean? I haven't been in that many fights, bro. I've been.
Yeah,
in,
I
like,
mean,
2 fights in
Tupac
my
been
life.
shot at, shot back. Just look at his life and then make that statement.
For a guy
character.
who's been shot, he doesn't seem to have any scars anywhere. You guys ever looked at supposedly where he's been shot, or like him speaking after he's been shot, showing the areas he's been shot? There's literally no scarring nor shots that were received. It kind of sounds like some bullshit.
The first time or second time he got shot?
Either.
Oh, the first.
Either.
The first.
Go look at show me any pictures of scarring or shots. Let me know.
It's all pretend, bro.
No, I know. I happen to know for a fact the guy didn't die. The guy's still walking around. However, if you'd like to show me evidence that he's been shot, please show the evidence. Let me know. Thanks.
Oh, I'll just show the pictures that I saw online, and they're probably faked. But I wish he was. That'd be awesome. But
Well, I mean, what's the wrong with the statement? Why do you think he's dead? Because they told you he's dead?
No,
The TV told you he's dead? Like, what are you going to go with?
I've actually met people that are in that industry, and I've had that conspiracy myself out of hope, and people that are around him or were and stuff like that are all like, yeah, he's dead. I mean,
like he broke financial ties with him, and he no longer at that point sort of had any business dealings with him, so therefore he's dead. I mean,
I don't know about that. I think they're probably talking about he's no longer walking and talking on the planet like you and I do.
Yeah, because they haven't had to deal with him because he broke business dealings with him because he was presumed dead, and you got to cut off ties at that point. If you go through the action of faking your death, I mean, you surely got to cut off some business ties in that process, right?
Yeah, I get that, but I get it. If his conspiracy was to fake his own death, he did a really good job.
Well, he had some help.
Yeah, dude. The guy was a CIA actor from the first protocol, from the kick, bro.
You think he was in the CIA?
He had some
Do
tips.
you know how objectively racist the CIA has been in this country since basically inception?
Exactly. That's why they want to control the black aspect. That's why they're racist. They need to control that. To think that they wouldn't just because they're racist that they wouldn't have a controlled black actor.
Wouldn't it make more sense to say that they wouldn't have just had him assassinated like they had other black people assassinated in the past?
No, because they want to imprison the whole population and take away their vote. You don't see white gangster rap, right? You've only seen this gangster rap targeted to one demographic.
Well, you
the
do
reason
see
why
white
some
gangster
people
rap.
speculate is because when they're in prison, they lose their right to vote for life.
Well, you do see white gangster rap, so you do see it. I hear it. I've heard it.
Yeah. Machine Gun Fellatio, or whatever that guy is.
Yeah, one of my favorites.
Kelly.
Another guy is a really good rapper, Bubba Sparks out of Georgia. I love. He's a great rapper. But you do see white. I wouldn't say Bubba Sparks is gangster rap, but you do see white gangster rap though, in the terms in which you're saying it.
You know the band. Here, I mean, if you actually care about Tupac, you know the band. What's it called? It's the fuck. What's it called?
The Gorillas.
No, it's the five.
Jurassic 5.
Jurassic 5, yeah.
5,
Jurassic
yeah,
5.
yeah.
So
yeah,
So Jurassic 5 was a band that was constructed. Look, there's the whole theories behind how and why they did this, but so essentially there was a preparation. All these people knew that they were going to be converted to new people, and there were whole narratives constructed around the idea that they're going to die or that something happened, and then they're going to turn into these new characters. Okay, so we're talking like Biggie, Tupac, Yaki Gaddafi, Eazy-E. You know, these are system rappers. They're not like real gangsters. These are like homosexual, like semi-Jewish backgrounds. I'm not even fucking with you. And
I haven't heard you talk about.
I mean, dude, there's
yeah,
there's videos of like P Diddy and Biggie like fucking damn near making love with each other on camera, bro. So look, this all I'm saying is that these people are not actually dead, and they're part of a system that is creating narratives about rappers. And around the time that like rapping became big was around the time when they privatized like jail systems. Yeah. So there's like a lot of like weird incentives and correlations. I can't prove any of that, but I can just tell you as a fan, this motherfucker, you know, these guys, they joined a band called Jurassic 5. They changed their names.
Yeah,
So-
J5. Yeah. So it's kind of funny. I've always made the argument that Devil Went Down to Georgia was actually the first rap song when you listen to it. And then when you have like Southern Man and Sweet Home Alabama, that's like the first like diss tracks you can see kind of back in music. But this is the thing. I grew up in culturally. When you look at what music reflects, it's the sound of society that's unheard. And if you can just separate culture, color, or whatever, and hear words, and then associate. Like I listen to all types of music, but I like I said, I wish, but at the same time, I just
well, it's very easy to remove tattoos, and actually, you can see a little bit of scarring where the tattoos were removed on Tupac. He's, you know, he's still rapping. You know, all these people are still in the music industry, and they appear to have, you know, like when in movies they'd have like Easter eggs, you know.
Yeah.
So these people, the way that they live out their life and things that they associate with and talk about and stuff, even have the same friends and business partners. They seem to have an awareness that it's not like they got their memory wiped or anything. It appears that they know that this is something they did. They participated in. So, dude, even Biggie Smalls was confronted and said, "Hey, man, we know who the fuck you are. Like just stop pretending." And he just said, "Well, what are you gonna do about it?"
Yeah,
Like,
actually,
these guys
Biggie's
are-
flow stolen. I don't know if you guys know this. There was actually another rapper from Brooklyn that had Biggie's flow, but Biggie kind of appropriated it. Not sure if you guys knew that.
Well, you're talking about the guy that his music's based on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like whatever market research that they did leading up to creating the character of Biggie Smalls, you know, that was in the research.
They literally appropriated some other guy that had the artistic form that they exactly were going for, and then they put their guy that became Biggie Smalls after another fellow that was called Biggie, and that they just mapped on the persona to that character, and then they overdo the music, and then all the
so if
music
you're-
stuff is happening in production at that point.
Yeah.
You want to jump in, bro?
A higher level of perverse. Can you hear me?
You're lagging out pretty bad.
Mic check.
I can hear you.
Let's see. What's the
Sorry about
student's
that.
name?
Hit it, bro. If you want to go for it, go for it. See what happens.
Yeah, I was trying to say, big, small. We're talking about this guy not being official. Like he was one of the first people to rap about butt sex, and he was nasty, dude. All that horrorcore stuff started in Memphis, and Biggie kind of adopted it. Puff Daddy really capitalized off the. It wasn't horrorcore; it was just perverse as fuck. Nobody was rapping like that before Biggie, so I think he's a plant, and he definitely was part of some kind of ritual.
Okay, so the rapper name for Biggie Smalls, as he is currently, his name is Soup, and so Biggie had a lazy eye, and as someone I've had eye surgery myself, you can actually see that one of his eyes has been corrected surgically, but it's not totally fixed. Like they can only fix it so much. So the new guy, he's had that correction done, and you can see he's got the same problem in the same eye. And around the time that this took place, one of the most popular surgeries for losing weight was to staple your stomach together. I forgot what the procedure is called. But basically, they shrink your stomach is what they do, so that you can't eat as much.
Pretty much,
change
yeah.
it to this
Gastric
like
bypass.
the size. Yeah, gastric bypass. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, his name
It's absolutely happening right now. Ask any British person right now here. Ask him what's happening in his country right now.
That's not how these things work, right?
And we were talking about that earlier, but our conversation wasn't about that.
Correct. I wasn't part of that conversation.
Yeah, our conversation was essentially whether or not, I'm summing it up. Please don't Okay, whether or not
replacement theory is xenophobic racism, basically.
No, it's not. Let him finish. Go ahead. Let the other gentleman finish.
The conversation Brenda and I are having was whether or not culture could be used as a weapon.
Exactly, and I just showed you how it was. I just showed you.
You specifically said immigration. We were talking about
well, what do you think happens when? Okay,
guys,
calm down. What do you think happens when another form of culture comes into your country? What do you think happens to the culture? The said culture.
They used buses, dude, not culture. They used buses.
What does that even mean? Buses.
That's what you said. You said they bussed people to the border.
Yes, the Turkish government
that's not
actually
culture.
bussed people to the border so they can facilitate this.
That's not.
How do you call it? This assault on Europe.
Yeah, that's not culture.
That's culture because
it's not.
Different.
It's a bus.
Let me explain to you how it is.
A bus.
Calm down.
It's not
calm
culture.
Down. Take a deep breath. When a different culture, in this case, it would be a religious group, a different religious group, right, which does not assimilate into your Christian group. What do you think? Is that not a different culture coming into your country?
Yes. How did they get there? By bus.
But
not by culture. Not by culture. You fucking moron.
Brenda, are you serious? Are you feeling okay? Like, are you okay?
How did they get there?
By bus, Brenda. Some of them
not by culture.
Swam.
Not by culture.
Not by
culture.
Brenda, this is what Brenda starts to break down.
I think you know what he genuinely means. Brenda
is breaking down.
I agree with Brenda, but Brenda, come on, this is silly. You know what he genuinely means.
Brenda can't help herself. It's an automatic hatred, right? Anything I say,
it's not an automatic hatred.
Disagree.
I genuinely think it's just autism. Brenda,
you think so?
What I believe he is saying is that they are using migrants in such a way to cause a level of social cohesion to fall.
Sure.
But that still wouldn't really make sense for Turkey.
And that relates to the claim that culture is a weapon of control. How?
Culture can be weaponized. That's my claim. If you want to use a claim, Brenda, just make the right claim. But culture can be weaponized.
So I decide, in my infinite wisdom, to bus millions of my people into your country. That's not culture. That's using buses.
Yeah, there's definitely something.
Brenda, wait, I genuinely don't understand. I completely disagree with it, Brenda. But I don't understand the disconnect here.
This is where she gets stuck, and she's just gonna say buses, and when you hear Brenda repeating, that means it's over.
Yeah, it's because you're lost, dude.
Just let someone go next.
Say it again, buses. Say it again, Brenda, buses.
Keep a quiet man. Silence. Hold on. Brenda, when he's talking about culture being used as a weapon, right? They're using these migrant populations, and his claim, because I disagree, havoc in I guess European settled society.
Yeah, I understand that.
Why do you keep bringing up fucking buses?
Because they're not. That's not the mechanism.
We all live in a yellow submarine, a yellow bus, a Brenda bus.
Right? It's not the mechanism. The mechanism was the buses.
Transport. He's gonna repeat bus all day.
Yeah. Because
holy shit! Can we let someone else go next?
Because it's as dumb as shit.
This is now officially boring.
Get to the back of the bus, Brenda.
Thanks, Brenda.
Back
Thanks
of the
for
bus.
your input.
No, it's not the bus. See, it's the wheels, right? And it's how fast it's going is what matters. It makes the difference. Like, what the fuck?
Can we change the subject now? That would be great.
Like, you can't even go anywhere with that argument.
With what argument?
There is no argument. It's not an argument. It's just.
Yeah, you didn't make an
No,
argument.
I do actually like Turkey though. Like Turkey is before Erdogan. Before Erdogan, it was a very strong secular nation that attempted to destroy its
Turkey is the #1 supporter of terrorism. Erdogan is the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. They're the biggest Christian. Let me finish, bro. Don't interrupt. They're the biggest threat to Christianity in the world today. Do your research.
No. The biggest supporter of terrorism in the world is the United States. And then there's probably Israel.
Well, yeah, you got me there. Okay, we'll put them second. You're right about that.
Okay, define terrorism so we know what you're talking about, because that's
Targeting
confusing.
civilians.
Yeah.
And the U.S. is the best at that?
Yeah, we fund.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We're really good at that.
But back to the replacement theory, right? This is very important for our civilization. This is not a racist statement. This is not a statement against anybody, right? It's just these two cultures cannot mix together for whatever reason, right? They have Sharia law. We have our ways. Our ways and their ways, whether we like it or not, will never blend. So, I mean, it is what it is.
I will formally disagree. Turkey before Erdogan was a very strong secular state. It was a secular state.
Not really. They were suppressing their Kurds. There's 30 million Kurds there. Do your research again, sir. You will find Turkey is one of the most. Why do you interrupt, bro? You cannot hear the end of the sentence. It's gonna take like 10 more seconds.
No, because I think your statement is entirely incorrect.
So you feel the right to interrupt me? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah. But like, the issue is that what does suppressing the Kurds have to do with being a secular state or not?
They're not a secular state. They tried to become a secular state. Are you going to let me talk, bro, or not? Or you just want to? I'll just let you talk.
No, SC Montreal, he's over talking you every time you start talking. I realize you're a moderator. I'm not.
Well, Montreal, you misheard me.
I will cut. No, hello. Bro, you can't just cut people off. You have to let them finish. You have to. If you want to be heard, if you want to be heard, you have to allow other people to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, but he misheard what I said.
That's fine. You have to let him finish.
Should I let him go on if he is going off with incorrect points?
And you can correct him. Yes, and you can correct him when he's done. See how I'm cutting you off?
You don't have a choice, right? You can't ask, should I let him go on? The only reason why I'm not muting you is because I'm in the conversation and I'm a mod. If you were doing this to somebody else, you would be instantly muted by me. Yes. Warned not to interrupt and then muted if you can't control yourself. So, I mean.
Just go on at this point.
Bro, it's common courtesy. I'm sure your mother taught you manners, right?
Just go.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. God,
all right, let's see if you can hold your tongue. So, like I was saying, right? The Turks are a very repressive society. Even before Erdogan, right? Ataturk tried to make it a secular society, but he never achieved secularism. They're Muslim to the core there, and they hate Christians. You have to understand that. And the leader, Erdogan, right now, he's the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. They helped the Azerbaijanis kill Armenian Christians just a couple of years ago.
I'm aware. Well, what does them being a not secular country have to do with them suppressing the Kurds?
They are. Well, I don't. What do you mean? What does it have to do? It is.
You brought up when you said that they were suppressing the Kurds. He brought it up in mention of them being not a secular country.
No, if that's what I said, I was incorrect. What I meant to say was, if I did say that, is irrespective of whatever they are, secular or not, they've been oppressing the Kurds for generations. You understand that?
Okay. I mean, I agree. They have.
Okay. Do you agree they've been oppressing Christians as well?
Sure.
Okay, so then all the statements I've made are correct. Do you agree that Erdogan is the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're in agreement then.
Well, that doesn't necessarily not make them a secular country.
Well, because right now Erdogan turned them into the Ataturk tried to do that, right? He wanted them to integrate into Europe, but they never achieved that. Guess what? Because they're a Muslim state, and right now they're like full Muslim almost under Erdogan. He wants to bring back the Ottoman Empire. I'm sure you're aware of what that is, right?
Yes. It was a really cool country where they turned Greeks into feminists.
They what?
They kept really cute Greeks in the harem. Men.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They kept Greek slaves, Armenian slaves, all Christian slaves. As a matter of fact, your country, America, this is going to surprise you. Your first war, right? Your president.
No,
I
already know.
You're going to interrupt again? Is this where you interrupt? Man, you got fucking issues, bro. Shut your mouth when other people are talking, bro.
Well, you don't have to tell me that I'm going to be surprised. Like, it's a well.
Just shut your mouth, bro. Shut your mouth when other people are talking. It's a simple rule.
Discord, man.
So back to the shores of Tripoli, right? This is your American president, right? The Turks were attacking Christian boats, and the president asked them, "Why are you attacking us? We have no issue with you." And the response was, because it's written in our Sharia whatever thing that you're non-believers and we have the right to take you and enslave you. And you know what your president said? Okay, then I'm going to take a fleet. I'm going to come and destroy you. That was one of your first wars. The shores of Tripoli. Research it, my friend.
But you have to understand.
Yes, I already know about the Berber pirates, man.
But the reason why they started raiding American boats was because we were no longer under the British flag, and the British had a treaty. The fact that they were Christian and everything else may have factored in, because if they were, Muslim, they wouldn't be able to slave other Muslims. But the reason why they started raiding it wasn't because they were Christians specifically. It was one, the opportunity was there because America no longer had their treaty with Britain after we became America. And that
Did you understand what I said about the ambassador? What the ambassador told your president? Anything you said it doesn't matter, right? Flags, British flags, it doesn't matter. Your president asked the Muslim leader, "Why are you attacking us? We never attacked you." His response is because you're infidels and we have the right to do so. Do you understand that?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Turks. It was like the Berber pirates.
It was the Berber pirates on the coast on top of it. And then honestly, I understand the response that don't fuck with our boats. But at the same time, but like at the same time, like what I'm saying is this wasn't a secular war that was being waged. It was geopolitical commerce, basically. But I just don't go to the premise of it being a secular war being waged.
It's religious. It's about religion, man. Don't you understand that? Don't you does that fact not go into your head, bro? It's Christians against Muslims.
I guess I might have a hokey dokey view of life that everyone could live together and keep their own beliefs, but at the same time, I just don't see it as a war that was. I get what you're saying. Within Sharia law, they had these rights, and that's why the British had the treaties with them. So that they worked out a deal. We didn't work out that deal, and they took advantage of it. That's how I see it. I get why they invoked it and how the government structuring and the religious aspects of the laws allowed for that to be a commerce practice, And so like I'm saying, I don't think it was I just don't think it was that level of jihad essentially.
It was, bro. Let me stop you. Hold on. Do you realize why they send ships so they can discover a new route to India? Do you know why that happened?
Yeah,
so
because the Ottomans took out.
Yeah,
because the Turks were attacking them and not allowing them to go east.
Yeah, they did.
Come on, guys, man.
They blocked the Silk Road. That's what they did, and that made people pay them more money to get through, or not at all. Commerce.
Religion. They were doing jihads.
They didn't block the trade routes. They didn't block the trade routes entirely. Turkey, I mean, the Ottomans permitted Christian traders to go through, like for the South.
You had to pay more.
And Genoa.
Man, you guys have no clue, man. I'm sorry. You guys have no freaking
If you're going to claim that they entirely blocked off the land route and permitted no Christian traders through, that is insane.
Truly unbelievable how you parse history. It's like, I don't know.
No. I want you to cite that because they still were able to trade through the Ottoman Empire.
Did I say all, man? Are you gonna now focus on one word? You're gonna focus on the word all instead of understanding that it was a massive blockade big enough for the West to fear that they sent Columbus to find a new route. You're gonna dispute that?
Yes.
Then you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
It wasn't a blockade. It was a tariff, man. Like, not a tariff, like tolls.
Yeah.
They weren't like. If you're going to use the word blockade, that implies that they aren't permitting traders to come
through. Yeah.
Just parse it out in your brain, bro. Whatever makes you feel good, bro, you say that to yourself, bro. Not a full brigade. Say whatever you want that makes you feel good, bro. Do it.
No. Yes or no, did the Ottomans permit European traders to go through their land?
You're like a stubborn mule, bro. You're like a stubborn. You just want to go against what I say, right? No, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever you say is wrong. The reason why the West discovered America is because the Turks, the Ottomans, blocked most, if not all, of the passage to the east. If you don't like that, that's too fucking bad, brother. That's exactly what happened.
No. I agree.
Yeah.
They were trying to. No. You don't. You just don't understand because you're having like.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
You're just being Kebakwa about it.
I'm not. It's 100% true what I told you. Anybody could research it
No.
right now. Everybody knows it except you.
No, I agree. They did the trade. They tried to get around a hostile trading enemy.
So there you go. You agree with me. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you in parts, but they didn't blockade European trade.
So your hang-up is a single word: blockade all the trade. It's like, bro, you just
the way that you were presenting this is wrong.
You're something else, bro. I mean, I don't know how you live with yourself, but hey, that's fine.
Okay, let's ask the audience.
Yeah, let's ask the audience. Go ahead.
I'm biased, but I would say that's kind of how we presented it, as a complete religious shutdown, that Christians weren't allowed, and the reason why was Islam. That's what I was hearing.
Unbelievable. You guys just hear what you want, man.
If you don't think it was about religion, you're out of your fucking mind.
They will not hear anything, bro. They will not hear anything. It's the person that says it, right? If I told them giving birth to a beautiful baby girl is beautiful, they would find something wrong with that statement. I guarantee you.
Yeah. Just because people disagree, that doesn't mean that they're the idiot. Maybe you're wrong.
You cannot disagree with this, bro. This is history. You cannot disagree with this.
No, I am disagreeing with the way you were presenting it.
Yes. Yeah, the word complete. That's what ticked off your panties, right? The word complete. That's what
your rhetoric is implying a lot of things.
Yes, it's exacerbating into other parts. Yes.
Let's find some common ground. Do you guys believe that religion played a huge role in the decision making at that time?
Not absolutely, but yes, influential. Yes, absolutely. No, there are many things.
That was the
agree.
number one thing. Religion and trade.
So now you see what hill you're trying to die on. We conceded to you that religion was a factor. Now you're trying to die on another hill.
Who are you talking to?
You.
There's no hill to die, bro. I'm on
Yes,
top
it
of the
is.
hill.
You're the
I'm telling
one
you guys
building
what
it.
happened.
You build it with words. You build the hill with words, and you stand on it and you yell at me and you say I'm an idiot for not agreeing with you.
I didn't say you were an idiot. They never said that.
Okay, but what I'm saying. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All I'm saying is what I said is 100% fact. You don't have to like it. That's what happened. Now it's on you how you take it.
So like I said, you build a hill. 100% fact what you said. You build another hill. It's the number one factor. That's what I was talking about. You're building another hill now. We said yes, religion played a huge role in this, but it being described as the or number one or anything else, there's a lot of conversation you could have. That's the hill you're building again.
Right. This is the hill. Back then, religious was a big thing. If you don't know about it,
I do. It was a huge thing.
We're not saying it wasn't.
Huge thing. I think it was a huge thing. Tithing houses. I think it was a huge thing. It was very ingrained in human culture, especially in the time frame we're talking about.
yes, religion played a big role. When you guys came over here, when the English and the Spanish, when they came and conquered, they conquered in the name of Christ. You know that, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they showed up, and I've actually been to those places. They're crazy, but yeah, no, I understand. We're not disputing any of this. Like what we're saying is the way you presented it is a totality, absolute this, and you rebuilt that hill again.
No, I actually corrected myself. If the word total blockade, doesn't agree with you, okay, fine. Maybe one or two Christian traders managed to trickle in. They, they gave money to somebody, but the whole thing was they were not allowing Christians to go that direction. That's why we sent Columbus to find another route.
No,
they were. Like, Europeans during the time period of the Ottoman Empire.
They were taxing them.
Even during the time of the Ottoman Empire, right? Christians were still getting loads of silk, pepper, and spices from the east by land route. They were just charging like very high fees to go through their land. It was tolls.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah.
We're not allowing you through unless you pay us. Right?
Every nation did that at the time.
Not like this. Not in the way the Ottomans were doing it.
Yes, because they controlled the route.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they fucking charged
and
the fucking Moroccans the same thing, man.
They were enslaving Christians during that time. Fuck, you guys know nothing about history. Why am I even talking about
Why?
You're not qualified for this convo.
Yes, I am. Yes, I. Oh, I actually. Okay.
Like no one is doubting that they were enslaving Christians, but they weren't just like the fucking Ottomans had a huge trade agreement with the Venetians. They weren't just randomly enslaving Venetians. They were enslaving Christians. Like the people they conquered, sure. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, the Venetians and the Ottomans had an agreement, just like Britain had an agreement, and then we no longer had one. It's similar. So it's a similar construct of what we're talking about from the Barbary War to this.
You guys got to look into this deeper, man. I'm serious.
What do you think we're saying?
I have a question for you for this era. What happened to the heir, to the second heir of the sultans during these times? What would happen to them? Like Suleiman, Suleiman has a family. Suleiman the Great has a family. He's going to die as a rise succession. What happens to the other people that don't become sultan?
They get killed, no?
Yeah, they get killed.
Yeah.
Civil war. Yeah, exactly. So you and I have a similar reference frame of history of understanding, but you're telling me I don't know history.
Yes, I'm telling you that because if you don't understand the Ottoman thing and how it was based on religion and how they enslaved everybody, they even enslaved the Arabs. Even the Arabs here, okay, they can't let me finish the sentence.
I wasn't talking.
Whoever that was. Anyway, so yeah, that's what they did. I mean, there's no disputing it. The Ottoman Empire was one of the cruelest, vicious empires that lasted.
Every empire
it's
was
well known.
Do you think didn't they
Yes.
they had like a legion of Christian soldiers, right? That they would have like enslaved basically young Christians, and they turned them into soldiers and they fought in the wars. I forgot the name for them, but also Janissaries. There we go. And then also, but like your statement is Christians were enslaving Muslims too.
Yes, of course they're not exempt.
So it wasn't. I understand that. So it wasn't like this was a one-sided knife here. You know, this was a two-sided knife. It cuts both ways. So,
well, in this case, the Ottomans were very powerful, and they swept across. Yeah, and they slaughtered in the name of Allah. This was a jihad. You got to understand
Everyone fucking did that at the time, man. This was the age of.
So that makes it okay, man.
What do you think the Crusades were, though? Because you're steelmanning Christianity as the answer. Like, would you not say the Crusades could be considered a jihad?
Of course, that's our jihad. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if the knife cuts both ways, you can't use it as a demon to vilify the other side.
Right, but what I'm trying to tell you is, and what you don't see, and what Western society doesn't see, is that knife is still cutting. This is what you don't understand.
So I think that's what you're presenting, but that's not what we were talking about, though. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the modern effects. We were talking about what was going on there. That knife, still could be cutting. I'm not disagreeing with that, but that wasn't the frame of our conversation. Can you at least agree to that?
Well, we're going all over the place. But we were talking about the trade route, right?
Yeah.
To begin with? Yeah.
Yes.
And the reason why is I brought up religion is because the Muslims, the Ottoman Turks at that time, that's how they were devising society. You're either with us or against us.
Or pay us money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But every state did that. Tolls were expected.
See, again, every state did that. Why do you feel the necessity to say that, bro? Why? Does that are you justifying that, or why do you?
Because it points out that what you're saying is not special.
Like if
what
I
I'm
was
saying
like,
is not
like,
special.
Like the Byzantines charged tariffs and tolls and etc. Like
yes, they were just as bad, bro. Why are you taking one bad and saying they did it too, man? I don't understand that.
Jesus. Okay.
Why are you bringing it up if everyone did it?
There you go. It's like you can't have a conversation with you guys. It's like, what the fuck am I even talking with you guys for?
No. So I truly enjoyed this conversation. I hope it continues. But I think what's going on is you're trying to tell a narrative, and you need and you're stating truths that you truly are to state your current position. And that wasn't, but like I was trying to say earlier, that wasn't the framework of our conversation. And that's why I think it got a bit off the rails. You know what I mean?
Well, we did veer off the beaten track, but the bottom line is the trade route that was found by Christopher Columbus was 100% due to the fact that the Muslims at the time, the Ottoman Turks, blocked, or some of the routes, or charged money, or say it any way you want, made it almost impossible for European traders to go that way.
It wasn't impossible because, like, we know
said
for
almost.
a fact.
He said
Oh my
almost.
God!
He did say almost.
Can't.
He said,
he has
he said
to
almost
disagree.
impossible.
There's
He
no
said
way, man.
He said almost impossible. He literally said
Can't help
that.
himself.
Like like he literally did. I know where you're going to try to fine tune this a bit, but he literally said almost impossible. There's no point though, you know.
Anything to disagree, bro. That's the problem.
Well, no, because like the rhetoric that you're using is just incorrect. The
No,
implication
bro,
is
you
that
just have a hatred of me from the past. That's
No,
the way
no,
it
I
is.
just think that your positions
Yes,
are
I
dumb.
understand, and I accept that. It's okay. I get it.
Okay. Like, but we know for a fact that the Venetians, the Genoans, and many other European traders were still able to take the land route. Like the engine behind Columbus's exploration of the West was commerce.
Yes. So therein lies just a framework essentially, but like exactly. But you're listing a list, and the list exists because everyone wasn't allowed. And like I said, I think we can at least try to find common ground here, you know, and try to continue the conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, you can make an argument for they only allowed them traders because they provide essential goods that were needed, right? So.
There's probably that too. I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, iron kind of took over, but tin for bronze work was still going on. You don't have tin in that area, you know. So you're going to you don't have a lot. You're going to need.
You have no. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm saying you're just going to need some imports from the West. There's goods that the West had at the time that region needed, cannons and all that technology. That really wasn't truly Ottoman.
Right. So why aren't we accepting that simple fact of reality? Like that's just a no-brainer. It's a complete. It should be a complete given that in order for them to maintain what they had, they were relying on imports, and they're not just gonna deny all the imports. No, they're gonna play favorites, right, and reject whatever they don't absolutely need to put the hindrance there, right? And that's pretty much what happened.
Let me give you a modern day example, right? Everybody's heard of the Houthis and the sea there where they're blocking where our major trade route is, and they're like shooting rockets at ships. You guys know that, right? What's going on?
Yes.
Okay, so you know it's vital for our trade. And what did the States do? They sent a couple aircraft carriers and started bombing the crap out of the Houthis, and then they made a deal, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the similar kind of thing that was happening back in the Ottoman Empire. They were blocking the trade routes. I don't know why this is difficult to understand.
Okay, so hold on. So right now, at the end of the day, the Houthis do not have control over those trade routes. They don't have control, and I use that like deep, long form. I don't want to say quotations, but if they had control, do you think that they would take money to let ships pass?
Maybe, yeah, most probably, yeah. But do you understand what I'm trying to relate through here, right? This is not even a government. This is not even what the Ottoman Empire was, right? They had control of the ports and everything. We're talking about a people that are just threatening commerce, right? That's enough to have ships not being insured and stop commerce. That was enough to do it.
But the difference is, and I know it's just modern day, and it's the same framework. The Houthis aren't doing this because of their Christian ships. It's because of commerce.
No, this has nothing. This has to do with the Palestinians and the Israelis. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I said, like commerce, I would argue honestly ahead of because of the greed and the naturalistic greed of humanity. I would argue ahead of religion, commerce would be the driving factor for all of these. Fear and greed are the two driving forces that make decisions, according to markets and models.
Yeah, but I just like, back to our thing, right? We understand now that why this trade thing happened, right? Why, and like the importance of religion that played a role, and till today it plays a role in that part of the world. That's how borders and things are drawn. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's modern. I've always felt a bit there needs to be a modernization of everything, kind of very Nietzschean. I don't think I'm the Ubermensch or anything. I don't think I have the fucking answers. But, there were tools and instruments that weren't around when rules were made that if we follow the same rules will end to our destruction. That's just one of my opinions.
Yeah, and you know why I talk about this, right? Because, excuse me, right now, the scene is being replayed in Europe and everybody's asleep at the switch, right? That's why I was talking about replacement theory. This is what's happening. This war is ongoing, right? But they're fighting a silent war. And I'm telling you, this is planned. The Turks planned this. This is not just that's why I said they were busing them over at the Greek border, which is the EU border, and they were just flowing through. And most of them ended up in Germany. So I mean, this is real, guys.
I mean, I'm very much aware of the cultural aspects of what happened in Germany during that time. But you have to understand, I mean, it's kind of the debate I was having with Brenda. It's the ability to weaponize that culture. And within that ability to weaponize it, religion is a tool that's used.
I agree with you. Have you seen the riots in Ireland?
I was still shocked to learn that like Paris is like rioting and stuff, and that's been going on for years.
Oh yeah, Paris is gone, bro. France is gonna, within one generation, if they don't change it, it's over. The France that you know, with the Champs-Élysées and all that, that's gonna be gone.
Well, that's good.
I don't. French culture. This is the difference. Is to me, honestly, I view humanity as a kind of like a imprint, like a footprint. If you believe we're humans, you can go back probably like 100 generations, and we're all related. It's just like I truly believe that the culture of like Rome doesn't exist anymore, and we still talk about it. We still speak Latin. The personification of this replacement that you're talking about. That's why I think people say this is racist.
Well, it is in a sense, because it's about race, but not in a bad way.
What if the Europeans convert to Islam?
They're gonna have no choice. They're gonna be replaced, bro. You're not understanding. Like this is.
Yeah, then it's no longer about race.
But like in Roman history, because we can all agree Rome existed, right? They worship Jupiter, Optimus, Maximus, and then God. They changed their religion, correct? And their culture survived. Probably with that change, I grant you not. But at the same time, there was a change of religion there, and there was a continuation of the culture.
Right, but not in this case, because in this case, you're going to be, in other words, the French and the British are going to be taken over by Arabs, an Arab culture, not a French, not a German, not a English, not a Greek, not an Italian. It's going to be an Arab culture.
Okay, so you're speaking of a caliphate, right?
No,
correct.
I think he's applying.
Yeah, he's speaking of a caliphate because you can have the spread of Muslim people without a caliphate behind it of demanding Sharia law over placing it. Or do you not disagree with that?
No, I hear what you're saying, but look, let me give you an example, right? Let's take France. If the Muslim culture there's more Muslim people than Christian people, right? Mm-hmm. What's going to happen is there's going to be a dispute in a law. Let's say a rape happens or marriage or whatever, right? A murder. Yeah. And it's going to be a fight between Sharia law or Western law.
Oh, okay. So let's the logic. So we can use Rome about this. There was the king, the last king before they did a republic, he was replaced because he raped a woman, right? He's a king and he was convicted of rape. So there was a cultural shift that happened to allow for that power to be taken from the ones who have to the ones who are coming in. I don't see how they integrate Sharia law without weapons they don't have. So that's why I asked if you were speaking of a caliphate more than just an expansion of Muslim people across the world. I don't see how without a war, France loses its legal system.
Well, there will be a war. There will be a war. Like, give you an example. There's areas in France right now that the police will not enter.
Okay, yeah. And I've heard, I understand that. Yeah, and I get that. And what I'm saying is, that's so. Like, if we're to take this to the extreme, and there is a war, right? I am highly confident as an American citizen that there's no way that they're going to win. They don't have the weapons.
What? Why do you say that?
They don't have the weapons. That's why I say that. They don't have the weapons.
Do you realize Turkey is the second largest army in NATO? Do you realize Pakistan has nuclear weapons?
Okay. Do you realize that we shoot down, I think it's if you shoot 1,000 in the sky, one has the ability to re-enter the atmosphere? Do you realize we have 8 aircraft carriers? Do you realize we have the most technological and advanced army? Like, yes, Turkey, we can blockade Turkey. We can. No other country can that I can. If someone wants to fucking chime up and say it, but we could. America could. We could do these things. We could tax like the Ottoman Empire did, and that's what we're doing right now, unfortunately. But we have the power, the hard power, to do these things. Yes, we do. And I do not think that they have the ability to beat us in a war. And then you talk about asymmetric warfare. Okay, you've seen examples of asymmetric warfare that they contribute. Doesn't destabilize the Western society.
Yeah, but we're not talking about full-scale war, right? Between Muslim nations and the West. We're still capable of defeating them. No doubt about that.
Okay.
We're talking about replacement theory. We're talking about gradual replacement of the citizenry. In other words, what were they saying? 2 kids to 8 to 6? See what I'm saying? They're not going to fire a bullet, and they're going to be in a position to maybe even politically replace you without even firing a bullet, single bullet.
Okay, so why don't we just suspend democracy? That solves all of your problems right there.
No, just control immigration to a level where you can assimilate the immigrants. That's all you have to do.
I've always said, I've never said illegal immigration is something we should be striving for, but your statements that you make about immigration are almost holistically negative.
Today, yes, they are, because in the past, how was America made, right? America
on the backs
was made
of slave labor. On the backs of slave labor. Next question.
Okay, you can argue that, but I'm going to the immigration, right?
Come the fuck on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
like is
you
it
want to do the slavery thing, or
do you want to argue economics? Do you want to argue economics?
Well, I was gonna go the immigration route. Like the families came in working, they earned their keep, right? And I was gonna contrast it. Hold on, bro. I was gonna contrast it to today's immigration. They come in, they don't work, and they're handed money. You see what I'm saying?
And honestly, that is a policy issue you're speaking of, correct?
Not whatever you want. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it happening?
So with the democratic ability to, enact laws, you can have this discourse. You could present your data, and then they can come to the logical conclusion that yes, there should be a cap, a restriction, a similar. All of those types of things can happen. They can.
But they're not. They're not though.
So therein ask why. Because
now we're getting places. Exactly.
Yeah,
Ask yourself
yeah.
what. Yeah.
I do. I ask myself why. I say why because it's not the issue that is driving it. That's why I think that's why they're not doing much.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm on a call. Yeah, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 second.
Someone's hot mic in there.
Yeah, no, it was me. I gotta have a meeting.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I have to drop.
Renee, join.
God, we're having a good combo,
Flat
man.
Earther soon.
Huh?
I can see Renee as a flat earther. Thanks for the combo.
Dude, yeah. Sorry, I have to drop.
This is
No, Renee is logical. See you later.
Renee, he just insulted you.
No, that was the best debate he's done. I've heard from him.
Ian
was
was
pretty good.
insulting him. He could be a flat earther, guys.
So that was an insult, huh?
Come on, be a have some humor, guys. Come on,
okay.
you can hear I'm laughing.
Thank you.
I was laughing too, bro.
Oh, okay,
You got
okay. My bad. I will react.
No,
You'd
look, the
make a great
facts are
flat
the
earther
facts,
too.
right? Sorry, go on, bro.
I was just gonna say I agree with most of what you said. The wording, not all the time with the wording or the extreme of it, but yeah, you're pretty fucking spot on.
Well, sometimes like I overstate things to get the point across, but yeah.
Yeah,
It
because
is
I understand why you did it because you're trying to build the correlation, right, and kind of like present your case and be like, look, here's a factor, You know, you kind of made it a little extreme for them to recognize, but then there was just instant pushback, and it's like, why would you push back? You know, for me, I was thinking like, why would you push back on this? But for them, I guess it was the way you worded it or whatever. It's like, all right.
No, it's because it's me saying it. That's why. Because they think I'm a flat earther, stupid, blah blah blah. All these things they have in their minds throughout the years, right? If it was anybody else saying it, they might have accepted it better. You see?
Don't they call that a genetic fallacy? Or no?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say you're wrong because you're a flat earther.
Yeah, but you will accept that if somebody else would have said that, not just me, any person you consider a flat earther, if somebody would have brought that message, or a baller would have brought that message, it would have been received in a different manner. Oh, yes, no?
No, not for me.
Okay.
Yeah, the other day I was talking to a Glober and I was explaining to him the cosmological model, and he was like, well, I've never heard of any of this, but you must be wrong. And I'm like, dude, it's just because you're hearing it from me. Like, if you go research this is what they'll tell you. But he hated hearing it from me.
Exactly my point. Yeah, if they hear it from somebody they think is on the other team, for a lack of a better term, yeah, they will auto not accept the message or the whatever you're saying.
Yeah, we all do that. That's it's hard to get past.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on?
All praises be to Will Duffy,
The creator.
he will lead us.
So he's the new leader. Will Duffy is the new baller messiah.
He is the Globe King.
Is he do you bow down to him and kiss his ring?
Yes, all crosses shall be switched to Will Duffy's face.
That's interesting.
Yeah, fuck this Netflix documentary that's about to come out about the final experiment. I want to hear like a biopic on Will Duffy as if he's like a superhero. I want someone to make a movie about Will Duffy being like Batman.
He is.
There's a lot of infatuation with the. I noticed that on the Globe side. Like a
He's
lot
so
of like
great. He's so great.
referencing as like superheroes. Like what the fuck, dude?
He's our Globe Earth Messiah.
I will follow Will all day long.
Wherever you go, Will, I go. You go, we go.
Yes.
Like off a cliff. I wouldn't do that.
Just his name is cool, Duffy.
Just the fact that a preacher is giving money away, that instantly, from the first time I heard it, I went, "What?" I did a Scooby Doo, huh?
Yeah, Jesus did that.
Yeah. A preacher giving money away. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
No, shit. At least he's not like Joel Osteen, keeping it all. Most preachers keep all the money. They drive the cars. Got the
They should have. Sorry, they should have filmed that meeting with the ALE. But the fact that they said they couldn't bring cameras in that room is crazy to me. Like, that's the most vital part of the trip. Like, what really are the terms and conditions of going to Antarctica?
Not that much, really. You could find out very easily yourself. Not a mystery.
Yeah, but they could have filmed like what those terms and conditions were in that meeting with the ALE, and they didn't.
One of the first videos from the TFE YouTube page itself was the explanation of how they planned the trip. It was really neat, so you just have no idea.
Yeah, but the ALE, they might be telling you stuff like, don't look in this direction, don't breathe too heavy. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, pertinent questions. You can find them all out. Call them up.
Yeah, that's funny you say that because there is a video of somebody calling the ALE and they couldn't even get their shit straight. They didn't even know the conditions of their own trips.
Yeah, but did you call them or was it someone else?
Yeah, you know what? I'll let you know when I do that. All right.
I'd like to do it with you, brother. Let's do it together.
Yeah, that might be a fun thing.
One good news, though, right? Since we're quiet, let's say some good news, right? Shout out Trump. I don't believe I'm saying this, but shout out Trump. He's actually, it seems that way, he's actually taking American foreign policy away from the Zionists. Like, it's amazing to see. Let's see if it continues, but shout out Prez for that.
Yeah, Trump forever. Definitely.
Yeah, he could be a flat earther.
You guys heard about that, right? Like he bypassed Netanyahu. He had a meeting with Arab people and he didn't even stop off at Israel. He made a deal with the Houthis behind the Israelis' back and against their will. So shout out Prez for that, man. If he does just that, he's going to be one of the best presidents ever.
And he got a dope ass plane.
Yeah, that too.
Why would the Israelis want to be in on a deal between us and the Houthis?
Because they run your government.
All right.
Yeah, through the Zionist lobby group. I mean, surely you're aware of that, no?
They run the government, but Trump's managed to sidestep it. So which is
exactly?
He's going to get a spanking now, ain't he?
Hey, who makes all the underground? Who makes all the books in the U.S.? Who's in charge of the curriculum for the U.S.?
The Rothschilds.
Anybody know?
Rockefeller.
The only place I hear the Rothschilds mentioned is.
Well, they're fucking with the internet. Yeah, you can't even say that word without getting
Yeah, you can't say that. They will break you up.
Yeah,
if you don't know, I'd say look into it.
Pretty sure it's the Rockefeller.
Yeah, do your own research.
Pretty sure it's the Rockefeller educational system in the U.S., not the Rothschild.
Matthias.
I think they're part of the Rothschild family anyway. But
they had a good record company.
So what? Some of the education's good.
So what's happening now is they're trying to tie, and look at Candace Owen, and they're all saying it, right? They're trying to tie up anything that you say against what's happening in the genocide is going to be, they're trying to frame that with anti-Semitism. In other words, if you're against people dying indiscriminate bombing, you're an anti-Semite now. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, of
Dude,
course.
it's crazy. That word.
I heard Candace Owens.
No, just the word. If you look up the definition for anti-Semitic or anti-Semite, any negative, anything negative, or what they view negative, it doesn't matter if it's factual or not. It just has to be how they perceive it to be. If they perceive it to be negative, is anti-Semitism.
I was just gonna say, I heard that Candace Owens has been getting multiple death threats.
Yep. Her family. Yep.
Not sure why you guys are worried about it whenever you guys are condoning the fucking anti-free speech against the fucking truth to begin with.
Did we ever find out
Who's that?
why the
Who's
Jews
doing
were
that?
why were they living in the sewers?
Yeah, Rob, you could be a flat earther.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, 100%. You're that smart.
Oh, Tim, I look at him like he's Brummy. He's like exactly everything like Brummy was.
Who's that guy?
He reminds me of Brummy.
Who the fuck is that guy? What the fuck is going on here, man?
Look at what Ecoplex just.
Is that Sean G, the ex-flat earther?
Welcome, Sean.
It's just Sean G now, Rob. It's been long enough.
Sean G. What are you a rapper?
Sean G, the ex-flat earther.
I be the Sean G man.
Sean G, future FE.
From Jamaica.
No.
By the beach.
What that once you leave flat, you absolutely never go back. That is proven.
Oh my god.
Yo, Sean, let's go back because it's more fun on that side. You can do whatever you want.
Hey, where is
Jesse,
that?
do you have anything to say about that?
My name's Sean G, and I used to be a flat earther. It was a long
Hey,
time
don't mess
ago.
with Sean G.
I'm an OG, yo.
I like
He'll
Sean.
whoop your ass.
I thought
No,
that
these
was
guys-
Robert.
So, are you guys familiar with the dual citizenship?
Yeah.
Yes.
I go by the 14th Amendment, dude. The 14th Amendment gives you all the guidelines you need to know.
Well, how
That's
about this
who's
dual
American.
citizenship thing? If you're in Congress or
What's the
part of
issue with
government?
it?
Well, there's only one country that's exempt from that. Why is that?
What country?
They do a lot.
I don't get it.
Well,
It'd be like if
you have to swear
one parent
allegiance.
is a citizen. Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to explain it, but you're going to actually get you're going to say exactly what it is. My apologies.
No, I'd rather you say it, bro. Go ahead.
No, it'd just be like if you understand that obviously the concept of dual citizenship, they just wouldn't recognize the other country. There would be no recognition of it. You can't have dual citizenship for their country if you have citizenship for that country. It's very simple.
Right, so they've
Exactly.
got a
You
special
have to
case.
swear allegiance to the United States of America.
What's
First
the
and
issue?
above. Yeah.
What's the issue with them having a special, silly, arbitrary case?
It's against the
which
law.
country? Which country would it be?
What do you mean, which country? You mean which is the country that's exempt?
Yes, it's not recognized.
Well, the country that's exempt from not being allowed to have dual citizenship is only one country in the world, and that's the country of Israel.
And that would be due to Israel.
No, that would be due to, I don't know what it would be due. You figure it out. Why is only one country allowed to do that, and any other country they would be not spies? They would. There's a term that they use for that. I forget.
There you go. If Israel, well, it would have to be Israel doing it, and that would just be Israel's choice, not ours. It has nothing to do with us.
No, but it does, bro. It's not permitted. When you swear allegiance to the country, it's only one country that you swear allegiance to. not two countries.
Well, no, because you can be a dual citizen. You can be Canadian and American, have dual citizenship.
Yeah.
It's not America that has a problem with it.
And plus, like, let's say you go on vacation. Your parents are both American. You go on vacation. You're born in another country. In some countries, you can have dual citizenship just by that.
It's recognized. That would be the issue, whether or not the country recognizes it or not. And if Israel doesn't recognize this, I would say that that's an Israel problem. I don't think Can you show me America saying the only one isn't America or Israel?
Like John McCain wasn't even born in America. He's born as a military base.
Yeah, he's in Mexico. Wait,
Yeah,
Mexico.
somewhere.
Didn't he have a family in Mexico or something? Shit.
I don't remember. I know it wasn't America.
I know their family owns a lot of land in Mexico. I mean, even to this day.
I mean, it depends on what you mean by swear allegiance to. Like, yeah, you could have dual citizenship, but if you're going to serve in the military, you could most likely, or you will most likely only be able to do it in one country and not the other.
Yeah, you can't be military in both, I don't think. But it'd be the same thing when you pledge, when you do that little oath for your citizenship. It'd be the same thing. I mean, it's not like you're fucking having.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You're not losing an ear.
But isn't that crazy though? Like we never took an oath. Like all of us that were born here. You know what I'm saying? Does that make us less American?
Our parents, or our parents' parents, or I'm gonna continue on. At some point, they would have.
I don't know. All my moms, all my females never did. They never read. We never took an oath.
Did your grandparents come here?
Yeah, at 3 different times. I have 4 grandparents, so 3 different branches.
I think maybe they did.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I think the people who came here first, like in the early or late 1700s, 1800s, whatever.
Okay, and then went. Yeah, okay.
Well, they kind of like were probably. I don't know. But they didn't come to Ellis Island because it wasn't even around there.
I mean, at one point, I'm pretty sure you didn't even have to, right? Like,
yeah.
Why would anyone want to become a citizen?
You have the benefits of being said citizen.
Ooh, wow.
You don't have to be a tribute. I don't want to be a tribute.
But that means that you're bound by that country's laws and regulations.
I choose to okay, for America as an example, I choose to live here. Thus, yes, you're right.
Yeah, some people don't mind patriotism and nationalism. They don't mind.
Let me ask you: all those dual citizenship Israelis, right? Do you think they have the best interests of America or Israel? What do you think is first for them?
A majority that live here, America.
No, I don't think that. I don't believe.
No, they always say Israel first. Like you hear it all the time.
Even the Jews I know in America do the real ones.
Yeah, you hear it all the time on TV where they spotlight it for you to see it. But I said majority.
They're all about their homeland, bro.
I understand.
I mean, I guess we can't really debate that unless we do like a poll.
America has been usurped. You got to realize that. First, you got to realize the problem, then you can fix it.
Yeah, but the world's been usurped. See, for thousands of years. It's not just America. We're just the ones you notice the most. We're just the most present. But we've always been usurped by them. I mean, that's what they had the money. They have always had the money. Nothing new. The Romans dealt with them. Even the Mongols dealt with them. Everybody deals with them. How'd they get the money? That's the real question. Where'd they get all this money from? Ain't no gold in Israel.
Was it Adelson spent $100 million on the Trump campaign?
Yeah. That's crazy shit, man.
If I'm not mistaken,
small place.
I've had some Jewish friends and my family members, Jewish friends. If I'm not mistaken, some of them, whenever they look at it as if they're giving $1 or spending $1, they expect 7 in return. So sometimes that's how they feel that they're going to accumulate their wealth. Let's say if they give $1 to someone, they expect 7 in return.
Nothing wrong with that, dude. Can't hate someone for being smart. You know, jealousy breeds envy.
It's the Jesus way.
Listen, if we all had $1 billion, we wouldn't be talking shit. We'd be happy. We'd be talking about our fucking yachts. But we don't. We're just normal people. So we get pissed. It's natural.
When you have a lot, you can give a lot. But yeah, it's a shame that the wealth has been distributed or unevenly distributed for whatever reason.
Do you think that people that work hard, work smart, made a bunch of money, owe it to someone else to give them some because they don't have any?
No, I don't think it should be by force.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. And that's the conundrum of life, though. It's like you don't want to say that, but it'd be sure nice if they did.
No, it's not even the issue. The issue is the usury. Like we were given the guidelines and we just walk right past them. It's the usury.
Great point.
Well, it's a fine line to walk anyways, because honestly, human civilization is the most caring and giving as it probably ever been. It's just the point of you can only give people so much, and then until if they're not changing themselves, it doesn't really matter. You can buy them a Lamborghini, a mansion. You come back in a year, it'll be shit again. Because you got to change people. You can't just buy your way out of fucking bullshit. Sometimes you have to put in real work. You can't just money solves everything. No, it doesn't work that way.
Great point.
Yeah. Be crazy. You get some hillbilly in the mountains, truck and golden trailer park.
Why is government necessary?
That's a great question too. Maybe in a
hierarchy.
Because people would eat each other.
What do you mean by eat each other?
Human nature. That's why. Human nature. The strong will always try to take from the weak. Certain ones.
Don't that already happen though with the government?
Yes, good point.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So once again, the question remains: why is government necessary?
It is
because
not.
there's things that the government does that most people don't really realize that are pretty necessary, like getting food over here, goods, keeping us out of wars, keeping us safe. A lot of things go into even your local government. You have roads and shit, telephone lines, all the power lines, water, sewage, that type of shit, infrastructure.
Did you say keeping us out of wars?
Yeah,
Doesn't government cause the
well, they get
wars?
us in wars too. Well, they get us in wars too, but I'm saying they keep us out of them too. Don't know about it. We're not in them.
I mean, that was the most stupidest fucking thing I think I've ever heard from someone. You need government, so there's no war?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, you really.
How would we have a space program
By
without
means of our sovereigns,
because think about it like this: if we had no government, America had no government, then we would already try to had problems. We'd be invaded somewhere. Someone would try to do something to us. But we have a government that has the strongest military in the world. So yeah, it's pretty important.
Yeah, as a sovereign society, we decided to make a government. That's what we did.
Well, no, the government.
That's what always happens.
That wasn't a sovereign society. That was like a bunch of men got into a room and said, "We got to fucking get our shit straight." And they got it straight. It wasn't the people. The people were out in the fields doing nothing. The people didn't want to believe the king until George and his buddies convinced them to.
You don't think
You
a
know what you're talking
hierarchy
about, dude.
is naturally established with humans, no matter what,
Exactly.
no matter what
Yeah, but
scenario you
but it
put them
used to
in?
be,
You think they
be
don't by
established with
default, and like
it used
along with like all creatures, right? You don't think there's like a natural
of course
hierarchical
there is, but
structure?
of course there is, but with humans it's not established by who's the biggest muscles or who can fight the best and say we're best at. I would choose
Are
the
you
smartest.
are you in a bowl?
Who can, what?
Are you in a bowl? I can't really hear you too well.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
either.
like you're
All right,
talking into a glass or something.
Let me fix my mic.
Do you guys think we've seen the opposite, the best of what our government do?
Yeah, the fact that we exist, the United States of America exists, it shows you what a good government can do, good men can do. What are you talking about? Our Constitution came from good people. They might have had faults, but they were good people.
The government is a direct reflection of the people. If the people are corrupt and godless, the government's going to be corrupt and godless. It's a moral dilemma, not a legislation one. Yeah, it's not due to legislation that people become corrupt. The government is the people,
you can
dog.
have government. You can have government without government.
The government is us, bro. You've just been conditioned to like separate ourselves from them. Like it's us versus them mentality. The government is us, dude.
And the government,
I didn't make a decision.
that is corrupt.
I understand what you're trying to do.
Through morals.
The government.
That's the only way. That's the only way to fix government is fixing the moral fabric of society. It's the only way.
Yeah, we're not a true democracy or communism. We elect representatives to represent them.
What if I told you that you don't need to fix the tyrannical, corrupt, evil government, that you can just detach yourself away from it? Well,
Yeah, you always have the option to become a lone wolf and a nomad and live off the fat of the land. You could do that.
Well, no, the problem
You
is
just have to stay within the bounds of your property. You wouldn't. I mean, there are things that society takes advantage of, participates in, that you try to detach yourself from it, you're going to isolate yourself, from all those benefits.
You can isolate yourself. No, you can legally isolate yourself, dude. In a lot of places now, dude. All democratic states have homeless shelters with homeless people living behind Walmarts, living behind Army Salvation. Dude, are you kidding me, bro?
No, I'm saying establish. I'm saying establish your own birthing. Where can you do that,
bro? They'll even give you they'll even give you sustenance, dude. They'll give you your own phone card. They'll give you your phone, dude. You don't need it.
They'll support you if you stay in the society's bounds. But where can you go? Like say out in the wilderness, build your own log cabin, set up your own, your own, and becomes like self-efficient. Or
anywhere. What do you mean? Where can you do that? You can buy land anywhere.
What you're asking for on YouTube.
Go buy some land and build.
You can do it. You can do it, but you can't. There's certain things that you can't do. Right?
Are you talking about?
Won't be able to.
I'm saying you can't break away from the
federal land.
No,
there is some federal land where you can go
out of the system.
No, you can break out of the system, dude. But the thing is, you gotta understand that the property isn't yours, bro. It ain't yours for the
grabbing.
You're
gonna pay taxes on it, no matter what.
You don't have to do. No, you don't. No,
and you don't own it.
Whose is it, Lion?
Bro,
you never own anything.
Bro, if you're homeless, right? If you don't have a home, you have nothing to pay, dude. You know what I'm saying? If you want to really live off the fat of the land, you can do that, bro. But you can't build on it. You gotta really be. You gotta act like you gotta be a wild animal, dude.
Right. Like within society bounds. Right.
Whose land is it, Lion? Set time asking.
Not yours, unless you know what I mean. It's not your land.
Whose land is it, Lion?
Oh, come on, man.
It's a
you buy land, you get the deed to it, you have to pay property taxes. Yes, it's still your land, though.
It's not a trick question. The land belongs to the government, whether you like it or not. Every square inch of it.
So if you go to the wilderness,
you can take it there if you want, but it doesn't make any difference. You can still have the land.
So that means it automatically belongs to the government just because someone that complies to the government said so. Don't think so. Try again.
What I'm saying is,
no one owns land in America. You lease it.
Let's say that you tried to go into the wilderness and live off the fat of the land. unless you bought that lot, like it's not your land. Like you could try to live off of it, but once you start building on it, they're gonna come after you because it's not your land, dude.
It's
No, I
never your
think
land.
the last bastion was in Alaska. I think it was. They used to live out there, like in the wilderness, and then they did this thing where it was like you had to be grandfathered in, right? But then they just completely wiped that out. So I think that was the last bastion that they did away with. So there's no way you can actually go and just build and be left alone by the government.
Gotta find your own.
For 2 years. I did that for 2 years. Did it for 2 years.
Not legally, I mean.
Yeah, not legally, but you can get away with it for a while.
Nothing
Yeah,
happened
you
to
can
me.
definitely.
Is what I'm saying. You guys are
Well,
saying
anyway.
and
But that doesn't mean it won't happen to anybody.
Get me. They never did, by the way. Still have it.
Mate, I'm not saying
if you have
they
the
came and got you. I'm just saying that won't work for everybody.
No, man. I mean, people that want to have a piece of land, however small or however big, lake house on the river or farmhouse and 100 acres, and you want to have that and do what you want to with it, you pay the taxes on it. You accommodate the government and keep them off your back, and you can flourish and have families and enjoy your land. You can build an airstrip on it. You can farm it. You do whatever you want, or do whatever, or live on somebody else's land. But it's a prospect of living. It's a prospect of living free and doing what you have to live that way and have a good life.
There's a problem with what you said, though. You said if you own land and then ... and then you say you pay taxes. Well, if you're paying taxes, you don't really fucking own the land, then, do you? You're renting it, right?
Well, that's not a problem for me, Bubba. That's not a problem for me. I pay my taxes.
The taxes are for
you
the
gotta be honest.
services, like the roads.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Hold
on, bro. Can we all go one at a time? Damn, dude. I'm trying to get in.
Taxes pay for so much more.
You own something, but you have to keep paying for it. That's not called owning.
Right.
That's called...
Yeah, but you're not paying for the land. You're paying for the services that are provided by the.
It doesn't matter, bro. They can.
Yeah, you just keep bitching, and I've got property and you don't.
But left wing, you gotta admit, dude. There's some elderly, dude. Matthias, you gotta chill out. There's some elderly people that can't afford to keep up with the taxes anymore, and if they don't pay the taxes, guess what happens? They're not expensive, dude. It's a couple. Even if you think a couple $1,000s a year ain't that expensive, there's some elderly people that are barely getting by, dude.
But who don't work, who can't work. They don't
And
have
what
a
happens
pension.
if you default on that and you stop paying the taxes? They come and take your land, dude.
Yeah, I understand all that. No, those are very rare circumstances where someone.
It's not very rare, sir. No, it's not, bro. You guys reduce.
Yeah, it is. It is rare too.
Listen,
usually, the community will take care of them.
Yeah, especially
right.
Yeah, the neighbors, right? The neighbors are dude. There's plenty of
country
cases.
Community. Yes, they will. In a rural community, they come together. Unlike the city people, dude. You're crazy.
Yeah, but if you can't, but the point is that they can come take your land, bro.
You live in the country,
so it's never actually yours.
Oh my God! How can someone come and take something that is yours? That's called theft.
No, it's not.
Well, here's the thing. But here, wait a minute.
We already established that the land's not yours. You're just leasing it from the federal government. So when you die,
wait a minute, guys.
in 100 years from now, that land will you have nothing to do with the land. You're just renting it out to the government.
But the thing is, living within the United States and the way things are as they are, you can either buy the land and pay the taxes and flourish, or you can live on somebody else's land and not have anything. That's your option.
Simple. Yeah.
That's not the argument, though, bro. You guys gotta be kind of level-headed with this. The point is that
that is level-headed, man.
The land can always be taken away from you. If it was truly yours, like a allodial title, it could never be taken away from you.
It's got to be taken away legally.
If you stop paying, let's say all your family's dead, you're the only one alive, right? You can't even make ends meet anymore. You got to pay those taxes. The government will come.
That's
and take
legally
your house.
though. Okay,
and that's happening all over the country. You can't say, it doesn't happen that much. Yeah, it does happen a lot.
It doesn't happen that much. Usually the community will take care of them.
Yeah, see,
no, they don't. No, they don't, bro.
You're trying to equate taking it for nothing. We're taking it for a reason. That's a reason to take it. They cannot take your land for no reason.
You guys are making really strong claims, man.
But the thing is like there's this one lady, I heard a case where she couldn't keep up with the landscaping on her property. Her grass was getting overgrown. There was leaves in their gutters. Like her house was run down, and the HOA or the local community was trying to take her house and her property just because she wasn't keeping up with the landscaping because she's old and she had nobody to help her out.
Yeah,
you're saying, oh well, the community will stand up and help her out. How do you know that? No, they won't, dude. The neighbors were hold on. The neighbors were bitching because her house looked ugly and it wasn't being upkept and it was making the value of their houses go down.
I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking about that type of communities.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about rural communities, but you know, 'cause I live in a suburban community, and even here, I mean, yeah, we would do the same thing because you sign a contract. At least sign a contract. So you're saying she can't take care of it. I understand it. It's a bad situation, but she signed a contract. It's an HOA thing, and that's
I don't even know if it's HOA, dude. I don't even know if it's HOA. I think it's just town ordinances, dude.
Hey, man. Well, she probably got fines, and the fines got so backed up that that's what happens. I mean, fight it in court. But to say to say that they just showed up and say we're taking your land for no reason is totally different than saying they're taking your land because of some pre-existing circumstances.
Bro, to me, the idea that the government could take your land because you're not keeping up with your landscaping is absurd. If you don't see that, dude, I can't. There's nothing that I can't say nothing to convince you, bro. Like, what am I supposed to say to that?
She lives in a homeowners association area where when you live in there,
that for a fact, dude.
Well, you just said
I don't even know if it's an HOA. Yeah, I suspect because I suspect it's an HOA because I can't imagine it being in a town ordinance. But who knows? It's probably a town ordinance.
Yeah, they're Nazis in there, bro. Everybody knows they're Nazis. You know they're Nazis before you move there.
I'm just saying I don't know if it's an HOA, dude, and it's not all HOA cases.
God. Okay. My whole point.
Go ahead, Matthias.
My whole point a while ago was, if someone can take something away from you legitimately, lawfully, legally, then it's not yours to begin with.
That's not true because you can legally lose things.
Holy fuck.
No, you're right. You're right. It's never yours. It's never yours. No land is ever yours.
Yeah, y'all can pretend that if you want, but that's not the case.
Imagine paying off a car. Imagine paying.
All right, let me ask you this.
Imagine paying off a car. Right? It's done. It's already paid off. You got the title. And then they come and take your car because you're not keeping up in your excise tax. That's crazy. That's crazy. You guys are like, oh, who cares?
It's not that we don't. Not that we don't care. It's just the point of. I mean, there's rules. The rules. I mean, you can say the rules don't make any sense, but they do.
Once again, this falls back to you said come take your car. Well, when you registered it, you signed it over to the king to begin with. Regis, king, registered, king. You gave it to the king.
Oh, Regis the king! Yay!
Oh, I triggered him. I triggered the glob.
No, I'm not triggered. I'm amused.
Yeah.
So in your world, though, man, when no one wants to pay these taxes, so when we don't have no roads to drive on and no fucking lights and no shit, like, oh, what happened? Why don't we have?
Why do you need roads to drive on? So you can go back and forth to your slave job Monday through Friday, the goddamn fucking state 40 plus hours a week. Is that the reason why you need the fucking roads?
No, I wish I could get by at 40 hours a week.
Well, yeah. Try to get from fucking Michigan to Florida with no roads.
40 a week,
luck, dude.
That's a lot.
Gotta have roads.
Yeah, putting time in for the IRS is crazy.
I'm in my truck 120 hours a week.
Think about trash pickup. If the counties and your cities didn't pay for trash pickup, we would be living like animals, like India.
Well, back up. Did dude just say he was in his truck 120 plus hours a week?
Yeah, 120 hours a week, $50 an hour.
Why do you need a fucking house?
Well, I do go home and sleep in my own bed 3 nights a week and 2 days a week. I'm at home. It's same as having a job. You go to work all day, go home, go to bed, get up, go to work. Only difference is I sleep in this truck 4 or 5 nights a week.
Right. Yeah, but usually the average working class hours is, the average is 40, not 120. You're like tripling.
Yeah, but
tripling.
No, he's
Trucking
doing
is just a job,
5/16.
it's life.
If he's trucking, he's doing 5/16, but he's probably sleeping in his truck because he's on the road. Right? Because I think that's your max is 16 hours on the road or something.
It's 14. I'm still on paper logs though.
Wouldn't that vary?
You're still on paper logs? How do you get away with that? You only only driving local?
glider truck with an old engine.
Oh my God, dude. He's taking advantage of the system. That's what you're doing. That's what you gotta do.
Damn right. Damn
That's
right.
what you gotta do. That's what you do, man.
Do.
That's how you beat it. That's how you do it. You beat it. That's how you beat it.
That's comical at best. Getting fucked by the system, more like it. How much what's the percentage of taxes you pay on your paycheck there? 120
Man,
hours a week.
There's so many people that fuck the system, dude. Don't think that the system's the only one doing the fucking.
That believes
Everybody's
he's
fucking
taking.
That's another thing. You can find loopholes in the system and get away with it perfectly fine. Like if you have somebody that's buried on your land, dude, there's ways to like get away from paying taxes and getting lodeo titles and stuff.
yeah.
Even if
Yeah.
you haven't, even if the property wasn't like grandfathered in, and you don't have like a proper lodeo title, there's ways to get it, make that happen, dude.
All kinds of tricks to the trade. You don't have to be a short.
I'll have to say it again. If you want to play the stupid fucking games and be expected to win the stupid fucking prizes that come along with it.
Well, you gotta be willing to take the risk. Yeah, you gotta take the risk. You gotta take the risk and don't complain. Be happy with what you got.
You gotta play their game, Matthias.
I'm not playing their game. I haven't played their fucking game in about 7-8 years, Lion. So don't tell me I have to play a fucking game that you believe you have to play.
The only way that you don't have to play their game, dude, is if you want to be a lone wolf nomad, dude, with no family, no children, and just kind of try to barely get by, dude.
What do you mean by this? Just because I don't have a fucking 4-car garage and a fucking three house fucking house, what do you mean barely get by? I don't need all that shit. Neither do you. You want it.
It's a large sacrifice, dude. Listen, bro.
I'm not done. First off, Ryan and everybody else in here, you guys need to first distinguish the huge difference between need and want. Okay? Can you do that?
Yeah. Well, everybody's different. There's no gauge. Everybody's different.
You have to sacrifice a lot to have the lifestyle that you're asking for, right? Where you don't have to pay taxes, you don't have to contribute to society. You're just an outsider, an outcast.
Absolutely.
Not using the federal dollar, right? Not using the banking system, not using the credit system.
Yeah,
basically, you're gonna be an outcast, bro. And who wants to live like that? Not too many people.
Items.
Then you ain't gonna be the man.
And I want you guys to try to tell me if it's a need or want. A 50-inch flat screen TV in the front
that's
room.
a want. That's a need. That's a need.
That's a need. That's a need.
Well, that's stupid. So a bunch of fucking trolls.
What are you talking about?
Yo, hold on.
No one has a 19-inch TV no more, bro. Everybody's got a 50-inch TV.
Yo, real quick. Yo, let me just tell you something, bro. Bro, listen. I know.
How big's your TV? How big's your TV, bro?
You guys talking about TVs? Are you guys serious right now?
How big's this guy's TV? I gotta know. You got 13 inches. He pissed. You still got a tube television. You rolling with the tube?
Who gives a shit?
This guy's talking about TVs.
Yo, I know people, and I'm not gonna name drop them. They're on Discord. They're not in this server, but
a TV isn't even.
Yo, I'm talking, dude. Yo, I'm trying to get something out. Yo, please.
Sorry, Lion.
Thank you. Now, real quick. So I know people that are actually living in Texas right now, don't have Social Security cards, don't have birth certificates. Their children were at-home births. Their children also don't have birth certificates, also don't have Social Security cards. The guy doesn't have a license. Somehow he manages to drive around, and when he gets stopped, he's been real lucky. They let him off the loose.
These people are aliens.
And but the guy he lives a tough life. Like he spends a lot of time, living in tents. And if he's not living in a tent, he'll get like some temporary shelter. Right now he's living in an RV. But and at one point it was him and his wife living in an RV with like 6 kids.
Is his name Austin?
No, it's not. But it's a whole. There's a whole community of people like that in Texas that they're Hebrews, right? They follow the Torah, and then you got some people like that also in Missouri and the Ozarks. And then you got Muslim Moors that are also
Moors.
Yeah, dude. These people exist out there.
I know,
and they make it happen, dude. They make it happen, but at the same time, it's a tough life, dude. It's a sacrifice you have to make. It's not an easy living by any means.
Lion, I go on YouTube live streams with these guys, Lion, and debate them and shit.
Lion, are you telling me that being self-sustainable, not having worldly government laws and shit to follow is a lot harder life than going to work 40 hours a week and eventually, there's 30% taken out of your paycheck right off the bat. Are you trying to claim that's an easier life than? Let me add, being on someone else's clock because you work 5 days a week on someone else's clock. You're telling me that that's an easier, that it's harder?
He's addressing me.
Well,
it's subjective, dude. Some people work in factories, dude, 70 hours a week, dude. Barely have a life, barely making ends meet. Some people have a really good job selling cars, dude. They're a car salesman, dude, and they make commission and they're killing it, dude. So it really depends, bro. And his wife left him, dude. One of the guys I know, it's many guys, but one of the guys I know, his wife left him, and everything was in her name. The guy refused to have anything in his name for some odd reason, dude. I don't know. Like his car wasn't in his name, the RV wasn't in his name, like nothing was in his name. He don't have anything in his name, dude.
Well, he was smart because he didn't sign any fucking contract. I give him an attaboy.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. Yeah.
I don't understand. What do you guys think you're supposed to be doing? If you're not really doing anything, you're supposed to just like sit around and just have a margarita and stare at the sun. We're meant to do things. We're meant to go out and work.
Well, I've just FYI, I lived in a cabin in the woods without electricity or running water for about 5 years, and it is a lot lot of
fuck yeah, it is.
Yeah,
you can die.
You gotta
Your life
fucking
depends on it.
firework
Your life
and
dude,
carry
people,
water. Sorry,
yeah,
Rob.
Yo, hold on, dude. Yo, bro, you gotta chill out, Rob, dude. Let him finish.
These
dude.
guys, yeah, but you guys can't make pizza rolls. You think you're gonna go live in the woods by yourself, dude? Give me a break.
Rob, you gotta come down, dude. Let's
Yeah.
it out.
You still have to do a lot of work. You have firewood to cut. You got to carry fucking water. It's not easy. Everything is a lot more work. You can't just flip a switch and have things, easy. So yeah, it's a trade-off. I see kind of where Matthias is coming from, a little bit, but I don't know. After a while, it's nice to have, a flip of a button and
you ain't waking up at 10 o'clock in the morning in a colonial world. Trust me. You'd be dead in the wintertime.
Yeah. There's also a huge benefit to doing what I do. For one, I get to keep 100% of everything that I worked for.
Yeah, you think so until you give half your food to your animals to eat. You guys just don't know shit.
I've practiced this life for 7 or 8 years. And you're telling me I don't know shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like you practiced it for 7 or 8 years.
What's that?
It doesn't sound like you practiced for 7 or 8 years, bro.
I believe him, dude. I believe you.
I know. Hey, you can. Hey, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky.
I believe I can fly.
I mean, what do you think I'm so passionate about what I preach about the last 7, 8 years?
Hey, man, everybody's what's passion got to do with anything?
Yeah.
I'm passionate, so it makes it true. Listen to the words the way I speak them. I can only speak them.
I expected a whole hell of a lot of thinking process from some status mindless drones that believe that that everyone must comply to the government whenever you don't really have to. I'm living proof of it. I mean, for one thing, you can't really say that it's for those who haven't even strayed away from their status mindset. They can't really say, oh, it's a harder life because you ain't never practiced living outside the state. And to be self-sustainable, how can you claim that it's harder whenever you don't even know what the fuck it's like?
I'm from Michigan.
I know.
I'm from Michigan. We learn about that shit all our life.
Yeah, dog.
Yeah.
Listen, I did cold weather camping, dude. I was in the army. We did a lot of camping, bro. I'm all set.
Yeah. There's a reason why we make things easier. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to do it no more. There's a reason why people didn't live long because it was a hard life. No part of life today is harder than waking up and working 40 hours. You'd be happy to do that. Those people, they don't wake up and go to sleep. They don't have a job. They have to survive.
Especially if you're starting off from scratch, you don't own any land, you have no animals, you have no nothing, dude.
Yeah, there's no homeless
a lot of
shelter,
times it's different if you've inherited land, like acres you can live off of the fat of the land and not worry about the government harassing you. This guy doesn't have that, dude. Him and his wife and his 6 kids are living in an RV.
Yeah, well,
and there's a whole community of people living in RVs, dude, getting harassed even then because certain states are not passing laws where you got to pay taxes even if you have an RV.
Well, dude, that's what I'm saying. You're fucking cheerleading for people who don't want to pay any money in society, but they want to drive their RVs who weigh 10,000 pounds on RVs, tear up the roads. So you don't take that into account and all the other shit, all the fucking shit they pollute, all the fucking gas they take. So if they're so worried about money and shit, then why are they driving a fucking wheel that gets 10 miles a gallon, driving hundreds of miles? It's just a scam, dude. You choose to do that. No one makes you go to an RV. So this is just ridiculous, dude. I'm not worried about people.
Can you guys not see that?
Damn, it's so much cheaper.
Can you guys not
if
see?
you park an RV in just like a random spot, let's say like a car park or something, you can potentially.
What was that, Matthias?
Yeah, I kept getting interrupted. Can you guys not see that? Playing with the government is like playing Monopoly with a little kid that just makes up the rules as they fucking go. Why would you want to do that?
No one wants to. You got a better option? You gonna go take over the government?
Well, the government does need good people.
If I had a better option, I've been preaching the alternative option for 8 fucking years, dude.
Yeah, well, you can't have 350 million people go back in the woods and live. You can't have 350 million people go back in the woods.
Only for the United States as well.
We will destroy everything. We will kill all the animals. We will destroy the land. You can't just have everybody go back in the woods. It doesn't work.
And also, what about all the other countries as well? He's just referring to the United States, probably his own state. He's not even referring to any other country that you can do this in.
The entire population of deer would be gone within a year.
Well, always
in the UK, you'd get fucking deported.
Well, why don't we start now? Does the U.S. government have the U.S. citizens in their hearts and minds? It doesn't look like it.
Well, the Constitution does. That's all that matters. Who cares about politics?
That's a good point. Yeah. There is hope.
It doesn't matter. It does, yeah, there's always hope.
America.
Yes, always. Always. That's what's so great about
it. That multiple people have asked me throughout the years, do you have another alternative? And then I tell them, but then they can't even fathom the other alternative.
Because your other alternative is having 300 million people go back to the woods and live.
I mean, well, if you're not even willing to accept the alternative, then don't even fucking ask for it.
We did. We heard it.
How can you do it in these other places?
The entire population of all the animals would be depleted. People would be eating all the deer. Everything would be killed. It would be chaos.
Hey, Matthias, I'm just curious how you do live. Like, could you just take a second and tell us what you're talking about?
Me?
Yeah, what do you have a car? Do you drive on the roads? Do you just live in the woods?
Nope. Live out in the country in a trailer.
Do you have electricity?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't have any running.
You pay for your electricity?
What's that?
So you buy electricity, and where do you get the money from?
I actually get $100 credit each month.
From
solar. Probably got solar.
Oh, is that the deal?
What's that?
You got solar, is that why?
Negative.
How do you get credit?
No, I was last year I was asked to move out into the country and watch a farm for someone.
Okay, so you're a caretaker.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's how you make money. You caretake somebody's land, right?
Well, if you'd let me finish, you'd actually know what the fuck I do instead of just assuming.
Oh, sorry.
I do. And one of the deals was, $100 electricity, because I told him that my electric bill is only usually like $60-$70. So
you've always been the caretaker, Mr. Matthias.
I have constantly running is the fridge.
How do you pay the electricity?
Someone already asked me that, dude.
With dollars?
I get a $100 credit.
All right. So you don't have to worry about paying electricity. Just
that asked me to watch over the farm.
So the credit is through the power company, or it's payment from the person that you watch?
I just told you where the credit came from. The guy from the farm.
Okay, so he pays for you.
Yeah, he pays for him. Yeah.
Got it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's all good.
I got a question.
We got there. We got it.
Right?
How do you get away? Like how do you establish a residence, right, on the land without authorities? Like your birthing, where you stay.
You get good camouflage, dude.
How do you have that?
Yours. I would like to see him try this in a country like the UK.
Yeah, man, we'll have the mounted police come and get you.
Yeah.
The King's Guard.
So, Matthias, do you just hunt?
He was going to come
sent to Rwanda.
Yeah, well, for one thing, I stopped signing contracts years ago. Did you guys know that fire is a purification tool?
Yeah, man. When forests burn, they grow the best ever.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Why are we going off topic again?
Yeah, silver is purified in the midst of a furnace, a crucible.
There's some trees that only spawn or only drop seeds when they're burned. It's crazy shit.
Well, basically, what I did was use fire to relieve myself, purify myself of any and all contracts that I had signed.
Wait,
would you burn them?
Hold on.
Yeah, just because you burned them, bro. They got copies, bro. They got copies.
I heard about that. No, I've heard about this from some sovereign people that they'll burn contracts
I have
and
a question.
blow the ashes into the ocean.
Oh my God.
I have a question. What happens with your road taxes and stuff like that?
I don't have any taxes. I don't have any taxes. I don't sign contracts, so therefore I don't have any taxes.
Yeah, dude, you're just like a living person, like you said, a caretaker. You just live on someone's property. It's all good, bro.
That you cut out. What was that?
You're a caretaker. You just live on someone's property. It's all we understand. We got the gist of it. Yeah, you don't pay shit. Why would you pay shit? It's not your property. You pay for your food, right?
But you don't own your property, is that right? You're living on somebody else's.
That's what he said.
Question.
That's what a lot of these guys do. And the people that I know, he lives on his boss's land, because he got a boss that he works for that pays him for doing electrical work and all types of other stuff. Because he actually studied to be an electrician, even though he doesn't have his Social Security card and all that. He still can somehow. He does electrical work, and he knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot.
See,
he lives on his boss's land.
Now I have a couple questions for the status. Okay, I tried to ask Lion this a while ago. I'm looking for a specific answer. Who owns the land?
The government.
Okay. Good. That's the one word answer I was looking for a while ago, Lion. How did the government? How did the government get to establish the ownership of the land?
When they established the permanency of the country.
Dude, he's asking me, bro.
Oh, sorry.
If you study the rule of law, the philosophy of the rule of law, there's something called jurisdiction, right? And jurisdiction a lot of times is acquired through force, or through some type of inheritance.
Right. Force is what I was
saying. Man. Yeah, they have an army, bro. They have a big army.
Yep.
Tanks,
Yep. Force. Yes, sir. Force.
Right. So basically what you're saying is a government came over on someone else's land, slaughtered their fucking people, and forcefully took it, correct?
No, we didn't do that to the
I
Indians.
mean,
That's a false story.
I'll give you that. I mean, it's a lot more complicated than that, but for the conversation, I'll
all
say yes.
governments form like
I mean,
that as well.
to dumb it down, layman's terms, short-term answer. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct because not all governments do that to form.
Well, so the Pilgrims didn't come over.
Well, no, since dude,
No, that's
colonialism.
United
Hold
States.
on,
United States is
bro.
individual.
He's asking me.
Hold on, colonialism and imperialism has been going on for thousands of years. All governments are part of it.
Yeah, it was the way. It was the way of the land. And
Well,
we
I
didn't
guess
come over
my
here and kill all the Indians.
It's human nature. It's human nature.
And also, all governments aren't formed like this. Some are formed through other ways as well. Not all come to a land. That's just the United States by itself. You could argue Canada as well.
The Native Americans decimated themselves long before the white man.
Well, that's actually basically my end point is, if someone does try to do what you guys believe they can do to a sovereign that doesn't have any signed contracts through the government or anywhere else, then I'm one of those that are willing to fight and possibly even die if I have to protect my real freedoms, because you guys obviously don't fucking have any. If you have to ask permission to do everything.
Yes, I'll be asking permission.
You're shitting on us though, Matthias. You're shitting on us when we don't have the opportunities that you have. Right? You have a very unique situation where you can behave the way you do.
I do agree.
And if you didn't have that, give me an option.
Well, I mean,
give me a scenario that I could pull this off.
Yo, let me hold on, guys. I'm trying to get in. All right, go ahead, dude. Answer that first.
No, go ahead.
No, because I know I've talked to some sovereign types that think that everything has to be through contract, and like, if I don't sign a contract, they can't force me to do anything. Are you one of those guys?
Well, that's what a contract is, Lion. Is whenever you sign your signature, which is a sigil of nature, by the way. You break down the fucking word signature, a sigil of your natural sigil. You don't know what sigil is? It's a writing of enchantment.
Well, let's get Pichet on it.
Why do you think they have you sign it in ink? Why is the contract always signed in ink?
It's a permanent mark.
To understand, stand under.
Liquid. It's got to be signed with a liquid. And that's what binds you to the contract. But yeah, that's what a contract is. Whenever you sign your natural sigil to a contract, that means you're binding yourself to the obligations of whatever that contract says.
Do you think you always have to sign a contract to be bound to a contract?
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how contracts work.
Do you know what acquiescence is?
Negative. Enlighten me.
It's a fancy word, though.
Or tacitly. You ever heard of tacitly agreeing to a contract?
Are you going to educate me on the first word that you mentioned, or not?
Yeah, sure. Acquiescence. I'm gonna have to look up the definition.
Oh man, I was impressed.
No, I know what it means. I know what it means. I just don't know how. I want to give you the textbook definition, but I can give you my. Yeah. So acquiescence just means to basically not do anything about it or not object to it. By not objecting or not doing anything about it, you're basically telling the state that you are compliant. So by not objecting, you're now becoming compliant. But let me give you the definition for it.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Objection to that, though.
So to acquiesce says to accept something reluctantly but without protest.
Okay.
Now the second word is, or go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The second word is tacitly, in a way that is understood or implied without being directly stated.
Right.
Tacit, expressed or carried on without words or speech.
Okay. So my objection to that is, who said that? Is it the government that are you trying to claim that the government is saying that even if I don't sign?
I'll explain to you because a lot of times when I've talked to sovereign types that have this philosophy that they think that they're the king of the land.
No matter what.
That there's no judge but God. Right? God's their only judge. Nobody can judge me but God. And that they have dominion of the earth. And that no government should have dominion of the earth because that's God's land. That's the philosophy that they hold. And that's contrary to what the Bible actually teaches. So what I'm conveying to you is something that I've learned from the Bible. In the Bible, there's something called principalities and rulers in high places, and they have jurisdiction on the earth. And the earth has been divided up amongst principalities. So a state is a natural institution that arises out of the basic human impulse to form social structures. This is part of the if you look this up in the Stanford website for the rule of law, you'll find like all this philosophy that goes back to the Bible and Aristotle and all of this. But the idea, okay, so the smallest form or smallest unit of a government is actually the nuclear family. And I talked about this before. So the family is the smallest unit of government. And then next to that would be the village or the neighborhood. And then when you get a group of village, what do you get? You get a town. And then when you get a group of towns, you get a colony. Right? And then it just grows and grows and grows until you get to statehood and then regional. Then you got regions, and then you got the federal government that's over all the units of government. And that's a natural process that emerges from human impulse, as it's part of the human condition. Unless you're like a nomad that wants to be separate from society, which you have the option to do, society inherently naturally wants to be part of this collective, right? It's a collective. It's an entity. The United States of America is a collective entity made up of many souls that willingly want to be part of society. You agree with that, or you disagree with that?
Repeat the last part again, man. My bad.
That from the smallest unit of government to the biggest form of government, you have a collective of people that are willingly trying to be part of society, part of the collective.
Right.
It's not like they were forced, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. I mean, yeah, everybody has a choice. Nobody is forced to do anything. Everybody has a fucking choice. You can agree with that?
So the state is a natural institution that arises out of the basic human impulse. I get this from Aristotle and also the Stanford Dictionary of the Rule of Law. Now, with that being said, when you're born in a country, when you're born in a certain territory, do you automatically own that territory just because you were born in it?
You realize that a sovereign is outside the rules and laws.
What do you mean? Can I ask a question about that? What you just said about the sovereign being outside of the rule of law? How do you reconcile all these court cases where these sovereigns go to court and the judge says that those arguments are irrelevant and they're like sentenced to pay the fine or sentenced to jail, and when they appeal, the appeal is held up also, and they're still sentenced, and the sovereign logic does not make sense in a court of law? How do you reconcile that?
Good question. Easy answer. It's because idiots, like I don't know who it was. He was at Eggshells or some other mod glober yesterday, kept mentioning sovereign citizen. It's because they call themselves a citizen. Yeah, on your honor, I'm a sovereign citizen. Oh, you're fucked. The judge just smiles whenever they say sovereign citizen.
Not all of them do that. Not all of them do that. It's rare that they ever call themselves sovereign citizens. They just spout out the same talking points, but the judge moves right past it, and they're still held to the same laws of every other person in America.
Another good question, easy answer. Because they, if someone's summoned to court, that doesn't mean they have to go.
Yes, it does.
A summon is...
They'll come get you.
In that country.
Yeah, you don't have to go. There's consequences, though, right?
They'll come get you, yeah.
Just let me know when I finish my thought.
I've seen court cases where the person says you don't have jurisdiction over me, et cetera, and the judge said, if you think I don't have jurisdiction over you, walk out of that door and see what happens. And they don't, because they'll be put to jail.
Exactly. So, and hold on, let me finish this on that thought, right? It says here the rule. Hold on. The rule of law. Real quick. Let me just finish. Let me just, bro, please.
Please.
Gosh. All right, go ahead.
No, he said that not all people say that they're sovereign citizen in court. Can you show me a video of one, please, where the guy said, or the guy or gal says, "I'm not a
It doesn't
citizen."
matter whether they say they are sovereign citizens or not. They're still subject to the authority of his jurisdiction.
So, in other words, you can't show me the video. You just made some bullshit up. Thank you.
Yes,
on that note,
I actually can. I'll let you go ahead, and then I'll go find a bunch of videos and post them real quick.
Yeah, go find that. Go find that. So you will find exceptions of of judges not actually enforcing their authority, just actually being gracious on those people, and the judge might let that person walk out. But those are the exception to the case. Just because there's certain judges that were gracious and merciful doesn't mean that that's the way it goes, because it's not. There's plenty of other cases where the people get hemmed up immediately. But I just want to say this, right? The rule of law applies to everyone within a jurisdiction to maintain order, protect rights, and ensure justice. The social in social contract theory, consent is not needed nor individually sought for each law, because by being born in a specific territory, you're already bound by certain authorities, right?
According to who? Or what?
According to the theory of the rule of law in social contract theory.
Who wrote it? Who wrote it?
It doesn't matter who wrote it. This is just the way. This is just the way of. Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro.
Please stop interrupting, Matthias. Calm down.
Dude, I'm trying to get this out, though.
Calm down, Matthias, and let him talk.
He's been talking fucking monologue for 5 fucking minutes.
Bro, when you're born,
let him cook, bro.
When you're born in a country, that country has jurisdiction, has borders, and within those borders there are laws, right? Those laws you don't have to consent to for them to apply to you, bro. This idea that if I haven't signed a contract and I haven't consented, then those laws don't apply to me, that's bullshit, bro. Because of the rule of law, dude. Go look up the rule of law and learn about it. Okay. In social contract theory, consent is not needed nor individually sought for each law. By living or being born in a society, individuals implicitly agree to abide by the laws and regulations.
You done yet?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's your belief system. Do people have the freedom of religion, by the way?
Who sets the law?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Right. So if my religion says that whatever the government says does not apply to me, is
to make the law.
It's just void. My religion is void. I'm not done, man. For fuck's sake.
No, that's not.
My God.
That's not how freedom of religion works. I posted a video.
So you're saying the freedom comes with stipulations and restraints, correct?
Yes. I just posted a video that you
go to find freedom and then come back and eat some crow.
But I think it's more
freedom and then come back and eat some crow, bro.
I think it's more freedom from religion.
This is just manic energy. This guy's just manic.
Specifically says without hindrance or restraint. And now you're saying that, I guess Oxford is fucking wrong, and you're right.
But I think
you can break the law.
But I think it's freedom from religion, though. It's not freedom of religion. It's freedom from religion. Freedom from being forced to do another religion's bidding via law. That's what I think the law's true intent is.
Even your United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights gives you the freedom of religion.
You'll never get away from religion because you always got people that believe something.
Go educate yourself, people.
And they're going to hold that, and they're going to.
This is like saying like if you have like freedom of religion and like you said,
it's
my religion says it's okay to beat my wife.
That you guys don't even know the world's biggest government's freedoms and rights, and yet you guys are defending government. It's like,
what's your point?
No. I hate the American government, man. But like, this is silly. Like, this is genuinely silly. Like,
the American government says
the state does what it wants, man. Now, I'm not defending that statement necessarily, but like,
I have no idea who the fuck's saying what.
Like, it's just silly. Like, you have to genuinely overthrow the government to prevent the state from doing this?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
You just fuck around and find out.
Been practicing for 7 years. No, I don't.
Make them do what they don't want
Yes,
to do.
you do.
Also, there's another thing.
Yeah. How come I haven't had to do it the last 7 fucking years then? Weird, huh?
Can I address?
I have to do it, but I haven't done it the last 7 years, but I have to do it.
Yeah, you've been minding your P's and Q's.
Maybe you're not making enough to be noticed.
Can I address a question?
That's all to say. You guys are just brainwashed statists that believe that the government controls everything. You can't stray away from it.
I don't think it controls enough.
You have to ask fucking permission to fucking get shit. My God.
Okay. What if we get?
Why is no one letting Matthias respond to the things being said to them? Like, what the
All right,
heck?
hold on. Everybody wait, because
Because
you're make a line, we'll make a line.
Just want to fucking try to get me in a gotcha.
Matthias, I'm trying to mod.
Point, they have to interrupt
me. No, Matthias, no, I don't want to mute him. Matthias, just wait a second, bro. I'm trying to make a line. So right now, Matthias is going, and after he's done, RL Photography's next because he's been trying to get in, and then who's the third guy that was trying to talk?
Red Tape.
Red Tape?
No, I think I said my point.
And then Red Tape can go. Okay, Matthias, go ahead.
No. I relinquish it.
Okay, but Matthias, go ahead.
What was we talking about? So much clusterfuck went on. I don't even know what the fuck was going. I don't even know what the question was or nothing.
All right, fine. Then yield the mic. RL Photography, you're next. Go ahead.
So you asked me to post videos of people just going through a court case without saying they're sovereign or renouncing their sovereign citizens. I posted Law Talk. You can look.
That's not what I requested. That you didn't even pay attention to my request.
You did let him finish with that.
My request was show me a video where the defendant in court claims to not be a citizen. Now, that includes sovereign citizen or just regular citizen. Do you have one?
Yes, I do. I posted a link. There are tons of them on that website. I've watched since January religiously everything that pops up sovereign citizen that he claims. And there are people on there that say, I'm a Moor, I'm Moorish, I'm a natural, I'm a native, I'm not a citizen of the United States. And the judge just blows right past it and sentences them to jail or sentences them to a fine. My original question was, how do you reconcile with that? And then a second question is, if your religion, this is something you just said, but if your religion says that you can kill humans, you think that's okay?
Is it my turn to answer the first question? Without interruption this time? To the full extent? Well, all right. So, their first mistake, as I said about 10, 15 minutes ago, was they went to court. They went to court. Okay. Yeah, for one, they cowered to the fucking... A real sovereign is not going to cower to the government or any government official, for one. A true sovereign is not going to do that. Now, just because these motherfuckers claim that they're a Moor, sovereign, native, whatever, if you're going to claim you're a sovereign, stick to it. Don't fucking cower down and buckle down.
They're still going to arrest you.
I guarantee they will not arrest me. I guarantee I will probably die in a fight.
Okay, good.
That's a good conclusion. That's a good solution, isn't it?
In other words, I'm not going to be able to fucking answer anything without interruption. Cool. Like I said,
you said you were gonna, you would end with you dying. I said that's a good solution, isn't it?
Well, a real sovereign's going to stick to their fucking guns and not cower like a little bitch, for one.
So let me get this straight. Your philosophy is I'm not applicable to these laws to the point where I will fight to the death to not be applicable to these laws.
Well, let's just back up the train real quick, because you motherfuckers, not all of you here, but most of you. Well, they haven't yet. I'm pretty sure the father up there has sent some angels to help me with this.
What if we report you?
Thank you, Father. You laugh all you want.
I mean, I appreciate you giving credit to the Father.
Are you gonna answer my question?
I did. Or was you too ignorant to comprehend what was said? Whenever I said a true sovereign sticks to their guns and will not cower down to the state.
The way they avoid it is just not go to court, right?
You just couldn't fathom it, could you? Okay.
Well, you just kind of ramble.
If that's your answer, then yes, you are abiding by our laws, because our laws say that if you oppose a police officer to a certain extent, he can use deadly force against you, and that police officer will be let off because he's in the line of his duty. So yes, you are under our laws.
Just because your law says that doesn't mean that it's not a moral choice.
Moral choice and law are different.
What would the state come after you for? Are you making are you not paying your taxes?
That is the difference between me, a sovereign, and you fucking idiot statists. I have morals, you don't. You don't have any fucking
statists.
You have evil motherfuckers governing and running everything in your fucking life. Is that moral? Yes or no?
Everything in my life.
Yeah.
It's not true.
Down, you freak.
Did he just break his mic?
Sorry. Let him.
Well, I mean, you guys act like you're so fucking free whenever you have to ask permission to do every fucking thing.
But you're not telling the truth.
I'm not asking permission to do anything.
All right, hold on. I have one very pressing question. I
mean, my God, you guys aren't fucking free at all.
Assume there's a community of sovereigns, right? Like a village. How would they determine what the age of consent is?
I have no idea. Like I said,
would there be an age of consent?
I myself, sovereign. I don't live in a sovereign community. That's kind of irrelevant question.
He's a lone wolf, dude.
But you're lying. You're not telling the truth. I am absolutely.
I can't answer that. I cannot answer that question because I don't live in a sovereign community.
But you're not telling the truth.
Theoretically, hypothetically. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. No, I've never put myself in.
I can answer that question.
I don't know.
Answer that question. So this is what would happen, right? This is because if you look, even the Native Americans had councils. You know what a council is, dude?
I am my own council. I am my own council.
Oh, hold on.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No. There's a delay on my end. Go ahead.
So a council would be the formation of a government, right? Even the smallest unit of government starts off with, a couple chiefs and a tribe, and they're the ones that make the laws, the decisions, the codes of morality.
Like I said,
they would decide the age of consent.
Well, I said I am my own council.
Yeah, he answered that, but you're building upon a lie here. I am absolutely free. I don't have to ask permission to do most things.
Okay, name one freedom you have there, status. Name one freedom you got.
Let him go.
I just was free enough to go to the store and buy.
Which one?
I was free enough to go to the store and buy whatever food I wanted. Now I'm going back home freely.
Food you want. That's government regulated. You didn't let me finish my question. Name one freedom that you have that isn't government regulated or controlled. Go.
The freedom to go outside and pee in my backyard.
You can't do that in town. Next.
I'm in my yard. I live in the country. I have 3 or 4 acres. Well, actually 11.
That's really not. That's not much, dude.
Everybody can do that. You cannot go in the city and take a piss in your backyard.
I'm not in the city.
Yeah, I'm not in the city. Show your dick to city.
I'm referring to the statist, the people that
But he gave you an example.
This isn't even a statist question. Anarchists still have laws and rules.
I never claimed to
Hang on. He asked me a specific question. I gave him a specific answer. I can step out of my truck right now and shoot a gun into my yard freely with no consequences from the government because they do not control that.
Can every American citizen do that?
No.
If they live where I live, yes.
So no.
Why is it all just
Because they
about
choose,
that?
they choose to live.
I think this is just autism. This might be.
No,
this might be
I'm glad that you can't just fire a gun off in a neighborhood. They don't need to be happening.
Right. Let me rephrase the question to help
Please
clarify my
rephrase.
ending point there. We're not. Yeah. Let me rephrase the question. Name one freedom that every American citizen can do that isn't government regulated and controlled. Go.
The freedom to walk to whatever destination you choose.
Wrong. Okay, so if you wanted to walk to Mexico, what would happen? Could you do it?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
What's going to stop?
So what's border patrol? Is that just a myth or what?
What's going to stop you from walking to Mexico?
What is
He just told you. He said to Mexico, not into Mexico. Listen.
Like this is like anarchy plus, like because like even anarchists who are against the state still believe in like regulations and rules.
Well, that's them. That's their own ignorance.
Not really. I've talked to some anarchists that believe in absolutely no hierarchy at all. At all.
Well,
and I've talked to them like,
most.
Dude, go ahead.
I said most.
Yeah, the reasonable ones understand that you have to have some type of hierarchy. It's impossible. You're always going to end up with some type of hierarchy, even if you try not to have. There's always going to be the bully on the block. There's always going to be the silverback gorilla, the alpha male that are going to end up taking power, taking control. You can't.
Hold on. Most anarchists are going to say that they just want to get rid of an unjust hierarchy, right? Like the political theory of anarchism, right? Like from like the anarcho-capitalist to like the anarcho-communist. They believe that they want to get rid of unjust hierarchy. They don't think hierarchy in itself is
Who's the anarchist here?
wrong.
Not the ones I've talked to, bro.
Who's the anarchist? Why was anarchy involved in a sovereign discussion? It seems like you guys can't hear.
Well, because you're fundamentally against the state, right? That would fall under the political theory of anarchism.
Right. You're against rulership, but what you lack to understand, you have to understand. I'm not
I
trying
am
to
my own ruler.
That's what I'm saying. That's where rulership stops, though. Right? You are the king of the land, right? But in any type of biological system in nature, or in human sociology, you'll find that there's always going to be a hierarchy, dude. Whether it's in your family, with your older brother, your father, whether it's your neighborhood, the town, the city, the state, all the way up, dude, there's a hierarchy, bro. And even in Native American tribes, there was chiefs, dude.
Okay,
and not everybody. Nobody wants to be an Indian, right?
A hierarchy.
Not every
Indian. What man is above me right now, Lion?
But like,
what man is above me?
This is just genuinely silly. Like if Matthews here committed a crime, the police would arrest him or shoot him if he resisted.
I've got evidence against that as well. Go ahead.
Okay, prove it.
Why? You're just not going to believe it or laugh at it because it.
Okay, do you have proof or claim?
I'm going to tell you, and you're going to have to say, "Well, that's not a big enough crime."
Okay, let's say Mateus did a hit and run with his RV, for example, and
I don't own a vehicle. I don't have a vehicle. No need. No need for a vehicle.
Are you homeless?
Did I not say something? I live in a fucking trailer out in the fucking country.
Yeah, I want to say something. You know, this idea that like we have all the freedoms that we want. Like if I wanted to collect rainwater or just start selling stuff on the street, I can't. So the freedoms that you think that I'm being like allowed to have, I don't have them.
Did you say that you have that? You do or don't have the freedom to collect?
We don't have as much freedom as we think.
Yeah, that's just a comment towards what RL photography was expressing. Just a little pushback on that.
Well, I do know that some states in the United States, you have to pay taxes or an extra fine or an extra tax just to collect the rainwater.
You can't.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
my
you can't
question
ride
a while
horses
ago
anywhere
that
you want.
My
You
question a
can't
while
ride your
ago
horse. Hold on.
Yeah, like for a
can't-
good example. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You can't ride your horse anywhere. You can't fly anywhere you want. You can't drive anywhere you want. You can't leave the country unless you have a passport. Like, there's a lot of things you can't really do, man. You
Yeah,
can't
so
collect
I have a
rainwater in certain
previous.
states. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
my
go ahead.
previous landlord was. No, you're good. My previous landlord was telling me how he recently bought a piece of property, and he's not able to build like a house on it. But that was his plan at the start. That's what everything he planned to do with it. Then he bought it, and now he's not allowed to build a house on it, which is really weird.
I bet he feels like a fucking fool now, don't he?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people that go through that. I'm not willing to laugh at them.
Well, that's just what happens whenever you want to play the stupid games. He won the stupid fucking prizes, didn't he?
I mean,
buying property is playing stupid games.
Guys, you're only getting away with this because you're living in the middle of nowhere. Like if you did like a genuine crime that was brought up to the attention of the state,
and I told you
would be arrested.
Told you
he wouldn't even have to
told you that the crime that I committed wasn't going to be good enough for y'all.
Okay, what is the crime you committed? What is the crime you committed?
Allegedly.
The crime was, I mean, if you want me to tell the story, which makes it even more, you guys wouldn't even fucking fathom it and probably call it a fucking lie.
Say the crime.
I don't know. There's someone in here getting kind of sadistic, like really trying to hone in on Matthias. Like, you guys got to keep it to the topic, not just a person.
Anyway, I have a question. Wouldn't Matthias be bound to the US if his parents were born there? Or at least some part of his childhood?
I have no idea what he's asking.
If your parents were born here, what happened? What'd you ask, dude?
If his parents were born in the United States, wouldn't you have some part of his childhood to be obliged to follow whatever United States rules he has to follow?
So you're. So
I just want to know what his
fucking
crime was that he like keeps like fucking hinting at. Just like fucking say it.
Well, it's probably loitering or some shit.
You guys already said that, that the crime isn't going to be good enough or whatever, which I predicted 5 minutes before you guys said it.
Okay, but just fucking say it then. God damn.
Right. Okay. So the crime was walking my dog without a leash. Told you.
What the
fuck? Laugh and say, "Oh, that ain't a crime. That ain't good enough." I mean,
people get away with that all the fucking time, man.
You wouldn't even get logged on the system for a crime such as that.
Whenever, okay, so.
There's no way
Were you issued a citation?
Straight to jail.
No, were you
Okay,
issued a citation
I'll
for that?
I'll be glad to tell you the story. Actually,
Were you issued a citation?
Actually, a city cop seen me do it and drove by. And here's what's fucking odd is, see, I used to be a status like y'all and cower down and bow down to the system, and I used to get into a lot of trouble.
What an act of rebellion.
So you weren't issued a citation, or were you issued a citation?
Right. So basically, what I'm building up to is the cops around here. They know who I am, or know who I was about. They don't really like me, and to have a cop sit there and drive by and see me walking a dog with that, the cops around here, they're itching to give the city money, and they can do that by petty crimes, jaywalking. They love to do that. Okay, another crime. Yeah.
Were you issued a citation?
Nope. Cop didn't even cop just waved at me.
I mean, yes. Just what an act of rebellion. This is a true.
I think we should freeze the
Denial.
stream. CIA's definitely
stick it to
listening.
the man. Stick it to the man. Yeah.
Like dog. Like
I
at this
just
point,
think it's
this point, this is just silly. Like.
Well, I just think it's not really silly because I just think it's kind of weird that how, the city hates me and they're just itching to get.
Why do they hate you?
To find petty shit to find people
Why
with,
does the city?
which he could have
Why
done.
does the city hate you? What have you done?
He Not sure why he chose not to. I'm not sure if. Well, I know why he chose not to. Thanks, Father.
So why does the city hate you?
Because I used to be, I guess you could call a rebel back in the day in my youth.
More rebellious than walking your dog without a leash?
Well, considering
No
my first
way.
charge was calling, now here we go again. Here we go. Here's a good one. Considering my first charge at 18, at the age of 18, was calling someone a bitch. There goes freedom of speech, by the way. You still don't have freedom of speech.
Wow.
Yeah. Considering my
Dude, I promise
well,
you, there's a
sort of
board. There's a
what they
board
call
in the police office with your picture in the middle with strings attached to other people's pictures. That totally exists.
Like, dog, if you want to test your theory out, just go sell some drugs.
Okay. And oh wait a minute, weed's not a drug. My bad.
Right to jail.
Like this is just petty bullshit.
So the crime that I committed wasn't good enough, as predicted 10 minutes ago. What you guys
Yes,
had said.
like it's a minor inconvenience. Maybe he didn't want to do the fucking paperwork.
I mean, do you guys expect me to go out and murder someone? Because I don't. I rely on morals.
Well, yeah, I want you to test your fucking theory.
Don't say that.
See, the Father has given me morals, a moral conduct, and killing, is not one of them.
What? Wait. God, wait. God sanctions killing all the time. He just doesn't like murder.
I didn't say God. I said Father. The Father.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What is it that you would like to do that you are not free to do at the moment?
What do you mean? That's a relevant question.
Collect rainwater. Collect rainwater and sell drugs.
I mean, I collect rainwater in the fucking well, people. So, I mean, come on.
What was your answer?
What's that?
Yeah, and I want my own alternating current generator or something. That too.
What was your answer? What do you want to do that you're not free to do at the moment?
What do you mean that I'm not free to do? That's a fucking irrelevant question.
Well, you said none of us are free, and I just described to you a couple situations that you are.
I'm doing everything that I want to do. I'm doing everything that I do want to do. So that's why it's an irrelevant question.
So what can you do that I can't?
What can I do that you can't?
Right, that I'm not free to do.
Let's see. Well, obviously, I can walk a dog without a leash.
So can I.
Okay.
Keep doing it.
Go up to the courthouse. Go up to the courthouse whenever it's open, and there's cops and shit standing by it, and walk your dog without a leash and see what happens.
Oh yeah. Do that, man.
Record it.
No, you, man.
Okay. What else?
I don't have to pay taxes. That's a big plus.
Okay, so I choose.
I don't think you make enough money to pay taxes.
I choose to pay taxes because I like the benefits that my taxes afford me. So go ahead. I could choose not to pay taxes also, but I lose out on a lot of life luxuries. But go ahead.
Right, that's cool. If you like your tax dollars to go towards evil tyrants to debate and sometimes approve of baby sacrifices, that's on you, man. But I'm not going to condone or fund that fucking evil. You
I
refuse.
What? You should write a letter to the IRS telling them I have not paid my taxes in so many years.
Why would I write a letter to an entity that I don't have any contracts with?
We're getting off track here, but can you name something else that is an unfortunate side effect of paying taxes, that sometimes they go towards things we don't like? But again, I would rather pay my taxes and be afforded some luxuries than the alternative. But what else? What else can you do that I can't?
You think giving... okay, so the average American total pays over 50% tax.
You're not going to answer my question.
Over 50%.
I'm just wondering how you think paying over 50% tax is a luxury.
I pay 22% taxes on my earnings.
On your earning. Okay, so what about at the gas pump? What about the grocery store?
Again, luxuries that I would rather pay taxes for than grow my own groceries or make my own gasoline.
And I'm telling you that the average American is paying over 50% taxes in the long haul. Now, just because it's 22% or 30% on your paycheck, well, that's just one tax. Now you got gas tax, you got food tax, you got sales tax, grocery store tax. You got all these other taxes. Don't forget to add those taxes.
I like my society being able to build public schools.
Thanks for interrupting, by the way. Appreciate it.
It's like you're not listening, though. I agree. I would rather pay those taxes and have those luxuries. I'm okay with that. So can you name something else that you're free to do that I'm not?
Why? You're just going to fucking interrupt at the height of my fucking point again.
Okay, hey, RL.
Yes?
I think this has been talked out. I think we're just going to talk around in circles at this point, right?
Yep.
Well, how about this? It would go a lot better if the person asked a fucking question and then popped themselves on fucking mute until I get done.
Well, I don't really want to engage anymore. This is just silly.
Oh.
You didn't answer my question, though. You started talking about all the different taxes.
I was interrupted.
And I just wanted something else because I already agreed that
he's just not going to answer genuinely, man. Like this.
No, when he starts complaining about moderation, he's just trying to bow out.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I'm the dishonest one, even though I got interrupted every time at the height of my fucking point.
Yeah, man, whatever.
Yeah, pure narcissistic projection.
Okay.
I didn't expect anything less, to be honest.
Okay.
You win the internet, Matthias.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
That's not what I'm here for. That's not what I'm here for, by the way. I got a question to y'all. Is there anyone genuine in the VC right now that is willing to accept an alternative solution to their struggles and wants to go somewhere else and, have a decent discussion and not interrupt? Yes or no?
That's what I was asking you for. I will. Yeah, sure. Where you want to go?
No, yeah. I don't. Nah. Well, for one thing, you're a glob. I don't trust glob. Whenever they say, "I will," yeah, you've been fucking.
Okay, yeah.
Believing in reality makes you feel legit.
He's just going to be annoying and make noises and like. Do you genuinely want to have?
Oh, nobody.
I acquiesced to your request. I acquiesced to your request and you refused it. That doesn't sound too genuine to me.
Right.
I get so sad when I hear him talk about the globbers. That is such a horrible insult, globbers.
Oh, your feelings are irrelevant, Coco. Oh, let's share your feelings some more. Don't tell us how sad you are whenever I mention the word glob.
I know.
Hang on, lady. But Coco, I'm sure you're okay.
I'm just begging at this point.
Calling flat earthers flirps, right? I guess you're okay with calling people flirps, though.
Simplify.
You're okay with calling people
flirps. Can we just
flirps,
not engage the guy like he's annoying?
Actually, Matthias,
I want to ask Coco if she's okay. Come on, guys.
Trying to educate y'all.
Is my mic really that bad?
Yeah.
I have a question for Matthias. So, is there a country out there that you think they got their shit like more down pat than where you are right now?
Who is asking this?
Alamuni.
Do you want to go into the one versus one and have this discussion?
No kissing.
I mean, sure.
Okay. That's cool.
All right, I'll go somewhere.
Wow, that was Christ-like. He got rid of the guy. Fuck him. That was annoying as hell.
I kind of respect him a lot.
I don't like.
He's got some good life advice on how to live.
Why didn't he want to talk to me?
he's just
you guys dogpiled the fucking shit out of him, and then expect a real conversation.
Well, no, like there wasn't gonna like even if everyone was on their best behavior, I don't think he would have.
No, I've seen it. Lots of effort go into communicating with him, and it does not work.
Because I used to see him in Earth Awake. Wow, he's back.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody in the 1 versus 1. Still don't. So whoever it was seemed like they lost.
He's down. I think he went down to Omnipresence General Talk.
Yep, he's in there.
Oh, okay.
Omnivore is in there and he's muted. I don't know, man. Like I've seen him in Earth Awakenings, and like even like he is just very combative to the point of like attacking everyone, because like his idea that like you can just like throw like look, I genuinely don't think he's.
So why engage?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like at a certain point in the conversation, like I was just like, why are we engaging with him?
I engage because I genuinely want to know why they go down that line of thinking for their life choices. I understand you don't want to pay taxes, or you don't want to abide by the speed limit, or you don't want to go get a license, but the alternative is to walk, ride a bicycle.
Well,
and
yeah, that don't work for you. It works for him.
Well, it's just that he claims he can get away with these things.
What does it matter? He's
But, like-
not like you, so you don't like it. I don't understand what you mean by that.
no, I just want an understanding of
It's his
you're willing
insistence that
to.
he can. Oh, sorry.
I just want to understand that you're willing to go to jail or be fined or be inconvenienced enough to just.
Well, no, he doesn't think he will.
And that's fine. They haven't caught him. Kudos to him. Keep going till you fake it till you make it. But still, you got to know that that's a consequence that's coming to you.
He doesn't think that though. If he's genuine in what he's saying, like he genuinely doesn't think he's under the rules and regulations and laws of the United States government.
But he actually did. He said that he would fight to the death.
Yeah.
Well, that would still put him under the rules, laws, and regulations of the United States, right? Like,
and that's what I was trying to tell
That's
him.
what he
that-
said. Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
want
but
to
he
get an
doesn't
understanding of their life choices. It's just a weird life choice.
like when he brought up walking his dog without a leash as some kind of like rebellious act that proved his point. Like, dog, like police officers like ignore minor shit like that all the fucking time. Like, they don't want to bother with the fucking paperwork. They want to just look at their phone and play video games.
Right. I just find that section of the segment of the world interesting. I watch as many sovereign citizen court videos as I can, because they actually really do believe that they operate outside the laws of the United States while sitting in a courtroom inside of the United States.
Like, I think the only way to establish his society would be to be like somehow like a sovereign party came into control, and this decided that they would dissolve the United States and all the states' governments, or like there was a violent revolution, right? The idea that like he's not subject to these rules and laws. He's either just like doing shit that's so minor that no one wants to deal with it. Because like if he was a millionaire and hasn't been paying his taxes for like 8 years, and he doesn't have like a team of lawyers who are hiding his money somewhere or using legal loopholes, he would be fucking pounced on. Or who are like selling
Yeah, but he
drugs.
found a loophole. He made it work,
I
and
don't
it's
think
working.
it's a loophole. I don't think he makes enough money to pay taxes. Like,
Yeah, he doesn't have anything, and he's
Yeah,
fine with
but he
that.
doesn't-
I wouldn't be.
Right. You guys don't have to be. but to like shit on him because of it, it's like the fuck. Like, what makes
No,
you
dude,
better?
he's the one criticizing us. We're not attacking him at all.
Oh, that wasn't attacking? Come on.
No, that's what it turned into, because I mean, it's like matching energy with energy. He always comes at you. It's never, hey, let me tell you how I'm living. Oh, you think you fucking own your property? That's how he comes at you.
Hey, left lane, which is more ridiculous? Sovereign citizen thinking he is above the law, or person thinking that the earth is flat?
I don't want to talk about flat Earth, man.
Nah, I don't go into just active attack mode on flat earthers at all anymore.
Okay.
Well,
but I like
What's
people
worse,
that
being a flat earther or being part of a country that's known for being cowards globally?
Oh, you mean
part
the
of the
United
country?
States? Oh, you know what? Well,
Yeah.
fine.
Like, isn't
I'll
your
just
flag
attack the
white?
United States now. The United States is the great mammoth. It is the engine that drives most of the human suffering around the globe.
Oh,
Yeah,
Red
but
Tape
I
is
don't
here. That's interesting. So,
I
Red
don't
Tape, did you
think-
know that the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? And it's not. So, I mean, let's talk about it.
Does anyone have any?
Talk about this every day.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, Eustace Mullins, he claims that if you go into a court, especially in America, it's akin to going into a Freemasons lodge. So, what justice do you hope to get if you're not part of the gang? That's that's the way it seems to me, anyway. If you're not part of the fellowship, you're not going to get justice. In fact, he wrote the book called "The Rape of Justice." He also wrote the original Federal Reserve book in about 1952, I think, really early 50s.
But
a really interesting fella called Ezra Pound taught him about how they basically made slaves of everyone. And he also wrote a book, interestingly enough, called "Death by Injection" about vaccines. I think that was more in the 90s.
Here's one. How come you guys haven't gotten rid of the monarchy yet in the UK?
I'm the wrong person to ask about that, because even as a child, I was like, "What's this bloody? We're not bees. Why have we got a queen? I don't get it."
I don't know. I feel like because I'm ideologically opposed to monarchy in all its forms, and it's just like most of like the British people that I hear from who defend not getting rid of the monarchy, right, will say, "Oh, that sounds a little expensive to get rid of it. What's the point?" Or they have like they're obsessed with like tradition and history, but like it just feels like it takes away from like the very concept of a democracy.
Well, there is
like
no democracy for a start. That's all illusion.
Oh, I would agree. I'm a communist. I think that's all bourgeois.
All right.
Like you're fake democracy, right? It's
fake
still,
democracy. There you go. Now you're on
it
it.
still takes away from the image of it to have like an unelected, chosen by blood head of what is he? The head of state or the head of government?
Well, the funny thing is, now having looked into history a little bit and seen like the Scythian tribes that then became the Goths and the Germanic tribes and all that.
Oh no! The Scythians.
I
the Scythians
genuinely believe there was a hierarchy. I think there was a peoples that spread their spirituality, and they were not probably quite as David Icke, but you've heard David Icke going about bloodlines and all that. I think there's something to that.
The Scythians weren't the Germans. That was an entirely different ethnic group.
Well, according to Ashologos, they absolutely went everywhere. They went to China. They went to New Zealand. They went to Northern India. They basically went everywhere. But one
the
sect
Scythians.
of them became the Goths essentially, and the Saxons and all the rest of it.
I would have to disagree. Like the Scythians were not like
Well,
the people who became German.
that's a part of the conspiracy, isn't it? You see, so.
But like
a lot of that content is sort of our hidden history and all that sort of stuff. So, like I like the OLB, the Orlinda book, and if you've ever looked into that, you'll know that that's called a fraud. That it's not real European history, but I think it is.
I'm
So,
not sure about that.
I'm just going to agree to disagree, man. Like I don't have the energy.
That's fine. That's fine. It's
I've got a question.
It's a side note to my point. My point was that I do recognize now that there was a hierarchy. There was a certain group of people that they were imbued by, I think, God, because I believe in God. I assume you don't. And again, I've gone through. I like the Rudolf Steiner ideas of the epochs. The evolution of spirit into matter, if you will, and then they imparting certain wisdom. So through certain beings, like Jesus, like Buddha, like certain people, right? And so from that perspective, I can see a sort of hierarchy, a natural that makes sense, right? These people on the Queen of England, all that shit, I think they're usurpers. Personally, that's my own feeling about it. I don't think they were the correct people, because if they were, they would have had the heads chopped off, just like the French.
Well, no, the French did a very just action by executing their monarch.
Oh no! If you look into it, it was absolutely disgusting and demonic. In fact, Eustace Mullins said it was very demonic. You should really look into that, because she never said "let them eat cake." It was all propaganda.
No, that doesn't. I know, but like I'm fundamentally opposed to the idea of a monarchy. I am perfectly fine with them executing their monarch.
Well, yeah, because as if you're a socialist / communist, then of course, I mean, but remember,
even when I was like a standard like American liberal, like I was born in a very conservative family, and even then, like I became a libertarian, right? I was still extremely opposed to the idea of a monarchy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I just remember what Alexander Solzhenitsyn said about socialism. It's the leveling of the human spirit into death, and so
I'm just going to disagree, man. That's it.
But that's fine. That's fine. I'll listen to someone who lived it and said it was a fucking.
Isn't he the guy who wrote the Gulag Archipelago?
He wrote. Sorry, what?
The Gulag Archipelago.
Yeah, he was he thrown in the gulags? I think he was, wasn't he?
But no. The book that he wrote. Was he the guy who wrote?
I haven't read the book.
Well, if that's the guy that you're talking about who wrote that book, he later regretted the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Sorry, I'm killing zombies. You what? You did what, sorry?
If that's the guy you're talking about, the guy who wrote the Gulag Archipelago, his name is very familiar to me.
So
he later regretted the collapse of the Soviet Union. He thought it was a mistake.
Oh shit! It's funny. I brought him up on Gem server to a bunch of like communists as well, and they said, "Oh, he's a Nazi." I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Nazi?" And it just made me laugh. So every time I think of him now, I think
there's only like two other communists. There's only two other communists in Gem server.
It just made me laugh. I think his name Spartacus or something like that. I think. I was like, oh, okay. So everybody that disagrees with you is a Nazi, essentially. That's basically the vibe I got.
No, he doesn't do that. Like, he doesn't call Trump a Nazi or like other right wingers. Like, there's a certain aesthetic to fascism.
Now they seem deeply confused. It's like we were having a good conversation earlier about feminism. It's quite funny, isn't it? If these people, I was just watching a bit of a back and forth with Andrew Wilson, and he's like debating a feminist.
I don't know who that is.
He was a mechanic, and now he's debating online. I could do a conspiracy theory, which I'm not going to do, but I suspect it's a bit of social engineering at work. I'll just say that. But
I don't have a problem with feminism at all. Like, they do you. I'm not a woman, and I'm not going to determine what their lives are like.
No, but it is funny that the feminist dudes that are like really pro-feminist, it's like, well, can you define a woman? And then they just refuse to do it. I think that's hilarious.
Well, no, like a lot of like the really.
I'm sorry. I just have to clarify. Did I just hear somebody say the feminist views are really pro-feminist?
No, I
Feminist
said
dudes.
Feminist dudes.
Oh, thank God! Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to turn back the clock really quick. Like, why is it wrong to get rid of a monarchy? Like, even
Why
if
is
you
it wrong
believe
to get rid of a monarchy? I don't see it as these people. I see as usurpers anyway. So yeah, they should definitely get rid of those.
Well, who cares if they're usurpers? They still maintain the policy and like the aesthetic of monarchy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big monarchy guy, so I'm not really interested in it.
Like, chop off their heads, seize their land.
But those who are worthy to rule, I think, should rule. So the system that we're going into at the minute is a system where the scum has truly risen to the top, and that should be obvious if you just look around.
Yeah, but like that would still happen under like the system of monarchy.
Well, I think, I like to think, once upon a time, that there were people in power who had lots of integrity and a virtuous nature. And so that wouldn't be possible. In fact, I would go as far as to say that is the point of the French Revolution and the Bolsheviks and so on, is they got rid of these people because they were a barrier to their nefarious plans. To turn everyone into a fucking degenerate.
Like Nicholas II was a degenerate.
Yeah, like I said, all the monarchy that you think I'm going back thousands of years.
Well, it's just because like the Orlinda was like a fake history. Like no one of real words believes in that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of historians that I look up to and I love very much, which you'd say, oh, none of that's real anyway. So that's fine. We're just gonna have to disagree, I'm afraid, on that one. I mean, communism and / socialism is going really well, though. So congratulations. Do you go to meetings and call each other comrades? Well. Hey, comrade.
China's doing very well.
They're doing very well.
Yeah.
I mean, until it doesn't. I mean,
they have turned into like from one of the poorest nations on the planet to like an industrial and nascent superpower.
I mean, that's usually what happens, isn't it? It's going really well, and then it isn't, and then it doesn't.
Well, yeah, but that could be any system.
No, but I mean, it's to me, it's just going against human nature as well, isn't it? So.
Well, human nature is determined by material conditions.
So yeah, that's as I said earlier, I love the fact that girls have got more opportunities. I was once, I raised by a strong woman, so I thought this is great, more equality, and I was happy, and I'm still happy that it's sort of going that way. But now, having done a bit of looking into it and seeing how it all came about, I've no doubt that it will end in tears. And probably it's why it says in the Bible something along the lines of, I mean, Life Lions here can help me out with that. If women are running your society, yeah, it's gonna fucking fall. I see why. You want them up?
Somebody said it was a strong lady. How much could she bench? I'm just being funny. I'm just being funny.
Strong-willed lady.
I know.
Your hot mic and everything.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, Andy, I'm curious. What do you think about the Scythians again? You brought him up real quick, but you didn't really elaborate on them.
Well, I've got a bit of a theory that they were, like I wish I were on my other computer because then I could post some stuff to back it up. But essentially, like I think the Buddha was probably part of that tribe, and I think lots of very influential people were part of that tribe, and they have a royal Scythian too, which seems to denote that they branched off, and yeah, I'd always go to Ashologos, and he talks about Christopher Beckworth, who's basically the authority on the Scythian tribes. But I have my own ideas about, and they could be wrong. They could well be wrong. But the earliest depictions of Buddha I've seen, he has blue eyes, and these people were described as tall as palm trees, and they were big people, and that goes against the narrative also, by the way, because if you ask ChatGPT, they'll say the average height of a Roman was like 5'4" or something like that. So, but I see these people as well over 6 foot.
Oh yeah, if you're part of the wealthier class, you're going to have a better access to nutrition. So you're not like with the average height. That's like the masses teeming under like the patricians, right? Like
I should say I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe in the mainstream evolution. I think there's a devolution that's going on.
Okay, but like
that's the way I see it.
Like the lower classes, the mass majority of humanity at the time did not have the same access to like nutrition. So when they're growing, they're not going to be growing at the same rate. Like this is why nobility at the time was usually taller.
Yeah, I don't think we have, like I brought this up before about slavery. I'm going to bring this up with Fight the Flat Earth when he was here, but I was like, oh, I can't be bothered. He's too concerned with hearing his own bloody voice. But we have a very different, we think of slavery and we think of a black guy like tied to a fucking, a tree stump getting whipped. 12 years.
I'm not even talking about slavery.
Yes, I know, but I am. So, seeing as nobody else has got anything to talk about, these folks, when they took over peoples, They welcomed them because they were very virtuous, and this is what they demanded of their slaves. They gave them a house, or they allowed them to keep their own land, and they took one tribute a year from their produce. So I mean, it doesn't really sound like slavery, that, does it? And of course they got protection for that as well. So very different idea of what slavery is. Yeah, it's like trying to compare marriage from then to now. It's silly. You know, we've got notions of, oh, I like the look of that person, and this. That's not why they got married in the past. They got married for financial reasons. They got married to tie families together, and to, you know, to have kids, etc., etc. To go on, it was all about bloodlines back then. Sorry, I'm half concentrating on my game. So yeah, all that stuff, Lion, if you're still there, that you talk about with the lineages, I'm interested in all that.
Oh, me too. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it, like those peoples, whether it's the Parthians, the Scythians, the Persians, Assyrians, Sumerians, the Medes, Arameans, that's all basically within the same vicinity, dude. The same region, near Mesopotamia, the Russian steppes. They're Indo-European cultures mixed with some Shemitic bloodlines too. It's very, very difficult to try to separate all of those cultures over thousands of years.
Yeah.
But I don't doubt what you're saying, dude. I know modern academia, they have their consensus. They're not willing to entertain anything else besides a mainstream consensus. Even if new evidence arises to the contrary, they might like evaluate it, but they'll still like keep preaching the same shit.
Yeah, because
go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, when I've looked into a lot of, I've always been drawn to spirituality, and spirit is our true nature. So this, you know, I've always been drawn to that anyway. But when I've looked into different traditions, different spiritualities, I've found that they've got they're very similar, and that could of course be for several reasons. But I like to think it's because they were from the same people, essentially, and who branched off, right? Now, it could be a Sheldrake situation where we have a shared memory between species. I like that too, but I don't think it is that. But I like that idea because that does sort of touch upon divine inspiration in spirit. So it could well be that too, right? I certainly don't think it's coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence anymore. So
there's ancient records regarding the origin of men, like all the different nation states after the fall of Babel, even before Babel. Like you'll find ancient writings like the Book of Jubilees, Genesis, the Table of Nations, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of the Bees, and that Orlinda book. I mean, I'm not so sure about that. I'm really skeptical about the Orlinda book, but you'll probably find some stuff in there about linealogies. And what I see is that there's cross verification across all these texts regarding the bloodlines.
Yeah, it's not unlike the Bible in many ways. It's got loads of sort of you've got sort of stories, situational stories, but then you've got like pages and pages of rules and how to live and how they lived, basically, and how they delegated land and that sort of thing. So, I mean, look, it could be fake, but I don't think it is.
I don't remember exactly, but I remember Cyrus the Great was the one who he unified two people groups in ancient Persia into like one nation. Does anybody remember that?
He he freed the Israelites from Babylon and gave them land, from what I remember. That's why they call him a Messiah.
Before that, he was essential in forming, unifying a civil divide in Persia. I just don't remember all the details, dude. I don't have photographic memory like that, but I remember learning about it back a long time ago. But if you guys don't know, it's all right. But you have the Assyrians come from the patriarch Asher or Ashur, right? And then the Medes came from the patriarch known as Madai, where the Persians come from. So the Persians are a mix of Medes and Assyrians, which is, I think those are the two people groups that Cyrus the Great kind of like helped them get along or something like that. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
No, this is why I need you, Lion, to help me with especially as that guy said with Babylon. I don't know much about that, especially when biblical history. I'd like to learn more about it.
So, believe it or not, Ashur, right? Asher, Ashur, where the Assyrians come from. Asher was a direct son of Shem, son of Noah, and Elam, where you get the Elamites, was a direct son of Shem. So Shem had multiple sons. Two of them were Ashur and Elam. And then the Medes, Medai, was a direct son of Japhet, if you believe the linealogies in the family tree. I have no reason to doubt these lineages at all. So the Persians were descendants of the Assyrians, and they were a mix of Medes and Assyrians.
So, who are the people in Babel then? Who are the people that basically, for lack of a better word, the Sodomites, who got destroyed?
Oh, what I was saying?
Yeah, because I always hear that. I don't know the story very well. Were they?
I don't know 100% of it, but from what I understood, I think it's about through the time of Daniel, the Israelites were in Babylon, I think, and how they got from Babylon to like I said, I think the guy who was talking about Cyrus or Darius, I don't know which one he was saying, but I think he was a king that took over Babylon and then moved that population out into the Levant.
Wasn't it Egypt that finally cast out the 12 tribes or something like that? Or have I got that wrong?
So, from my understanding, it was like that's like the coat of many colors story. It's Jacob have I love, Esau as I hate it, or something. But there was like a famine, and there was a tribe of people from the Levant, the Israelite area, and they went into Egypt because of the famine. And then I don't know about the cast out and all that other stuff, but I think they left again. But like I said, I don't really know the actual like historicity of it. It's just based upon Bible stories, and they try to find some archaeology to prove it.
Yeah, that's interesting. They do find all kinds of stuff but do they? Yeah, because I know Lions talked about that before. The shit that they find. So I always like that. I think it just gives it a bit more credibility if they find something that corroborates it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find
Are you like a theist or like a purely like a Christian?
Oh, well, I'm I suppose I'm a theist, but if I were filling a form out, I'd write Christian.
Christian, I understand.
If that was an option.
I understand.
So I don't. It's funny because what I've criticized others for being, I am too. So I'm a hypocrite, basically. People who are what I've known and talked to Muslims who aren't they're not Muslim, they're not walking the walk basically. So I refer to them as Muslim light. So I guess that's what I am. I'm Christian light. It's a bit shit, really, isn't it? But the more I listen to a lot of the Christians, it's starting to make a lot of sense to me. It really is.
So I posted this map of the direct descendants of Noah and his sons. So if you look, you got the three main sons. You got Shem, Japheth, and Ham, right? So from Shem, you have the Ludites, the Assyrians, Ashur, Aram, Arphaxad, and Elam. And then from Ham, you have Mitzrayim, which are the Egyptians. You have Cush, the Cushites, Put, and Canaan. If you look, Canaan right there, the Canaanites all came from Ham. And then from Japheth, you have Yavan, which are actually where the Greeks came from. You have Meshech, Thirak, Media, where the Medes came from, Gimmer, and Tubal, and Magog. You see that? And then those lines keep splitting and splitting and splitting, and we have linealogies in multiple texts. If you're curious where everybody came from and how they all mix together, like who mixed with who, like eventually we have accounts that the Medes took on daughters from Arphaxad. So you have Arphaxad being a Shemite and the Medes being Japhites mixing in, and they had descendants that eventually became the Persians. It's incredible. It's all in there. I mean,
and what do the mainstream say about it? They just say it's all nonsense, or
yeah, they say it's all nonsense. They think it's all bullshit. They just hand wave dismiss it.
It's interesting when you get somebody who ties. I like some. Occasionally, you'll watch somebody that's really good with language, and they tie it all together. As Alan Wilson once said about language, it's like a living fossil, which is a funny term. And you're like, I don't know, like when they tie it together phonetically, you know, like when that sounds a little bit like that, and this is the reason why, and then they sort of put the dots together. I quite like that, but that does open the door to, respectfully, the Pete Shays sort of, and I like Pete. I don't want to sound like I'm knocking him, but it opens the door to and I'm not calling him a misinformation. Yeah, I'm not calling him that. I'm just saying it does open the door to misinformation, I think, then. Because then they just start tying things together that have no relation whatsoever.
Well, on this family trees you're talking about, Lion, is there any other, I mean, what other evidence is there other than the Bible?
There's plenty of evidence. If you're looking for hostile witnesses, and yeah, if you look at like the Israeli Antiquities Museum of Archaeology, they make all the connections using the neighboring nations, right? Even like there's petroglyphs from like the ancient Babylonians that depict the ancient Israelites. There's one petroglyph that talks about King Shalmaneser III taking the northern house of Israel captive, and even Jerusalem captive, the Jews captive. It's all there. Like they actually show the king of Israel bowing down to King Shalmaneser III, like in the petroglyph, and there's writing, different nations and stuff. So the king of Assyria, Shalmaneser III, taking a king of Israel captive and their people.
When was that glyph made, though?
Thousands of years ago, dude. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
So it's like the petroglyphs in writings. There's not any like family book or I don't know. I don't know what would the evidence be.
Yeah, we have the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have the Book of Jubilees that corroborate the Table of Nations in Genesis. So you have external writings outside of the Bible that corroborate the Bible. And then amongst that, we have tons of archaeology.
You don't have really that, though. You can't really make that claim.
We do, and then when it comes to linguistics and etymology, that's a whole nother science that also corroborates the origin of language, all coming from one Semitic language. That's why, like when we hear Phoenician, right? Phonetics.
But
if you look
you
at the
said you
origin
just
of
said
the
all
alphabet,
language came from all Semitic language, and that's not true at all.
see, this is the problem. Like when we bring up evidence outside the Bible, you guys just resist it. Right? You try to
It's not about
rationalize it.
resist it, but I can give you a language that didn't form from Semitic languages.
What is that?
Swahili. You go to
No, I'm
Indo.
talking about the oldest languages, dude. The oldest. So the Swahili people, those people were descendants of the Shemites, right? So if you're talking about a language that came about like thousands of years later, that's not what I'm talking about, dude. I'm talking about the origin of the oldest languages, where all languages came from. Like you can find a language now that you're not going to be able to make the connections all the way back.
Just off of your claim, that's the oldest language where all languages came off of, but Swahili does not come from Semitic language.
Yeah, what about the click? You know,
that's what I'm saying. Like you can pull up a language now that doesn't have any historicity more than a couple 100 years, 600 years, and then be like, oh, where'd this language come from? That would be dishonest of you to do something like that. You have to look at the ancient languages and see where our modern languages came from. And granted, they split off and evolved, and now they're completely different. You wouldn't be able to discern that they came from an ancient language because they're so different now.
And I'm not just
that's speculation, though, man.
What I'm saying is, if this is the language that all languages were made upon, Swahili would be made upon this language, and it's not.
So the thing is, bro, you're not arguing against me, bro. You're arguing against the experts, right? So I'm only the messenger conveying them.
Just respond to what he said, bro. Listen to what he said. Process it in your mind.
I did, and I said Swahili has nothing to do with ancient languages. It's a fairly new language. It has no historicity. It has no historicity. The thing is, when I talk like this, it's not satisfactory to you, bro. You resist it. You hand wave, dismiss anything I'm saying.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so show me the oldest form of Swahili. Go ahead.
Take your personhoods out of this. Your ego, who you are, is irrelevant to this topic. Okay.
Yes.
So just take it easy.
Dude, how about you go fuck yourself, Concaver? You never have anything good to say except bitch.
Someone's legion right now, bud.
Go fuck yourself, dude.
Carry on.
Y'all go easy, man.
Nah, dude, he wants to freaking.
It is what it is.
And, bro, that's all you do is bitch and moan.
You dodged this question. I just held you accountable, liar. Nice fucking Darvel reaction, narcissist.
We don't, bro.
Nice Darvel reaction, narcissist. Hey, Rob,
I don't know why you tell me.
Sit your irrelevant ass down. No one's talking to you, moron.
Yeah, this is exactly
hey, so
when you come into the conversation.
Renee. Lion made the claim that Swahili came from one of these languages. We pinned his ass, and you got a reaction for it.
Exactly.
Demons.
Hey, so back to the conversation before Lion's reaction.
Here we go, dude.
Back to the Swahili language, okay? I'm keeping your ass accountable, Lion.
Yeah,
go on.
And
go on, Renee.
What did I say? Go find the oldest source of Swahili. Fuckface. Go ahead.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Whoever was talking to him.
No, like, why am I being called fuckface?
No, fuckface is being a piece of shit.
Go ahead. Go find the oldest source of Swahili. Go ahead, dude.
All right.
Okay, so you guys were lip-picking the conversation then. So
go ahead, dude. Go find the oldest source.
Then.
Go find the oldest.
Hey, don't tell me to do anything, retard. Go pray to Yahweh for me, bud.
Yeah, come on, guys. Come on, guys. We're just
we will definitely pray for you.
Yeah, Rob, but we don't need any extra input. So
yeah, when you pray, ask for a model, Rob. You really need one and a map.
Yeah. Concave is the one that came in with the extra input. Left lane.
I came in holding Lion accountable because he dodged that. Because he dodged that.
Left lane.
We chilling?
It's chill.
What happened? I was enjoying that.
Well, Renee Zan was having a limp dick convo with Lion. He
Bro,
let Lion
okay,
slip
dude,
under
this is
his
meta, dude.
fingers.
Shut up,
I
bro.
caught
Shut up.
it, but he's too limp dick to care apparently.
Dude,
So it is what it is.
the difference is, dude, honestly, I just don't want to yell and scream about it. And I'm trying to have a
That's
conversation.
called being limp dick. It is what it is.
That's fine.
Yeah,
You can call
yeah,
whatever
yeah.
you want.
Shut up,
But
dude. You got nothing to contribute.
I'm going
Fuck.
grocery shopping later today. I'm gonna go grocery shopping. Probably spend like I don't know, like $160 or so. How much you guys spend typically when you go grocery shopping?
Yeah, 500.
Yeah, right around 120, honestly, just to last a week.
100 to 200 depends on how many weeks I skip.
You guys do monthly or bi-weekly? What? Don't tell me you
Fucked up,
do
dude.
like
I bought too many bananas. All my bananas turned black before I could eat them.
That's racist.
there's a good joke in there somewhere.
You got to say not that there's anything wrong with that.
Do I have you turned up left lane or like?
I might make banana bread.
I don't know.
What is going? Oh, I do. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Okay.
I do wonder how you make the connection of Swahili to Christians or the origin like Mesopotamians, and that's kind of strange to me.
Well, if you look, you got Proto-Canaanite, you got South Semitic, Phoenician, Aramaic, Ancient Greek, Etruscan, Roman, Old Hebrew, Samaritan, Coptic. You can see the evolution of language. This is a known study, bro. It's just
etymology.
You guys refuse. You guys refuse.
Hey
to
Renee,
believe
don't talk
that-
back to him. You already lost. Go on,
I
Lion.
lost. Okay.
Don't heckle him. Let him
Dude,
speak.
It's all good, bro. Like I'm posting the stuff right here in the chat. Just go look at it, dude. I'm only conveying the messages. That's it.
But do they explain?
You think I came up with this?
But do they explain how? I mean, what's the lineage of like Israeli area to Swahili to Africa?
Well, I've talked about this before, but you guys don't believe it, right? So when we talk about the Fertile Crescent, right, the cradle of civilization, that title, the cradle of civilization, I didn't come up with that title. The sociologists, anthropologists, they're the ones that came up with that title.
Yeah, isn't that where they found the oldest? Like they say, that's where humans originated, was in Africa.
No, not Africa. Not Africa. That's the evolutionary timeline, right? We're not talking about evolution, monkeys from Africa. We're talking about the origins of men coming from Mesopotamia, not Africa.
Okay.
They spread it out. They've spread it out from Mesopotamia to Africa, to India, to the Americas. But the origin of us, we all came from the cradle of civilization known as Mesopotamia, ancient Sumer area, Babylon area, Chaldea, Aram, that area. But you guys don't like that story. You rather believe we came from Africa. So right there's already a big schism between me and you.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I mean, I'm not versed on the stuff, but I mean, I guess that science would say that humans originated in Africa, and Mesopotamia is the known or understood origins of civilization. We would call it, right?
I have a question, Lion. How do you account for Neanderthals and Denisovans? They just did exist?
I've talked about this before, dude. And
I'm asking you now.
Yeah. So the way that you guys classify hominids, I don't agree with.
But
first of all, let me ask you a question. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just asking, how do you account for Neanderthals and Denisovans?
Well, I think most of the science regarding the classification of hominids is bullshit.
Okay. So you're saying that those people were humans, just like quote unquote us?
Yes.
But what if there's genetic data that does not say that?
Well, I don't necessarily trust the geneticists establishing different classifications of humans. I believe Neanderthal was a Homo sapien.
Okay.
right? So the only difference between Neanderthals and modern day humans is that Neanderthals lived longer, genetically were more robust than we are today, less fragile, less decrepit than we are today, genetically pure. They
Why are they genetically? Hold on.
They had a great. Hold on.
Genetically
Let me just tell you this. They had a greater brain volume. They had greater bone density. They had better genes, better teeth, everything all around. They were just better than us.
I have a question. Then, so if they were better than us, why aren't they here?
Well, that's
they are here, but why aren't they? Why isn't the story that Neanderthals? Why isn't this? Why essentially a bit of us? Yeah, but why? But what I'm you're saying that they were so much better than us. Why aren't they here?
Well, it's not just them. It's every single species on the earth, basically, whether it's penguins, orangutans, gorillas, sharks, crocodiles, dragonflies, you name it. Every single one of those animals had a primordial ancestor that was bigger and genetically more robust than its modern counterpart.
Probably yes. Over the course of time, I would say that is a truth. Okay. And they changed to a new species that wasn't a Neanderthal nor Devisovid, and something else happened. So you just affirmed what I just said.
Well, I'm sure the thing is, you're not gonna like it, bro. What I'm about to tell you, right?
I don't. So you don't know what I like or not. You know.
All right.
You
Well,
just
let me
try it
explain
out.
it to you. Let me explain it to you, right? So something drastically happened to the earth before and after the flood, right? Because before the flood, according to the lifespans of modern man, we're the oldest man ever lived to 969 years, Methuselah, right?
Yes.
Adam lived like 930 years. It wasn't uncommon for people to live 500 years, 400 years, 600 years. Something happened after the flood where the lifespans of all the creatures on the earth was drastically reduced.
Okay.
I've got a question about that.
Sure, go ahead.
If you divide those numbers by 12, could it have been, that comes to like 900 years is like 70 something years. Could it have been that they were counting by the moon rather than the sun or the seasons?
I've heard that rationalization. I don't think that's the case, especially when we know that, according to the ancient Hebrews, the way that they kept track of time was the sun was the main anchor, not the moon. The sun was for the years and the months. The moon was also used for keeping track of time, but not in the same way that the modern Jews do today.
But that simple rationalization, I mean, it's irrational to think of a human living 900 years, right? Isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's irrational.
For now. For us thinking about it now, it is.
Yeah, you would have to understand the world before the catastrophe, this giant cataclysm that changed some of the physical.
So what you're saying is, prior to the flood, humans had perfect genetics and they were infallible. Essentially, we didn't have disease. That's what it said in the Bible and all that other stuff. And then after the flood and the fall, our genetics degraded and we die earlier.
Well, no, that's not. So basically, it's not. What happened is that since the fall, right, there's been a gradual decline, an entropy of sorts, right, where mutations are increasing with every generation and compounding, and genetically we become more saturated. It's kind of like, think about a puppy mill where they mate the same dogs over and over again, and then you start getting more decrepit dogs, right, and more crappy genetics. That's basically what's happening in the whole world with all the species. Go ahead.
Okay, and so while I'm saying this, I'm going back to your statement. You made the claim that Neanderthals were better than us because they were pure, and I keep on asking you the question that just like, why, if they were better and pure and all these things, why are they not here? Other than in
the world as a whole went through something happened, and it affected everything. It affected everything, including that great pure thing that he's talking about. Everything got affected.
So after that, the Neanderthals died?
No, we are them, dude. We are them. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
So why aren't our genes perfect like the Neanderthals if we are them? And that's what the fall did.
Over time, we've now deviated so much from the original man genetically because of genetic mutations. I never said I disagree. I never said I never believed genetic mutations were a real thing. I know genetic mutations are a real thing. It's called genetic fragmentation. It can be caused through diet, metal toxicity, chemical toxicity, and radiation, where you get fragmentation of the DNA, which leads to genetic diseases, and you're just more genetically more inferior, dude. Like, think about a hard drive. Yeah, think about a hard drive, right? When the classic old hard drives, right? You had to defragment the hard drive every so often, right? Because the data, the code would become kind of fragmented. Imagine generation after generation after generation of mutated genes getting compounded and compounded and compounded, bro.
But the mutated genes that have no beneficial attributes get deselected by selective pressures. Even without you accepting evolution, you have to say that. Like, if you have a mutation that made it so a person could not reproduce, function in society, that mutation is not going to pass down to the next generation. That's eugenics, essentially, if you want to look at it in that regard.
Yeah. So the only difference, between me and the evolutionists is that I think that genetic mutations don't help for the survivability, adaptability of the organism. The random mutations, instead, it's detrimental to the survivability of the organism, and it reduces their lifespan, and it causes diseases and problems.
But so, like, if humans can do this level of micro mutation that you're describing, would you say like micro, like yeast and things like that could do the same thing?
Everything, dude. Everything on the earth is going through a gradual decline. But hold on, it's not just due to genetics. That's one factor of many that you have to consider. You also have to consider environmental factors. Because
that's what I was saying about the mutation selection.
Well, hold on. Before the flood, allegedly, right? There was a greater electromagnetic field that permeated all things. Like, call it the ether, call it whatever you want, right? The natural. What's that resonance field that the earth produces?
Schumann resonance.
The Schumann resonance, right? So all that was stronger, had more potency, it had a higher voltage, whatever, right? And we're now learning that the DNA has electromagnetic properties and it can actually react to that field. Okay. And this is not really uncommon. Like, people have hypothesized this for a long time, for hundreds of years, but we're finally now getting to the point where we have the technology to actually start testing this, and they're finding out that
if you trust the technology to tell you that, why don't the same technology is used to say a Neanderthal and a Denisovans is not a Homo sapien?
Thank you.
From Lion's perspective, he's got obviously he's a hard Bible guy, isn't he? So he's got theological justification for his beliefs. And the other people, I would suggest, they've got a bias going the other way because they fucking hate the Bible. So anything to get that thing out of society. Right?
You know what I've always said about the Bible? The Bible to me is literally like an ethereal catch net for lost souls. And it can give you rules and a structure to find your way back. I don't want to have to put that in like fucking reality, but that's kind of how I've always seen the Bible. That's how it's associated to my life. But I understand having a Bible centric view, but like if you're going to accept data to make a claim, and I give you the same technology that says something, yes.
We're just entertaining the biblical worldview, right, for a second. That's it. And you're asking me how it was possible for men to live to 500 years old. I'm trying to explain it to you. Whether you believe it or not, I do have justification for how it might be possible. And so the electromagnetic field being stronger and actually having an effect on our DNA, that's one factor. The second factor is the barometric pressure was greater back then. There was a thicker atmosphere surrounding us, causing the barometric pressure at sea level to be greater. I don't know exactly how much greater, but it would have made any chemical process more efficient. and the distribution of blood through the organs more efficient. So you could have had bigger animals, and their hearts wouldn't have had to work as hard. Sort of like a blue whale at the bottom of the ocean. Now that's just an analog, right? But I'm just an analogy. But I'm just trying to tell you that that's a second
You always
fact.
see one part of speciation you do see is when there is more oxygen in the environment, you see bigger bugs. You see bigger, almost like, yes, that is one of the selecting factors of these mutations that happen. And what happens is the atmos thins down, right? And those bugs and those other things can no longer keep up with the metabolism rate that they need to survive. And the ones that don't live as long to reproduce stop passing their genes down. Now the atmosphere is thinning and it's getting less and less dense. The bugs are going to get smaller because of that selective pressure.
Well, so we've done inductive experiments where we've actually messed around with plants and with people in high barometric chambers. Like Kobe Bryant, when he was alive, it was common for him after a game to go into one of those barometric chambers or after a good workout.
Yeah.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
I know why. Yes.
Why?
It helps with it helps with blood flow. It helps with recovery. There's a lot of other mechanisms. I've done those things.
It helps perfusion, getting oxygen into the tissues.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it helps with healing and recovery. And so
Yes.
they've done that with plants and found out that plants will grow way bigger, dude. You'll get bigger fruits. So imagine living in an environment all the time where you had more oxygenated environment, atmosphere, and a higher barometric pressure. The potential for creatures and plants to grow bigger is honestly, I don't know. We can't predict exactly.
I literally said that though, but you can see it. You can literally see when there was more oxygen in the atmosphere. You find insects like a cockroach that we still have today. That's like the size of a fucking poodle. And then as you see the amount of oxygen decrease, those animals get smaller because the larger genes, the bigger ones, do not have the ability to keep up with the metabolistic processes of that size of a body because of the selection pressure that is the decrease of oxygen. Yes, that's exactly what I said.
All right, so we're on the same page now then. So the reason that we don't resemble our primordial ancestors is because not only have our genes deteriorated, but our environment has deteriorated due to entropy, the gradual decline. And the Bible tells us why we're in a gradual decline, why right now we're living in a fallen state, in a fractured reality. So while you guys think that we're evolving from monkeys, the Bible says we're de-evolving.
Did you know, it's funny, I've kind of said this, if people who actually read and understood the Bible could actually accept evolution, they could really have a true use of the Bible. It's teaching monkeys to be humans. But this is the thing, like, this goes back to the original statement of Swahili and the Semitic connection. That's not there. And that's not there because we are talking about migration of human existence. Doesn't matter if it came from the clay, doesn't matter if it came from an ape. This is what the evidence of the earth shows. You can't go down layers and plant these things and discover things that are layered. I understand you're saying from Mesopotamia, we formed our Western philosophy. Is that more of your claim? Or is it that...
No, dude.
Okay.
Well, you're saying layers. Oh, never mind.
All human beings, dude, including the Africans, right? Including the Cherokee, the Ojibwa, the Navajo. We all came from that one family on that ark that landed in the mountains of Ararat. And they spread outwards from there. That's the cradle of civilization, the Fertile Crescent. So even those people that speak Swahili today, yes, their language might seem drastically different from the ancient Phoenician, but I believe that we all came from that one people, and all languages came from that one people.
And I truly believe that we came from one people as well. But I think that you're misplacing the time and genesis of that event. And like I said, if you want to reject history until you get to Sumeria, Mesopotamia, that's fine. But you can't sit there and say a Neanderthal is a Homo sapien based off of the way you're arguing your own point.
That's fine, dude. I'm not. Listen, me and evolutionists are never gonna agree, dude. Never.
So
you're talking evolution though yourself to a degree.
So think about it like this. So basically what you're saying is a lot of water happened, everyone died, there was a family on the ark, now everyone comes from there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the reality, then fine. That's your reality. But there are archaeological sites and other things that way predate this flood that can be shown that had humans, and even if you would call them like Neanderthals, they were there before the flood happened in your model.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that.
And if you, and what I'm saying is that how they got there is what I'm trying to say to you.
So you're talking about the world before the flood. The Egyptians call it Zep-Tepi. So you're talking about the world before the flood, Zep-Tepi. The occult calls it, the age of Atlantis. Like the people that study theosophy and the Masons. So before the flood, there was just like Babylon, there was a one world government, and all the continents had people on them.
Man, shouldn't have. I don't know about that flood. Caused a lot of pain and suffering. Surely there could have been a better way. If the creator of all things, that which sustains and runs the world, all knowing, all powerful, had to just primitively, literally, like fill it with water to kill and suffocate everything to begin again. That's some demiurge shit right there to me. But that's besides the point. I do agree with Lion though. This Neanderthal skull looks like a more developed, thick, expanded human skull. So
A more developed, thick, like it has a bigger brain.
Thank you for that. Thank you for throwing me a bone.
Well, I mean, I think if you would say developed, when you look at a Neanderthal skull, Devisovan, you have to look at the brow ridge. And then when you look at that brow ridge and take it next to a skull that we would call Homo erectus, those brow ridges were there. Then you can take those brow ridges back and chase them back to lesser species if you choose to believe that far. But I don't know how you would say that their skull was that compared to ours.
Bro,
especially because of the shape change.
Just look at him, dude. Just look at him, dude.
I have.
The brain case, the forehead, the brow ridge, the nasal bone projection,
a really big brow ridge,
chin, occipital contour. They're literally, dude. They're literally identical. The only difference is that they literally have a greater brain volume.
In a cartoon, if someone was to try to depict someone as stupid, would they not have them have a big brow ridge? Like political satire cartoons.
Well, no, the reason that they have bigger brow ridges is because they lived a lot longer than us. The brow ridge never really stops growing. As you get older, your brow ridge keeps growing. That's why.
So you're saying that Neanderthals lived longer than us?
Yes, dude. I've been saying that from the beginning, dude.
What do you mean by that? Like they had like the 900-year lifespan stuff you're talking about?
Possibly, yeah.
Bro, don't get lost on the details. Just grab the general idea, like as a whole, like with as much pieces as possible. Just suspend your judgment, like just. I'm not.
So this is the thing. How much? So this is the thing. I'm suspending my judgment, but he says that Neanderthals are perfect. They are better than us in every way, and they also made a claim that they were us, and I said we're not us based upon evidence you've already accepted to be reality. But what I'm saying is at this point it's now you're saying, oh, look at it, this one looks better, this one's that, this one's this. People don't have bones in your body for the way they look. It's about function and form. Like when you look at the human skull, you can see the pushing back and the expanding of the frontal cortex, meaning we got smarter. Evolution happens more in the brain, essentially, if you look at it like this. Just having a bigger brain doesn't make you smarter than someone.
I'm not saying that, dude. But if you look at them, they're literally 1-to-1 the same as us, except bigger, more robust genetically. That's it, dude.
Yeah, they are very, very similar to us. That's why we interbred with them. There is genetics of...
real quick. Now, when you see like National Geographic depict Neanderthals, right? They depict them as ape-like, retarded, and like and like hairy and like ugly looking. That is not what I believe Neanderthals look like, dude. I believe they look probably better than us.
Why?
More handsome than modern males.
You can take a skull. You can take a skull and you could attach like where like why you have these ridges and things like that is like that's where like muscles connect and they can like approximate what they look like. I get you with the behavior part because when you look at Neanderthals and you look at their history, they had music, they had culture, they had a lot of other things. I don't think they were sitting around grunting and all that other stuff. But if you take a skull and you do like there's ways for you to make it look like how that creature would have looked. I think that's I don't know if it's taxidermy or taxonomy or something like that.
Doesn't mean you're right.
Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
There's a I don't know if he's a geologist, anthropologist, or something, but his name is Dr. Jack Kuzo. In 1977, he studied in Switzerland with.
I'm sorry, is that like the swimmer, like the scuba diver guy?
No, I don't think so. In 1977, he studied in Switzerland with Dr. Francis Schaffer, and in 1979, he began much of the original study of Neanderthal fossils. He was and is today one of the foremost experts on Neanderthals, particularly juvenile Neanderthals. Mm-hmm. He became a claimed controversial figure, as he later claimed those in support of grant funding, money, or evolution had been altering or destroying skulls in efforts to make them more ape-like. It says here, Dr. Kuzo became one of the first to argue what is common knowledge today that Neanderthal was just a fancy word for ancient humans like us. Further, however, Kuzo demonstrated that Neanderthals did have unusual traits. They appeared to live excessively longer lives than modern humans today. He argued the bones showed they lived for hundreds and hundreds of years. Kuzo also showed that in young Neanderthals, they took very long times to reach adulthood. A person the age of 40 might be just entering, or no, excuse me, it says a person the age of 40 might just be ending puberty.
Wow.
But the way he was able to, it's like forensic analysis of the skulls and like certain.
What was his name?
You have.
I thought it was Jacques Cousteau.
Dr.
Can you
Jack.
write it out? Can you type it out?
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks, bro.
And I know this is going to be very controversial. I already expect scoffers. I already know it, dude. And Dr. Francis. What am I doing?
What would be the incentive for an archaeologist to alter a skull to make it look a different way than it is?
Well, it's like, why would people lie? There's many motives. Some people hate creationists, hate God. Some people probably want to gain some funding, right? They think that if they can show if a missing link, or maybe they'll get more funding. I don't know, dude. There's a lot of reasons.
Did you see the guy, Kent Hovind did it on one of his things where he this guy, I don't know what he was, biologist maybe, I don't know, but he sort of drew all the fetuses the same. Do you know what I'm talking about, Lion? Like showing all the babies, basically. They're going, look, they're all the same. I can't remember it very well because it's a while back since I watched it, but I'm like, holy crap. Like, so, I mean, I suppose the fact that he was exposed in the end would go against the story that, you know, but I don't know. It kind of proves Lion's point as well, though, I think. Right? Because it shows that there are folks out there, nefarious people, making shit up left lane. So, I don't know. It's a tough one.
The thing is, you've got other scientists out there that are going to bust your ass if you're doing stuff like that. I mean, it just doesn't survive. It doesn't, survive peer review. Basically, it gets called out.
Yeah. Oh, that's a tough one. That the fact that there is plenty of people out there that are knocking shit. I suppose though that's for their own glory. Maybe I don't know. I could put it down to that rather than some hatred of a biblical narrative or something like that. I don't know. Tough one.
The first claim missing link was known as Piltdown Man.
Oh my gosh!
Right,
yeah,
Piltdown Man. Hold on. Examine painting. There's a painting if you find it on the internet. It's by John Cook, 1915. Go ahead. What are you gonna say about Piltdown Man?
It was a scientific finding that was misunderstood. Then, like Left Lane said, peer reviewed and found to be fictitious.
Right. Awesome. I'm glad you think that because I believe the same thing. So Piltdown Man is what got evolution taught in public schools. It was the first claimed missing link. It was later discovered to be a fraud. But you know how long it lasted though before they found out it was a fraud?
Probably a long time because that was a long time ago. And science didn't move as fast as it does today.
40 years later, they found out it was a fraud after teaching it. So it says here, this is considered the first claimed missing link in human history. To claim evolution was true, they needed a Planet of the Apes-style monkey man. This claim, this fraud lasted 40 years. Well, hold on, we'll get there, dude. We'll get there. Wait a second, dude. The claim was that if Christians were allowed to examine it, they would destroy it. So they kept it, right? They didn't want nobody touching it. It was kept behind a glass case.
I understand that, but like this is what I'm saying. Like you're creating a conspiracy that they were trying to protect it, and they didn't. It was peer reviewed and dismissed.
Even if let's give you the benefit of the doubt.
Let's talk about Lucy.
Wait, no, dude, no. There's a whole list. I want to go through the whole list of a claim missing links. Lucy's at the end of this list, dude.
Okay.
All right. I mean, we got time. We got all day. I mean, we don't have to talk about this, but
we could talk about the one that is you're talking about things that science peer reviewed, like Left Lane said, and this is fictitious.
Well, hold on. From 1912, this fraud lasted from 1912 to 1953. When it came to the science community's attention that in 40 years of searching, no other one had ever been found. So after 40 years, they examined the skull. It was determined to be a human head with an orangutan jaw attached. Despite Piltdown Man being a fraud, it did get evolution taught in public schools for 40 years, dude.
Okay, so that case was a fraud. There was money to be made for that. So there is a reason. Humans have greed. They did something bad. It was reviewed by science and found to be exactly what you said. Let's talk about Lucy.
No, dude. Wait. Why don't we go through the list before we get to Lucy?
Are they legitimate or were they found to be fraudulent?
These are all the claim missing links in science for the last.
But are they still are they substantiated or are they found to be unsubstantiated?
Well, hold on, dude. Let's go through the list, dude. So number one was Piltdown Man in history. Number two is Nebraska Man. Have you ever heard of Nebraska Man?
Yep, it was a pig tooth.
All right, Nebraska Man. Evolution supporters and funders claim Nebraska Man was a better missing link, as it was not a deliberate fraud, but rather just serious science error on their part. Nebraska Man was entirely constructed in the marketing image to the right. From one tooth, the tooth turned out to be from an ancient pig, not Bigfoot or Monkey Man.
Okay.
So
peer reviewed
they
and then found out to be something else.
they had one tooth, and from one tooth they literally created an image of a missing link, and they perpetrated that image and propagandized that image for
They had
a
a
while.
molar that looked like a human tooth. And with the science they had, they made a determination that they later found to be wrong.
Yeah.
Can we talk about
I feel like
it's the ones that are significant and currently recognized as significant are the ones we should talk about.
Hold on, no, because there's so many missing links that you guys claimed over the years, and all of them turned out.
Let's go through all of
problematic.
them. How many tell Lucy?
There's only like 5, and then Lucy's the last
Lucy?
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is number 3. Number 3 is Java Man.
Okay.
Does anybody know about Java Man? The first claimed missing link or Homo erectus. Correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, right? But
No, keep on going.
This is the claimed Homo erectus Java Man. Java Man was discovered by Eugene Dubois or Dubois. I don't know if he's French or American, who was also one of the most hardcore Charles Darwin fans of all time, or of the time. In fact, Dubois was as hardcore a Darwin fan as Ernst Haeckel, who, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct, Ernst Haeckel, who during the same time frame produced the now infamous fraud embryo drawings to support Darwin's evolution.
Okay.
Java Man, you know about those embryo pictures?
Yeah, it was someone making an assumption before they had the ability to actually track it. Yes.
So how, like, you had like the lizards turning into people or chickens turning into people?
Yeah, they were showing that how different species in embryonics resemble one another at stages, and someone drew a picture instead of being able to have.
Yeah, that's the guy I was on about. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he drew the pic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He drew them pretty much identical and claimed they were in the growth stages. They were fucking the same, and they weren't at all. So
people still think those embryo pictures are legit.
Yeah. So
okay,
this is dodgy.
Well, okay. So like I said, if we could go right to Lucy, and if you could say that you're just trying to poison the well on Lucy, that's fine. And everything that you're going to say will be reviewed by peer science and then refute it to be fake. But Lucy does not fit that claim.
Sorry. I mean, after COVID, I just don't trust these motherfuckers at all. So, I mean, if you think you came from a monkey, then God bless you. I don't.
Well, yeah, it's fine. But
you've got all the science backing you up, mate. So I don't blame you for having that view.
No, I honestly, at the end of the day, it's to reduce it as a bulky. That was my relative. I don't reduce it to that.
That was your relative, not mine, though.
I get it. That's fine. But at the same time, if we're gonna go through all these ones, everything you say is going to be refuted and reviewed by peer-reviewed science until we get to Lucy.
All right, peer reviews are cool, though, isn't it?
While I read these, you can go look up Lucy and all the information for Lucy.
I don't need
to.
Well,
no, but hold on, bro. Just present Lucy. While I present these 5, you can go present Lucy. All right?
I want you to present Lucy. I want you to present Lucy. No, I want you to present Lucy because Lucy is a claim of a missing link. What you're doing now, so you need to present Lucy.
All right. Well, I got Lucy in here too somewhere. Oh, there she is. There's Lucy. I'll present Lucy at the end. She's literally the last one. Okay, so it brought up Ernest Haeckel, who during the same time frame produced the now infamous fraud embryo drawings to support Darwin's evolution. But Java Man was given the name Pithecanthropus erectus. I don't even know how to say that word. Pithecanthropus erectus, to make what would otherwise be called the search for Bigfoot sound scientific. Pithecanthropus erectus is a fancy $5 word for erect ape man, which does notably sound better than missing planet of the monkey men.
That's hilarious.
Java Man was comprised of parts found on the island of Java. Though technically discovered before Piltdown Man, even evolutionists did not take it very seriously until after they knew for certain Their other examples, Piltdown and Nebraska, were entirely bogus. Today, evolutionists call Java man Homo erectus. Additionally, even hardcore Darwin lovers of this modern age concede that Du Bois was later found to have stashed many animal and human bones in his home. The leg bone is clearly human for Java man, whereas the skull cap, as Du Bois himself points out, appears to clearly belong to an ancient chimpanzee. He claims he found the parts at different times and put them together by accident.
Next claim.
The third missing link is Dominici man or Manisi man. You ever heard about that one?
Tell me.
Because I don't know if I'm saying it correct, dude.
I'm not here. I don't know how to pronounce half the shit I say sometimes, but just tell me about it.
So Manisi man is another claimed Homo erectus. Evolution had become so well funded that any ape skull like the one to the left could be called a missing link and marketed to the public by claimed grant-funded experts. Though many would argue this has tarnished the once stellar value of universities and the students attending therein in favor of a 150-year-old theory of a monkey world by a 22-year-old rich kid named Darwin, it does serve as a way for us today to clearly understand the simple and straightforward differences between monkeys and humans.
One question: if Darwin was poor, would it make his claims different?
No, this book just has commentary like that.
I understand. I understand. Yeah, I get it. So exactly. So are we to Lucy? I think there's maybe one more, and then we're at Lucy.
Two more. But if somebody could have posted some of these characters, that would have been great. But I'll post them after. If it's all good. So
I just don't understand why we're going over illegitimate ones.
Poison the well.
They were legitimate at one point, and then later found to be fraudulent.
Showing the progression, gentlemen.
It's the progression,
okay.
right?
Okay, so progression to Lucy, right?
No, I'm almost there. So yeah, Lucy's the last one, right? So
yeah,
we got Tautavo man, another claimed Homo erectus. It says here. Before, let me just finish this. Manzi man is one of 5 ape skulls found among 3,000 ancient animal fossils, including ancient rhinos and ancient horses and ancient giant cats. Homo erectus is the classification under which evolutionists began mixing human skulls and monkey skulls under the same label in a slicker way than the unfounded methods that started it all with the pure fraud of Piltdown man. As you can see in the top left, is clearly an ape primate, as primates have no nose bone nor forehead, yet under the same classification, Homo erectus, the skull recreation of Tutavel man, has a nose bone and a giant forehead. Notice on Tutavel man to the left that the recreation to market to the public is far different from the real skull. The recreation has a giant forehead. The actual skull does not. It has a primate forehead. The recreation that was put in museums has a hint sufficient to be called a nose bone. The actual skull looks monkey all the way. And it is not just one or two examples of this kind of clear misrepresentation with evolution. Misrepresentation is the name of the game.
Okay. Is there one more for Lucy? Or?
Yep, this is the last one, Neanderthal man. Before Lucy. Neanderthal man, La Chapelle Aux Saints the First. Early Neanderthal skulls were very often released to the public with missing nose bones, like the La Chapelle skull to the right. Removing the nose bone can make a human skull look monkey-like or primate-like. However, over time, too many skulls were found and not all could be removed. Neanderthals were drawn and covered with modeling clay to look as monkey men. Neanderthals are ancient humans bone for bone. In fact, not only were they not monkey men, but like everything in the ancient world, particularly before the flood, they were thicker, far stronger, had larger brains, and lived far longer than we do today. Also, they were far better looking and more physically fit than we could dream of. We are a diminished version of our fathers and ancestors that lived much before us. Much effort from evolutionists went into making these ancient ancestors, such as the likes of Nimrod, Noah, Enoch, or Adam, and the sons and daughters and generations thereof, look like primates. the skull on the bottom right is what a Neanderthal skull actually looks like with the nose bone intact. So that, just to finish up, they would take Neanderthal skulls and they would shave the nose bone off of them to make them look more primate-like. And you can actually tell when they were fraudulently destroyed.
But Neanderthal hasn't been claimed to be the missing link, though. Or maybe at one point they saw it and thought it was. But that's not that's what I would say would be that would debunk it. It's constant peer review of science and then revision of technologies and understanding. So can you present Lucy, or is it going to start talking about the hip being
I would love for you to present Lucy, but
I know you should, because at the end of the day, because you have a framework in which you're trying to present things. I just want to see if you want to, how you're presenting this.
Maybe that's why we've got the Neanderthal genes in us. Maybe those bitches did look good.
So could Lucy be a fraud as well then, or?
That's the only one they have right now. Is Lucy.
So do you want to present Lucy?
Definitely
I
not
don't.
this
I
time.
don't really want to, dude.
Okay.
I mean, I could kind of see how after that presentation, it's going to lead a skeptical person to lean towards. It's just a matter of time before they figure out Lucy was a fraud too.
I really want to hear what Lyon's book says about Lucy. I'm super curious.
I mean, that's like asking, does history repeat itself? Right.
Yeah, it rhymes.
So, Renee, what's the thing with your name? Well, how did you come up with your name? Can you? I mean, you don't have to tell me that, obviously.
A bunch of people I knew changed their names to stupid, silly names, and my son saw that and asked me if I was doing the same thing, and I said, "Yeah, my name is Rudy Zanzini," and he actually fucking believed me. And he went to school, and they asked him his mom's name and then his dad's name, and they knew my name, and he kept on saying my name was Rudy Zanzini.
It's quite good, actually.
Yeah, it was just fucking around with my son. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So what do you know a lot about this, Lucy, then, or
I
don't know much about it.
So when you talk about like the conversation is essentially transitional fossils, Lucy is a fossil that you can say has human-like and ape-like features. And that's what they were looking for with this Piltdown man and the orangutan jaw attached to the thing. They were looking for those things because it was predicted. And eventually they found not just one, but a shit ton of them that, represented it. I think one of the best compelling evidences of this, if people will accept the historicity, are these footprint tracks that were encased for a long time, made by Australopithecus Psi, or whatever you want to call them. And they have the same, like in sports, they have like foot technology to where like they like mark on your foot where your foot strikes the ground, and they'll put like extra stiffness there and all that other crap to optimize your jump and shit like that. So they have like hyper advanced technologies, and they show the imprints are made would be made by us. We would be making the same type of footprints in the sand. And when you look at like how monkeys walk and gorillas and orangutans, they would not do the same.
Right. So this one made a certain footprint. Is that what you just told me?
No, many things. That was one of many things. Like when you look at like the sacral back rub in the back, so like a dog, right? It's on all fours. So to be able to look forward, that hole is higher up. You know what I'm saying? And so when you look at humans, ours is right under our jaws, essentially. You know, if you go straight up to the skull, because we have a vertical, we're walking upright. So that's how we support ourselves, our structures. When you look at Lucy's skull, you take picture of a chimp, picture of a human, and Lucy's is right in the middle of that transition towards where it ended up in us.
Allegedly.
Well, our sacromagnum is where it is. You know what I mean? Like you're that hole that's like connecting your spinal cord to your brain is where it is. You know, there's no legend there.
No, I'm just saying though, is it possible that this could be another fraud in some way? Or what are you telling me that? Oh, there's millions of them. There's millions of these corpses.
I don't say billions. That's. I mean, I think you're very intelligent and you could understand the conditions of fossilization. You know, so there's not millions of these things. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them to form a logical conclusion based on genetics, like we were talking earlier. Even if it was the flood, he talks about genetic drift and micro mutations and things like that. So like if you just take that one viewpoint and you look at it here, you have a picture of a chimp and they have their brain, like I said, the connections further back because of the way they walk. Then you have a picture of us because of the way we walk, where it is. And when you look at Lucy's, it's there. And then there's other things like the patella tendon and how it aligns with the hip and like things like that. And I say hip, and now we're like, oh, it's fake, and they made it and all that other stuff. But there's I don't think it's a fraud. Could it be a fraud? I would say there's a possibility, but I don't think there is, because I don't think people do these things because they hate God.
Well, I mean, do you think? I mean, it's weird all that, and I kind of agree with you. I don't know, the fact that you were saying poison in the well. I don't think that's quite fair, but I see what you was kind of. The thing is, the fact that it was exposed at all seems to go against that idea, right? Like, I don't know. So, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because I see a lot of people with a dog in the race. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then like even so like even in the narrative when he was talking about those earlier frauds, remember the guy's like, you can't see it, you can't be around it, you can't touch it. They were creating those rules to help perpetuate their fraud, so it wouldn't be known. Like with Lucy, it was, hey, here's the evidence. This is what we think. And unfortunately, you know, DNA doesn't last that long. You can't gene sequence these things. They're rocks now, you know. But like you could make these like for the statement of a transitional species, Lucy fits the bill, and it's been peer reviewed.
Yeah.
Did you say you couldn't get DNA
from fossilized bones?
But they're finding dinosaur DNA.
Okay, so if you find dinosaur DNA or something, it's probably like that, like Jurassic Park type stuff. And that's real. You could get it from like encased bugs and stuff in amber. But
I would say amber, yeah.
Yeah, like you can do that, but that is because of the way it was encapsulated. That bug isn't fossilized. You know what I mean? Fossilization means like the minerals from the bone are replaced by rock. All organic material is like leached out, basically.
I saw the movie Lucy with Scarlett
That was
Johansson.
the computer one. That was a cool fucking movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I thought. I thought it was. I mean, from my point of view, I just saw it as propaganda. I see a lot of things as propaganda, so you'll have to take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, I mean, it was a good movie.
I've always thought they made movies to introduce concepts they don't think we'd accept, and then like let reality kind of happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, like with Lucy though, like I said, it could be a fraud. But you know, when you talk about like you know, he had 5 examples of things that were fraudulent, and Lucy fits the bill to say it's not fraudulent. based upon peer reviews and other findings.
Is that all they found of Lucy then, Lion? That picture you just posted?
Yeah.
That was the same as what Left Lane posted, right?
Yeah, that's Lucy.
Wow.
But usually they won't depict that. They'll depict like the image I put above as Lucy. Like,
Yeah.
That's Lucy.
Yeah, that one's only missing a handbag. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased.
It's not just Lucy. There's other specimens of Australopithecus, I think it's called, and there's another one like Australopithecus afarensis. There's other species, other things that.
Cro-Magnon, Homo erectus, Anthropithecus. I forget, dude.
Cro-Magnon, like if you do follow this lineage, you have like they named these people. Devasovan, yeah, those in cavemen were very similar. And like I said, if you would map this and you look at human transition out of Africa, you can literally see how there was migrations out, climate events that blocked migrations, and then climates changing, and then seeing the reintroduction of not this time Homo erectus, but a species that came from Homo erectus. Now, that's really hard to prove, but Homo sapien coming into where the Denisovans now and Neanderthals are, and basically taking over genetically.
I would love Danny Faulkner to touch on this stuff, but he's never. I don't know. He doesn't really talk about it. He's not in here today.
But does that book say anything about Lucy?
Yeah, it talks about Lucy.
Would you read what the book says about Lucy?
Yeah, sure. So I have here Dr. David Menton, who, like Danny Faulkner, happens to be a young Earth creationist. And Dr. David Menton holds a PhD in biology from Brown University and served as an award-winning professor at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis for 34 years. And he says, this is what he has to say. Here, he explains the basic difference between monkeys and primates and humans. It is more than just that humans have larger brains, nose bones, and foreheads. Humans have an entirely different body structure from primates. And it is not just missing links between man and monkey that are missing. One would have to also ask what led to the monkeys. There are 0 transitional fossils between any creatures on Earth. And with Lucy, it says in the same page, it says Lucy is the most famous of the claimed missing links. I'm just reading through it. Lucy is the most famous of the claimed missing links over time. She is likely also the last to ever be taken very seriously. Lucy was a common ancient chimpanzee. To the right is how Lucy has been depicted over the years, like a little monkey person standing upright. Lucy promoters argued that if they just had the missing parts, this is how she would have looked. Many Lucys have been found over the past 40 years. There are no longer missing parts to argue. So when they found the missing parts, come to find out it was just an ancient chimpanzee.
Ooh, I've never heard that. I got to go look that up.
But it doesn't say much about Lucy at all, actually. Go ahead.
I was gonna say.
I was just gonna say. Okay, go ahead.
No, you go. You got the worst mic.
It shouldn't even be a bad mic right now. But anyways, I was just gonna say. So we can believe Lucy is a transitional skeleton, or we don't have to.
Okay, I was just gonna say I took a philosophy of science class once, and I remember them talking about the lack of transitional species or forms or whatever. One possible explanation of that was the punctuated equilibrium theory from Stephen Jay Gould, and I think it's something like uh, there's like a gradual change over time, but at different points in time in various locations, evolution kind of, because of external pressures, works quickly, and because of that, that's one reason why transitional forms are harder to find.
You mean like on one day, like all the animals were created, then the next day, like a man was created or something?
Exactly, exactly.
What was Lion reading from?
It's a young Earth creationist book that I have. I don't want to give you the title of it because you're gonna shit on me, dude. I already know.
I mean, if it mentioned the flood, I figured that's what it was. That's enough for me to shit on it, but that's fair enough.
Supposed to rejoice when they shit on you. It's in the Bible.
I posted pictures of the book. Not because of source, they'll critique the source, and I don't want to give the source up like that right now. I
No,
mean, you can
I
DM
want.
me, I'll give you the source.
Now I want to look into it and see if that's factual. What that source said that it was actually a chimpanzee, and see where they got that information. Might be a little difficult to find, but yeah, I want to know how they came to that conclusion.
I'm, I mean, I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. Just the fact that it's mentioning periods before the flood.
No, I know even the doctor, Dr. David Menton. He's an author in says here Answers in Genesis. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's all I need.
But I would love to hear Danny Faulkner touch on this instead of cosmology for once. What's up, Tor? How was your day? Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom. It's good, man. Beautiful day.
I appreciate everybody letting me read through that, though. I was not expecting everybody to be well behaved. That was amazing. Usually, I can't even get a couple sentences out without people getting triggered or freaking out.
Shut the fuck up.
Seriously. Left lane especially was well controlled. But left lane, what do you think, dude?
What, on Lucy?
Yeah, you think Lucy is actually a missing link, or you think there might be some fuckery going on with her?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, she's very interesting for sure. I would be very surprised if they ever found anything any closer than that. You know, because you think about all the animals that have lived and died since the beginning of whichever side. You know, I'm surprised that. I mean, I guess kind of lucky that we find any fossils at all. You know, it's like kind of getting lucky to find any, and then, but you know, there's all they're still digging. You know, who knows what they're going to find? They may come across a a big pile of bones somewhere that's got everything we're looking for.
Well, I'll put the chimpanzee skeleton next to Lucy's skeleton, and you guys tell me if they look alike. Oh, hold on, let me post this real quick, guys.
That thing walked with a major limp. Tell you that. Is that thing's name Eileen?
Yeah, I see a difference in the hips and the sacrum, the tailbone. Yeah, they're different.
I bet it worked at IHOP.
Yeah, that's really about all you can compare between the two.
I would wager there's nothing but fraud when it comes to age of the universe or evolution.
I'd take that wager.
You would lose.
Guess we'll never know.
Who would be the judge or the arbiter of discovering the evidence?
Anyone with basic reason and logic, elementary
God
level.
himself. God himself.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it.
Yep.
Well, all you'd really need to demonstrate is a single instance that's not fraud. I think that'd be pretty easy to win.
Well, whether it's intentional or not, depends on like many different things, but somewhere in the chain of logic, you make claims about things you can't know. And that falls under fraud, I guess.
You get no. You guess wrong.
That's my take anyway.
So like when Lion was reading that example of the pig tooth, you think that was fraud?
I didn't hear that. I wasn't listening the whole time.
Oh, so one of the examples was archaeologists made a discovery of a tooth, and it ended up not being what they first claimed it is. But they came out and said it's a ancient, transitional species.
Okay.
But do you think that's fraud if it was presented in good faith?
No, but obviously I'm talking about the overall conclusion about what the current narrative is, I guess. And that's kind of the problem too. Like it is a narrative. Like a lot of the ideas that have been accepted come from the premise of something else where you're like, well, why would they lie, or why would they have any skin in the game with this, that, or whatever, right?
Yeah, and I literally try to avoid making judgments when that's like my claim, but like when they show you a picture of where a human's entry to their spinal cord sits, compares it to where a chimpanzee sits, and shows you where Lucy's is. Things like that are like where I base my evidential claims to make it.
Yep, exactly. So when you find out that Lucy is not real, as you would have it to think it
Like
would
not
be,
not
then
real
would that
as in, like,
change your
hey, so like not real as in like the missing link, or not real
Yeah,
as in like those bones
absolutely.
aren't real. Okay.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah, I don't think Lucy is like one of anything. I think they constructed that.
so let's just say Lucy's not the missing link, right? But to prove my theory, I guess I would have to say, other than the claims that's been made against it, I don't see how I could draw a different conclusion based upon the claims that are made against it.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I can't convince anybody of anything. I'm sure there's more people who know about this more than I do, perhaps Lion or whatever his sources are. I don't know. But I've seen enough to know that they are absolutely taking this angle and they're lying about this, and I'm just kind of auto hoaxing. Also, it's named Lucy after Lucifer, so they kind of leave their mark everywhere.
Oh, I didn't know if there was a direct connection there. I didn't know why they called it Lucy.
Well, once you know, you know.
Yeah.
Lucy is short for Lucinda. Lucinda is the full name for Lucy.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd say that.
Or Lucille.
It always has to do with plausible deniability.
Is the devil a woman?
They would say that. It's both.
That's a triggering question. I think people may give different answers to.
Both. It's not a dude. The devil is not a. I don't know. I'm not like these Christian Bible people, but it's my understanding that evil or Satan or Baphomet or Moloch or any of these entities, they're not like real things. They become real in spirit. They are the anti God spirit. That's all it is. It's just anything that has to do with deception or wrong or malice or like lying or anything that like brings upon poor spirit. That is what Satan is.
So Lucy was named after the Beatles song.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
What?
Yeah. The fallen star.
He was
Lucifer.
on. He's talking about LSD. He literally has a
They
whole
might say that
interview
too. They might say that too. But see, there's a whole slab about the Beatles too. So you're just gonna say, well, you just say this about everything. Well, no, I don't. But you know,
you just say
if there was a they, you're kind of like highlighting the they. You're highlighting the they. So how can it not be?
Didn't you just boast about auto hoaxing? Like, that's not me saying it.
Here's a rabbit hole for you. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Marilyn Manson did a song, a mockery of it, called Lucifer in the Sky with Demons. Lucifer, being the sun, and the diamonds being the stars.
Oh, you know what else? I found out that
you can also Marilyn Manson. You flip his initials are MM. Rotate that 90 degrees clockwise, and what do you have? 33.
Yep, it's 33. That's what MM stands for, or CC, which is the third letter, 33. Also, Marilyn Manson was asked directly if they're a Satanist, and he's like, "No, of course not." Like, who do you believe? You know, they just tell you anything. You just fucking believe anything.
About getting 2 ribs removed.
Well, the thing about that is, it says even in the Bible, you know, in the Revelation, and Satan deceives everyone. That means everyone. That means 100% of the people, including the Christians, because everyone. The Christians are part of everyone.
Hey, you guys.
For the last couple of years, there's been quite a few people waking up into realizing that this Jesus Christ character, you know, the blood sacrifice character, is actually Lucifer, as described in Revelations 22:16. Calls him the son of David. The Star of David, 6-pointed star, hexagon. It's got 666 written all over it. It's also called the Star of Remphan. Is Remphan also mentioned in the Bible as well? Yeah, but Revelation 22:16 paints Jesus as Lucifer, saying it's the morning star, which is, if you go to find Lucifer, it says, "Wow, the bright morning star, the shining one."
Yeah, I was going to quickly say there's a word called luscious, which is Luci, Lucy. So to say something is luciferous could it indicate that it's close to luscious or amazing, or that type of idea.
Yeah. Then there's luciferase, which is the glow in the dark shit they put in the vaccines.
Yeah, Lucifer is to do with the light. So anything deriving from that is probably going to be similar.
Yeah, the light bringer.
Right.
Yeah, and the word.
It's just kind of weird. The light bringer that I ever known of is the fucking sun. I mean, the sun brings the light.
Lucifer is not the sun. He's the morning star. That would have been, what is it, Venus, Mercury, one of those.
It's Venus, sir.
In Christian mythology, he was the one who wove the stars into existence. Like, that's why he was the light bringer. When he was still working for God to create the universe, he was an angel before he fell, right?
Why is nobody addressing Matthias saying Jesus was the devil?
You heard that too, right? I was a little confused.
Wait, what? Yeah, I just don't feel like engaging. He's not the devil, dude.
You got a couple of things wrong there, so I don't know how to.
Well, if Jesus is a deception and there's no such thing as an immaculate birth of and Mary, I guess Mary was 14. Mary lied, had sexual relations, or was raped, or
they've actually got a name for the guy.
I don't know. I think that the whole Jesus concept gets people to accept magic. And I think that's directly in line with what they would want you to do.
Well, doesn't even some of the old what do you call them? I'll call them cartoons, the paintings and whatnot, depict Jesus with a wand, or no?
Yes, many of them do. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, there's millions of pictures of Jesus, dude. Like,
And
it's not
how many
his
miracles?
fault they depicted him with the wand. They're called. He was accused of being a necromancer when he was alive, walking around healing people. They were
Right, and
accusing him of using sorcery.
right, and how many miracles did Jesus perform again? 33? Oh wow!
No, way more,
What
way
age
more,
was
dude.
Jesus whenever he allegedly died again? 33. Uh-oh! Wow, that's a lot of Masonic symbolism there on Jesus, on the Jesus Christ character, ain't it?
Where do you think they got it
There
from?
were no Masons in Jesus' time, man.
Yeah, I know. 33 has been around for a long time, dude.
It's
It's a
what
cycle.
I'm saying.
There's
They
a
made
solar
the fucking
cycle
character
based on
up.
33 years, dude. What's the
They made
cavitation? The max cavitation limit isn't like 33 feet above sea level.
They made the character up. Everybody everybody fell for this blood sacrifice character, which is, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Satanists have blood sacrifices. Kind of weird. It's just kind of weird.
That's the Christian.
Yeah, you just don't understand the Christian worldview, dude.
And they still didn't die.
Well,
Still didn't
whenever
die.
say someone is that your argument? I don't understand. Is that it?
Well, that's your defense right now. You said it seems weird. It seems weird.
I never did say you don't understand. I was presenting the facts that I know, and you're the one that came out. Oh, you don't understand. That's that's blobber coat, dude. That's
It
what
seems weird, you said, bro. You said it seems weird. It seems weird. And you kept saying it over and over again.
Yeah, yeah. It seems weird, don't it? All this 33s involved in this JC character. It seems kind of weird that the blood sacrifice. Yeah.
To me, it's not just weird; it's also satanic.
Right. When Satan's the opposite of
Remind me of the
Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh,
facts
now
you
the
put
now
forward.
Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh is satanic. It doesn't make any sense to me, dude.
Okay, so basically, my point is, the Christians are worshiping this man, whenever they should be worshiping the Father.
What are you, Muslim now, dude?
Haven't looked into it yet in the Muslim religion.
Worthy is the lamb of worship, dude. Obeisance. Why would the Father be upset if you glorified and honored his Son?
You can't
only begotten
verify,
Son.
just because you declare and claim and all this believe that God, that the Father, my bad, that the Father had a man as a son, doesn't make it true, Lion. Your Bible says to Lion,
that's
your Bible
fine, dude.
says
But
to-
you're
your Bible says to prove all things, Lion. How did you prove that?
Where does your father come from? Wait, where do you get your father from, Matthias?
I ask a question to Lion. Your Bible says to prove all things. How did you prove that Jesus was actually God or the Father's son? Or do you just believe?
Yeah, you can read the end of Luke, dude, and it'll show you when when Jesus was walking.
Understand it.
Oh, sorry,
No,
Rob. Go ahead.
That's circular reasoning.
No, please let me address it. First, you said the Bible says prove all things. Can you cite the chapter and verse where it says that? Because I know you're wrong.
Are you denying that the Bible says to prove all things?
There's questions on the board. Nobody's able to answer anything. If you're going to have a combo, have a combo.
Are you a moderator?
Rob, you can't hear anything. Rob, your mic's doing that thing it always does.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. All I can hear is whoa, 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 whoa.
Pretty muffled.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can I just fix the error in his biblical resuscitation or recitation? It does not say prove all things. The Bible says test all things, and hold fast to that which is true. So your understanding of the Bible is in error. Thank you.
King James Version, 1 Thessalonians 5:21 states, prove all things. First three words, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, let me guess, you don't go by the King James Version.
I could give you the proof. I could give you the proof.
Corrected.
I could give you the proof, bro.
Now let's go with Jesus and I asked Matthias a question of where, if he believes that Jesus is Lucifer or whatever, where do you get your father from?
I would like for the other person that said it doesn't say prove all things, because that's exactly what it's
I don't. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We're not going to
hear me.
I'm going to have to mute you. I'm going to have to mute you if you don't stop.
I just want the guy to concede that he was.
I don't know. I'm calling for moderation here.
Left lane. I was trying to concede. He doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we can go back and forth about evidence this, evidence that all day and not come to any conclusion. I would just was interested in, not asking for proof or evidence of where your father comes from that you talk about.
Well, the Father, the Creator, whatever. Same thing.
I mean, what writings or what, where do you get that idea from?
What do you mean? It's pretty much.
Get it from the Bible.
It's common sense. It's common sense.
Okay, that's good enough.
Okay, so let me ask you something. I say it's common sense. Did your mother and father create you?
No, I wouldn't call it create me. No.
Oh boy, do you need a lesson in reproductive system? Or
Are you saying it's common sense because the only way to have a working place is with a patriarchy, not a matriarchy?
Wait, what?
Did you cut out? Did he cut out?
Left lane, you're hot micing. Just mute yourself.
No, it's okay. I thought that Torah cut out just then.
Maybe I did. Maybe I'll try it again. Are you saying it's common sense because obviously at the very higher up it's a patriarchy and not a matriarchy?
What I'm saying is, things get created. You was created by your mother and father. The kittens that I'm staring at right now, they was created. Everything is created. Came from seed, actually. If everything's created, there's, there must be a creator. An original creator is what I'm trying to say. And that's why they have to introduce this Big Bang bullshit, which is pretty much just an allegory to conception.
So is bacteria not creation then, since it doesn't come from a seed in your mind?
Bacteria? Not really sure how bacteria works. Do you?
I know there's a lot of it in my tummy.
Oh, you do?
What's the topic, dude? What are we doing, dude? Where are we at?
I think he was saying it's common sense that it would be a patriarchy at the top because all matriarchies, fail. Wait, that's what you were saying.
Is there one matriarchy anywhere in the world?
Are we doing this again?
I don't know what you guys want to talk about. The Bible, religion, politics. Like, I don't know where we're at, dude. What are we talking about?
Has there
Flat
ever
Earth?
been a matriarchy?
Yeah, there has. I
No,
got
there
record
has.
of. Yeah, there has.
Well, it wasn't a successful one. It probably died in like a week.
It actually lasted a few. I don't know how many generations, but it lasted a few generations. According to the Ethiopian Orthodox Jews, there's a word called the Kabbalah Nagas, where Solomon had one of his wives was known as the Queen of the South, and she was a matriarch in a society that was literally ruled by women. Women were the leaders. Women were the ones in office. Women. She happened to be the queen in that place, and that was just the way of the land. That was the ethics of the land at that time. But it didn't last too long.
Wow, I didn't know. I just asked ChatGPT. It says the Iroquois Confederacy was matrilineal and had clan mothers. It's using it as an example of matrilineal society, matriarchy.
After she met Solomon, apparently Solomon bestowed wisdom upon her, and she decided to make her first son the king. And she went against her tradition, the tradition of the land of her ancestors, and she made her son the king of her land and did away with the matriarchy. But who knows? It's just an account. I have no idea.
Sounds like a wise woman.
Right, so let's go back to my question to you, Lion. Since the Bible does indeed say in the first Thessalonian, to prove all things, how did you prove, Jesus, this character named Jesus Christ was actually, came from the Creator? How did you do that? Go ahead.
You're basically asking me why am I a Christian? Because that's a fundamental elementary principle of being a Christian is believing that Jesus is who he said he was, the Son of God, died and resurrected on the third day. If you don't believe that, then you're not a Christian. And how do I know that? Well, there's a few different ways you can come to that. You can come to it through just studying the Word of God, but then you're going to say that's circular reasoning. That's begging the question because I'm using the one source that claims that Jesus is the Son of God to prove that Jesus is the Son of God, right? But then if outside of the Bible, right, if we're not going to use scripture, you have the rapid growth of Christianity that basically shocked the world, right, and rippled and caused commotion through the world, through Asia Minor, and reached even India. And it's because of his crucifixion and resurrection. So that is the best evidence that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, because no other man has died and came back from the dead 3 days later. Okay, well, I can repeat that right quick. So you're more or less appealing to popularity, I guess, since you gave an increased rise in Christianity. There's also a lot of people that believe in this globe Earth. So does that make it true as well, or what, Lion? No? Just because what I'm trying to say is just because many people believe in this one thing doesn't make it true, Lion. Right? I mean, me and you both, we both know that the globe is more popular than flat Earth, yet the globe is a fucking lie. So why would you try to give me an appeal to popularity example? I don't understand that. So Romans 1:4 says Paul says Jesus was declared to be the Son of God in power according to the Spirit of holiness by his resurrection from the dead. So the resurrection is essential, proving that he was who he said he was. That power alone, any people that were on the fence regarding him or who he was after he came back, they were convinced, right? And that caused a ripple that was documented by many historians. You got Tacitus, Josephus, the early church fathers that lived in the same century as him. Not just what's in the Bible, but there's writing from like Clement of Rome. Clement was a brother in the faith, and though his letters weren't included in the Bible, that's history for me. And you have these people that are willing to die for their testimony, despite persecution, were willing to die for what they believe was the truth. If Jesus was some type of con artist, and all the people were in on it, I doubt that they would have been willing to die for the testimony of Jesus Christ.
Okay, my bad. Well, that's kind of odd. Earlier, I said that I was willing to die for my sovereignty, and everybody, including you, just thought it was just fooling.
No, I didn't think that, dude. I actually, if you really want to think what I believe about you dying for your beliefs, dude, I think that's honorable. And we need men like that in America to, even if I don't agree with their beliefs, that the fact that they're willing to die for their beliefs, bro, I admire that in you. That's one thing that I never laughed at you about, dude.
That's cool, man. My bad. I respect that. I respect that.
But yeah, there's Jewish sources, there's Roman sources documenting the crucifixion and apparent resurrection. Even if the Jews didn't believe in it, they believed that maybe his body was taken away or there was some other figure that looked like Jesus. Like they try to rationalize that, dude. But we have documentation that actually happened. Even hostile witnesses showing that the Christians believe that Jesus resurrected, dude, and his tomb was empty.
Right. So my next question to you, is any of the history been rewritten?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Oh, right. So if you realize that some of the history has been rewritten, then why would you give other history documents as your proof that JC was the son of the creator?
So, there's a field of epistemology known as historiography, and historiography is a study of history, and it's a systematic approach where they look at history and evaluate history probabilistically, right? They use like multiple sources, independent sources, hostile witnesses, and they try to tally up like, all right, well, how credible is this account versus this account, right? There's nothing in history as documented as the crucifixion of Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ himself. Like you won't, whether it's Alexander the Great, Caesar, like Pilate, like dude, you won't find any, like even Einstein, dude. Like even though Einstein was just like 100 years ago, dude, there's more documentation on Hitler. I mean, on Jesus than there is of Einstein. Einstein. I don't know why I said Hitler, dude. That was like a Freudian slip, dude. I don't know. That Kanye song, I don't know.
Bro, if they weren't going to use it, they would have snuffed it out, man. They control the history, bro. Like Hitler, Trump, Jesus, all these fucking main figureheads, man. You're not going to get news that's, I mean, the only reason they exist in your mind is because they put it there.
Well, another
and
thing
I know that might be oversimplified, but it's the fucking truth, man.
Well,
the problem, though, the crazy part about that idea is why every other god has to take all the attributes of Jesus. Why is that?
Oh, wow. It's almost like there's a puppet with the same hand in each different puppet.
Yeah. Another thing I had problem with Lion talking about was he was talking about
So there is no God?
The historiography.
No, it just means if there is a God, they would absolutely want to usurp the power and identity of one.
What? You think they have the power to usurp the identity of God?
Clearly working. It's clearly working.
Bro?
If you can identify
That's a weak
God
God,
as a
bro.
human, well, I agree. You have associated God to some flesh and blood attribute guy, okay, that rose from the dead, was immaculate birth. All these things that are essentially heresy against the real God, and you're like, hey, you're holding on to it like with the the power of a god. It's totally fucked up. And
I don't understand though. That doesn't really comport though. I feel like there's a contradiction there because what you're saying is the real God can allow himself to be fully occulted.
Well, the one thing I had problem with
By humans. That gives your God more human attributes than my God for sure.
Another thing that Lion mentioned a while ago with the historiography or whatever is that the study of history is they take probability. So what's the probability of a virgin having a baby, Lion?
That's not the type of probability that I'm talking about, dude. No, because you're asking me for what you're asking me for, like if you want like empirical evidence of Jesus Christ's resurrection, we have that, and it's the Shroud of Turin, forensic evidence, right?
What
but
is that?
Besides, I'm not.
It's like a Lucy.
No, it's way more than that, dude.
Telling you that they knew what DNA was and how to decipher between different DNA back then?
No, but before I go into the shroud and all that, like I'm just trying to show you that there's multiple lines of evidence to come to a reasonable conclusion of not only Jesus' existence, but his crucifixion and resurrection, right? So before I get to the forensic evidence, I'm trying to show you that historiography is before the shroud in its existence. That's what people use was the historiography, right? So what we have to go, this is all we have, dude, right? So if you're asking me for like physical evidence, I don't have that. We have to use all that we have available to us, bro. And it's the testimony of the apostles and the disciples and the people that were there of that time, even Josephus and Tacitus and Pliny the Younger. You got what I'm saying, dude?
But don't you realize the testimony of God's existence exists around you at all times today, right now? Like the whole idea that you have to attach to some kind of loose story from the past is a slap in the face to everything that's current. God is here right now. Babies are being born right now. Life is happening at all times. You don't think the breath of God and design and all the information that's going into that is not present? Dude, it's heresy to say that, I have to think about the past just to know that God exists, and that's the only evidence I have. I know it's kind of loose, but no, just fucking open your eyes or listen or touch something. Dude, God is right now. It's happening. You're gonna miss it.
I get what you're saying, but you have to understand from the Christian worldview, believing in God alone isn't enough to get you into the kingdom, dude. And like the devil believes in God, right? The demons believe in God and tremble. Just because you believe in God means absolutely nothing, dude. Nothing.
Yeah, so you're saying that you have to believe in the Jesus guy, right? Otherwise you're not safe.
Okay, even if you didn't believe in the Jesus guy, right? There's so many gods. Just believing in God is like irrelevant, dude. Like the Masons think that if you don't believe in God at all or any type of God, you're like less than human, dude. So believing in God is like it's like the bottom of the barrel, dude. That's like the bare minimum.
I'm not saying you stop there. I don't know if you're presuming that or if you're trying to strawman me, but then we get into this whole discussion about my individual and then that person's individual and how do you have moral and all this stuff. Honestly, most of the stuff that the Christian ideas comes from logic, and I would agree with most of the Christian take on things. But when they introduce Jesus and they throw that lore in there, that's where they really fuck up, because that's not that it totally takes the logic out of it. It's like, okay, all this logic, all this makes sense, how to be good, moral, how to have like values and all this stuff. And then when they throw in the magic, it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to swallow that pill too. And that's where it goes wrong. And the magic, dude, that's all Jesus. All the Jesus stuff is the magic shit. Right? Like the Moses parting the fucking sea, that's the magic shit. Walking on water, that's the magic shit.
Dude, God would be magic in your worldview because it's not scienceable. So what do you mean? It can't be magic in it, dude. Your worldview has magic in it. It has a being.
God is not a human.
That's
God's
magic,
not a human.
bro. Okay, is it a being?
No.
Oh, okay. Then what is God? Ineffable.
God is intelligence source energy and intelligence.
Yeah, be extra vague
Hold
so
on,
that
Riggs,
way we
Riggs.
can't pin you down.
Well, is it
Do you-
is it not though?
Riggs, do you believe in irreducible complexity?
Irreducible complex.
Or you subscribe to evolution?
No. I do think that things are irreducibly complex. Yeah.
So like you believe that man was created whole, right? He didn't slowly evolve from a primordial soup.
Yeah, I think everything is created with its place in mind.
But because you understand the concept of irreducible complexity, right? Because it would have been impossible for an organism to evolve over millions of years because there's the body is so.
That's not true, though.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. It's what's it called? Can't think of it right now. Damn, dude. Anyways, keep going, dude. I can't think of the word.
Well, irreducible complexity.
It's like basically you have I think the model they even use is like one of the phalanges or something on like a bacteria, and it has like this ball joint, and it's really complex. And they're basically saying, how did this bacteria do it if they didn't have all these pieces at all the time to do it?
Well, the problem with that also is that like that bacteria depends on a whole host of systems and chemicals and physical attributes just to have its position that also functions in its meta position in a completely different ecosystem. So in every different stage, there's a hierarchy of intelligence that has a predetermined cause and responsibility. Like there's the cycles of different bugs depending on the diet of certain species, like where things die off for 7 years and then they come back, and like it's the complex. It's so complex and it's so intertwined that like how could it have been the case that something was dependent on something it had no knowledge of its own cycle, and had specific nutrients necessary for some other transmutation of another species at the exact moment. Like there's like the cicadas, they come pop up like every, was it 21 years or 17 years or something? Like there's just no way for things to have been the case where everything works together as if everything's filling in its spot, and unless it were all put in place, like all the wheels had to be moving at the same time.
Exactly. Everything would have had to have been set in motion at the same exact time. It's like an integrated circuit.
So you agree with the Big Bang then? Because that's what the Big Bang says.
But hold on. No, dude. Hold on, dude. So
But
I have
that's
a
what the Big
definition
Bang
here.
states.
Hold on, bro. No, dude, chill out. So irreducible complexity, a single system composed of several well-matched interacting parts that contribute to the basic function, wherein the removal of any of the one of the parts causes the system to effectively cease functioning.
Okay.
Right. I got another one here. It says a system performing a given basic function is irreducibly complex if it includes a set of well-matched, mutually interacting, non-arbitrarily individuated parts, such that each part in the set is indispensable to maintaining the system's basic and therefore original function. The set of these indispensable parts is known as the irreducible core of the system.
Okay. So are they speaking about machines, all things? Like, is there a specific definition that this applies to? Because in nature, you don't have this problem of irreducibly complexity. Like even with the eye, in a machine, you can't get a computer and take out one piece, and the computer still works. But at one point, that computer was just a motherboard. And then they tied other things in it, put an operating system on it. There was things that they built up to that point, and then at the end, it doesn't work if you take a piece away. That's common sense. That's not what. But
no, dude. See, you're holding on to a faith that can't even be justified or shown to be true. If you take out the spark plugs of a car, that car ceases to function. The spark plugs are indispensable for that car's function.
That's not even analogous, guys.
Hold
That's not analogous.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, bro. I know you guys are getting triggered. You gotta wait. A human body is orders of magnitude more complex than a car. And you're telling me that a human body could have formed gradually over small segments of evolutionary stages to not be irreducibly complex and then become irreducibly complex?
Okay, so to become irreducibly complex, we already agreed you have to have the end product, correct?
No, I'm trying to. You got to show
I'm
me
asking you a question. I'm
a
trying
working
to.
example.
I'm doing
of
that.
some.
If you listen, I'm
All right,
doing
go
that.
ahead.
So you're asking like the system you're saying an irreducibly complex system. It's a system that's built upon other systems, correct? And you're saying that you move one piece of this overarching system, nothing works, right?
Yeah, but not every part in that system is is indispensable.
Yes. You remove one part and none of it works, right?
Yeah, but not every single part, because I know you're gonna bring up your eye analogy, or the fact that you can live without a lung or a kidney or your tonsils or your gallbladder or your appendix or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Just because you're confused and you're conflating resiliency of an organism with irreducible complexity.
No, so I wasn't going to use the eye one because the eye one's a really good example of it, but the rest of them kind of really aren't. The other ones are like vestigial organs and other things like that. But the eye one's a really good example of reducible complexity that you can see. But what like I said, what you're asking for is an end product that you remove one piece from and it doesn't work. That's the case for any end product.
Even that's arguable.
Yeah, our components changed over time. They didn't just all of a sudden appear to be there. They were less complex. Maybe the next set were a little more complex or more adapted. Eyeballs, maybe didn't always see color. And we have animals that we know they don't see color. They see an infrared. Then some just have little apparatus that just sense.
Yeah,
the presence
some are
of
still
light,
like that
you know?
today.
Lizards,
so the idea is this, man, that all these dating methods are bunk. All your lore comes from false science that they pushed in there. They want you to feel far removed, and they want you to feel far superior than the people before you. In reality, you are a degenerated, poisoned version of your true potential. Not any stupider. They were just more in tune with reality.
So I've always. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just real quick, can you read that part again? Of the irreducible complexity. There was a part in there about the original use or original purpose.
Were you talking about me, dude?
Yeah.
The first definition or second one that you heard me read?
I suspect it was the second one. It was towards the end of what you were saying.
All right. It says here. I gotta find it now. It says here, a system performing a given basic function is irreducibly complex if it includes a set of well-matched, mutually interacting, non-arbitrary individualized parts such that each part in the set is indispensable to maintaining the system's basic and therefore original function.
Right. So that last part about maintaining its original function. What you keep saying is that you can't take a piece off of the thing or it won't function, but it sounds like it just won't function as the thing it currently is, right? It can still function sometimes perfectly well as something different. That's no longer irreducibly complex.
Yeah, that's not irreducible complexity though. Again, you're conflating
where that's not the case.
Yeah, I told you, life is resilient, right? If just because you got shot up or something, you might have lost an eye, might have lost a kidney, and you could still survive. That doesn't prove evolution, dude.
Yeah, that's not
that just means that the creator created us to be resilient and robust life forms on a chaotic planet, or not planet, but Earth.
I'm not talking about resilience. You take the spark plugs out of a car, it no longer functions as a car, but it still functions as a plethora of other things, right? You could still live out
Negative.
of it. It functions as a house.
Negative. When we're talking about organisms, right? There are vital organs that are indispensable, and there are organs that have to work in harmony with with other organs, right?
Mm-hmm.
To do the
So
function
if you lose a heart, if you lose a vital organ like your brain, right, or something happens to your nervous system, your spine, you cease to function. You are dead. There's no survivability or anything like that going on. You are dead. Done.
We're not talking about
Toast.
taking things out of a living individual. We're talking about, could something be composed of its various parts minus one and still serve some function? Not the function it currently serves, but can it serve any function whatsoever? And the answer to that, as far as I can tell, is always yes.
No, so you're missing the key concept of irreducible complexity, and it's indispensable parts. Indispensable. That means you cannot survive. You cannot function without those parts.
No,
You're
we're not
talking about
talking
losing a part and still
functioning.
being able to function
No,
somehow,
you're
some
talking
way.
about losing a part. I'm not talking about losing a part. In none of these examples are you taking something off of something that currently exists. We're talking about if something could have been built in this trajectory from simple to more complex and have some function without all of its parts coming into existence at the same time. We're not talking about something living that you start picking apart at. That's different.
You're missing the part. You're missing the part that
logic, dude.
You're missing the part that all these things had to come to be in the first place. So if they were already whole, well, what would it have been? How would it have been necessary to make new parts? And then how did it transition from one need to the next? If wouldn't it be most efficient to not need so many parts?
Yeah,
you know.
But that's the thing. Unless you accept the concept of gene selection and allele frequencies varying over time periods, it answers the questions you asked. You know, what happens is certain traits are selected for by certain causes, and those traits get passed on.
Okay, how do they get passed on? Because when I've asked the question before, did it have to be the case that there was a mutation, there was an adaptation, or some kind of, I guess, what you'd call evolution, right? There was an evolutionary event, which everything in this world had to have been a part of. There had to have been at least a way of being asexual, or that something that had the same exact mutation was there to procreate at the exact same time.
So that's not 100% accurate about the break between the ability for a person with a different genotype to still select species within that other genotype, essentially. But what ends up happening is the phenotypical results ends up resembling that mutation that was selected. And it's not like someone switches a flip and everything gets a mutation. It's all random how they happen. It's gene copying and all these other things. It's like a computer. Computers make these errors. They make copy errors, especially when you're coding stuff. That's the type of stuff that these things form from.
So let me explain this again. It says here, an organism constructed of several components that must blend together operationally. You understand what that means, dude? There has to be a harmony between the organs for the organism to even exist. And without those vital organs, the organism would cease to exist, right? So this idea that you could have had an evolution of some sort, even over time, over millions of years of just small segmented adaptations, that can't be shown to be true, bro. It's impossible.
So remember earlier when you accepted
It's a
genetics?
fish story.
Remember earlier when you accepted genetics as proof of one of your claims? If you want to continue to use genetics as proof in other claims, you can't misrepresent genetics in these claims when it suits you.
No, because I have no problem with micro adaptation. My gripe is with macro evolution. Right, there's a difference there, and just because I adhere to some scientific idea, it's not a one. You're trying to frame me in a way that
explain to me the difference of the. Like, what's the difference between the two? I think they're the same, and I think that you're actually
not at all, dude.
So we explain to me the difference.
Well, before we get into genetic evolution, this is not my intention. Actually, I was trying to respond to Riggs. The reason I brought up irreducible complexity is because he has a problem believing in the gospel account, right? But if you believe in irreducible complexity, you would understand that the creator of heaven and earth would have created all the organisms, including man, perfectly whole. When I say perfect, I mean like all the system working in harmony in the beginning. Like man was made whole from the dust of the ground instantly. It's not something that was a gradual process from a primordial soup.
Yeah, but I don't see it. Well, I mean, what is the? Okay, that's your claim.
So if you believe in irreducible complexity, irreducible complexity is is showing that man was created whole.
Okay, I mean, I agree with that.
Right?
I think that each man is created whole, but I don't necessarily believe in that there was a beginning. I think that this, as far as I can tell, is and always has been. So like this continuum type thing.
So you think man always has been, or man had a beginning?
I think that each man has a beginning, but that we live, as far as I can tell, in some type of continuum. The fact that there was a beginning and there's going to be an end or something, I think that is just all narrative based. I don't have any evidence to show for that.
How do you get to the present moment?
Real quick, and then because I honestly wanted to end it on this. So if you believe that man was created whole and woman was created whole, and that we didn't evolve from monkeys or from a single-celled amoeba, then if you believe in the creation account, that God, whoever God you worship, that he created heavens and earth, why would it be such a problem for God to bring forth a miraculous birth in the Virgin Mary? Like, what is that too hard for him? I'm just wondering, dude. If he created man from the dust of the earth instantly, why is that such a mission impossible?
I don't know exactly how it took place. I'm not here to say how it took place. I don't have any evidence either way. But I think that at least on your side of the thing there's too many red flags on your side of the story, and also it makes too many claims, and I think that's problematic. So,
all right, it's fair enough. So go ahead, Tora.
Yeah, no doubt. So God making claims is a problem. Okay.
I don't think that's the problem. I don't think God is making the claim.
You're granting if we are granting the worldview, you know what I mean? To us, that internal critique is kind of silly, right? Because we're saying the source of intelligibility gave us a book that reveals himself to us. And then you're like, well, it makes a lot of claims. And we're like, yeah, the source of intelligibility would make a lot of claims, right? But I think you're onto something with the continuum thing. I just don't think it's our timeline. I think maybe it's the Earth, you know?
And then last thing on irreducible complexity before we move on to like mutations and all that. But it says here, irreducible complexity is the argument that certain biological systems with multiple interacting parts would not function if one of the parts were removed, so supposedly could not have evolved by successive small modifications from earlier less complex systems through natural selection, which would need an intermediate precursor system to have been fully functional.
Yeah, that's the claim, but I just don't see any examples.
Yeah, you said earlier, manufacturer. You said like, well, couldn't it just be serve another purpose? Like, so usually the one that's brought forth, or who was brought forth by the other guys, the mousetrap, right? Like you take away the spring, and it's no longer a mousetrap. You're saying, well, something it serves another purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So what gives purpose to the thing?
I do have a response though. I don't know if we're like skipping a lot of places. That's okay. I think that okay. As far as I can tell, it seems like some kind of continuum, and I don't think the God would ever. Well, it appears to be the case that God doesn't just leave books around anywhere. It creates life in all forms, and you would have to claim that the book is alive. In my like for me to identify it as like at least even close to what you're claiming.
You'd have to claim
anyway.
I think what make that claim.
Yeah, well, some people do make that claim. But anyways, I would just say that if there was a book, it would make sense that all the people that are alive would come up with some kind of guide or some kind of like best practices, and some really crooked nosed people would probably try to subject that and insert some narratives to get them to worship God like man is God, because that would help them.
Okay, so do you want to test the claim the book is alive for yourself? Because I have a test for that. And it's simply just reading Proverbs. It's 31 chapters, right? And they're not that long each chapter. So you can read a chapter a day, right? And you go through 1 month, and then you do it a second month. And if you gleaned every single thing you can after 1 year from the book, then I'd say, yeah, it's not alive. But my suggestion is you're probably going to end up seeing how much stuff actually like pops out in different cases based on like your day-to-day experiences, which makes it alive.
I mean, that's a weird claim, but I mean, I guess if you think that's something that would help, I guess I would be open to it. But just, I don't know. I'm kind of a man that like sits. I sleep well at night based on like logic and premise and stuff, and it just doesn't ring true to me. But if you think it's bad faith not to entertain it, then I guess I would.
Well, that would be the requirement, to have a good refutation is I try. You know what I mean? Like honoring the Sabbath or something. You know what I mean? Like trying to do some of them 10 commandments or whatever. And then being like, this just sucks. You know what I mean? Or something like that, I guess. I don't think the Bible is scared, of logic. I think that I sleep well based on premise and logic, and maybe you don't think I'm a logical, rational person. But yeah,
I didn't say that logic wasn't in the Bible. I actually said that like man would keep a collection, like a guide of logical things, for the betterment of man, and then some people would subject that, and they would use it for their own benefit. So
yeah,
like I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bunch of logic in there. It would sell it better.
I hear you. So you're saying there's like an ulterior motive, and now
oh, absolutely.
I just don't see that ulterior motive personally, with my relationship and the person that I am. So I think we can relate on certain levels, me and you. So I just don't see the ulterior motive. Like I'm not like sending money to Israel or supporting Israel and Zionism. You know what I mean? Like, is that the ulterior motive? Or
yeah, if you live in America, then yes, and paying taxes, and yes, you are sending money to Israel.
But Christianity says that Israel is God's chosen people.
ISIS
well,
rot in hell.
that's correct. Like Israel, yeah. Like you're talking about Jacob. That's what his name was, right? Israel. But like, it's more of a behavior, right? He asked for people to have a specific behavior. It didn't say like it's a nation state. He said it's scattered.
It seems weird to me that Christians have a thing about Israel, because I mean, like the man just said, Israel is supposed to be like Jesus central kind of thing, but I hear a lot of Christians talk about having an issue with Israel.
Wait, what? Israel is Jesus centered? Where?
Well, I mean, Jesus central. I mean, that's where it all happened, right? And that's
yeah, I agree with you, but you agree most of them deny Jesus, right?
I don't know.
That's what the Jewish religion is. The Jewish religion is like the Old Testament, and then they reject Jesus.
It's not really.
Jesus is for the Gentiles.
I can see how you would see it that way from a Christian point of view, but if you grew up Jewish, you're not growing up rejecting Jesus. You're just growing up with your religion.
Yeah, of course.
Amen.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, you're growing up in your religion, and that religion is going to tell the story of the Maccabees and what happened after. Right? It's not like it stops at Malachi and they're like, yep, and now we have no history since then. Like, obviously, they're going to, tell you about false prophets that have come. And then one of them they're going to mention is Jesus. Right?
I've never heard a Jew say that.
Dude, they openly hate Jesus and deny Jesus, dude.
Well, then the Talmud itself specifically. So if the Jewish person reads the Talmud, which is a bunch of arguments of rabbis back and forth, right? They just argue back and forth with each other.
Yeah.
And one of them says that Jesus is burning in excrement in hell. So
most Jews don't really read the Talmud, though.
That's all they read.
Yeah, most Christians don't read the Bible, dude. Like, what's your point?
My point is, most Jews don't really hate Jesus. That's my point.
Yeah, most Jews are atheists, actually. Most Jews are
exactly.
atheists.
He's
No,
talking
I
about
get
the
what you're
Jewish
saying.
kid that he ran into at college that was drinking all the time and banging girls. Never really talked about it.
But
No, I'm not. But you're a terrible mind reader. Good job.
But the
I find the Jewish girl that you banged who was drinking all the time. We never talked about it.
I can tell that you have a very interesting life.
There's a lot
Honestly,
of different
Jews.
ideas on who Israel is, but me and Torah and Witsit and people that right now keep Sabbath and we keep the 10 Commandments. Well, we try to the best of our ability. It's called Torah observant. We think we are Israel. We are part of Israel.
Well, you can think what you want. You're not.
Why would you
That's
say
not
that?
an argument, bro. That's not an argument.
Do you have a rebuttal? Why would you say that? I can show you scriptures where Paul states that we are Israel, grafted in.
Exactly. Yeah, it says there's no Jew or there's no Jew or Gentile in Christ.
What even
So-
is
In Rome-
Israel? Can you define what Israel even is?
Yeah, Israel is a mixed multitude of people
Yeah,
who have
okay, that's a
accepted
little
his
vague.
anybody that accepts his covenant is part of Israel. Yeah, and his covenant includes accepting his only begotten son.
But you realize most of the people living in Israel don't accept him, so it's kind of paradoxical.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the state of Israel, dude. See, that's the difference. You're confused with. You're thinking the state of Israel is the Israel of the Bible. The Israel of the Bible is spiritual Israel. The lost tribes of Israel that were exiled into all the kingdoms of the earth, wherever the foot of men have trodden, there you shall go. That's Israel. It's the lost sheep. And like there's a lot that goes into it, bro. I wouldn't expect you to know if you haven't read the Bible.
Shouldn't you just say you're a Christian? Why do you say you're part of Israel? Why don't you just say you're a Christian?
Christians are Israel. Christians are Israel. It's just that because of dogmas, traditions of men, and replacement theology, going back to Constantine, the Christians try to separate themselves as much as they could to distinguish themselves from Israel, because they hated the Jews.
Let me put it plainly for him. Okay, if Christians believe that Jesus gave Moses the Torah and then everything in the scripture applies to Christians, then therefore Christians would be Israel. And we're not talking about some nation state that came about in the 1940s, because that would be weird.
Don't some Jews think like the Messiah is going to return when Israel something? I don't know what it is, but what is that all about?
The second
Yeah, they think that the Messiah is going to come
Totally roboting.
riding in on a donkey with the lineage
think
given in the.
Second temple.
Oh yeah. That's it. The second temple. So when they rebuild the temple, right? Then the Messiah comes again. Comes.
Am I roboting?
You're good, Tinks.
I was just commenting. Yeah, they think that there's going to be the chronology. But I kind of agree with Tor's earlier statement. I think they're just atheists or Satanists or something. I don't know, because they say that it's going to be a different guy with the same lineage, chronologically claimed in the Old Testament, riding in on a donkey in the year, I don't know, 3,000, 4,000. I don't know what they're claiming.
Right. You don't know. So, but it's the second coming. The temple gets rebuilt, and then the Messiah comes. Right.
Yeah,
that's what they think. That's what they think. Now, can you show us in the scripture where it says that? I just asked a question about what they thought. So I just wonder, is that why? I think that might be why a lot of Christians are hyper focused on the state of Israel, because isn't there some other prophecy with that? Like when something happens there, then like Jesus is returning, right? The second coming.
It's propaganda, dude, by the Jews, dude, to get Israel as established as a nation. Oh, we can't even talk about that.
You're so cringe. Is
the Protestant? Let me explain for you. The Protestant Reformation wanted to be more Jewish. So what they did was they removed some of the books from the Old Testament to match up more so with those people, right? And then they also adopted some of the dogma that came from those people.
Yeah, what I said, but I don't know what they're thinking, is because they're not, whatever they're thinking is not biblical. That's my point. They must be making it up, because they'll have no basis for making it, because the Bible, the Old Testament, gives the clear lineage, the day, the time, the man, what he'll ride in on, what his name will be, what the people will call him. So the thing they're denying, everything I just said is what I mean.
The year, right?
It does.
Yeah, it's
specific.
It's pretty phenomenal.
What year?
Daniel's prophecy was interpreted by the Zadok priests. Hold on a second.
It's easy to like explain it simply, but I'll let Lion go into detail with it. But yeah, from Adam to Abraham was 2,000 years. From Abraham to Jesus or Yeshua was 2,000 years. And then from Yeshua to now, we're in 2000. We're almost at 2,000 years again. So yeah, the timeline has been written out in that way. So they understood exactly when these things should come to pass. However, the Messiah was claimed to come to free the Jews, right? To basically rid the world of all evil. But what they didn't catch was there's a first coming and a second coming in the scripture. It's like a timeline error. They were just like, oh, it'll just all be at the same time, all of that stuff.
Okay, so it's not that they mention a specific date. It's you're saying that based on some interpretations, you can divide it up into 2,000-year increments. Is that what you're saying?
No, I shouldn't say it like that. Then maybe no. They knew the specific date. Like they knew when Ezra was alive, and Ezra wrote it'll be this many years from me. specifically.
So it's Ezra predicted the year Jesus was born.
Daniel as well. Yeah. It's just priests interpreting the scripture. It was already there. Go ahead, Lion. Sorry.
So they went off for Jubilees and Shemitah cycles, right? Very specific, meticulous cycles. And Jesus was prophesied to come on a Jubilee year or die around a Jubilee year. And when you interpret Daniel 7, where it talks about there was a figure to come that was gonna die. Well, I mean, we could do a Bible study, bro, but I mean, it's a lot, right? I'm just giving you like a little summary real quick. But if you can actually count from the declaration of the rebuilding of Jerusalem, what that Daniel talks about will be 483 years, right, to the dying or the perishing of Messiah. So from the rebuilding of the decree given by King Artaxerxes, and historians know this, the Seventh-day Adventist, a lot of Christian groups know this. So from the rebuilding of Jerusalem to the dying of Messiah, if you do the math, give or take a year, it's on the dot, dude. 483 years from the decree given by Artaxerxes, a Persian king. And hold on, dude. It's a lot, dude. I mean, so you got the decree of right here, decree of Artaxerxes, 457 BCE, starts a 70-week prophecy given in Daniel. And then you can actually count the Shemitah cycle, 77777, to the crucifixion and resurrection.
Yeah, I mean, all their traditions point to it, right? Every single holiday, like Passover, Shavuot,